On the Tianwu continent, martial might reign supreme. The weak live like ants, their lives as fragile as dust, while the wrath of a true powerhouse can overturn seas and rivers, leaving mountains of corpses in its wake. In one small nation upon this vast land lies the Xia kingdom. In a remote corner of the land lies a place called Changxing Village. Beneath leisurely drifting clouds a narrow valley stretches out, and within it a tiny village gradually comes into view. Changxing Village. The place is not large, only a few dozen households. Yet in every family there are those who cultivate. The people here revere strength above all. If you are frail and powerless, unable to execute even the most basic martial move, you are nothing but an ant among men, despised by all. In a small dilapidated courtyard a young boy was weeding. His clothes were exceedingly plain. Yet despite his shabby attire he possessed a pair of eyes so bright and clear that others could hardly bear to meet his gaze. All of a sudden a flock of sparrows burst out of the forest and shot into the sky, startling the youth from his thoughts. Unknowingly, I've already been in this world for 16 years, he murmured as he gazed at the fading traces of the bird's flight. Cough, cough. He hacked violently. Damn it, Wang Hao, all of you deserve to die. Revenge. A bitter self-mocking smile tugged at his lips. I'm nothing but a cripple. Revenge. What revenge could I possibly take? As he coughed, a mouthful of bright, shocking blood spurted out. His already thin body grew even more pallid and frail, as if he might collapse and die at any moment. This youth was named Junlin. In his previous life, he had been a senior in his 4th year at university in the real world. One day as he was crossing the street, a small child suddenly dashed out onto the road. He reached out to pull her back and was struck by a car that could not brake in time. When he next opened his eyes, he was already in this world and had inexplicably obtained the Heaven's Mandate sign-in system. At first, Junlin had been wild with joy. In the novels of his former world, such a system was a miraculous existence, something that could raise a worthless good-for-nothing to the very pinnacle of cultivation. It was a power that could truly allow one to look down upon ancient and modern times alike, bringing the myriad heavens to their knees. Yet what happened afterward completely shattered all of Junlin's fantasies. For 16 long years the system had never issued a single task. From the moment it bound to him, it remained in complete silence. And he too had already lived in this world for a full 16 years. Yet he could not cultivate. He was a true utter waste. Most crucial of all, this so-called system had never shown the slightest sign of activity. Not even in his most desperate moments had he managed to trigger it. He had no idea how this system was supposed to be activated. In any case, after so many years, Junlin had grown accustomed to the silence. Now he was on the brink of death, grievously wounded. He was nothing more than an ordinary mortal, ordinary to the point of utter insignificance. The village bully Wang Hao had once beaten him so savagely that he nearly died on the spot. By nature he had always been indifferent to worldly disputes. Yet once, out of simple compassion, he had intervened when Wang Hao was harassing a respectable married woman. From that moment on, Wang Hao bore a deadly grudge against him. Afterward, Wang Hao found all manner of excuses to torment him. Thinking of this, Junlin shook his head. In a world where martial might is law and the weak are prey to the strong, someone like him was destined to be unable to survive. From the moment he arrived in this world, he had discovered that his meridians were completely blocked. He could not cultivate martial arts at all. Even the most basic self-defense techniques were beyond his reach. He had once thought that when the system descended and bound to him, he would gain special privileges in this world and one day rule as king or emperor. Yet the system never awakened. Now he could only lie here alive in name alone, waiting quietly for death. His injuries were simply too severe. Wang Hao and his followers were all at the peak of the martial disciple realm, each swing of their arms carrying at least 1,000 jin of force. Had someone not intervened, Junlin would have died on the spot. Yet his current situation was hardly any better. For the past few days he had been coughing blood daily, his remaining days clearly numbered. Ding. Heaven's Mandate sign-in system activated. Sign-in location, Changxing Village. Does the host wish to perform a sign-in? An electronic voice suddenly sounded in Junlin's mind. He did not show the slightest hint of joy on his face. After all, he had waited 16 years for this moment to finally arrive. Though Junlin could scarcely believe it, he chose to trust what he was hearing. Suppressing the swell of joy in his heart, he still could not help feeling a trace of excitement. Confirm sign-in, Junlin said. Ding. Heaven's Mandate sign-in system is now activating. Please be patient, host. The electronic voice echoed once more within Junlin's mind. Yet Junlin did not leap up in excitement. Instead, he remained remarkably calm. He had not allowed himself to be swept away by joy. After all, for so many years he had waited in expectation, only to end each day in disappointment. By now he had learned to maintain a heart as still as an undisturbed lake, without the slightest ripple. Even if the system failed to activate, nothing could be worse than the state of his body as it was. Ding. System loading complete. Sign-in location, Changxing Village. Reward, unknown. Confirm sign-in. Yi Junlin spoke once again. Ding. Sign-in successful. Rewarding the host with 100,000 years of cultivation. Ding. System has detected that the host's injuries are severe and will now begin repairs. Please prepare yourself, host. Ding. Commencing repair of host's injuries. Beginning crown infusion. One electronic notification after another echoed ceaselessly within Yi Junlin's mind. Before Yi Junlin could even react, his injuries had already been completely healed. He could clearly feel his body growing light and agile in an instant. All the pain that had tormented him vanished in a heartbeat. Boom. Just as Yi Junlin was rejoicing in his recovery, a thunderous roar erupted within his mind. A tremendous power surged straight into his body, and Yi Junlin felt as though his entire being were about to be torn apart. The agony was so intense that even the will tempered by years of hardship could not withstand it. Yi Junlin fainted on the spot. Alas, the host's body is truly far too fragile, came a soft sigh. Very well, very well. Rewarding the host with 100,000 marrow cleansing and essence purifying pills. In the next instant, Yi Junlin's entire body was wrapped in a cocoon of golden light. Within the courtyard, countless golden marrow cleansing pills materialized, densely packed and glittering. One by one, they melted, transforming into a surging river of energy that poured directly into Yi Junlin's body. It was said that even the royal clan of the Xia kingdom might be unable to produce a mere 1,000 marrow-cleansing pills. Yet at this very moment, Yi Junlin was consuming a full 100,000 of them. Were this to be made public, others would surely go mad. No one could swallow 100,000 pills in one sitting. Such excess would undoubtedly cause a person to explode. Not to mention 100,000. Even Xia Kingdom's foremost expert Xia Liuyun would not dare to consume 10 at once. Marrow-cleansing pills temper the bones and purge the meridians. For most people, a single pill suffices, and a second has almost no effect. If too many were taken together, the vast pure energy would literally tear a person apart. But Yi Junlin was different. He had the system. In the eyes of the system, such problems were nothing at all. It could ensure that every last marrow-cleansing pill exerted its full effect with no diminishing returns after the first. Yi Junlin forced his eyes open with some difficulty, murmuring softly under his breath. He had just had an extremely long dream in which his system had awakened. In that dream, the system directly rewarded him with an abundance of pills and even poured cultivation into his mind. The agony of that infusion was so intense that even after he fainted, he could still feel it. He almost died, even within the dream itself. The system has awakened. Is it real? Yi Junlin muttered to himself, unable to distinguish whether it had been a dream or reality. Yet all around him, it was utterly silent, though no one answered his question. Even the system notification chime he was hoping for failed to appear. Yi Junlin then slowly sat up and realized he had spent the entire night sleeping in this tattered, broken courtyard. What was even more terrifying was that beneath his body lay a shocking patch of dried blood and jagged bone fragments. These are all mine. Then I really shouldn't have survived. Alas, in the end it was nothing but a dream. So be it, so be it. Such is time, such is fate. Yi Junlin let out a sorrowful sigh. He had no idea that these bones and blood were what had been stripped away after his body was remolded. That it was essentially the creation of a brand new flawless physique for him. Even if I die, I want to leave with a shred of dignity. It is a pity I won't be able to take revenge. Staggering, Yi Junlin rose to his feet and tottered toward the thatched hut. He wanted to put on something slightly more presentable so that he could depart this life in a more peaceful manner. Yet what Yi Junlin called a better piece of clothing was merely a garment patched over 30 times. All his other clothes were so tattered they were not even fit for a beggar. Sigh, I should still have a bit of time. I'll take a bath before I go. Yi Junlin was a man who liked cleanliness. He did not want his body to be dirty when he died. Why is this bucket of water so light? Yi Junlin stared blankly at the rotten wooden bucket in his hand, water leaking out as he spoke in confusion. In the past, even carrying half a bucket of water had been quite a struggle for him. Yet today, carrying more than half a bucket, he did not feel the slightest bit of weight. Sigh, it seems my end is near. Is this what they call a final burst of vigor before death? Yi Junlin's eyes were filled with desolation, devoid of any hint of life. He knew that when a person suddenly experienced such a surge of strength, it meant death was not far away. Bang! As Yi Junlin walked, he accidentally kicked the threshold. The threshold instantly shattered into flying splinters. Sigh, this threshold falls apart at the slightest touch, truly. Yi Junlin stared blankly at the threshold that had crumbled into dust and sighed. I don't even feel a thing in my foot anymore. I'd better hurry. Otherwise I might just die in the bath barrel. and then no one will even collect my corpse. With that thought, Junlin began to quicken his pace. He failed to notice that his entire body vanished from where he stood, and in an instant appeared beside the well. Then he disappeared again, and reappeared beside the bath barrel inside the thatched hut. Cold water will do. There's no time to heat it now. Junlin leaped straight into the bath barrel, his body not feeling the slightest chill. Since when did I have all this corded muscle? Since when did I become this robust? Junlin stared incredulously at his 8-pack abs. He had always been frail and thin, chronically malnourished, looking at every moment as though he might breathe his last. No, this must be that final burst of vigor. Hurry and wash, and after washing lie properly on the bed. Then wait for the body to rot. No one will care about me anyway. Nor will anyone come here to collect my corpse. After changing into that slightly better set of clothes, Junlin spoke softly. Then he lay quietly down on the bed. He folded his hands over his chest and calmly closed his eyes. He lay there in silence, waiting for death to arrive. Soon Junlin began to snore thunderously. Junlin, you wretch who crawled out from a crack in a rock, I'm here. Still not hurrying out to kneel and welcome your granddaddy. Outside Junlin's shabby hut, an extremely arrogant voice roared. Oh, did he actually die? Smash this broken thatched hut for me. Wang Hao shouted arrogantly outside. At once several ruffians under his command began to move. Boom. The already cracked and loose wooden door could not withstand the force of these martial thugs at all. Brother Hao, this brat doesn't seem dead yet. Listen, he's still snoring. A ruffian quickly addressed Wang Hao. Indeed, Wang Hao had not noticed before. But now, standing outside the door and focusing his chi, he clearly heard an extraordinarily loud, steady snoring. Good, very good. Sleeping soundly. Clearly nothing is wrong with him. Drag him out. I'm in a foul mood today and need to vent on him. Wang Hao's face twisted with a trace of cruelty as he spoke. Several ruffians hurried toward Junlin's room. Bang! They showed no courtesy at all, kicking the door open with a single blow. The entire wooden door exploded apart with chips flying everywhere. Junlin, deep in sleep, was abruptly awakened. He sat up and stared blankly at Wang Hao's lackeys. Yo, Junlin, only a few days, and you're looking quite spirited. One of the lackeys sneered. Damn, I'm already dead. Why would I be afraid of a few lackeys like you? Junlin flipped off the bed and spoke in a chilling tone. A chill surged up the spines of the lackeys, their hearts tightening. They all knew that just a few days ago Junlin had nearly been beaten to death. How could he possibly have recovered in just a few days? The more they thought about it, the more wrong it felt. I don't believe this. I'll kill you. One lackey, terrified, forced courage from his fear, drawing a dagger and thrusting it toward Junlin. Clang. Instead of the expected penetration, there was the ring of metal on metal. The dagger in the lackey's hand snapped cleanly in two. Junlin's body remained unmarked. Ha, today is the day I take my revenge. Junlin laughed like a madman. For so many years he had endured the wanton abuse of Wang Hao and the others, being beaten to the brink of death time and time again. He had been a mere mortal, utterly without the power to resist, let alone access to any kind of pills. The only reason he lived was because there was a mountain forest behind the village. As a mortal, he had gone into that forest to find low-grade spiritual herbs that others disdained. He had relied on those herbs to prolong his life, though otherwise he would have died long ago. Mother of ghost. It's a ghost run. The lackeys screamed on the spot and scrambled to flee. Run. You'll all stay and accompany me. Junlin spoke in an eerie, chilling tone. He was still convinced he was already dead and had become a vengeful spirit, returned solely to claim their lives. Brother Hao, save me. Help. Junlin is dead. He's become a ghost. Help. Wang Hao, standing outside the door, suddenly heard the shrieks of several underlings and instantly tensed his expression. Then he gazed up at the sun overhead, a faint smile flickering across his lips. Nah, ghost. Do ghosts fear daylight? Let me see just what kind of ghost you are. His eyes narrowing slightly, Wang Hao strode directly through Junlin's front gate. Junlin, how unexpected. We've barely parted for a few days, yet your talent for deception has grown remarkably. Wang Hao spoke coldly, his gaze fixed upon Junlin before him. At this moment Junlin exuded an indescribable aura, one Wang Hao could not quite fathom. He could not penetrate its mystery. It was as if Junlin had become an entirely different person, no longer timid or subservient. And Junlin's eyes, in one suns and moons, rose and fell amid swirling constellations. In the other, countless stars plummeted in cataclysmic ruin. One eye mirrored the primordial chaos birthing creation anew, the other embodied absolute annihilation. Wang Hao froze stunned. In what terrifying eyes! Junlin must have inherited an extraordinary— Brother Hao, this is no human, it's a ghost, Nun Man whispered, trembling with dread. Ghost. Nonsense. Have you ever seen a ghost unafraid of sunlight? Have you ever seen a ghost with green face and fangs? In Wang Hao retorted icily, words that struck Yi Junlin like thunder. Could it be true? Was he truly still alive? Had last night's dream been real? Had he awakened his system and survived death itself? Yi Junlin, hand over whatever you've obtained. I swear I'll never trouble you again. What do you say? Here, 20 taels of silver. Take it. Consider it payment. 20 taels. That's enough to live comfortably for a full year. Wang Hao declared with arrogant confidence. He was the illegitimate son of the patriarch of the Wang family, one of Qingshi City's 3 great clans, powerful beyond challenge, feared throughout the city. Temporarily placed under foster care in Chongqing village, he bore the weight of that lineage, and its thus Wang Hao ruled with unchecked arrogance, unchallenged by any. Oh, you really have that much money? Ni Junlin asked bluntly. His thatched hut was no longer livable. He needed new clothes, most urgently a proper meal. Of course, everything here is yours so long as you surrender what I seek. Wang Hao withdrew a heavy coin purse from his robe. Very well, I shall accept your generosity without further protest. Ni Junlin's expression hardened, and in the blink of an eye he vanished from sight. Impressive, exactly 20 taels. Yi Junlin stood motionless, holding the purse open before him. You? Wang Hao's face paled. When had the purse left his grasp and appeared in Yi Junlin's hands? Now let us settle accounts. All the grievances between us accumulated over these years. Yi Junlin casually tucked the purse away and regarded Wang Hao with icy detachment. Yi Junlin, what do you intend? Do not forget, I am of the Wang family of Qingshi City. You dare not touch me. Wang Hao shouted, voice brittle with false bravado. Let me leave today and I'll pretend none of this happened. He repeated, desperation creeping into his tone. Fear had taken root. He knew from that single display of uncanny speed that Yi Junlin had changed. No longer the boy he'd once bullied without consequence. Pretend nothing happened. Humph. Ni Junlin shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. Shall all the suffering you inflicted upon me simply vanish into thin air? Wang Hao, you underestimate me utterly. Ni's expression turned glacial. Without another word, he stepped forward and seized Wang Hao's throat. Ga? Yi Junlin, spare me. Spare me. I'll never dare again. Wang Hao choked out, his face contorting in agony. He tasted the acrid tang of imminent death. Yi Junlin, calm down. Think. Kill me and the Wang family of Qingshi City will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Better to release me now. I swear. Never again will I come near you. Wang Hao's face flushed crimson. He was suffocating. Deep within his eyes burned venomous hatred. He vowed, this bastard would die 1,000 deaths. Crack. F. A sharp, sickening snap echoed, the sound of bone shattering. Wang Hao screamed as all 5 limbs were shattered one by sheer force. That pain, those who know. Thud. Ni Junlin released his grip and flung Wang Hao outward like refuse. Mercy. Mercy, elder brother. Ni's lackeys wet themselves on the spot, chilled to the marrow. Their hearts hammered with primal terror. They saw Wang Hao foaming at the mouth, eyes rolling white before collapsing unconscious, and scrambled forward, crawling, bowing low before Yi Junlin. You enabled tyranny. Go join him. Yet Yi Junlin's heart remained too soft. He crippled them, but spared their lives. Born anew from a modern civilized world, he could not bring himself to kill. It is time to leave this place. Ni Junlin resolved to journey to Qingshi City, the nearest metropolis. He could now cultivate, but knew not his own cultivation realm. Once he had been but an ordinary mortal, confined and powerless. Now he was a cultivator, and eager to behold the world in all its vastness, in which youth has not dreamed of galloping on horseback, sword in hand, heart ablaze with boundless ambition. Qingshi City. Ni Junlin strolled along its bustling streets. Every passerby a cultivator, the lowest among them ranked as first-rank martial apprentices. He approached Tianxiang restaurant, intending to enter. Halt. Do you even know where you dare a beggar like you set foot inside Tianxiang restaurant? The waiter sneered, blocking Yi Junlin's path. He judged him instantly, a penniless vagrant surely here to scavenge scraps. His tunic was patched, haphazardly threadbare, and worn. No sign he could afford even a single meal. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Eternal. Unchanging. Yi Junlin murmured softly, then stepped calmly into Tianxiang restaurant. Are your ears broken? Get out now. The waiter's expression shifted. His hand shot out, aiming for Yi Junlin's nape. A 4th-rank martial apprentice, he'd subdue a beggar with ease. After all, a dignitary of great stature dined within today. If this beggar disturbed the meal, his life would end before sunset. Leave. Ni Junlin's gaze turned frost-sharp. He uttered only that single word. Boom. and like lightning striking flesh the waiter flew backward, slammed into the wall then crumpled to the floor. Blood gushed from his mouth. Then, silence. He lay unconscious, utterly defeated. He still couldn't understand why such a powerful cultivation resided in a mere beggar. At that moment a rough voice erupted from above the tavern. Soon everyone witnessed a middle-aged man in splendid attire descending slowly from the second floor. This middle-aged man was exuding a formidable aura, clearly indicating his extraordinary cultivation level. This is Manager Li. It is said that his prowess is on par with the heads of the other 3 major families in Qingshi City. Someone whispered, "What do you know? This Manager Li appears to be just a steward, but in truth, he is also affiliated with the Wanbage. Otherwise why would no one dare to touch him?" Someone else added. "What? He is actually a person from Wanbage. Now the show is about to get interesting." Someone exclaimed in surprise. Wanbage is one of the most powerful forces in the entire Xia kingdom. Even the royal family must give it some face. The Wanbage here is merely a small branch. Its influence extends throughout the Tianwu continent. This beggar dares to cause trouble in Tianxiang Tavern. He probably won't see the sun rise tomorrow, someone said mockingly. Suddenly the speaker felt as if struck by lightning being sent flying backwards. He had merely been glared at by Yi Junlin. Just moments ago no one had seen Yi Junlin make a move, but now they clearly understood. With just a glare that person was sent flying never to move again. "Sir, making a move in my Tianxiang Tavern, you must provide me with an explanation today," the middle-aged man said, his pupils constricting sharply as he looked sternly at Yi Junlin. "Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want?" Yi Junlin had no desire to explain the innkeeper's disrespectful behavior. "It seems you intend to oppose my Tianxiang Tavern." The middle-aged man's expression turned cold. No one had ever been so arrogant in Tianxiang Tavern, especially given that the tavern had the backing of Wanbage. "With your mere 10th tier martial master status, do you think you can speak to me this way? Is this your confidence?" Yi Junlin said lightly. The middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly serious. This ragged young man could actually see through his cultivation. There were only 2 possibilities. The first was that the young man's cultivation was higher than his own. The second was that the young man possessed a treasure that allowed him to discern others' cultivation. The middle-aged man took a defensive stance, ready to strike at any moment. "Lead us, stop." A melodious voice like that of a lark echoed. A graceful figure descended from the second floor, her figure lithe, and her face partially concealed by a gossamer veil. Her large watery eyes and long lashes added to her allure. Though her face was not fully visible, one could tell that this woman possessed a breathtaking beauty. "Miss." Manager Li immediately bowed respectfully to this woman. "This young master, it is our oversight, who I hope he can forgive us. Please prepare the finest food and wine for this young master. This meal is on Tianxiang Tavern. Young master, please enjoy. It was merely a misunderstanding by my staff. I hope you can be magnanimous." The woman gently addressed Yi Junlin. For some reason she felt as if Yi Junlin could see right through her. Yi Junlin remained silent, directly taking a seat at an empty table, completely ignoring the woman. "You..." Manager Li was about to explode. "It's nothing, let's go." The woman cast one last deep glance at Yi Junlin before turning to ascend. "Miss, he is just a beggar. How could he dare to ignore you?" Manager Li said discontentedly, standing. "This person is not simple. You are no match for him," the girl said slowly. "What?" Manager Li's face changed dramatically. He was currently at the peak of martial master level, just a step away from advancing to great martial master. How could this ragged boy not be his match? He was just a youth, not very old. Could it be that he had already reached the great martial master level? In Xingfeng City, or even in the imperial capital, such a young man reaching the great martial master level would be considered a prodigy. In the Tianwu continent, everyone revered martial cultivation. The levels of martial cultivation are divided into martial apprentice, martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, great martial master, martial spirit, martial sect, martial king, martial emperor, martial sage, and martial deity. At this moment a commotion arose on the street, filled with curses and the sound of iron hooves. "I am Wang Gu, the head of the Wang family. Oh, I request the tavern manager to allow me entry to capture the murderer of my son." A strong voice rang out in front of Tianxiang Tavern. "So it is the head of the Wang family. I wonder what murderer you speak of in my Tianxiang Tavern." Manager Li appeared again at the door, cupping his fists in greeting to Wang Gu. "Manager Li, my Wang family has had dealings with you. Oh, I asked for your convenience today. This well, just don't cause trouble inside." Manager Li replied. "That goes without saying. You please rest assured, Manager Li, this small token of appreciation, I hope you won't find it unsatisfactory." Wang Gu pulled out a silver note worth 1,000 taels and quietly handed it to Manager Li. Manager Li accepted it without showing any change in demeanor. "Kid, you have some guts," Wang Gu sneered. "You crippled my son, and then come here to feast on his wealth. His expression was cold, an aura of killing intent emanating from him. He was certain it was this person, as no one else around was dressed so ragged. Clearly he had come from the village. Wang, how a villainous scoundrel deserved to die. And I showed mercy by merely crippling him, not killing him outright. Yi Junlin said casually. What are you? Just a wild man who dares to compare with my son. A trash like you dying is no loss. Do you even know how worthless your life is? When I catch you, you will know what true suffering is. And the others from Chongqing village, I will make them pay. Wang Gu said with a cold laugh. Sigh, without ruthless methods you cannot stand firm. You spare a life, and yet they do not appreciate it. Instead, they refuse to repent. Since that is the case, I shall annihilate the Wang family of Qingshi City. Yi Junlin sighed and shook his head. His moment of mercy had instead become the reason for others to insult and berate him. At that time he participated in the hunting competition in Qingfeng County and entered a secret place. When he emerged, he was already gravely injured, looking as if he was about to die. I never expected that. Come here, take this wild man back to me, and I will ensure you understand what true pain feels like. Wang Gu's face darkened as he spoke to Yi Junlin. Pain beyond endurance. Yi Junlin sneered. He was no longer the person he once was. In the past he was bullied and had to endure everywhere. But now, although he did not know the extent of his cultivation, he was certain that it was not something the likes of these insignificant brats could look down upon. Moreover, he vaguely recalled the system mentioning a reward of 100,000 years of cultivation. Even if he were a waste, it was impossible for him to have cultivated for 100,000 years and still not be able to contend with even a peak martial master, right? What nonsense. Take him away. Wang Gu shouted with a gloomy expression. At that moment, Manager Li realized that the person Wang Gu wanted to capture was actually Yi Junlin, whom he had initially looked down upon. This young man was a significant figure. He could not afford to offend him. Such young prodigies generally had a sect or a powerful master backing them. He was definitely not someone Manager Li could provoke. Although the Tianxiang Pavilion was backed by the Wanbao Pavilion, the Wanbao Pavilion would not support him because he was merely a small manager. Wang Gu, what are you doing? This young brother is someone you can lay hands on. Manager Li said angrily. He knew that his young lady had mentioned that this young man was not inferior to him and was likely at the great martial master level. He naturally believed in his young lady. After all, she was the daughter of the Wanbao Pavilion of noble status. Even the emperor of the Xia Kingdom would have to pay his respects before her. Since the young lady was traveling incognito, he naturally needed to perform well. Brotherly, what is this? Wang Gu was taken aback and hurriedly asked. What do you mean by this? This young brother is a distinguished guest of our Tianxiang Pavilion. How can you simply catch him at will? Manager Li retorted indignantly. He then directly threw the 1,000 taels of silver note he had received from Wang Gu back at him. Now was a great opportunity to befriend Yi Junlin. If he did not step forward now, when would he? If he could befriend a young talent, the benefits in the future would be... Alright, very good, Manager Li, I Wang have noted this down, Wang Gu said with a reluctant expression as he looked at Manager Li. Even though he was unwilling, he dared not speak harshly to Manager Li. Although the Wang family was one of the top 3 families in Qingshi City in the eyes of the Wanbao Pavilion, they were no better than ants. He firmly believed in this. You can protect him for a time, but not for a lifetime. Unless he lives in your Tianxiang Pavilion forever otherwise. Wang Gu said with a cold smile. We will leave. As soon as this wild seed appears, kill him. Wang Gu said with a sneer. An insignificant ant dares to challenge a dragon. Indeed, truly unaware of his own mortality. Manager Li chuckled coldly as he watched Wang Gu walk away. In his eyes, who was Yi Junlin? He was a young talent. Just based on his age and cultivation, he could be considered a young prodigy, even in the capital of the Xia Kingdom, let alone in this small Qingshi city. In the Tianwu continent, there were countless nations like the Xia Kingdom, as numerous as dust. Qingshi City was merely one of the weakest cities in Qingfeng County, which had 3,000 cities. Located on the edge of the barbarian beast forest, it constantly faced threats from savage beasts. At the same time, it could be said that the resources for cultivation were severely lacking here. It was already quite good if a few peak martial masters could emerge from the entire Qingshi city. Naturally, those like Wang Gu who had reached the peak martial master level were quite arrogant. After all, such cultivation could already be considered powerful. The Wang family had occupied Qingshi city for decades and could be said to be deeply rooted. Wait! Yi Junlin slowly called out. Humph! What wild seed have you come to your senses? Just now I was planning to leave you with a whole corpse, but now even if you kneel before me, I will make you suffer unbearable pain wishing for death. Wang Gu said, coldly ignoring everyone around. The enmity between us must not end until one of us dies, right? Does that mean from now on everyone in the Wang family will want to kill me upon seeing me? Yi Junlin said to Wang Gu with a calm gaze. Of course. Do you think you can remain safe after breaking my son's limbs? Wang Gu replied with a contempt. This is a deadly feud, one that must not end until one of us dies. If I did not know you were an orphaned wild seed, you would already be kneeling at your parents' graves right now. Wang Gu said coldly. Buzz. A resonant sound echoed in the air that everyone could hear. A terrifying chill spread across Junlin's eyes. The matter of his parents was his absolute taboo. When he was reborn, he was merely an infant, but he remembered that night his war-godlike father shattered the barrier with a single punch and vanished into the immortal light. It was not that his parents wanted to abandon him, but rather to attract powerful enemies. Back then, Junlin lived with an old man in Chongqing village. Later, when this old man passed away, he was left behind in Chongqing village. At that time, he already had the mind of an adult, so he could remember clearly. Although he had cultivation now. The more this was the case, the more shocked Junlin felt. When he had no cultivation before, he merely thought of his parents as super strong beings. But now he realized only half of the truth about the kind of existence his parents were. They were definitely. He did not even know how to describe them. In that case, the Wang family must be exterminated. Today it starts with you. Junlin said Ha ha ha. What did I just hear? A wild seed dares to say my Wang family will be exterminated. Ha ha ha. Don't say I am bullying the weak. I stand here today, come and exterminate me. Wang Gu laughed maniacally. In that case, you can go die. Junlin said with a calm expression. All right, today I will see how you kill me. Wang Gu said disdainfully. Just an ant daring to boast. After saying this, Junlin slowly extended his index finger and lightly pointed at Wang Gu. Ha ha ha, you think a single finger can take me down? Wang Gu laughed loudly, but suddenly, as if he encountered something terrifying. His face changed drastically. He didn't even have the courage to resist Junlin's finger. He could only watch powerless as that single finger descended. There before countless onlookers, Wang Gu crumbled instantly into fine dust. A mere pile of ash remained where he had stood. Every witness shuddered violently. This youth clad in tattered rags was terrifying beyond measure. Could this boy be a prodigy from Qingfeng Prefecture? Someone murmured among the crowd. Impossible. If he truly hailed from Qingfeng Prefecture, would the head of the Wang family dare offend him? Another retorted immediately. All were consumed by curiosity about Junlin's true identity. Master. A cry of anguish tore from a Wang clansman. You dare slay our patriarch. One day we shall surely kill you. A voice shouted, trembling with bravado and fear alike. Then without pause he fled with the remaining Wang retainers, leaving even Wang Gu's ashes behind. Junlin did not flinch. He had declared the Wang family doomed, and doom it would be. Ignoring the stunned, horrified gazes around him, he remained utterly unmoved. Still seated calmly upon his chair, he continued eating his meal. Delicious, nourishing fare, the first truly satisfying meal he had tasted since arriving in this world. With quiet dignity and unbroken composure he ate, while those nearby dared not even breathe too loudly lest they suffer the same fate as the fallen patriarch. Settle the bill. Junlin said, his voice cool and detached. Ah, my young friend. This meal is on me. I feel an instant kinship with you. Manager Li hurried forward, bowing obsequiously. Privately, he marveled anew at the discernment of the Wanbao Pavilion's young mistress. Unbeknownst to him, the young mistress herself stood silently at the second-floor corridor watching Junlin, her eyes wide with profound, incomprehensible shock. No one knew the source of that dread. Perhaps only she understood its depth. I do not care for debts, Junlin remarked, calm and unyielding. Your total comes to 10 taels of silver. Today marks our 8th anniversary, so we're offering a 10% discount. Just 1 tael will suffice. A flash of avaricious gold gleamed briefly in Manager Li's eyes as he spoke. He would stop at nothing to forge a bond with Junlin. No need. Junlin tossed down 10 taels of silver and strode out of Qianxiang Tavern, heading straight toward the Wang residence. As if 10 taels mattered. The annihilation of the entire Wang family meant all their wealth, their lands, treasures, and holdings would now belong to him. Even if their fortune fell short of national-scale riches, it certainly exceeded hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Now this promises spectacle. I heard the young man declare he'd eradicate the Wang family. Someone exclaimed, and immediately followed. They yearned to witness how this youth would dismantle the Wang family. After witnessing that single devastating technique, none doubted his capability. All along the way, a long, winding procession trailed behind Junlin, spectators eager to see the fall of an entire clan. Outrageous. You worthless cowards. You stood idle while another slaughtered your patriarch. And then you fled, leaving his body unattended. The Wang clan's elder patriarch glared furiously at the disheveled guards who had staggered back in panic. Though the Wangs had resided in Qingshi City for decades, they remained outsiders, relying entirely on unwavering unity to survive. Without such cohesion, they would long ago have been devoured by rival families. Worthless fools. Summon every guard in the Wang residence. Follow me to Tianxiang Tavern, the elder patriarch bellowed. The elder patriarch. He said we should wait. He'll come to us. The lead guard whispered timidly. Huh. He kills our patriarch, and dares march upon our ancestral home. Today I shall see whether he bears 3 heads and 6 arms. The elder patriarch sneered. Does everyone believe the Wang family is weak and easy prey? Fetch our senior elders. Tell them our clan faces extinction and the ancestral patriarch must intervene. His words, if overheard beyond these walls, would send shockwaves across Qingshi City. When had the Wang family ever revealed an ancestral patriarch? And judging by the elder patriarch's tone, this elder was no ordinary cultivator. His cultivation realm would leave all speechless. Boom. At that very moment, the Wang residence's main gate shattered inward, splintering violently. Dust billowed, wooden fragments scattered like rain. From the haze came a voice, calm, unshaken. Today, I have come to erase the Wang family from existence. Junlin stepped forth slowly from the cloud of dust, speaking softly. A mere stripling dares desecrate our ancestral home. He possesses some cultivation, but has forgotten even his own name, roared the elder patriarch. Where are the Wang guards? He thundered the command. Seize this arrogant fool, who knows neither heaven nor earth. With a collective whoosh, the guards surged forward as one, weapons drawn, converging upon Junlin. I speak once only today. I am here to annihilate the Wang family. All who are not of the Wang bloodline, leave now and your lives shall be spared. Hesitate and face death without mercy. This was Junlin's sole offer of clemency. Any outsider who chose life could depart unharmed. But those who refused would reap only merciless retribution. Yet the charging guards wore expressions of absolute, unquestioning loyalty. Junlin's warning held no weight in their hearts or minds. Mercy spares only those willing to accept it. Junlin sighed, shaking his head. Then, a soft, piercing whistle cut through the air as he raised his right hand and pointed. Wherever his finger lingered, a guard exploded into crimson mist. Within mere breaths, half the Wang clan's elite guard lay dead, many unaware even of their own demise, paralyzed by sheer terror. They stared at Junlin, eyes wide with horror. Each glance from him meant certain death. I'm not of the Wang bloodline. I'm just a hired hand. Spare me. Spare me. A guard dropped his weapon and screamed in abject terror. Clang. The rest followed suit, discarding arms and crying out for mercy in unison. Opportunity was granted and forfeited. Now die. Junlin stated, voice devoid of inflection. Blind loyalty that rejects salvation deserves no pity. To uproot weeds without destroying their roots invites regrowth with the spring wind. How heartless you are. We've already begged for our lives. Even as a vengeful specter, I shall never forgive you. A guard shrieked defiantly, his gaze locked upon Junlin, not as a man, but as a slaughterer incarnate. Curses and invectives poured from their lips, each word a futile curse hurled against inevitability. Yet Junlin remained oblivious to it all. Impudence. Who dares to be so audacious in the Wang family? At that moment, an ancient voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned, overwhelmed by such a powerful tone and immense spiritual energy. This was no ordinary person. Indeed, above the Wang family, an old man in a blue robe hovered in the air, coldly observing everything. The old man's gaze was indifferent, with cold light bursting from his eyes, pressuring everyone present to lower their heads. The oppressive aura was simply overwhelming. Wang family ancestor Wang Changqing. It's actually Wang Changqing, he is still alive. An older cultivator among the onlookers exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, someone quickly asked who Wang Changqing was. Wang Changqing was the head of the Wang family. At that time, he participated in the hunting competition in Qingfeng County and entered a secret place. When he emerged, he was already gravely injured, looking as if he was about to die. I never expected that after all these years he has reached such a level. Everyone outside believed he was dead, but it seems he obtained great fortune inside, said a cultivator, shaking his head. This young man is in danger. To be able to stand in midair already indicates he is a martial spirit expert, remarked an elder cultivator with a hint of envy in his eyes. What? Martial spirit? It's actually martial spirit. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. A martial spirit expert is not something Qingstone City possesses. Even in Qingfeng County, they are a formidable presence. Indeed, only by reaching the martial spirit level can one hover in the air. Clearly, the Wang family's ancestor has attained martial spirit prowess. What about the Lord of Qingstone City? Could he just stand by and watch this wild seed act so impudently? Wang Changqing said lightly. I am here. Wang family ancestor, after 30 years apart, you are well. A middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd speaking somewhat obsequiously. I just emerged from closed-door cultivation and heard that someone dared to act recklessly in Qingstone City, and even intends to destroy the Wang family. Do you think you can wipe out the Wang family? Do you not know how much the Wang family has contributed to Qingstone City? This lord hurried over just in time, and today I shall eliminate the threat for the people. The city lord declared with righteous indignation. Around them voices of disdain echoed. Everyone knew this was not about eliminating a threat. It was merely the city lord's fear of offending the Wang family. Are you sure you want to join their ranks? Yi Junlin gazed calmly at the city lord, and in an inexplicable way the city lord felt a chill run down his spine under Yi Junlin's steady gaze. He felt no hint of Yi Junlin's aura at all. He's just a down-and-out youth. Could he possibly stir up any? How? You are committing violence here. I, as the city lord, must intervene. The city lord felt humiliated to be intimidated by a youth, and immediately shouted. Even so, the city lord's residence no longer needs to exist. Yi Junlin said indifferently, his expression always calm and unperturbed. City lord, do you see you? Such an arrogant person daring to disregard the city lord's residence, what punishment should he face? Wang Changqing said calmly. I am the city lord appointed by the current emperor of Xia. What are you? Dare to threaten me? The city lord glared at Yi Junlin somewhat enraged. Yi Junlin completely ignored him and walked straight towards the Wang family. You have guts to ignore me? Summon the city guards at once and execute this brat on the spot. The city lord, however, was clever enough to directly instruct his subordinates. He intended to buy time, as calling for troops would also take a while. By then perhaps this youth would already be dead. This way he could curry favor with the Wang family without offending them. Wait. At that moment a clear voice rang out. The young lady from Wanbao Pavilion rushed over, looking at the tense scene. Behind her an old man closely followed. The old man maintained a distance of 1 meter from the young lady, indicating he was a formidable expert. Miss Wan, what brings you here? The city lord's expression shifted drastically upon seeing her, and he hurried to the young lady's side, asking respectfully. He clearly recognized her as the young lady of Wanbao Pavilion. Although he did not know how powerful Wanbao Pavilion was, he knew of a law in the Xia Kingdom. Wanbao Pavilion operates without needing approval from the royal family and can act freely. Just this one law was enough to illustrate how powerful Wanbao Pavilion was. He cannot be harmed. Wan Xia lightly parted her lips to speak. Yes, your word is law. The city lord hurriedly replied. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at Yi Junlin's good fortune for being backed by such a powerful ally. Now it was Yi Junlin's turn to be somewhat bewildered. He did not recall having any connections with this veiled young lady from Wanbao Pavilion. Is that ancestor Wang really a martial spirit? Indeed, Miss Wang Changqing has now reached the pinnacle of the martial spirit level and can step into the martial sect at any time. The old man behind Wan Xia spoke casually. What? He is actually at the pinnacle of martial spirit. The city lord's body shook, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ancestor Wang, you cannot touch this person. The city lord immediately turned to Wang Changqing and said, Shut up. Not only will the Wang family be destroyed, but the city lord's residence will meet the same fate. Some matters cannot simply be brushed aside with a few words. Yi Junlin said directly, unimpressed. What a joke. Did he need others to plead for him? Grandpa Li, if he does not prove to be a match, I will need you to step in and save him. Wan Xia looked at the old man behind her. Miss, do not worry. He is merely a martial spirit. But miss, is it worth it for this brat? Old Li slowly shook his head. You all saw it. It is not that this old ancestor is unwilling to let him go, but he insists on seeking death with no other options. Wang Changqing said slowly. Just a moment ago, when Wan Xia wanted to protect Yi Junlin, he felt a tremor in his heart. What if he let him? Such a young individual, who could kill a martial master if he trained for a few more years, he would become Yi Junlin's underling. But now Yi Junlin had outright refused, and he had the chance to eliminate this brat directly. This way even Wanbao Pavilion would not say much. Puff. Thud. Bang. The sound of human bodies exploding echoed continuously as Yi Junlin casually pointed, causing the Wang family members to burst one after another. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, turning the place into a hell on earth. Bastard, you will die. Wang Changqing could no longer remain seated, watching his Wang family's descendants perish one by one. He plunged down from the void, his aged hand reaching out to slap Yi Junlin directly. The sound of an explosion echoed in everyone's ears. Bastard, meet your end. Behold my mountain-shattering palm. Wang Qingshan shouted with a roar. The mountain-shattering palm was immensely powerful, said to be capable of splitting mountains with a single strike when perfected. Old fool, you keep calling me a bastard today, I shall send you to your grave. Yi Junlin's eyes glimmered with a cold light. He slowly raised his right hand without any technique, without the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. He simply swung it towards Wang Chongqing. Yes, it was like slapping him directly across the face. Some wondered why Yi Junlin did not use any technique. Isn't that obvious? He had just acquired 100,000 years of cultivation and did not know any techniques at all. It could be said that everything at this moment was merely supported by overwhelming spiritual energy. Everyone believed Yi Junlin was doomed. After all, he was facing a genuine martial spirit powerhouse, and Wang Chongqing was undoubtedly the strongest in the entire Qingshi city. Even when old Li, who stood behind Wan Xia, was about to intervene, a crisp sound rang out. Slap. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at the battlefield. In that place there was no sign of Wang Chongqing or the Wang family's ancestors. Only Yi Junlin stood quietly in place. What happened? Where is he? Everyone widened their eyes desperately, trying to find Wang Chongqing's figure. But they could not see him, they simply could not find him. Old Li, did you see anything? Wan Xia looked blankly towards Yi Junlin and asked. I couldn't see in that instant, I couldn't even see his speed. Old Li said, his face filled with shock. When the city lord heard this, he trembled all over, nearly wetting himself. He truly had not expected this young man to be so terrifying. And recalling the words this young man had just spoken, to destroy the Wang family and the city lord's mansion, the city lord was even more terrified. Good dying well, a deserved death. The Wang family has committed countless atrocities over the years, deserving of death. This young hero is indeed a dragon among men. He has removed a great threat from Qingshi city. How delightful indeed. This young brother may not know, but I have always detested the Wang family. They have caused me endless trouble over the years. The city lord stepped forward to flatter him. However, Yi Junlin paid him no mind and walked straight towards the remaining members of the Wang family. Dead. Just like that. The Wang family members said in disbelief, each one looking as if they had lost their souls, their eyes vacant. You dare kill me. You dare destroy my entire clan. The Wang family's elder looked disdainfully at Yi Junlin and said, my son is a disciple of the Royal Academy. If you dare kill me, you will surely die. I know you are an orphan, but with the Royal Academy's methods, it is only a matter of time before they find your parents. When that time comes, even your parents will have to die. The Wang family elder said viciously. The Royal Academy, you say? If they provoke me, they will be annihilated. Yi Junlin replied indifferently. Your son is in the Royal Academy. It seems I must pay them a visit as well. Yi Junlin understood well that failing to eradicate the roots would lead to endless troubles. He had often read novels before and was naturally aware of certain matters. The protagonist showed mercy and spared a child only to find that the child was filled with hatred. In the not-a-distant future, they would directly capture the protagonist's beloved and use her as leverage. In front of Yi Junlin, those who did not exist would all have to die. Wait for your son on the road to the underworld. Yi Junlin raised his hand and pointed at the Wang family elder. A beam of light appeared, instantly piercing through the Wang family elder. Thus the Wang family was completely annihilated. Everyone was astonished. This young man was terrifyingly powerful, but what was more shocking was his ruthless nature. To easily wipe out an entire clan could only be described as heartless. Ding. Sign-in location being published. Sign-in location, Royal Academy of the Summer Kingdom. Do you accept? Mission sign-in successful. The host is rewarded with 100,000 cultivation techniques, secret arts, and skills. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a mission in Yi Junlin's mind. Confirm acceptance. Yi Junlin was momentarily stunned and then filled with joy. He currently had a wealth of cultivation but did not know any techniques or manuals. This time he had originally planned to head to the Royal Academy of the Summer Kingdom just in time to sign in and eliminate the Wang family elder's son. 100,000 techniques and manuals. If the system was involved, they would certainly not be ordinary items. At that point, he would truly be able to crush his enemies. Unlike now, he could only rely on his overwhelming cultivation and did not know any techniques or martial arts. It could be said that Yi Junlin was completely outmatched in battles of the same level. Without techniques or martial skills, anyone of the same level could trample on him, torment him. However, in the Tianwu continent, there was no one who could match him at the same level. Swish! Bang! The city lord saw Yi Junlin's gaze turn towards him and immediately knelt to the ground. He was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling in fear. And master, I am a fool not to recognize greatness. Please spare my life. The city lord knelt and begged loudly. He knew that even if spared, he would never be able to hold his head high again. He would be discussed and scorned by countless people. But now no amount of face was worth losing a life. So all notions of face and dignity could go to hell. As long as he could survive, there was nothing he would not do, even if it meant kneeling down or even eating dirt. I said the city lord's mansion counts as one but must be destroyed. Yi Junlin spoke without a trace. Was he joking? An opportunity had just been given, yet he failed to seize it and now he wanted to mobilize troops to eliminate Junlin. Did he really think he was a pushover? That anyone could come up and bully him? Then upon realizing they were no match, they would bow their heads and apologize, and that would be the end of it. What kind of logic was that? In Junlin's understanding, if you want to kill me, be prepared for your clan to be annihilated. There is no such thing as an apology without consequences. If apologies were useful, then what was the point of cultivating? Upon hearing Junlin's words, the city lord immediately collapsed to the ground. He knew that he was done for. Although he was the city lord appointed by the emperor of the Summer Kingdom in the face of absolute power, even the royal family must bow down. This young lady's identity is indeed extraordinary. The city lord believes that as long as she speaks, Junlin might not be able to let him go. I can't help you, Wanxia said flatly. She did not want to ruin her relationship with Junlin for the sake of a city lord. In Junlin, she saw the figure of a youthful pinnacle powerhouse. At such a young age, possessing such cultivation is truly unimaginable. Having such cultivation at this age surely indicates that there is an extraordinary existence behind Junlin. Wanxia was merely sent out by the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion for training. She had a sudden whim to stop here while passing through the Summer Kingdom. However, after merely a few days of staying, she had originally planned to leave today. As a result, she encountered an abnormality like Junlin. Building a good relationship with such a youthful supreme would be greatly beneficial for her in the future. At the very least, she is the young lady of Wanbao Pavilion. Oh, what kind of geniuses has she not seen? A young man suddenly emerging from such a small place with unfathomable cultivation. The city lord was utterly desperate, yet his strong desire for survival did not lead him to choose to give up resistance. Whooshed! He jumped away from his original spot. His figure flickered rapidly as he ran towards the distance. He did not want to die, and at the same time he felt regretful for having eaten too much today and having nothing to do. What was he doing in the Wang family, causing such a commotion, provoking such a powerful being? Whooshed! How could Junlin let him escape? A beam of light burst forth from his fingertip, instantly heading towards the city lord. The city lord, who was fleeing rapidly, trembled and was pierced through the forehead. Due to inertia, he ran forward for about 100 meters before crashing to the ground. Your strength is impressive. I am Wanxia from Wanbao Pavilion. I wonder if you would be interested in visiting our Wanbao Pavilion. As for the remnants of the city lord's manor, Wanbao Pavilion is willing to clear them for you. Wanxia stepped forward and said to Junlin. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Junlin's mouth as he nodded in agreement. He wanted to see what Wanxia. In just one day, the Wang family and the city lord's manor were completely destroyed with no survivors. This caused a huge uproar throughout the entire Qingshi city. However, Junlin, the main party involved, was leisurely enjoying tea in Wanbao Pavilion. Wanbao Pavilion is indeed impressive. It has everything from cultivation techniques to martial skills and elixirs, Junlin said with a smile. This is merely a small branch in Qingshi city. Is there anything that young Master Yi is interested in? As long as you speak, the whole venue is only 10%, Wanxia said with a charming smile. Currently, she was not wearing a veil, revealing a face that could enchant anyone. Truly, she could be described as a beauty that could topple a city. That is not necessary. I only need a few sets of clothing, Junlin said. He currently lacked nothing, as the accumulation of decades from the Wang family and the city lord's manor was now in his hands. He could be considered wealthy now, at least here in Qingshi city. After all, cultivators have never cared about worldly wealth. It is merely dirt in their eyes. In the true cultivation world, gold and silver treasures are worthless. When Junlin emerged after changing his attire, Wanxia was genuinely taken aback. At this moment, Junlin wore a luxurious purple-patterned robe. His tall figure had his hair casually tied behind him, and his eyes shone so brightly that they were blinding. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, he was handsome to the extreme. A person like this is as precious as jade. Young master is unmatched in the world, exclaimed Li Lao, who stood behind Wanxia. Junlin was indeed strikingly handsome, a living embodiment of a beautiful man, and describing him as stunningly beautiful would not be an exaggeration. Young Master Yi, what are your plans next? Li Lao asked with a smile. Achieving the cultivation of a martial spirit, or even a martial lord at such a young age, is truly astonishing and worthy of the title of genius. The Imperial City, the Royal Academy, Junlin replied flatly. One must eliminate the roots when dealing with weeds, otherwise they will grow back endlessly. Although they may not pose a threat to him. However, to avoid some minor troubles, he decided to deal with it casually. Just right, we are also heading to the Imperial City. Why don't we travel together? Wanxia's captivating eyes looked at Junlin as she said, with my old legs I can take you to the Imperial City in less than a day. Li Lao smiled and said, strong as he was, even if he rushed to the Imperial City without rest, it would still take about a day. Of course, if he took his time, it would be more leisurely, enjoying the scenery while traveling. Do you have any flying techniques? To be honest, although my cultivation is decent, I have never flown before. Junlin asked curiously. Li Lao and Wan Xia exchanged glances. In the world of cultivators who directly asks for cultivation techniques, it is disrespectful to others and can easily lead to death. One must understand that a powerful cultivator's foundation lies in their techniques. In the cultivation world, Junlin truly was a novice. He had no understanding of such matters. Moreover, they speculated that Junlin should have an extremely powerful master behind him. Why had he not been given cultivation techniques? Was this a test? They thought to themselves. But which master would not give their disciple cultivation techniques as a test? They were puzzled and could not understand. Cough cough, I have a heavenly grade technique, the dragon step, that you can. Li Lao directly pulled out a heavenly grade movement technique from his storage ring and handed it to Junlin. It was evident that Li Lao's expression was pained. This is a heavenly grade technique. In such a small place as the Summer Kingdom, even a mysterious grade technique is a royal treasure. Techniques are divided into 5 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, and human. Among them, human grade techniques can be cultivated even by ordinary people. Human grade is the lowest, while heavenly grade is currently the highest. Of course, there are higher levels beyond heavenly grade. Dragon step, a heavenly grade technique. Junlin said with some confusion. He then became immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. This was actually the first time Junlin had seen a martial skill technique. This young master truly deserves to be a youthful genius. It's just a glance, and he is already in a meditative state. Miss, how long do you think it will take this young master to comprehend the heavenly grade martial skill? Li Lao asked Wan Xia with a smile. I cannot see his cultivation, it is hidden very deeply. I spent over half a year comprehending a heavenly grade technique back then. I think he should take a shorter time than I did, about 2 months or so. Wan Xia said based on her own judgment. 2 months? Li Lao exclaimed in surprise. He knew the talent of his family's eldest miss well. In their region, the Wan family's daughter was renowned for her gifts. That place was rife with prodigies, countless scions of heaven who rose abruptly to fame. Even the Wan family's eldest miss ranked among them. And now their young lady praised a single youth so highly. If this news reached home, the prodigies there would scarcely remain calm. After all, acclaimed as the foremost beauty of that place, suitors had come like fish in a river, too many to count. To be honest, 2 months sounds too long, perhaps a month, or even half a month, Wan Xia said casually. Half a month for a celestial tier cultivation technique. Li Lao was utterly aghast. They turned their gazes to Junlin, who still sat with his eyes closed. From his form there seemed not the slightest aura of cultivation. He looked as ordinary as any mortal. Then without warning, an inexplicable energy blossomed from Junlin. It was not mere spiritual power but a kind of Dao resonance, suffusing him. What? He has already become that. The two of them cried in unison, disbelief ringing in their voices. Wan Xia's estimate of half a month had already been generous. Now they were truly shaken. What sort of aberration was this youth? Both had practiced the Yulong step and thus knew the sign of its success. With a soft whoosh, Junlin opened his eyes and 2 visible shafts of light burst forth from his gaze. In the next instant he vanished from where he had stood. A dragon's roar resounded across the sky as Junlin moved like a swimming dragon, his form elusive and shifting. He shimmered amid the air, then reappeared before them. Well, do I cultivate slowly? He asked, appearing almost amused. Wan Xia and Li Lao's faces soured. A mere body movement art, and it took me so long to master. Li Lao muttered. It seems his natural gift is nothing remarkable. Junlin shook his head and sighed. Seeing their silence, he briefly feared his own aptitude was wanting. Li Lao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, he could hardly meet their eyes. He had spent 5 whole years to truly comprehend it. This young man had mastered it in only a few breaths. Ahem. Since young master, ye has succeeded, let us set off for the Royal Academy. Wan Xia said, ahem. Since young master, ye has succeeded, let us set off for the Royal Academy, Wan Xia said with gentle composure. Truly she had chosen well, such talent was rare in the world. Very well. Then let us go, Junlin replied, and once more employed his body, art launching into the air. Beneath his feet materialized a vast azure dragon, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Its head resembled a camel, its horns a stag's, its eyes a hare's, its ears an ox's, its neck a serpent's, its belly like a sea bee's, scales like a carp, talons like an eagle, and paws like a tiger's. Upon its back there were 81 scales, 9 times 9, and 9 was the utmost number. How can this be? Li Lao trembled. An art manifesting in forms such perfection belongs only to the flourishing days of antiquity. Ancient records recalled an age when heroes vied and prodigies rose, when myriad clans stood side by side. The ancient era was in essence an age in which men were like dragons. In those days, most cultivators could bring their techniques to visible manifestation. That was the true supreme realm. Only when a technique was perfected to consummation could it fully unveil its strength. Could he simply possess an extraordinary constitution? Li Lao asked doubtfully. It was hard not to suspect Yi Junlin of being born with a special physique. There were for instance bodies innately attuned to the Tao, Xiantian Zion Lingdi, innate immortal spirit body, Xiantian Daodi, innate Tao body, and the like. Wan Xia also tried the Yulong step. A clear dragon's cry rang out, and a nearly solid dragon formed beneath her feet. Yi Junlin's dragon, however, was truly corporeal. Unless one used spiritual sense to perceive it, it would be indistinguishable from a real dragon. As its name suggests, the Yulong step unfolds like a swimming dragon, an elusive, unpredictable posture. Once certain of his direction, Yi Junlin stepped upon the azure dragon and vanished into the sky. After half a day, the three of them flew above the imperial city. Yi Junlin could have arrived before them, but the technique had been given by Li Lao, so he tarried and waited. They strolled along the way, appearing leisurely. Suddenly a roar came up from the capital below. Who goes there? The air above Xia country is closed to free flight. Descend at once and make your apologies. Someone bellowed from the imperial city. How dare you provoke the dignity of Xia country? Archers prepare, the imperial guard shouted as they saw the few figures in the sky who showed no sign of heeding them. Li Lao, never one for modesty, sneered. A mere Xia country quibbling before my presence. With a swift motion, Wan Xia produced a jade token and tossed it forward. The jade token flared into a blinding brilliance like a scorching sun. In an instant, every head in the capital turned toward the token's light. A colossal character, Wan, slowly coalesced and radiated searing light. This is a specially made jade token of the Wanbao Pavilion. Who are these people? Could they be honored guests of the Wanbao Pavilion? Some cultivators whispered in astonishment. At once the imperial guards fell back. When everyone recovered themselves and looked to the sky again, there was nothing. No trace of the three. The air seemed empty. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, many would have thought they had been dreaming or suffered a trick of the sight. A clear bell tolled through the capital, its sound ringing and lingering. Hurry! The Royal Academy's annual enrollment ceremony has begun. At that summons, countless cultivators rose to action. Many led their juniors and nephews to the Royal Academy to take part in the admission examinations. As the largest academy in Xia country, the Royal Academy's scale was immense. At its gates that day stood at least hundreds of thousands of youths assembled to contend in the enrollment contest. The scene was one of swelling ambition and expectation, each youth hoping to step through those gates and change their fate. The crowd was bustling, lively to the extreme. Yi Junlin and his companions stood quietly in a clearing observing. These were all young men and women with dreams. They came to this place with aspirations, each dreaming of becoming a member of the strong in the future. Yi Junlin had never seen anything like this. Since arriving in this world, he had known that these things were beyond his reach. He could not cultivate it all. But now he had suddenly gained the cultivation of 100,000 years. Although he himself did not know what level he currently stood at, he was aware that he was incredibly strong to an. Once he had also dreamed of being noticed by a wandering powerhouse who would declare that his talent was 1 in a billion and then take him away to impart teachings. Ding! Check-in at the Royal Academy grants you 100,000 martial arts manuals. Would you like to check in? The system's unique electronic voice resonated in Yi Junlin's mind. Confirm check-in, Yi Junlin said in his mind. Ding! Check-in successful. The host is rewarded with 100,000 martial arts techniques, which have been allocated to the storage ring. Please check. Yi Junlin immersed himself in thought, and indeed saw countless martial arts techniques and secret arts within the storage ring. Each one was extraordinary. By chance, Yi Junlin casually glanced at the names of many martial arts manuals. For example, Zhu Xian, Zhu Shi Shun Gong Fei Xian, and so on. Just the names alone revealed their immense power. Immortals. This was the longing that all cultivators dreamed of, for only immortals could exist eternally. To truly attain immortality with an endless lifespan. Ding! Would you like to integrate all martial arts techniques and secret arts? The system spoke in Yi Junlin's mind. Yi Junlin was taken aback. Could he really integrate them directly, as if receiving enlightenment? This would save him the time of comprehension. Could it be done this way? Confirm integration, Yi Junlin said in his mind. Boom! A loud explosion resonated in Yi Junlin's mind as an overwhelming surge of energy rushed in. The information contained within this energy was simply overwhelming. Various martial arts techniques and secret arts, Yi Junlin directly comprehended them all. Let alone what was considered heavenly grade martial arts. The lowest among these were supreme techniques. Although Yi Junlin did not know what supreme techniques were, they were at least beyond heavenly grade. For there had been no mention of supreme techniques below heavenly grade. All this happened in an instant. No one knew that Yi Junlin had mastered 100,000 martial arts in just a breath. If this were to be spoken of, no one would believe it. Typically, it would take years for someone to grasp such things to be considered a genius. How could anyone master 100,000 in just a breath? This was absolutely a dream. Silence. Suddenly a rough voice echoed throughout the Royal Academy. A burly man appeared in the air. Martial sect. This is a martial sect powerhouse. This is the Academy's mentor, a young man asked in admiration. If only I could become such a powerhouse one day, someone said enviously. To stand in the void was a symbol of martial spirit. However, the mentors of the Royal Academy were all at the level of the martial sect. I am Shan, the mentor responsible for the recruitment of new students at the Royal Academy. Next, you will need to pass 3 trials. Only those who can pass all 3 trials may enter my Royal Academy. New students must not exceed 18 years of age. Those over 18 who do not meet the requirements of a martial artist should go back. Shan said directly, giving no opportunity for the people below to respond. The first trial is the comprehension trial. This is fundamental to a person. If comprehension is too poor, there is almost no chance of becoming strong. Wait, a person's comprehension is not the only factor. As long as there is a spirit of hard work and perseverance, I believe there is still a chance to become strong. Yi Junlin looked at Shan and said indifferently. Shan was somewhat annoyed. Who was he? A dignified peak martial sect powerhouse. How could he be refuted by a mere youth? Are you saying that even someone without comprehension can become strong? Shan looked at Yi Junlin and said lightly. Originally his tone was rough, but upon seeing Yi Junlin, he softened his tone. Yi Junlin's presence was extraordinary, showing no hint of reverence towards a powerhouse. Such people were either naive or simply looked down upon powerhouses like them. Yes, they looked down upon martial sect powerhouses. Of course, without comprehension, as long as one is willing to work hard. Yi Junlin said. He had seen too many waste materials who eventually changed their life trajectories due to fortuitous encounters with heavenly treasures systems and the like. Ultimately, they reached the pinnacle. The second trial is the talent trial. The talents of cultivators are classified into mortal, human, yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven. The higher the talent, the greater the achievements. The lowest talent is mortal grade, which means one cannot cultivate. Shan continued, not dwelling on Yi Junlin's words. In his view, Yi Junlin was just a young boy. He would naturally understand these truths in the future. I do not agree with this. Since ancient times, indeed, high talent has represented a greater possibility of becoming strong. But talent cannot be the only standard to measure a person's achievements. Throughout history, how many have had exceptional talent? In the end, they often faded into the crowd. I have seen a legend, a mortal body, without any so-called talent or comprehension. Yet in the end, they shook the world, truly earning the title of a powerhouse throughout history. Oh, who is this powerhouse? Why have we not seen any record of this legendary figure in ancient texts? Shan asked with a cold smile. His temper was already fiery, and now Yi Junlin repeatedly challenged his authority. Even if he had the best temper, he could not help but feel frustrated. Ancient texts do not record it. Yi Junlin said directly. If you can't find it in the ancient texts, what are you doing here for attention? Someone unwillingly stood up and shouted. He wanted to leave a good impression on this mentor regardless of whether he could pass. At least it was about social etiquette. The third trial is the will trial. A cultivator should have a firm will and forge ahead. Those with weak will are prone to demonic deviation, falling into evil ways. Seeing that Yi Junlin had not said anything, Shan spoke again. Fortunately, he looked at Yi Junlin. This time, Yi Junlin did not say anything. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Junlin's calm voice made his body stiffen. What is righteous? What is evil? If you can't even distinguish between righteousness and evil, what do you cultivate? The young man who had just spoken mocked again. I only cultivate my own invincible path. Whether it is righteous or evil, as long as it does not bring trouble to me, I can live. If trouble comes to me, they must die. Yi Junlin said calmly. Do you really take yourself for an ancient power? Whoever you want dead shall die. The young man continued. Although I am not an ancient power today, I will ensure your death. Yi Junlin said lightly. Haha, I am standing right here, and I want to see how you will make me die. The young man had no idea what kind of existence he had provoked. Royal Academy prohibits killing. Shan said coldly. Anyone I wish to kill cannot be stopped. Yi Junlin said indifferently. Death. Yi Junlin merely uttered a single cold word. In an instant, the young man was struck as if by lightning, trembling all over. Then his eyes became vacant and his soul directly extinguished. Yi Junlin was employing a soul attack technique known as the silent soul decision. It struck directly at the person's soul, extinguishing it completely, overwhelmingly powerful. Bang! The young man collapsed to the ground, leaving those around him in shock. Boldly, what kind of sorcery are you using? In my royal academy, you dare to kill. Sher Shan bellowed. It was intolerable that someone killed under his very eyes. I have said anyone I wish to kill cannot be obstructed. Oh, anyone who obstructs shall die. Junlin stated directly. The crowd erupted in an uproar, discussing fervently. Which family's youth is this daring to speak so boldly, not fearing the backlash of his own words? Indeed, it is the fearless young calf. Someone said with a sneer. The Royal Academy is the largest academy in the entire Xia country, and its dean is the revered ancestor Xia Luyan. Moreover, he is the supreme powerhouse, his cultivation profound and unfathomable. Wants to oppose the Royal Academy. Let's see if he has the capital for it. Many people held a spectator's mentality. This junior, it is good to have some pride, but do not be too arrogant. Otherwise you will be the one to suffer in the end. A voice echoed throughout the martial arts arena. Then everyone saw a young man in white smiling as he walked out from the Royal Academy. He was cultured and elegant, giving a friendly impression like the boy next door. Ding, the destined child has been encountered, now issuing a task. Eliminate the destined child, rewards special crafted reincarnation body. Subdue the destined child as a subordinate, reward the flying immortal art. The system's comforting voice echoed in Junlin's mind. What is the reincarnation body? What is the flying immortal art? Junlin inquired. The reincarnation body can reincarnate all things in the world, even the Tao can be reincarnated. As long as you are strong enough, even the Tao cannot escape reincarnation. Everyone will encounter their true self on the road of reincarnation, reciting the monument of the immortal. And the flying immortal art allows one to become an immortal instantly, without drawbacks. From now on, enjoy an endless lifespan, coexisting with the heavens and earth, shining alongside the sun and moon. The system explained. Who does not wish to become immortal? Who does not cultivate for the sake of immortality? Truly arrogant, do you not give face to the first disciple of our Royal Academy? A follower behind the young man in white scoffed. What? That is the first disciple of the Royal Academy, Wang Changxing. I heard that even the Crown Prince wanted to recruit him, but was rejected. Someone said. Isn't that right? I heard that when he first arrived, he was just a servant disciple. Rumored to be a waste, bullied by everyone, unexpectedly endured for 3 years. After 3 years, his cultivation soared, going from a martial apprentice of the 3rd stage to a martial artist in just 10 days. Simply unbelievable. Now he is at the peak of martial artists, and all this has only been 3 months. Someone exclaimed. Wang Changxing, is he the Wang Changxing from the Wang family in Qingshi City? Junlin asked lightly. Indeed, he is the son of the elder of the Wang family in Qingshi City. Wang Changxing smiled and cupped his fists. Oh, the Wang family in Qingshi City has already been destroyed by me. You are the last one left. Junlin said with a smile. System, I choose to eliminate the destined child. Boom. What did you say? Wang Changxing was instantly struck, as if by lightning. The 3 great families of Qingshi City, the Wang family, was at the forefront. Do not mention such things. Just one elder of the Wang family is not something a young man can eliminate. The elder of the Wang family is a martial spirit-level powerhouse, truly a figure of great strength. In Xia country, it belongs to those who are to be titled as nobility. How could they be destroyed? That is a martial spirit, and there are not many in Xia country. Junlin and his group did not delay much time on their way, as the news had yet to spread. Oh, by the way, this thing should belong to your Wang family. Junlin seemed to recall something, taking out a family seal of the Wang family from his storage ring. No, in an instant Wang Changxing's expression turned into one of disbelief. He could not imagine that the Wang family had been destroyed. He remembered when he left his father's loving gaze and his mother's reluctant expression. He had thought he would surely become their pride. But now the entire Wang family had perished. How could he still become their pride? He had just begun to show promise, becoming the focal point of attention as a genius. He did not disappoint the expectations of his parents and relatives. Now he was one of the most admired talents in the entire Royal Academy. I will kill you. Wang Changxing's eyes turned red, radiating overwhelming killing intent as he shouted in despair. This departure from home turned out to be eternal. From now on they are worlds apart, never to meet again. Even so you shall die, Junlin declared as he prepared to strike down Wang Changxing. Stop! Suddenly a thunderous voice rang out. Wang Changxing abruptly halted. Master, I want revenge. Wang Changxing looked up to the sky where a refined middle-aged man spoke. Right now your cultivation does not match his. Given time, you will surely surpass him. This time I will not let him kill you. I will leave him for your future self. Morong Bai said, hands behind his back. What? Wang Changxing's master is actually the Vice President Morong Bai. The vice president of the Royal Academy Muronbai only in his 40s has already reached the level of a martial king. I heard that even Xia Luyan praises Muronbai's talent immensely. Someone exclaimed in awe. Otherwise, how could someone achieve the position of vice president by their 40s? Yes, master. Wang Chongqing nodded vigorously. He believed that as long as he was given time, he would be able to grow. Vice Dean, Shirshan, and the surrounding mentors and disciples respectfully bowed and saluted. Yi Junlin's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at Muronbai. You claim you'll spare my life. Ignoring Murongbai's words entirely, he continued, but I have no intention of sparing this last surviving member of the Wang family. Rest assured, starting today, I guarantee no one in the entire Xia kingdom will dare lay a hand on you. Live well, for my disciple shall one day seek vengeance upon you. Muronbai spoke calmly. Madness. The last scion of the Wang family, Dai. Yi Junlin found communication with the vice dean increasingly futile and cut straight to the point. Boom. Up. Wang Chongqing collapsed, instantly clutching his head. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. The man had endured for a full breath. He even managed a final agonized cry. After all, what cultivation level did Wang Chongqing possess? Merely the pinnacle of martial arts, no more. Yet he had withstood Yi Junlin's strike for a complete breath. In that instant, Yi Junlin concluded Wang Chongqing bore a supreme treasure. As a fated protagonist, he was inevitably blessed with extraordinary fortune. Yet such fortune offered no sanctuary before Yi Junlin. Not yet. Not while Wang Chongqing remained utterly unformed. Had any other cultivator, be it a martial master, grand martial master, or even a martial spirit or martial saint, attempted to slay him, success would have been uncertain. Wang Chongqing possessed hidden trump cards capable of saving his life. Yet none could withstand Yi Junlin's overwhelming might. Up. Murongbai's hair stood on end. He threw back his head and roared toward the heavens. He had never imagined his disciple would truly perish the moment Yi Junlin uttered the single word, die. This loss struck Murongbai's like an unbearable wound. He knew this disciple well, steadfast, tenacious, and gifted beyond measure. Given time to mature, he would surely rise as a sovereign power commanding vast territories. But now gone. All gone. This disciple had been painstakingly selected, now reduced to nothing. I will have you die. Muronbai spoke each word with grinding teeth. Boom. His formidable aura surged unchecked, vast, oppressive, and utterly unrestrained. Numerous weaker cultivators present crumpled to the ground, instantly unable to bear the crushing weight of his pressure. He cared for nothing else now. Only slaughter. Only the death of this youth before him. Others meant nothing to him, nor would he ever consider them. He hadn't even contemplated how high Yi Junlin's cultivation might be. In his mind, the youth relied solely on sinister, unorthodox methods. After all, Muronbai himself was a martial king, yet detected no fluctuation of spiritual energy whatsoever. What could a mere boy possibly achieve? Cease at once, Muronbai. Brawling is strictly forbidden within the Imperial Academy, and you as Vice Dean are unaware of this fundamental regulation. Moreover, he is a newly enrolled student. A voice resonating with immense authority descended upon them. Every soul felt their spirit tremble. Hail Dean! All mentors and students immediately bowed deeply toward a single direction. What an extraordinary day. Both Vice Dean Muronbai and Dean himself have appeared in person. Such a convergence would have been unthinkable under ordinary circumstances. And all because of this single youth. Someone murmured in awe. An elderly man clad in black battle attire stepped gracefully through the air, his gaze stern and unwavering upon Muronbai. Dean, this was my first and only disciple. Murongbai's face twisted in anguish. He knew, deep down, that the dean had already taken notice of Yi Junlin's rare talent. He was outmatched, that is all there is to say. Let this matter end here. This world thrives on survival of the fittest. A defeat leaves only one outcome, death. Xia Luyan spoke indifferently. Huh. How ironic. I devoted my lifeblood to the Imperial Academy. Yet in return I cannot even protect my own disciple. Not even the chance to avenge him. Huh. Muronbai laughed wildly toward the sky, two clear tears tracing paths down his cheeks, so sorrowful it broke hearts, and drew tears from all who witnessed it. From this day forth I, Muronbai, resign as Vice Dean of the Imperial Academy. I, Muronbai, formally withdraw from the Imperial Academy. Muronbai spoke with profound grief. Then cradling Wang Chongqing's corpse, he turned to leave. Boy, if you ever step beyond the gates of the Imperial Academy, your death awaits. Then it shall be your end. Muronbai whirled around, locking icy venomous eyes onto Yi Junlin. Every onlooker flinched inwardly, chilled to the marrow. An endless frost seemed to seep across the courtyard. Sigh. Xia Luyan opened his mouth, then closed it again, exhaling only a quiet, resigned breath. He had his reasons. The Imperial Academy needed such a genius. The Xia Kingdom needed such a genius. Yi Junlin, he would protect him at all costs. Do you truly believe you may depart unscathed today? Yi Junlin regarded Xia Luyan coolly. Huh. So now that the Dean shields you, you presume you can slay me? Murongbai burst into bitter laughter, voice laced with frost. Even Xia Luyan frowned faintly. The youth's arrogance blinded him to reality. Just as the Dean prepared to speak, Yi Junlin interrupted. I require no protector. I act alone. Only self-cultivated strength endures eternally. Yi Junlin spoke softly, then repeated, voice ringing with unshakable conviction. Only self-cultivated strength endures eternally. Excellent. Magnificent. Only self-cultivated strength endures eternally. Xia Luyan stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Since your master-disciple bond runs so deep, join him upon the path of reincarnation. Yi Junlin extended his right palm and gently closed it toward Murongbai. Empty posturing, humph. Opt. Murongbai sneered, utterly dismissive, as Yi Junlin's hand slowly clenched toward him. But then, his expression shattered. A will capable of rending heaven and earth descended upon him. The void itself froze, absolute stillness. He could not move, not even a finger. Walls of compressed air constricted, relentlessly tightening like a vice, until both he and Wang Changxing's corpse were crushed motionless beneath its grip. Bang! Wang Changxing's cultivation was simply too weak, his body far less resilient than Murongbai's. He exploded instantly. Murongbai stared blankly at the crimson mist pooling in his arms, disbelief freezing his very soul. Ding! A sharp crystalline chime snapped every mind back to awareness. A small stone tablet tumbled down, falling from Wang Changxing's disintegrated remains. Heavenly Dome Tablet, whosoever possesses it commands the realm, sudden enlightenment grants ascension to immortality. Someone read the inscription aloud, curiosity piqued. Silence fell over the entire martial arena, profound, absolute, and reverent. The celestial monument, those who possess this monument shall conquer the world. With a moment of enlightenment one can ascend and become an immortal. No one in the training arena paid attention to how Yi Junlin accomplished this. Their gazes were all drawn to the celestial monument that had fallen to the ground. The text inscribed upon it was simply too enticing. Those who obtain this monument shall rule the world. Understanding it could lead directly to ascension and immortality. It was true immortality. Eternal life alongside heaven and earth, shining as brightly as the sun and moon. The training arena was eerily silent, yet heavy breaths filled the air. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Junlin had already stepped aside, quietly observing these individuals. With his hands gently clasped behind him, he appeared detached from the situation. Immortal, aren't you going to compete? Wan Xia approached Yi Junlin and softly inquired. I have no need to compete, for it will ultimately end up in my hands, Yi Junlin replied with a wicked smile. He had that confidence. According to the usual pattern, a series of bloody events would unfold next. This was the brutal world of cultivation, where treasures belonged to the capable. Wan Xia's heart trembled. She had just entertained thoughts of competing. However, upon hearing Yi Junlin's words, she immediately extinguished that thought. She had sent a message to the headquarters of Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Junlin clearly saw this, understanding everything that was happening. Yet he said nothing, merely enjoying the game. Otherwise life would be far too dull. He knew that just moments ago at least half of these seemingly dazed individuals were secretly sending messages. If a worthless person can suddenly rise and make rapid progress in cultivation, then what if we were to obtain it? Someone thought anxiously. Since no one wants this thing, I shall graciously accept it. An elder who had brought his nephew to enroll in the Royal Academy stepped forward. He immediately dashed toward the celestial monument, his aged hands spreading wide like a hawk's swift. His eyes were filled with greed. He was getting closer, and the light in his eyes grew ever more intense. Get lost. How dare you, old fool, act so brazenly in my presence? A middle-aged man appeared in the air with a flash. He then appeared before the elder and sent him flying with a single slap. Clearly he was a martial spirit, a concealed, powerful martial spirit, which was shocking. There was in fact a martial spirit among the crowd, and this was just the first. Who knew how many more were lurking behind? However, treasures drive people mad. They cared little for martial spirits or martial sects. As long as they obtained the treasure, they wouldn't regard even martial kings as threats. This was the celestial monument, a thing capable of granting immortality. All they needed was to find a secluded place, diligently comprehend it for a few decades, or even 100 years, and they would naturally become invincible in the world. This thing I shall take. After slapping the elder away, the middle-aged martial spirit reached for the celestial monument on the ground. Did you ask for my permission? A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the crowd. Another martial spirit, yet another martial spirit. The crowd gasped in shock. Those with weaker cultivation were retreating, after all battles of this level were beyond their capacity to endure. Charging in would only make them cannon fodder. A martial spirit could eliminate them with ease. Boom, boom, boom. The crowd was continuously shaken by the overwhelming energy released by the martial spirits. One after another, they could no longer remain seated and had to take action. If they didn't act soon, the celestial monument would be taken away. However, many martial spirits cast anxious glances toward Xia Luyun. The top expert of the Xia nation, if he were to intervene, none present could hope to compete. There were countless legends about Xia Luyun's deeds within the Xia nation. It could be said that 90% of those present had grown up hearing stories of Xia Luyun. However, everyone breathed a sigh of relief as Xia Luyun showed no intention of competing. In fact, his gaze hadn't even rested on the celestial monument. The president of the Royal Academy, Xia Luyun, looked at Yi Junlin with a face full of suspicion. Yi Junlin's move against Morong Bai had left him feeling uneasy. Although he possessed great skill and a high cultivation level, he still couldn't comprehend it. Especially after the celestial monument appeared, he saw Yi Junlin step back from the battle circle. This discovery made his eyelids twitch violently. Who could be uninterested in becoming an immortal? This young man could defeat a martial king like Morong Bai with a single move, which was enough to demonstrate how powerful he truly was. He should at least be at the martial emperor level, perhaps even higher. Although Xia Luyun was also interested in this so-called celestial monument, he did not act rashly. Enough is enough, let's seize it. A martial spirit took the initiative to strike, first directly lunging toward the celestial monument. At the same time, dozens of martial spirits shot out from the crowd. Their target was precisely the location of the celestial monument. The great battle erupted. Though all were warriors of the martial spirit, many still fell. Numerous martial spirits were injured enough to illustrate the ferocity of the battle. This treasure is mine. A middle-aged man covered in wounds and bleeding profusely stood at the pinnacle of martial spirit. He overwhelmed the others, and none could match him. He is injured, yet this item holds the secret to becoming an immortal. Do none of you truly wish to fight for it? Someone spoke from the crowd. His voice was erratic, making it difficult to pinpoint his location, rendering him nearly impossible to identify. Those capable should claim it. Though I am a grand martial master, I too wish to contend for it. After some hesitation, someone resolved to speak. He is gravely injured, we may yet have a chance. Others. The middle-aged man was taken aback, then filled with rage as someone was plotting against him. Despite his high cultivation, he was severely injured. Below the martial spirit level. Just mere ants, yet now the entire martial arena had 100,000 spectators. Not to mention within this Royal Academy, there were many instructors, all martial sect masters. Although their eyes glinted with greed under the pressure of Xia Luyun, they dared not act recklessly. Xia Luyun held absolute authority. Who is hiding and speaking? The furious roar of this peak martial spirit echoed. He knew someone in the crowd was stirring trouble. This was all to make him the target he intended to kill and set an example for many. No, for 100,000. Yet he could not find the person. The individual was too well hidden. What are we waiting for? This is a treasure for becoming immortal. Do you not all wish for immortality, eternal existence? The erratic voice rang out again, igniting the desires and greed within the hearts of these individuals. Forget it, I will also compete for it. Oh, what if it is meant for me? A grand martial master pinnacle rushed towards the sky tablet. And this is an opportunity. Whoever is fated shall obtain it. What if I am that one? Others, also martial masters, began to move toward the sky tablet. In an instant, everyone was in motion, all aiming for the sky tablet held by the peak martial spirit. The peak martial spirit was both anxious and furious. He could not possibly block so many. After eliminating the first few who approached, he intended to use his skills to escape. Buzz! But suddenly a force locked onto him. The expression of this peak martial spirit changed drastically. This was the martial sect making a move. The martial sect of the Royal Academy was acting. His face was filled with horror. He initially thought they would not intervene. To his surprise, they still did. Indeed, before such treasures, even saints could not remain calm. Though Xia Luyun exerted pressure, how could they allow a martial spirit to take it away? Just a martial spirit, was that not a waste? Old fool, you have led me to this. This martial spirit roared madly at the dozen or so instructors behind Xia Luyun. Then he was struck by tens of thousands of attacks, reduced to ashes. There was no way. He was locked down and suppressed, unable to even defend himself. Though those attacking him were weak, the sheer number was overwhelming. With tens of thousands launching their strikes, how could he endure without defense? Sigh. Xiao Luyun watched the fierce battle unfold with a sigh. He felt pity, yet this was the result of human greed. I have told you before, such treasures are beyond your reach. Yet some among you simply refuse to listen. Xiao Luyun said lightly. Director, you are old and naturally lack the desire to compete, but we also wish to reach the pinnacle. Is that wrong? An instructor spoke. They did not want to miss this opportunity. Though Xiao Luyun had lived for hundreds, perhaps thousands of years, to them, he seemed old. Yet they forgot beings capable of living for hundreds to thousands of years. Were they truly only of martial king or martial emperor cultivation? No one knew, for the Xia kingdom had never produced a martial emperor. There were no records of the lifespan of a martial emperor. Well, if anyone among you wishes to compete, then go ahead. Xiao Luyun shook his head and said. In his gaze there was no longer a hint of pity or compassion, only a heart as still as water. There was not a ripple to be seen. The older elders behind Xiao Luyun remained unmoved. They knew they had grown up listening to the stories of Xia. He was the war god of the Xia kingdom, and they held him in the highest regard. The other instructors, aged around 40 or 50, exchanged glances. Then they rushed directly toward the sky tablet. The battles among the martial sects were far more powerful than those among martial spirits. Many grand martial masters could not evade the destructive waves and were blown apart on the spot. It should be noted that this was merely the residual force from a skirmish among martial sects. Yi Junlin watched the spectacle unfold from the side. This only strengthened his resolve. This world is thus: if you are not strong enough, you have no qualifications or voice. If you are strong enough, you can regard all living beings as mere ants. Everyone must bow and worship. Otherwise you will end up like these people, ultimately reduced to cannon. Xiao Luyun curiously asked the older mentors behind him, why don't you compete for it? They won't survive. Xiao Luyun nodded. The mentors were astonished. Could it be that Master Xia was going to take action himself? If that were the case, these few would indeed not survive. I of the Junlin sect have heard that the Royal Academy is hosting a grand enrollment ceremony. I came uninvited. I hope for your understanding. A voice like thunder reverberated throughout the martial arena. Even the martial masters engaged in battle stopped, their faces filled with shock as they looked to a certain spot in the sky. The Junlin sect is not within the borders of Xia country. Xia country is merely a small nation, while the Junlin sect is the foremost sect within the low-tier Chu Empire. Xia country is an insignificant nation, and although the Chu Empire is a low-tier empire, its strength far surpasses that of Xia country by dozens of times. This is the difference between a country and an empire. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and a towering figure in a purple robe appeared. Behind him stood a uniform line of martial kings, each emanating an overwhelmingly fearsome aura. The sect master of Junlin sect, Qi Yan. Someone exclaimed in shock. This Qi Yan is a true pinnacle of martial emperor cultivation. It is said that he is just a step away from becoming a martial sage. A distinguished guest has arrived. How fortunate. Xiao Luyun said with an air of indifference. Who are you? Qi Yan asked, looking at Xiao Luyun. They are from the Chu Empire. How could they pay attention to a legend from a small nation like Xia? Impudent. This is the president of our Royal Academy. An elder standing behind Xiao Luyun stepped forward to rebuke. Impudent. Who do you think you are to speak so boldly to me? Qi Yan's eyes erupted with dazzling flames as he shot a glare at the elder. A powerful pressure descended. Swish. Just as Qi Yan was about to deal with this elder, a sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. A martial master was trying to escape with the celestial monument. In front of me, you still wish to escape. Annihilate. Qi Yan turned and spat out a word at the fleeing figure. Boom. The person exploded on the spot, leaving no trace. A martial emperor. Every move and word can wield the power of rules for slaughter. Someone said, President, save us. The remaining martial masters witnessing this scene nearly fainted in fear. However, Xiao Luyun remained unfazed. This item is fated to be with me, I shall reluctantly accept it. With a wave of his hand, the celestial monument appeared in Qi Yan's grasp. Fairy. Buzzing. Qi Yan caressed the word fairy on the celestial monument, murmuring. He felt his blood surge with excitement the moment he touched the celestial monument. How could such a divine object be seized by a group of lowly ants like you? Die. Qi Yan's expression darkened as he bellowed at the earlier martial masters. Boom. Poochie. The several martial masters instantly exploded, unable to even let out a scream. By the way, you there, daring to rebuke me, you shall die too. Qi Yan said to the elder behind Xiao Luyun. Then with a wave of his hand, a streak of pure energy pierced towards Xiao Luyun and the others. This was not merely an intention to kill one person, it was an intent to annihilate Xiao Luyun and all present. Young man, show mercy when possible, Xiao Luyun said indifferently. Take what you have and leave quickly, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to escape. Xiao Luyun said lightly. A transparent barrier rose before him, just as Qi Yan's energy pierced through. An astonishing event occurred. When the energy struck Xia Lian's barrier, it dissipated into nothingness. This old man is not simple. Qi Yan, a pinnacle martial emperor, could easily overpower low-tier martial emperors with a casual strike. Yet this academy president could effortlessly block it. This indicates that the academy president is also of martial emperor level, at least not much weaker than him. After living for hundreds of years, how could someone still call him a young man? Very well, the imperial tournament is about to begin, so I shall take my leave first. Qi Yan had no intention of lingering and laughed heartily. In his heart, he felt some trepidation towards Xia Liyun. He did not dare to engage in a desperate struggle, for he had already obtained the celestial monument. Sigh, how utterly dull. Old man, why not fight him yourself? I'm genuinely curious just how formidable is a martial emperor. Just as Qi Yan turned to leave, a languid voice froze him mid-step. A youth emerged slowly from the edge of the martial training ground. His destination was precisely where Qi Yan stood. Young friend, you flatter me excessively, said Xia Liyun, shaking his head. Look at me. I'm ancient, how could I possibly endure such a battle? Qi Yan was startled. The so-called academy master appeared strangely restrained before this young man. No, more than restrained, deferential. What on earth was happening? This steel belongs to me. Leave it, or forfeit your life. Junlin declared coolly, gazing at Qi Yan. How dare you behave so brazenly before our sect master? Today I shall teach you humility, and show you exactly how swiftly and senselessly you'll die. A martial king stepped forward from behind Qi Yan, voice thunderous. Behind Qi Yan stood over a dozen martial kings, all at their peak, teetering on the verge of ascending to martial emperorhood. In an instant they could shatter the final barrier. How I'll die? I don't know. But how you will die, you'll find out very soon. Junlin spoke with quiet indifference. Ignorant child, I'll watch now how you intend to kill me. The martial king laughed bitterly, enraged. After all, what threat could a mere youth pose? With a single flick of his wrist, he could subdue him effortlessly. Then observe closely. Annihilate. Junlin uttered no further words. Only one syllable softly spoken toward the martial king, annihilate. A deafening boom echoed. Instantly the martial king felt his soul within his divine sense assaulted by an unfathomable force. No, it wasn't assault. It was erasure. Worse still, he could not resist, not even for a breath. He watched helpless as his soul dissolved into oblivion. Though it seemed drawn out, the entire sequence unfolded in a flash. Spectators stood frozen, dumbfounded. Was he truly dead, just like that? Without warning, his soul had ceased to exist, leaving behind only an empty shell. Who are you? Qi Yan's gaze hardened as he fixed it upon Junlin. He was stunned. What arcane art had this youth employed? He refused to believe the youth's cultivation surpassed that of a martial emperor. Instinctively, he assumed the youth had deployed some reckless self-destructive technique, one that inflicted grievous damage upon the enemy at terrible cost to himself. Who I am bears no relevance to you. I've already stated this is mine. Dare to lay hands upon what is mine, and you will pay the price. Junlin spoke calmly, yet his words brooked no dissent. Preposterous. I have reigned unchallenged for centuries. Today I shall unveil your true nature, demon or fiend. Qi Yan's voice chilled the air. Boom. As sect master of Qinglan's sect, Qi Yan possessed unshakable pride. Would he be cowed by a boy? Instantly, he unleashed his full aura. His cultivation, martial emperor at its zenith, blazed forth unmistakably. An overwhelming pressure descended. Even those still standing within the martial training ground staggered, unable to withstand such crushing might. No one shielded them. Seniorly, what is your assessment? Wan Xia stood at the perimeter of the training ground, her eyes locked on Junlin. This youth possesses talent unparalleled across ages, so young yet so profoundly cultivated. I underestimated him grievously from the outset. Initially, I presumed him merely a grand martial master. Later, I revised my judgment to martial king. Now, I dare not hazard even a guess at his true realm. It is quite possible he has already attained the rank of martial saint. Seniorly spoke gravely. What a martial saint? Wan Xia gasped. At such an age, even that place would scarcely produce such an anomaly. Wan Xia felt her heart seize. This revelation struck with seismic force. I must relay this immediately. This individual is untouchable. His possessions are inviolable. To provoke him would invite annihilation for our entire clan. Wan Xia resolved without hesitation. Seniorly nodded solemnly beside her. The eldest daughter of the Wan clan acted decisively, never hesitant, never indecisive. Her peerless talent, too, was beyond dispute, precisely why she had risen above countless peers to earn the patriarch's favor. Seniorly, tell me, does that academy master seem familiar to you? Wan Xia asked. I feel certain I've seen him somewhere before. A vague sense of recognition. But where? Seniorly fell into deep contemplation, then suddenly smacked his thigh. Ah, that portrait, hanging in the ancestral master's meditation chamber. That painting depicts exactly this man. Yes, that's him. He is the figure in the portrait. There is no doubt whatsoever. Seniorly exclaimed elated. Wan Xia did not understand why Oldly was so excited. Miss, do you know who the most powerful existence in the Tianwu continent is today, eh? Oldly intentionally teased. Of course I know the most powerful existence today dares to call themselves immortal. Though not yet an immortal, they already bear the name of Wan. My Wan family's ancestor is one of them, the sword immortal Wan. Wan Xia said. She did not understand what Oldly meant by suddenly asking this. In the entire Tianwu continent, there have been 9 supreme existences so far. They collectively manage the entire continent, and my Wan family is one of them. And the current dean is also one of them, the immortal Xia Lu. Oldly said slowly. What? Xia Lu, one of the 9 immortals? He actually emerged from this little Xia nation as a superpowerhouse. Wan Xia's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Why would one of the 9 immortals live in such a small place and take on the role of a dean? His deeds were legendary and well known back in the day, Oldly sighed. In the Tianwu continent, 9 is the extreme number. There have always been only 9 immortals, and as long as the 9 immortals are in place there cannot be more. Unless one of them falls, a position opens up. Only then can a latercomer have the opportunity to take a place among the 9 immortals. But Xia Luyun was different. He forcefully killed one of the 9 immortals, the Tyrant Immortal. That is why he is called Xia Lu. Although they are not true immortals to the world, they are indeed seen as such. What they cannot understand is why such a powerful existence would appear in such a small place. Could it be for Yi Junlin? This is the only reason they could think of. Unbeknownst to them, they were half right. Xia Luyun truly was here for Yi Junlin, waiting for 16 years. Heavenly severing leg. Suddenly Qi Yin shouted, and one of his legs swelled, bursting through his pants. Now if he dropped that leg, it would be enough to cover the entire training ground, turning the training ground into ruins. Ugh. Then thick black smoke continuously emanated from Qi Yan's leg. The black smoke shot into the sky, and the weaker cultivators present immediately turned pale. They fainted on the ground without any resistance. Even the dozen or so martial kings behind Qi Yan immediately retreated, staying at a relatively safe distance to observe from afar. From their expressions, it was clear that they indeed had a psychological shadow regarding Qi Yan's heavenly severing leg. Black smoke billowed up and tears flowed from many people's eyes. In an instant they felt as if their bodies had been emptied, their cultivation completely vanished. A sour stench surged into their noses, causing mass destruction. This is the heavenly severing leg, terrifying indeed. Buzz, buzz, buzzed. Yi Junlin's body emitted a faint golden light. He resembled a war god clad in golden armor, his gaze devoid of emotion. When the black smoke encountered the golden light on Yi Junlin, it dispersed, instantly vanishing without a trace. Special physique, you have a special physique. Qi Yan's face changed dramatically. This young man definitely possessed a kind of special physique. Otherwise, how could his body naturally react to tightly envelop him? Buzz! A rich golden light erupted from Yi Junlin's forehead. This golden light was incredibly dense, piercing through heaven and earth. Not to mention the light of a single sun. Even the light of hundreds or thousands of suns would be insignificant in comparison. Logically, everyone present would be directly blinded by the golden light. Everyone would turn blind. However, this golden light did not harm them. It was gentle. The golden light on Yi Junlin's forehead continued to grow stronger, as if something was trying to break through at his brow. The golden light did not dissipate, but everyone could see clearly. A golden character Yi appeared at the center of Yi Junlin's brow. It was not an ordinary Yi character. It was exceptionally beautiful, adding a sense of majesty to Yi Junlin. Yi, a member of the Yi clan, it really is you, young master. No one saw Xia Luyun murmuring to himself, tears streaming down his face in an instant. The first great cultivation family in all realms, the Yi clan. Boom! A rumbling sound echoed as a massive golden beam shot into the sky. A gigantic Yi character illuminated the heavens, turning the world into a golden hue. In an instant, the entire Tianwu continent was enveloped in golden light. Countless powerful beings looked solemnly at the giant Yi character in the sky. What an extraordinary phenomenon! Is a king being born? I have roamed for 1,000 years, never seen or heard of this. Could it be a natural supreme being? Quick, send someone in this direction. No matter the cost, bring him back to me. An ancient expert with 1,000 years of experience said anxiously. The Yi character in the sky suppresses eternity. Has this phrase from ancient texts come to pass? A scholar-like figure said with his hands behind his back. Conceal the opportunity seal. Xia Luyun gazed at the enormous character Yi floating in the air. Instantly, he began to form intricate hand seals. He aimed to suppress this overwhelming phenomenon, knowing that if the Yi family's formidable enemy discovered it, they would surely come fiercely. With the master and mistress unaware of their whereabouts, it would be challenging for him to fend off the threat alone. The Yi family's phenomenon was not something that could be concealed from the entire Tianwu continent. Within it lay an inexplicable power capable of spreading across countless realms. This position is in a distant lower realm. A clever strategy concealing the opportunity, sealing the heavenly secrets, making it impossible for anyone to investigate. A scholar-like figure murmured before vanishing. No one heard his words, nor did anyone understand their meaning. Suppress. Yi Junlin watched as Qi Yin casually uttered a single word. Boom. Yi Junlin spoke the spell, and with a mere word the void trembled as a gilded character suppress slowly appeared. Everyone looked in disbelief at the gigantic golden character floating in the air. The oppressive force it exerted was overwhelming along with the visual impact. Who exactly are you? Qi Yan's expression changed drastically. He had underestimated this youth. This youth was not only extraordinarily skilled, but also possessed an astonishing physique. Such a person was not someone he could afford to provoke. Who I am is of no concern to you. You just know that if you dare to touch what belongs to me, you will die. Suppress the kill. Yi Junlin spoke coldly. Others were trying to kill him. He certainly wouldn't wait for them to act, and then spare them amidst their pleas for mercy, bringing endless trouble upon himself. Of course, while it might not necessarily trouble Yi Junlin, he still preferred to avoid complications. No, my lord, I am willing to return the sky tablet to you. Please allow me a way to live. At this moment, Qi Yin truly perceived Yi Junlin's murderous intent. He lowered his status, crawling at Yi Junlin's feet and pleading desperately. Yet Yi Junlin did not even glance at him, extending a hand to gently pat Qi Yan's face. Qi Yin was stunned. The sky tablet, the one who obtains the tablet will rule the world. Just so very well, I shall bestow it upon those who remain loyal to me. Yi Junlin quickly grasped the function of the sky tablet and shook his head in disappointment. To follow the fated child of heaven and possess a supreme treasure, wasn't that a bit underwhelming? It was not even a fraction of the system's power. In Yi Junlin's hands, it was merely a useless trinket. Master, it's gone. Hurry and run. The group of martial kings brought by Qi Yin suddenly felt their hearts grow cold. Their master was at the peak of martial emperor level. And what was the result? Just a light pat on the face from this youth, and it was over. What kind of cultivation was this? Since you all are here, then don't leave. Leave them all to me. Xia Luyun gently waved his robe. A condensed attack surged forth indiscriminately towards these martial kings. They could not withstand it at all, instantly turning to dust, as if they had never existed. I am Xia Luyun, paying my respects to the young master. Xia Luyun stepped forward, kneeling on one knee before Yi Junlin and speaking respectfully. Do you know my identity, eh? Yi Junlin asked, somewhat bewildered. I was originally one of the 30,000 leaders under the human emperor, fortunate to be valued by him. He employed supreme methods to allow me to reincarnate and become a part of this Tianwu continent. For the past 1,000 years, I've been waiting here, waiting for the young master to appear. Xia Luyun waved his hand, and a light curtain enveloped the two. The people outside could neither see nor hear them. So you waited here for 1,000 years just to follow me and protect me? Yes, you are the child of the human emperor. To ensure your safety, the human emperor specifically left you in this remote lower realm. The wars in that place are brutal. Even the human emperor can hardly guarantee your safety. Xia Luyun spoke once more with seriousness. Strictly speaking, I am not reincarnated, but have taken over another's body. However, my cultivation remains. At that time, the original Xia Luyun was already on the verge of death, and I occupied his body. And I promised him to keep the Xia kingdom safe for 1,000 years. What is my father's name? For the first time, Yi Junlin felt a sense of trepidation. He had originally thought his parents deemed him unworthy and abandoned him. The scene he witnessed as a baby was real. His parents stepping into the holy light left him still in swaddling clothes to go to war. All of this was to protect him, not to abandon him. I do not dare to speak the true name of the human emperor. I hope the young master will forgive me. Xia Luyun trembled in fear and quickly said, This is the seal of the human emperor, see for yourself. He took out a jade slip from his bosom and respectfully handed it to Yi Junlin. Human Emperor, Yi Jitian, the founder of the Human Emperor era. The first page of the jade slip bore these grand characters, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. At 18, Yi Jitian established the Human Emperor's palace, leading 300 battle emperors and 3,000 generals to conquer the heavens. However, enemies from beyond the realm aimed to slaughter the living. The Human Emperor was immensely powerful, yet the external foes were not to be underestimated. Those within colluded with outsiders to resist the human emperor, facing enemies from both sides. As of now, the situation remains unresolved. Reading these few lines, Junlin's eyes glinted coldly. His father had shaken the world to resist external threats. Yet these so-called great teachings of longevity and immortal families were stabbing him in the back, conspiring with the enemies from beyond to restrain the human emperor. It is evident that these great teachings of longevity and immortal families are terrifying existences. However, before the human emperor, they still held no voice. They had been suppressed by the human emperor for too long, and now that an opportunity arose, they naturally sought to rebel. As long as the human emperor remained in power, no one in the myriad worlds could remember them. The world knew only of the human emperor, yet not of these prominent figures. This was a grudge accumulated over countless years now erupting. A bunch of scum, they truly deserve to die. This prosperous era is as my father wished, but these scum truly deserve to die. Since my father cannot take action to eliminate them, let me do it. Junlin's eyes shone with a cold light as he looked up at the sky and spoke. In his eyes lay the destruction of the universe as well as rebirth. Ding! A sign-in task has been released. Sign-in location Imperial Grand Competition. Sign-in successful. Reward 1 disaster pills. The effect of the disaster pill is that it can unconditionally elevate one's cultivation by a large tier. At the same time, the person who consumes it will have absolute loyalty to the host. At this moment, the system's sign-in task was transmitted into Junlin's mind. Disaster pill, not bad. Accept the task. Junlin nodded. With the disaster pill, there would no longer be situations of betrayal. Such problems like that of the human emperor Jitian would not arise. Isn't it said that there is no absolute loyalty in this world? Betrayal comes only when the chips are insufficient. With enough chips, betrayal is just a matter of time. Of course, there are those with absolute loyalty, but the disloyal are the majority. With the disaster pill, anyone would be absolutely loyal. Can you explain what the Imperial Grand Competition is? Junlin asked Xiao Luyun. The Imperial Grand Competition is essentially a contest between nations. Countries are categorized into lower-tier nations like the Xia Kingdom, and then into lower-tier empires such as the Chu Kingdom. Above them are the mid-tier empires, high-tier empires, and hegemonic empires. The higher the tier, the more cultivation resources one obtains. The national strength can prosper within a Above the hegemonic empires, there are 9 major powers in control. They are referred to as the 9 major powers, but it would be more accurate to say that 9 immortals oversee. We 9 decide the allocation of resources. The better the ranking, the more cultivation resources one receives. Xiao Luyun explained. Alright, since I have nothing better to do, I'll represent the Xia Kingdom and join in the fun. By the way, take this pill. Junlin flicked his finger, and a fragrant disaster pill appeared in Xiao Luyun's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Luyun swallowed it. However, shortly after, his expression changed drastically. He was about to break through. This was not just a breakthrough of one tier, but an entire large tier. Thank you, young master, for the divine pill. Go. Junlin waved his hand casually, setting up a large array to isolate his aura. Xiao Luyun couldn't help but gasp in awe. Indeed, as the son of the human emperor, such means, such cultivation, such pills are not something ordinary people can achieve. Moreover, these things were definitely not left behind by the human emperor. He knew how strict the human emperor was with his subordinates and offspring. They are the 72 war emperors from beyond the realm, and at that time the crown prince was only 16 years old. They directly entered the forbidden area and set up the 72 celestial array, intending to trap the crown prince alive within. By the time our emperor received the news and rushed over, it was already too late. The crown prince had long vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the fact that his divine soul fire had not extinguished, everyone would have thought the crown prince must have used a secret technique to escape. Xiao Luyun sighed. In a daze, Junlin seemed to see a young man clad in armor, his eyes sharp, sweeping across the battlefield. No one dared to challenge him. With a single throw of his spear, he pierced through the battlefield beyond the realm. His hair flowed like a demon, and this person was his brother. A legendary figure, unparalleled in talent, with an extraordinarily powerful cultivation. After all, ancient texts have never recorded a 16-year-old boy achieving such accomplishments. He could be regarded as the greatest person of all time. At that time, our emperor was furious and struck with thunderous force, eliminating several major sects and immortal families. Xiao Luyun spoke again. Never mind, I believe we will meet soon. You should go into seclusion. Junlin shook his head. He learned many important pieces of information from Xiao Luyun. He knew that his cultivation was strong, but he did not know how it measured up in the realm of the human emperor. Perhaps he was even weaker than a mere commander. Or perhaps even more feeble. The Yi family had many formidable enemies, eyeing them covetously. Before he had grown stronger, he could not cause trouble for the human emperor Jitian. he needed to develop. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the child of destiny, rewarding the special physique of the Tao of reincarnation. Did your reward get stuck? It took so long to release, otherwise I would have forgotten. Yi Junlin said somewhat helplessly. Buzz buzz buzz. Yi Junlin felt a certain mysterious power circulating within his body. It felt very comfortable, without a hint of pain. He did not feel much change in his body. However, in the eyes of others it was quite different. His entire body was enveloped by an indescribable force. Just a glance would pull on one's spirit, allowing one to clearly feel their own lifespan rapidly slipping away. The reincarnation body involved the powers of time-space and the passage of years. After fully mastering the Tao of reincarnation body, Yi Junlin immediately restrained it. Otherwise, weak cultivators would probably be sent into reincarnation with just one look. The Royal Academy is hereby completely disbanded. The Dean will henceforth follow young Master Yi. On this day, the entire Xia Kingdom was shaken. The number one person of the Xia Kingdom chose to follow a young man. However, Xia Luyuan went to the Imperial Palace to inform the Xia King that from now on the Xia Kingdom would become a dominant empire. And Xia Luyuan would completely separate from the Xia Kingdom. This could also be considered Xia Luyuan's explanation to his predecessor. The Imperial Grand Competition was fast approaching. This Imperial Grand Competition was held in the dominant-level empire, the Qing Lion Empire. The number of cultivators coming and going was well over 1 million, and the vast martial arts arena was nearly as large as the entire Xia Kingdom. Without exception, the participants in this Imperial Grand Competition were all from the younger generation. Led by the older generation, they appeared here, filled with passion and hope. They came to bring glory to their country, their families, and their teachers. Sign in location Imperial Grand Competition. Do you wish to sign in? Sign in. Ding, sign in successful, rewarding the host with 1 trillion disaster pills. Please check. Yi Junlin sat quietly in a position so small, it could not be smaller, belonging to the Xia Kingdom. Compared to the massive martial arts arena that could accommodate tens of millions, this position, which could only hold 8 people, was indeed too small. There was no choice. The Xia Kingdom was not even considered a low-level empire. Having a spot was already quite good. Moreover, this time there were only Yi Junlin and Xia Luyuan representing the Xia Kingdom. As for Wan Xia and Li Lao, they naturally acted like a sticky plaster sitting behind the two. Wan Xia pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. Yi Junlin and Xia Luyuan appeared in an instant at the Imperial Grand Competition, while she and Li Lao had to travel for a month to arrive. I wonder if the Xia Kingdom will finish last again this year. A small country from the neighboring camp mockingly asked. Yi Junlin ignored him. Xia Luyuan naturally would not stoop to the level of a fool. I see that this year's Imperial Grand Competition, the Xia Kingdom will still be at the bottom. The young man said, his face visibly embarrassed when he received no response. Oh, beautiful lady, there is no value in staying in the Xia Kingdom. Oh, why not come over to my side? If so, this year our nation will surely become a low-level empire. The young man said to Wan Xia, feeling quite pleased with himself. This woman was truly stunning, like a celestial being, leaving him utterly enamored. In a trash nation like the Xia Kingdom, how could such a beauty emerge? Shut up. If you do not close that filthy mouth this instant, I swear you will never speak again. Wan Xia's face was as cold as frost as she looked at the young man. In an instant, the young man shivered violently. The pressure and unhidden murderous intent that the girl had displayed a moment ago struck him like ice. It chilled him to the bone and set his heart alight, his spirit nearly frozen. Damn! How could I be frightened by this little vixen? It's an illusion, it must be an illusion, the young man muttered, shaking his head. Some people are all show and no substance. Young lady, you should pick more carefully. Don't let a wrong match ruin your life, he warned again with false earnestness. This time he not only spoke up, but dragged Yi Junlin into the matter. Wan Xia thought inwardly, I would if I could, but he is beneath my notice. Beauty means nothing without strength. Power is the true sovereign. The young man kept talking to himself. Unnoticed, he grew bolder. Flies buzzing. How vexing to the— Yi Junlin spoke coolly. Ignore them. Xia Luyuan replied immediately. Luyuan understands. A voice nearby scoffed. What act are you putting on? Laughter burst out. Haha, I can't stop laughing. Even others from Yun country doubled over with mirth. Someone sneered back. Laugh if you will. Who are you laughing at? A swarm of flies disturbing my young master's mood. All of you be gone. Xia Luyuan roared. Then with a wave of his hand, and to the astonishment of countless onlookers, the competitors from Yun country were swept away by a gust of wind. Whether they lived or died no one could say. Yet everyone suspected they would scarcely survive. Although they were led by a martial king, that martial king offered no resistance and was flung aside. The scene provoked no small stir among the spectators. The surrounding states were little more than minor powers. They knew that Xia country would be difficult to provoke this year. Could the Xia country long yoked to the bottom finally turn its fortunes? A single great question filled everyone's minds. The imperial competition officially begins. Show your strength. This will determine your nation's fate. An elder appeared upon the platform and announced in a clear voice, by tradition, this is not a free-for-all, but a series of individual matches. The lowest-ranked nations begin. If you can defeat another country or empire, you may take that nation's rank. Xia Luyun explained, and Yi Junlin replied lightly, so Xia country will be the first to step onto the field. That will do, but saves considerable time. Yi Junlin stood up. After all, he had only recently entered this cultivation world. He would treat it as a diversion, otherwise it would be far too dull. Xia country, Yi Junlin. Before the elder on stage could speak, Yi Junlin announced his name. First match, Xia country versus Qiuya country. Voices immediately hawked bets. Don't miss out. Bet on Qiuya at 1-1, bet on Xia at 1-3. A betting ring sprang up at once. The crowd surged and wagers poured in. They'll put 1 low-grade spirit crystal on Qiuya to win. 1 upper-grade spirit crystal on Qiuya. 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals equal 1 mid-grade. 1,000 mid-grade equal 1 upper-grade. Most backed Kiwi's victory, though few supported Xia. Then a wager shocked the venue. 1 celestial rank technique on Xia country to win. Silence fell instantly. The value of a celestial rank technique could amount to hundreds of thousands of upper-grade spirit crystals. Do you accept it? Elderly asked. Who would refuse? Now was the time to gamble. 1 celestial could trade for 3 others. Why pass up such a chance? Accepted. The bookie said with narrowed eyes. He belonged to one of the 9 great powers. To run such a betting stall bespeaks considerable standing. Besides, he had powerful backers. How could he be unable to cover a loss? Suddenly another voice cut through. 1 emperor rank technique on Xia country to win. The organizer stiffened. Everyone was stunned and none of them had heard of an emperor rank technique. Could it perhaps be an earth rank by mistake? Sweat beaded on the organizer's brow. So soon and such high stakes. Senior, please wait. I must seek permission, he hurriedly said. A flash of light shot from his sleeve and vanished. This senior, my clan consents to accept this emperor rank technique, came the reply. Xia Luyun nodded, casually tossed out an emperor rank manual and returned to where Xia country was seated. To Xia Luyun, an emperor rank technique was mere refuse, not something of true value. He merely sought to stir excitement. He possessed even higher grade manuals, fearing only that others might not be able to match such wagers. Damn, I thought that voice belonged to some venerated elder. So it was someone from Xia country. A mere Xia country actually owns an emperor rank technique. If Xia loses, fine, but if they win. The organizer's eyes flashed cold as he looked at Xia Luyun. Clearly such an intoxicating manual was hardly something any ordinary Xia country should possess. That is an imperial-level technique, truly among the finest in the entire Tianwu continent. The person responsible for this bet was even quite frustrated. If he had known that the person presenting this imperial-level technique was from a mere third-rate nation, he would never have reported the forces behind it. At that point, he would have been able to line his own pockets, directly claiming this imperial-level technique as his own. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed and angry he became. Unconsciously, his gaze towards Xia Luyun held a trace of malice. Xia Luyun naturally sensed this. However, he said nothing, just enjoying the game. Moreover, he was playing against the forces behind this so-called responsible person. In the Tianwu continent, no one dared to touch his things. Tisk, tisk, the Xia nation is really declining. This time, only 4 people showed up. Across from Yi Junlin, a burly youth mocked. Clearly you are mistaken, Yi Junlin said lightly as he looked at the burly youth. The burly youth was taken aback, not understanding where he was wrong. Actually, this time, only 2 people from the Xia nation came. The other 2 are not from the Xia nation. Haha, do you know you will lose badly? So you're just putting on a facade this time? The burly youth stated directly. 1 person is enough. Yi Junlin shook his head and replied. You Xia nation have always been last, this time will be no exception. You can step down now. I can make your loss look less embarrassing. The burly youth said, arms crossed, looking down at Yi Junlin. It must be said that he was indeed very envious of Yi Junlin's appearance. Could there really be someone so stunningly beautiful in this world? Are you dreaming? Yi Junlin was speechless, thinking how there are always fools, but this year there seemed to be particularly many. Very well, kid, you have successfully angered me. You can step down. The burly youth's face turned angry, and he immediately swung a punch at Yi Junlin, creating a sonic boom. This is a martial master. The genius of the Qiuya nation. Perhaps this time the Qiuya nation can rise several ranks, someone said from the audience. Is that all? Get lost. Yi Junlin merely coldly spat out a single word at the burly youth. Instantly the atmosphere shifted dramatically like a bolt from the blue. The burly youth was immediately stunned in place, then unexpectedly flew backward without warning. Boom. The burly youth crashed outside the arena, dust rising. He immediately lost consciousness, fainting. What? The person responsible for the bet jumped up from his seat, having calculated everything, but not expecting this youth from the Xia nation to win so easily. Then he remembered that elderly man's imperial-level technique. They would have to compensate for 3 imperial-level techniques. Wait, referee. The person responsible for the bet stood up and shouted. This person definitely cheated. He's just a youth, how strong can he really be? Why can he defeat his opponent just by uttering a word? The responsible person spoke with righteous intent. At first glance one might think he was defending the genius of the Qiyu nation. In reality, he simply did not want to compensate for 3 imperial-level techniques. Although he could take action to find a place and time to eliminate these 2 youths from the Xia nation, that would be a way. Moi. I did not see clearly. May I ask this young friend to explain? The referee smiled as he looked. He did not outright reject it, but instead inquired of Yi Junlin. He wanted Yi Junlin to provide a reasonable explanation, one that would silence everyone. What are you all? Do you think you deserve an explanation from me? Yi Junlin scoffed disdainfully. How did you all see that? He is guilty, he cheated, so he dares not explain. The responsible person jumped out again, pointing at Yi Junlin and shouting loudly. I hate it when others point their fingers at me. Yi Junlin looked coldly at the responsible person and said, whoosh. Then Yi Junlin vanished from the arena. No one saw clearly. When they saw Yi Junlin again, he had already appeared right in front of the responsible person, looking coldly at him. Crack. A crisp cracking sound echoed. Ah. Then the responsible person emitted a pig-like. All the joints in his hands were crushed by Yi Junlin, reduced to powder. Shut up. Yi Junlin commanded. The responsible person forced down the pain, unable to make a sound. It was not that he wanted to, but he realized he could not speak or cry out. He felt as if he had been subjected to a binding spell, completely unable to struggle. Now he was terrified, filled with fear. How could this youth be so terrifying? How could he possibly be so strong? Explain? Do I still need to explain anything to you now? A group of ignorant people. If you can't afford to lose, why hold a bet? Starting today you will manage the betting here. Is there any problem? Yi Junlin looked at a servant next to the responsible person. No problem, I will follow your arrangements, young master. The young servant instantly turned terrified, realizing this person was someone he could not afford to offend. Jumping around so happily, I will make you taste what cruelty truly means. After finishing his words, Yi Junlin patted the face of the person in charge, and elegantly turned to walk towards the arena. Ugh. Haha. Bang. As Yi Junlin stepped onto the arena, the person in charge below was shattered on the spot under the terrified gazes of countless onlookers. Indeed, he was shattered on the spot with blood and flesh splattering. The surrounding cultivators hurriedly dodged the flying blood and flesh. Why did you kill him? Although he was at fault first, he doesn't deserve death. Someone trembled and pointed at Yi Junlin, saying, It seems you have not taken my words to heart. I detest it when others point their fingers at me. Yi Junlin's expression darkened. He then vanished once more from the arena. The person suddenly realized and hurriedly tried to retract their hand. But it was too late. Crack. Both hands were intact, yet they became soft and limp. The bones inside had turned to dust, and without healing elixirs, recovery was nearly impossible. This time I will ruin your hands. If there is a next time, I will eradicate you. Yi Junlin said coldly. Thank you, young master, for sparing my life. The person quickly knelt down, expressing gratitude and banging their head against the ground. Young man, spare those who you can spare. Isn't this behavior too demonic? One of the high-ranking imperial lords spoke somewhat sternly. Shut up. Yi Junlin turned and reprimanded directly. In that instant his aura changed drastically, becoming extremely terrifying. The high-ranking imperial lord was drenched in cold sweat. What he saw was entirely different from what others felt nothing, but he sensed that he had died thousands of times in the gaze of this young man. This was not a false death, but true death. It was a cycle of reincarnation. Yi Junlin did not strike to kill. He merely cast a faint glance at the high-ranking imperial lord before walking back onto the arena. Who else wants to chatter? Step forward. Yi Junlin directly addressed the millions of cultivators in the arena. Being arrogant is a good thing for the young, but being too arrogant is not ideal. After all, only those geniuses who grow up are truly called geniuses. What is a genius who does not grow up worth? Having offended too many people, be careful not to die prematurely. Oomph. Someone said sarcastically. Impudent. Dare to speak to my young master like this. You must be tired of living. You are truly seeking death. Xia Luyun stood up and shouted angrily. How could the young master be spoken of by others? My young master holds a noble status. How could someone like you dare to speak? Repent. Xia Luyun directly appeared in front of the person who spoke and slapped down hard. Xia Luyun, what are you doing? Stop! One of the 9 immortals, the sword master sitting high above, instantly noticed Xia Lian's attack on his disciple. He was furious and yelled out. Indeed, the person who just spoke was his disciple. Although he looked older, he had a long lifespan and did not appear aged. So it was you stirring up trouble from behind. In that case, you shall die too. A cold light surged in Xia Lian's eyes as he slapped out, enveloping both master and disciple. Xia Lian, you are merely a newcomer. Do you truly think you are invincible? The sword master, as his name suggests, possessed incredible speed. He attempted to whisk his disciple away. But Xia Lian was no ordinary being. He was one of the leaders under the emperor. With immense cultivation, how could a mere sword master stand against him? To put it nicely, he is a sword master. To put it harshly, he is a worthless immortal. Just a self-proclaimed nickname. He is tens of thousands of miles away from being an immortal. What? Xia Lian. The sword master wielding the celestial sword attempted to block Xia Lian's slap, realizing it was merely a casual strike from Xia Lian. He was confident he could block it. However, now he realized he was gravely mistaken. Xia Lian's cultivation was unfathomable. He didn't know how far behind they were. Stop! I will hand over my disciple to you for disposal. Please stop. The sword master panicked and shouted loudly. Now? It's too late. Both of you will go to hell to repent. Xia Lian said coldly, mercilessly slapping down. Everyone save me. The sword master became utterly anxious, shouting desperately. However, the few immortals who usually had a good relationship with him were now oblivious. It was as if they had entered a meditative state, completely ignoring the sword master's pleas for help. They did not dare to intervene. At their level of cultivation, they naturally understood that they could not withstand this slap. Moreover, it was a very casual strike. If Xia Lian were serious, the 9 immortals would likely become just Xia Lian's solo immortality today. They dared not take that risk. I hate this. Only the unwilling voice of the sword master remained. At the same time, they were all shocked. Did Xia Lian take drugs? How could he be so fierce? He usually was the most low-key and least interested in fame and fortune. Now when he makes a move, it is indeed astonishing. No wonder there are such prodigious talents in Xia country. With such a being around, what kind of prodigy can't be cultivated? Someone suddenly realized and said, Are you stupid? Didn't you hear how Xia Luxian addressed him? Young master. Xia Luxian is merely an old servant of this young man. Someone nearby analyzed. Given that this young master, yes, background is quite extraordinary, he's not just an ordinary genius. To have someone like Xia Luxian as merely a servant is indeed remarkable. Oh heavens, what kind of backing does he have? Someone exclaimed in shock. Are you not using your brain? Didn't you see how powerful his talent is? So young, yet his cultivation level is formidable. Someone scoffed and said, This is truly boring. I initially wanted to act like an ordinary person. Instead, what I got was alienation and fear. Judge, let all the empires behind me come at once. Facing them one by one is just too time-consuming, Junlin said. The judge looked troubled. Such a situation had never occurred in past competitions. He was momentarily at a loss. No matter how talented he is, merely from Xia country. I, Long Out Yin of the Overlord Empire, will compete in the next match against you. If you win, your Xia country will replace my Yanlong country as the Overlord Empire. If you lose, you naturally return from where you came. Long Out Yin stood up, his fiery robe billowing. Is this the Long Out Yin of the Yanlong Empire? The Prince of Yanlong. It is said that his cultivation is unfathomable even among the younger generation. He stands out remarkably, someone said, focusing intently. It was clear that Long Aotian's reputation was significant. That's the case in our region, Zhu. I've heard that the holy city is the true gathering place for prodigies. It was clear that Long Aotian's reputation was significant. That's the case in our region, Zhu. I've heard that the holy city is the true gathering place. Don't you all value your lives? I've only heard that only overlord-level empires have the right to a few slots. The purpose of these slots is to send these prodigies there. An informed person said, Long Out Yin, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere, but can't recall. Junlin tilted his head and pondered. Even if you've heard of it, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Oh, after all, I'm considered the foremost person outside the holy city, Long Out Yin said with a cold smile. He knew that Xia Lian was very strong, so he merely used the competition as an excuse to challenge Junlin. This way, even if he accidentally killed Junlin, Xia Lian would have no words to say. Long Out Yin. Is he one of those characters in novels whose ending is often tragic? Junlin suddenly realized, as if he thought of something. Sharp-tongued, I hope your cultivation can match your words later on. Long Out Yin, although unaware of what a novel was, still felt insulted. However, he knew that Junlin just claimed his ending was tragic. This was intolerable. Although he initiated the challenge, he felt provoked. But for a prodigy, isn't challenging others quite common? Being a prodigy means constantly defeating others to raise one's fame. to solidify one's position and intimidate the younger generation. Out Yin, do not act recklessly. The ruler of the Yanlong Empire said with a frown, speaking softly to Long Out Yin. Father, what are you afraid of? Don't forget, I am the one chosen by that place. Even if I kill him, would Xia Luyun dare to retaliate? Long Out Yin looked at the ruler and said this. Son. The ruler shook his head and said nothing. Yes, the person chosen by the holy city, even Xia Luyun, cannot act lightly. It's not that Xia Luyun's cultivation is insufficiently strong, but the holy city is a true celestial city. Not for any other reason, but because of an event that occurred countless years ago. The Tianwu continent experienced astonishing phenomena, with seas of blood overflowing. From the universe of Wuyuan, a being fell, a half-destroyed celestial. Indeed, it was a celestial, a true immortal. Although he was crippled, his pressure remained. The place where he fell was precisely the holy city. From then on, all forces in the holy city obeyed the celestial. Because the injuries suffered by the celestial were far too severe, and there was no celestial material to be found in the Tianwu continent. His injuries remained in a critical state. It was quite remarkable that he had not perished. The celestial set up a celestial array within the holy city to suppress himself. However, he could not leave the holy city, and those who called themselves immortals outside did not dare to enter. Thus a delicate balance was formed. The celestial could not manage matters outside the holy city, nor could he control them. But within the holy city, he had the final say, able to control everything. Especially recently, the holy city has been aggressively recruiting disciples, the direct disciples of the celestial, to obtain the Xianjing immortal scripture, the true supreme scripture that could elevate a mortal to immortality. Naturally, a peerless prodigy like Long Out Yin coveted nothing more than to become the most resplendent presence. Only then would the remnant immortal take notice and accept him as a disciple. This year's entrance to the sacred city numbered in the hundreds, if not 1,000. Some had long ago been singled out by the factions within the city and brought in. At that time, Long Out Yin had not yet revealed his talent. Now things were different. He too had been noticed by the powers inside the sacred city, who wished to bring him in. This duel with Junlin would be his last battle outside the sacred city. He intended to enter in magnificent fashion, making every other prodigy seem diminished in comparison. He would be the remnant immortal's disciple, the sole disciple. Though some prodigies had already entered, he still possessed his pride and confidence. Long Out Yin strode onto the arena and sneered coldly. Let me see how miserable my fate will be. He believed Junlin was undermining and targeting him. As the foremost prodigy of a hegemonic superpower, his pride would never permit anyone to so brazenly slight or mock him. Even if he had provoked the trouble, did he not have the right? Long Out Yin. Indeed impressive, yet destined to become a tragedy of his era. Had you met me later, your cultivation might have crowned you a peerless powerhouse of the region, but meeting me so early only proves your luck is woefully poor. Any prodigy without great fortune to bolster him is a joke. Clearly you are not one blessed by great fate, for you could not avoid crossing paths with me. Junlin shrugged and said, Come, let me see how strong you truly are. Very well, Long Out Yin said, his gaze growing colder. What did Junlin mean by that remark? Was it a mock? Because he met Junlin, he lacked great fate. What utter nonsense. Long Zhan Yi. Long Out Yin wasted no more words. He stamped on the arena and launched himself like an arrow loosed from a bow, firing straight at Junlin. Long Zhan Yi is an imperial heavenly tier art unique to their royal bloodline. It suits their physique and lineage perfectly. It is a method of amplification. It elevates the bodhi's potential, enabling one to exceed ordinary limits of cultivation. Even among heavenly tier arts, it ranks among the very finest. A black dragon's shadow manifested behind Long Out Yin, radiating oppressive terror. It roared to the heavens, its howl sweeping across the boundless earth. The shadow lunged toward Junlin to consume him. Yulongbu, drifting dragon step, Junlin murmured. The void trembled, and a green dragon materialized beneath his feet. The green dragon was tiny, perhaps 1% the size of the black shadow, yet it was refined 10,000-fold beyond the black dragon. It looked like a true dragon, not a mere martial technique. The arena began to fissure, elder powers moved to stabilize it. Martial Emperor Peak. Long Out Yin stands at Martial Emperor Peak and has brought Long Zhan Yi to consummation, someone cried. Observers were aghast. Long Out Yin lived up to his prodigious reputation. Such cultivation and comprehension were terrifying. Yet they noticed that despite his might, he seemed unable to graze even the hem of Junlin's robe. He could not touch him once. Long Out Yin noticed as well and grew frantic. His opponent's footwork was plainly heavenlightier, making Long Zhan Yi seem inadequate. Still, he could not so much as touch him. How was this even a contest when he could not brush the other's sleeve? Junlin moved like a man strolling through a garden, effortless and bored. Humph is dodging all you can do. Dare you meet me blade to blade? Long Outyin sneered. Is that your entire strength? How tedious, Junlin said. Very well, if you insist on meeting me head-on, I will indulge you. He halted and stood upright, awaiting Long Aotian's assault. Now, a cold smile curled Long Aotian's lips as murderous intent descended. With this strike, he meant to end Junlin. Daring to show me killing intent. How amusing. Junlin did not dodge, he stood erect. Onlookers whispered, this young master Yi seems to rely only on footwork and martial skill, and yet he stands at martial emperor peak. To absorb such a blow outright. Even a newly entered martial saint would be lightly injured, someone cried. Die. At the instant Long Outyin believed Junlin could not evade, his face twisted in rage. Long Outyin declared with conviction that this strike would surely kill Junlin. A thunderous blast sent dust roaring up. Everyone assumed the battle was over. This young master Yi, though backed by powerful forces, would be slain in full view of all, and there would be nothing to say. Is that it? From the swirling dust, Junlin's voice came calm and faint. If that is so, then go to reincarnation. He appeared before Long Outyin and gently patted the man's broad cheek. No, you cannot kill me, you cannot. I am the one chosen by the remnant immortal, that is a true immortal. Do you dare to kill me? If a true immortal is enraged, no one can bear the consequences. After hurriedly saying these words, Long Outyin fell dead on the spot. He couldn't understand why Junlin dared to act so boldly, knowing that a true immortal was behind him. You actually killed the one chosen by the remnant immortal. You are finished, you are finished. A middle-aged man said in terror. He had just come out of the holy city to fetch Long Outyin. He thought Long Outyin would be able to kill this young man and add another glory to himself. Unexpectedly, Long Outyin couldn't even withstand a slap from this youth. He didn't even have the chance to save him. He could not complete the task assigned by the remnant immortal, and he would die if he returned. No, you actually dare to kill my son. Even if the heavens and earth are against me, no matter how powerful your background is, I will take your life. The ruler of the Yanlong Empire cried out in grief. Just you. Then go down and accompany your precious son. Xia Luyun appeared before the ruler, speaking expressionlessly. The ruler suddenly awakened. He had just been blinded by hatred. Now he suddenly remembered that Junlin was accompanied by the presence of Xia Luxian. Perhaps he could not compare with any true immortal, but outside the holy city Xia Luxian held absolute authority. However, it was too late to understand. Everything was irreversible. He had already sensed Long Aotian's killing intent earlier. He had specifically warned him, but Long Outyin was too proud to listen. Now it was too late. He had lost everything. If he hadn't revealed that hidden killing intent, Junlin might not have killed him. But once the killing intent was shown according to Junlin's character, he would definitely die. I hate this, I regret this. The ruler of the Yanlong Empire cried out in despair, and then perished under Xia Luyun's hand. Along with him was the so-called guide. Those around who knew about the remnant immortal had expressions of shock. They never expected that they could act so recklessly, even endangering someone associated with the remnant immortal. They had stirred up a great disaster. Though the remnant immortal is broken, his residual power still remains. He is absolutely not someone these people can contend with. Do you know what an immortal is? An immortal is supreme with an endless lifespan. Just like the remnant immortal, heavily injured with half of his body gone and the other half in tatters. Yet he still lives on, tenaciously surviving. Even if the remnant immortal is broken, even a slight use of a bit of immortal power is something no one in the Tianwu continent can withstand. For the Tianwu continent, this is absolutely fatal. From now on, the Xia kingdom will be a dominant empire, and I will take the quota for the holy city. Junlin said calmly while standing on the arena. No one dared to oppose him, nor could anyone do so. This essentially helped Xia Luyun completely fulfill his previous wishes. The surroundings fell silent. No one dared to say anything. This year they witnessed the rise of a monstrous talent and the brilliance and legend of Junlin. What kind of monstrous talent was this youth who did not regard the remnant immortal? No one knew. The holy city, an extraordinarily magnificent palace. The aura of immortal Tao flows over this palace, glowing magnificently, looking incredibly grand. The entire palace seems to be shrouded in mist floating in the air. This place is the residence of the remnant immortal. Because of the remnant immortal's presence, the entire palace has been infused with the aura of immortal Tao. One could say that because of the remnant immortal, this palace is nearly a treasure. Waste, a bunch of waste. What are you all doing? No matter the cost, I want the celestial tablet, According to the images sent back, this celestial tablet will surely help me restore my true immortal form and elevate my cultivation to a higher level. Go send everyone out to search for the celestial tablet, or I will take your heads as sacrifices. A roar echoed through the palace. This was not a sound made by a human, but a voice emanating from the soul. The remnant immortal was furious. He initially thought he would have to live like this for the rest of his life. Now he couldn't even return to the immortal realm. He only had a broken immortal body and some of his magical power. Although he cannot die, living like this is worse than death. But now he sees hope. The celestial tablet from the image, he can see that the remnant immortal can use it. It truly possesses a vast amount of immortal energy, which can help him restore his immortal body and magical power. At that time, he will be able to return to the immortal realm. But now his subordinates cannot find the celestial tablet. They only know it was taken by a young man. The remnant immortal is filled with rage. He must obtain the celestial tablet at all costs. He can use threats and temptations as long as he gets the celestial tablet. Yes, we will obey the orders of the immortal Tao. Countless powerful figures knelt before the palace, trembling as they spoke. The remnant immortal already has a bad temper, and if angered, their fate will not be good. They have a deep-seated fear and reverence for the remnant immortal. Not for any other reason, but because over the years the remnant immortal has gone to great lengths to restore himself. He has snatched away countless infants and children from the holy city. He relied on the innate essence of these infants to suppress his own injuries. Although the effect was not significant, it still had some utility. Even the remnant immortal would find many cultivators with special physiques and forcibly strip them of their unique traits. Then by forcibly merging them, he hoped to strengthen himself and recover some power. Go, whoever can find the celestial monument, or bring that person back. I shall take him as my disciple, impart the teachings to him, and bestow upon him the scriptures of the immortal path. I believe that in time he will attain immortality. The weak voice of the remnant immortal resonated, bringing great joy to several powerful figures outside the palace. Their gazes flickered uncertainly as they pondered how to capture Junlin and claim the celestial monument from him. They certainly could not allow Junlin to appear before the remnant immortal. If the remnant immortal entertained the thought of taking Junlin as a disciple, it would spell disaster for them. At the same time, they had to guard against their own people who sought to become disciples of the remnant immortal and gain the scriptures of the immortal path. A bloody battle among themselves was inevitable. Several powerful figures left the holy city in haste, each with their own thoughts to search for Junlin. What they did not know was that Junlin was currently wandering leisurely within the holy city. Liuyun, do you know the origins of this remnant immortal? Junlin asked. 1,000 years ago, a rift several thousands of miles long suddenly opened in the sky above the Tianwu continent. Countless damaged weapons and dried-up immortal blood fell down. The remnant immortal is one of them, but he was the only one who survived. Logically, the fallen immortal blood could help him restore his true self. However, this immortal blood carries a terrifying curse. Although the remnant immortal is crippled, his lifespan remains long, Xia Luyun said. His expression showed no change, as if he were merely recounting a mundane event. In truth, this was indeed the case. He was just a remnant immortal. Even if a true immortal descended, Xia Luyun would not regard him with any special attention or exhibit even a hint of emotional response. Xia Luyun understood the classification of the cultivation system. To him, a true immortal was merely a slightly larger ant compared to the rest. If he wished to crush it, it would be an effortless task. It would pose no trouble or resistance to him. At that time, I knew a true immortal had fallen, but I had no time to pay attention. Xia Luyun said. The cultivators within the holy city were indeed far superior compared to those outside. Warriors of the martial sage and martial emperor ranks were a common sight. However, among the younger generation, there were many martial emperors. Almost all the youth coming to the holy city had cultivation levels not lower than the martial emperor realm. Many had come with the intention of becoming disciples of the true immortal. Regardless of age, both the younger and older generations aspired to join the true immortal's sect. Because he possessed the scriptures of the immortal path, which could aid them in attaining immortality. The mere thought of becoming immortal was enough to drive them mad. The true immortal is about to recruit disciples. The grand ceremony is about to begin. The streets were bustling with people, a sight to behold. By the way, why has the true immortal suddenly decided to recruit disciples now? Someone asked in confusion. Indeed, I have never heard of a true immortal taking on disciples before. Why is this happening all of a sudden? The people murmured among themselves. To put it plainly, the previous remnant immortal had never thought highly of these native disciples. Just enjoy this, it's a good thing. If one could become a disciple of the true immortal, wouldn't one be able to walk freely across the continent? At that point, they would definitely be the object of everyone's flattery. Someone said enviously, if only I could become a disciple of the true immortal. Do you even know what you are? Do you think you are worthy? Someone retorted coldly. Before the recruitment ceremony even began, prodigies started comparing themselves. Is that so? Even if it isn't me, it won't be your turn. Ding! A huge bell tolled, signaling the transmission of information. The gates of the palace where the remnant immortal resided opened wide to receive disciples. Junlin also joined the crowd at the entrance of the remnant immortal's palace. He wished to see what this immortality was all about. He was completely unaware of his current cultivation level and wanted to understand it better. Suddenly, Junlin sensed something that someone was spying on him. It was that remnant immortal. A trace of charm flickered at the corner of Junlin's mouth. He was certain that it was the remnant immortal, using divine sense to scrutinize him. Junlin remained unfazed. To him, this strand of immortal divine sense was nothing but garbage. As long as he wished, a single thought could annihilate it and simultaneously kill the remnant immortal. Junlin now had a clearer understanding of his own cultivation level. At the very least, he was above the true immortal realm. The inheritor of the celestial monument, you have finally appeared. It was worth my temporary arrangement of this disciple recruitment ceremony. You cannot escape my grasp. The remnant immortal thought to himself. Indeed, all of this had been arranged by the remnant immortal. Once he saw Junlin obtain the celestial monument, he started planning. However, he did not expect Junlin to arrive at the holy city so quickly. He thought it would take at least a decade, not realizing that if Junlin wanted to kill him, a mere thought would suffice. To be honest, whether it's 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, the remnant immortal can afford to wait. Who in the Tianwu continent can compare to the lifespan of the remnant immortal? Even if he were to endure, he could outlast all cultivators. However, he truly did not expect Junlin to arrive so quickly. How fast can a young man from a small nation like Xia achieve in his cultivation? Had the cautious nature of the remnant immortal not changed, he would certainly have investigated how Junlin managed to reach the holy city. The holy city is not a place one can simply enter at will. However, now that the sky monument is within reach, he finds it impossible to maintain his restless heart. He now believes the most reasonable explanation is that Junlin must have obtained the sky monument, allowing him to reach such heights in just a few days. This is all attributed to the sky monument, which is proof of its immense power. If he could obtain it, his injuries would no longer be a burden. He would also be able to return to the immortal realm. In this lower realm, there is only spiritual energy devoid of any trace of immortal energy, making it impossible for him to cultivate. The transformation of spiritual energy into immortal energy is a qualitative change. If spiritual energy is compared to 1, then immortal energy is 10,000 or even 100,000. The gap is immense and indescribable. These seemingly dense mists are merely spiritual energy, not immortal energy. Junlin remarked after feeling it. The remnant immortal needs immortal energy to heal himself. How could he possibly afford to release any? Xiao Luyan shook his head and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? This is the abode of true immortals. How can you mere mortals presume to comment?" Someone harshly rebuked, as if their idol was being slandered. Or perhaps they wanted to leave a good impression on. After all, such figures can sense even the slightest disturbance clearly. Exactly who do you think you are? Can you discuss true immortals? In this day and age, even the most insignificant can dare to speak. Some people just seek to draw attention in this way. What do you think the eyes of a true immortal are? They are fiery and discerning. How could they be deceived by people like you? The number of those criticizing them grew, most unable to tolerate Junlin's assertion that the true immortal was a remnant immortal, even though it was indeed the case. Have you finished speaking? Are you done? Junlin coldly asked these hypocritical cultivators. What's the matter? Are you unhappy because I said a few words? If you have the capability, come and eliminate us. Someone boldly stepped forward and said arrogantly, believing that no one would dare act against them on the remnant immortal's territory. Have you finished speaking? Are you done? Junlin coldly asked these hypocritical cultivators. What's the matter? Such an arrogant request. Since you put forth such a request, then I shall fulfill it for you. Junlin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he spoke. This was the first time he had ever heard such a demand. Since you sincerely seek death, how could I not accommodate you? Junlin spread his palm, revealing a golden light in his hand. Do you believe there is light in this world? Junlin softly asked. Let's go to reincarnation. The golden light in Junlin's hand suddenly brightened, and those cultivators who had previously sought death became momentarily dazed. Their eyes lost focus as if they were dazed. Crack. Crisp sounds echoed as the bodies of these dazed individuals began to crack. Like the bark of an old tree, fissures appeared. Then they collapsed to the ground, becoming heaps of dust. Their souls had long been extinguished, and their bodies turned to ashes. The surrounding cultivators could not help but gasp in shock. What kind of monster is this young man? His cultivation is terrifying. Merely a ball of light, yet it swiftly took away dozens of strong cultivators. Impudence. Who dares to cause trouble in the immortal's residence? How dare they unleash a massacre? A massive pressure rolled in. This person is indeed the steward of the true immortal Lord Pang. He usually keeps a low profile. Who would have thought he possesses such strength? He is likely on par with the immortal outside the holy city. Someone exclaimed in shock. This Lord Pang rarely shows himself, and has never revealed his cultivation. Now he surprises everyone with his power. As expected of the steward beside the true immortal, such strength is indeed extremely terrifying. Lord Pang's gaze was cold as he looked at Yi Junlin. At first he thought nothing of it, but as he observed, he found Yi Junlin remarkably familiar. Smack! Lord Pang slapped his thigh as if recalling something. Isn't this the young man from that painting? The one who obtained the Sky Monument? Lord Pang murmured to himself. His master, the true immortal, had been searching for this young man. He never expected that this young man would appear here. My lord, it's this brat who has shown disrespect to the true immortal. How dare he openly refer to the true immortal as? Someone stammered. What did you call my master? The imposing figure had eyes like torches gazing intensely at the person reporting the grievance, and asked, gulp. The man was momentarily speechless, awed by the commanding presence of the imposing figure. I ask you again, the imposing figure calmly inquired. He referred to the true immortal as a remnant immortal. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, the imposing figure's aura suddenly erupted. The man could not react in time, and was crushed, turning into ashes with a look of terror. You daring brat! How dare you address the master in such a way? Do you wish to die? The imposing figure turned to gaze at Yi Junlin, his eyes shining brightly. Is he not a remnant immortal? Is he not severely injured? Yi Junlin scoffed dismissively. You seek death. The imposing figure was suddenly enraged. The remnant immortal was a taboo, and he would never allow anyone to call him a remnant immortal. Just as he was about to make a move, his eyes flickered. He did not strike. He had received a transmission from the remnant immortal. He was not to kill this person for the time being. The onlookers were dumbfounded, wondering what was happening. Wasn't it said that the remnant immortal could not be insulted? Why was he not taking action? This imposing figure rarely made an appearance, but was undoubtedly a ruthless individual. They were bewildered, and could not comprehend the thoughts of this imposing figure. Naturally, they did not dare to step forward to question him. Silence. Today is the grand ceremony for the true immortal personally accepting disciples, so you all remain silent. The imposing figure's palm pressed down slightly as he spoke. His tone was calm, yet his voice resonated throughout the entire plaza. This was the immortal plaza formed by the convergence of many small worlds. It appeared small, but was nearly the size of the entire Tianwu continent. This was the method of the immortals, evoking great admiration. Now you shall witness the arrival of an unparalleled powerhouse. You are fortunate to behold it with your own eyes. The voice of the imposing figure echoed across the plaza. Wow! The crowd erupted in astonishment. If I heard correctly, the imposing figure just said that the true immortal will personally descend. Heavens, a true immortal. Today we are fortunate to see a true immortal. Some spoke, trembling with excitement. Buzz! A unique aura emanated from the palace. Everyone held their breath, not daring to blink, fearing they might miss something. This aura was deep as the sea, grand beyond measure. Soon all present saw a tall and magnificent figure appear at the palace entrance. The figure looked strange. It had only one arm and one leg, and even just half a head. However, due to the mist, others could not see it clearly. Only Yi Junlin and Xiao Luyan could see it clearly. This was no remnant immortal. This was just a lump of rotten flesh. The remnant immortal, with only half of his body, was covered in scars. They were densely packed, horrifying to behold. Glimmers of light occasionally flickered over the wounds. That was the power of rules preventing him from recovering, subjecting him to endless torment. The stages of cultivation are divided into martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, great martial master, martial spirit, martial sect, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial sovereign, and the first realm of escape, void realm, return to heaven realm. After that comes the true immortal fire realm and true immortal realm. There are further divisions, but knowing too much is not beneficial for you. The remnant immortal spoke gently. His words were like thunder resonating in the hearts of everyone present. It stirred up turbulent waves in their hearts. They had not anticipated that there were so many divisions beyond this. The so-called immortals outside the holy city are merely at the peak of the martial emperor realm, just half a step into the escape realm. The remnant immortal continued. Boom. The immortals outside are merely half a step into the escape. The remnant immortal's words were like a meteorite dropped into a calm sea. It stirred up a colossal tsunami. I began cultivating at 5 years old, reached the peak of martial master by 10, became a great martial master at 12, and a martial emperor at 15. By 20, I was already a martial saint. At 50, I was at the peak of martial saint. Afterward, I spent tens of thousands of years barely reaching the true immortal realm. The remnant immortal stated. Indeed, a true immortal is a super powerhouse of the true immortal realm. At the same time, they were astonished by the cultivation talent of the true immortal. Indeed, those who could become true immortals always possessed extraordinary talent. Today, this immortal sovereign will only accept 3 disciples to inherit my legacy. They will surely become true immortals someday. This immortal sovereign will bestow upon them the supreme immortal scriptures. The remnant immortal declared, causing an uproar below. No one expected that the remnant immortal would take in 3 disciples and grant them supreme immortal scriptures. Junlin sensed that the remnant immortal was always sizing him up while speaking. What does this signify? It indicates that the remnant immortal was targeting him. It seems to be for the celestial steel. Junlin pondered. Since you wish to play, then I shall play along with you. A wicked smile curved at the corner of Junlin's mouth. The celestial master said with great magnanimity, as for those who have spoken unwisely, I shall not pursue the matter. The measure of a true immortal is beyond our reach. Such grandeur truly befitting a true immortal. Immediately someone flattered him, aware that the celestial master was alluding to Junlin, who had just called him. The celestial master was neither eager to take disciples nor afraid to act directly to seize what he desired. He merely feared that the heavenly monument had already forged a contractual bond with the youth. Should he forcibly take it, it might damage the heavenly monument. Otherwise, he would not waste so much time suppressing his murderous intent. Since this is my personal disciple, he must possess extraordinary talent. Therefore, a necessary talent test must be conducted. The first challenge is the talent test. This is the talent stone of the immortal realm, which can measure the extent of a person's talent. Even in the immortal realm, it is a rare treasure, the celestial master said, revealing a colorful and peculiar stone pillar. The celestial master truly is a celestial master, effortlessly possessing a treasured item. People continuously flattered him, and the celestial master felt quite satisfied knowing that these natives from the lower realm would consider any common item from the immortal realm as a treasure. They would treat it as a treasured item, utterly naive. The celestial master needed only to make some casual promises regarding worthless skills. Naturally, those seeking him were as numerous as the fish crossing a river. This thing counts as a treasure. In the immortal realm, it is mere street fare. How dare a mere true immortal call himself a celestial master? He would likely be beaten to death in the immortal realm. Xiao Luyun scoffed disdainfully. Since they had just referred to the true immortal as the celestial master, they were intentionally isolated by the crowd. No one could hear Xiao Luyun's remarks. Otherwise, even the celestial master would have been unable to remain calm, for Xiao Luyun was not wrong. A mere true immortal was nearly the lowest tier in the immortal realm, without any standing. Those who could call themselves celestial masters were all leaders of significant powers in the immortal realm. Simply place your palms upon this talent stone and circulate your spiritual energy. It will emit lights of various colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and gold. Red signifies the lowest talent, while gold signifies the highest talent. Even in the immortal realm, few possess golden talent. My talent back in the day was merely blue. Thus, if you have at least green talent, you will pass the first challenge, the celestial master stated. What? Even the celestial master only had blue talent back then? Someone exclaimed in shock. Everyone felt an enormous pressure. If even a true immortal only had blue talent, they found it difficult to meet the standards of a true immortal. Everyone anxiously formed a queue to begin the talent test. However, to their astonishment, among the 100,000 tested, at least half achieved blue talent. Those who reached blue talent were overjoyed. What did this mean? It indicated that their achievements could reach the level of a true immortal. Though not guaranteed, they could at least surpass the realm of the martial emperor. They were elated, but the expression on the celestial master's face was extremely grim. Had they seen his expression, they would certainly have refrained from showing any joy. The celestial master did not lie about having blue talent in the past. Yet he could not comprehend how such a small lower realm could have so many people with blue talent. Boom! Suddenly the talent stone burst forth with brilliant light. A dazzling azure light shot into the sky, leaving everyone stunned. Blue talent. This is blue talent, a level even the celestial master never attained. This means this person's future cultivation will at least reach true immortal realm. Someone shouted loudly. The celestial master's expression instantly fell. What the hell, is this really a lower realm? Junlin immediately understood upon seeing the tested individual. The person who measured blue talent was Wanjia. He was not surprised at all to see Wanjia here. As one of the 9 major powers, Wanjia naturally had the ability to send a few individuals into the holy city. Good, not bad, such talent is excellent. The celestial master forced a smile, intending not to take on disciples, but to accept Junlin, then persuade him emotionally and logically. He aimed to have Junlin willingly hand over the heavenly monument. That was his true objective. However, he did not expect so many people to possess such high talent. Although his talent was considered average in the immortal realm, he was still an immortal. Huh. I can't stop laughing, this is too amusing. Junlin, seeing the remaining half of the Celestial Master's face turning pale, couldn't help but burst into laughter. He clearly observed the changes in the Celestial Master's expression. How could the Celestial Master look like someone wanting to take on disciples? Clearly they were all envious of these people's exceptional talents. Kid, what's so funny? Have you lost your mind? Are you feeling inferior upon seeing others' high talents? Someone shot an angry glare at Junlin. They couldn't see the expression of the remnant immortal and mistakenly thought he was praising them. At this moment, the sudden laughter from Junlin made everyone furious. Young friend, may I ask what you find amusing? The remnant immortal tried to present himself as approachable and friendly. After all, his goal was Junlin, and to obtain the celestial stele, he naturally had to humble himself. I laugh because I want to laugh, but it's all from the heart. Junlin shrugged nonchalantly. Well, such a heartfelt sentiment from a young friend. You are quite perceptive at such a young age, the remnant immortal remarked with a sigh. The people around were dumbfounded. Does this mean that the remnant immortal still appreciates this audacious youth? Are you quite confident in yourself, remnant immortal? Junlin asked with a smile, looking at the remnant immortal. Naturally. My cultivation is transcendent, my magical powers unparalleled, rare in this world. The remnant immortal's expression changed, then he forced a smile as he spoke. Inside he was filled with flames of anger. He despised being called the remnant immortal, even if it was true. However, in this lower realm, he was the supreme existence. Anyone who dared to defy him would meet death. Those who dared to mention his status as the remnant immortal would have a fate worse than death. Yet he held back in front of Junlin. He had no choice but to endure. He needed the celestial stele and feared it would choose a master. Once he eliminated Junlin, if the celestial stele had a spirit, it would vanish in an instant. His current cultivation was far from its peak. He simply couldn't seize it. There was also the possibility that Junlin had fully grasped the celestial stele. If he got serious, he might trigger a self-destruction of the celestial stele, and that would be disastrous. This was what the remnant immortal feared the most. Rare in this world. Unparalleled magical powers. Transcendent cultivation. Then how did you end up like this? With half your body missing, how did you achieve such greatness? Did you practice self-mutilation in your spare time? Did you cut yourself up? Junlin asked, curiously, looking like a voraciously inquisitive child. Ahem, of course it was because I encountered an incredibly powerful enemy. In the end, I was gravely injured but managed to defeat him. That battle was cataclysmic, shaking the heavens and the earth, eclipsing the sun and moon. It nearly tore the entire immortal domain apart. The remnant immortal seemed to reminisce, speaking with a hint of nostalgia. I almost believed you. Junlin chuckled. Kid, I invite you to taste the tail of a rat. How could an immortal sovereign be someone you can laugh at? If you want to become a disciple of an immortal sovereign, you should test your talent first. Why act like a clown here trying to draw attention? Trying to attract the immortal sovereign's attention in this manner. Alright, I admit you've succeeded, but without testing your talent, do you think the immortal sovereign will give you a chance? Someone said with a sneer. In truth, Junlin would have tested his talent regardless. He knew that without the system rewards, he would still be an utter novice with zero cultivation. It was even very likely he would have perished by now. He did not believe it. His father was the human emperor, and his mother was certainly not an ordinary person. Could their offspring be a waste? Impossible. Especially since his elder brother, the first prince of the human emperor's palace, Yizhan, possessed astonishing talent at just 16, leaving people in awe. He did not believe he was an absolute waste. He had no cultivation roots or talent. Once our young master makes his move, it will surely shake the ages. Xia Luyan simply stated this, but it drew disdainful reactions. Buzz. Junlin lightly pressed his palm on the talent stone. Then he circulated his own spiritual energy. Boom. The talent stone did not start glowing red. Instead, a resplendent golden light instantly illuminated the entire holy city. Had it not been for the suppression of the immortal level formation, the entire Tianwu would have been flooded with golden light. Oh my, it's actually the highest talent gold. Someone exclaimed in terror. Such talent had never been seen, even among true immortals. The true immortal realm was merely his starting point. Surpassing true immortals would be a simple matter. Even the remnant immortal was left in shock. This level of talent could only be found among the few exceptional prodigies of the superpowers in the immortal domain. Now it had unexpectedly appeared in such a low realm. If I could possess this body. The remnant immortal's eyes shimmered with light. He had once considered seizing a body, but the talents and physiques of these lower realm beings were simply too poor. He had once been an immortal, and thus looked down on them. However, the situation was different now. With such talent, if nothing unexpected occurred, he would undoubtedly become a giant in the immortal realm. Crack. The overwhelming golden light lasted only for a brief moment. Then a crisp cracking sound echoed. Everyone looked at Junlin. The talent stone beneath his palm was shattered into pieces. The remnant immortal's heart trembled. This young man's talent was so extraordinary that even the talent stone could not test it. What does this signify? It signifies that this young man's talent far exceeds that of gold. The remnant immortal was astonished, and an indescribable light flickered in his eyes. It was greed, it was bloodthirst. His broken immortal body need not recover. As long as he could seize a new body, he would undoubtedly become one of the giants of the immortal realm in the future. Thinking of this, the remnant immortal's gaze grew even more fervent. Good, splendid, such talent possesses a truly supreme demeanor. You need not perform the subsequent tests. Your talent has already proven everything. The remnant immortal said with a smile as he looked at Junlin. I wonder if this young friend would be willing to join my sect. From now on, practice the immortal scriptures, refine the immortal path, and carve out your own route. The remnant immortal tried to put on what he believed was the most amicable smile. He forgot that his entire body was shrouded in mist. Others could not see his expression at all, though Junlin could. Heart sense. Junlin was eager to know what the remnant immortal was truly thinking. Thus he utilized the heart sense technique from among the 100,000 mystical techniques. As the name suggests, heart sense allows one to know what others are thinking, even to access their memories. Once I seize your body, I will be able to return to the immortal domain and even claim the celestial tablet as my own. At that time, I'll find any excuse to pass on my teachings to you, open your mind, and naturally infiltrate your sea of consciousness to destroy it. After all these years, I have suffered daily from the pain of the seals on my wounds. Even the vital energy of those children can no longer suppress my injuries. Now I finally see hope. Junlin perceived these thoughts within the remnant immortal's heart. His expression grew solemn. This remnant immortal had actually captured tens of thousands of infants to suppress his injuries. Become your disciple. Junlin asked in confusion. Yes, indeed, I, the immortal lord. The remnant immortal's words were cut off abruptly by Junlin. What are you? Do you think you are worthy of having me as your disciple? You are merely a minor true immortal, not to mention severely injured. Your cultivation has plummeted. At your current state, you aren't even a true immortal. How dare you ask me to be your disciple? To suppress your injuries, you have captured tens of thousands of infants in this holy city to drain their innate essence. What qualifications do you have to act this way? Junlin stated directly. The remnant immortal was stunned. No one knew of the deeds he had committed. He could not understand how Junlin knew this. This young man was merely from a remote place, the Xia Kingdom, and he had just arrived in the holy city. How could he possibly know? Even if you don't become this immortal lord's disciple, there is no need for such slander. Do you really think this immortal lord has a good temper, and that I dare not kill you because of your exceptional talent? The remnant immortal could not possibly admit it. Since Junlin already knew everything, he could not let him live. However, the crowd below had erupted. For so many years, infants have been disappearing daily. Now that I think about it, the number of missing infants is truly terrifying. Could it really be this true immortal? Someone questioned. How could that be? Don't listen to this brat's nonsense. Even if a true immortal is injured after 1,000 years, they would have long since recovered. How could they do something like this? Someone rebutted. Whether it is true or false, just have the remnant immortal reveal his true form, and everything will be clear. Junlin shrugged and said. No one dared to ask the remnant immortal to reveal his true form. That would be disrespectful to an immortal. However, everyone looked at the remnant immortal with fervent eyes. They did not speak, merely gazing at him, which implied, we believe you, but whether you reveal your true form is up to you. Reveal your true form to prove you are uninjured, and then we will know you are innocent. If you are afraid to reveal your true form, we will not accuse you, but we will certainly think so in our hearts. Nonsense. The master is in a good mood, and does not wish to argue with you. But you, having repeatedly provoked the dignity of the true immortal, do you really think no one will deal with you? The large man stepped forward, his demeanor fierce as he scolded Junlin. No one paid him any heed. Everyone was quietly watching the remnant immortal. They were also very curious about what kind of body lay beneath the mist. Today's disciple ceremony ends here. You who insulted and questioned the true immortal are sentenced to face the wall for 1,000 years. The rest of you may disperse. You stay. The large man stated directly. Facing the wall for 1,000 years, what of it? You are eager to drive everyone away just to seize my body. Junlin sneered. The remnant immortal's heart shook wildly. How did this young man know everything? Could it be because of the celestial tablet? The remnant immortal murmured to himself. Seizing a body, what of it? It is your honor for this immortal lord to seize your body. I rest assured I will lead your body to rule the world. The remnant immortal spoke with a cold tone. At these words the entire assembly was taken aback. This true immortal actually intended to seize the body of this exceptionally gifted young man. What are 100,000 infants compared to me? As long as they can help suppress my injuries, I wouldn't mind annihilating the Tianwu continent. The cold tone of the remaining immortal spread relentlessly. He was completely determined now. Even though he was gravely injured, he was certain that no one in the Tianwu continent could match him. After all, he was once an immortal, a true immortal. Boom. You all want to see me, don't you? Today I shall show you clearly. The remaining immortal spoke coldly. He had no intention of letting any of those present escape. Did they not want to see? Then let them see. The price for this sight would be death. The remaining immortal dispelled the mist surrounding him, and a figure gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. Where was the aura of an immortal that had just been overwhelming? Everyone felt their hair stand on end. The remaining immortal was indeed a pitiful sight, with only half of his body remaining. The other half had seemingly been torn apart by someone else's hand. The wound was extremely jagged. Years had passed, yet the remaining immortal's wounds still seeped blood. The wounds could not heal due to the power of the sealing rules placed upon them. Tisk torn in half by someone else. How can you claim to have experienced a world-shattering battle? That thing is in two halves. You remaining immortal are already without progeny. Yi Junlin remarked in astonishment. His words struck deep into the remaining immortal's heart. This was truly painful. He could not cultivate the next generation because that thing had indeed been severed. He had lost the most basic function. This was the most unbearable pain he had ever faced in his life. Once I seize your body, everything will be fine. The remaining immortal was prepared to take the risk. Regardless of whether Yi Junlin could completely master the celestial tablet, he had to make his move. Seize my body. Although your immortal consciousness is powerful to me, you are no different from an ant. Yi Junlin shook his head and scoffed. Oh really? Then let's give it a try. At this moment the remaining immortal no longer suppressed his injuries, his aura fully unleashed. Boom. The entire Tianwu continent trembled. This was the might of an immortal. With the restraint of the remaining immortal gone, his injuries visibly deteriorated at an alarming rate. His wounds exploded open, and immortal blood poured forth. Yet this blood was not the conventional deep red, it was a strange black, even emitting a foul stench. The cultivation of the remaining immortal surged like a rocket, quickly establishing itself within the realm of immortals. What an intoxicating power. The remaining immortal closed his eyes, a look of enjoyment on his face as he spoke. Kid, give up your struggle. Soon I will lead this body to rule the world. The remaining immortal looked at Yi Junlin with a smile, confident that he would not fail, as he had now firmly established himself in the realm of thought. He was a true immortal. Moreover, he no longer suppressed his injuries. If he failed, these injuries would be beyond his control, and he would die. As long as he failed to seize the body, he would undoubtedly perish. Then let me play with you. Yi Junlin replied with a smile. Then he disappeared. Act! A heart-wrenching scream echoed. This was the scream of the remaining immortal. Yi Junlin had appeared beside him without him realizing. With a single kick, he shattered the last remnant of the remaining immortal's legacy. Even for an immortal, such pain was unbearable. The remaining immortal was horrified. He hadn't even seen Yi Junlin's movements. He didn't even catch a glimpse of the afterimage. How was this possible? He was a true immortal. Could it be because of the celestial tablet? Yi Junlin, completely mastering the celestial tablet, had caused his cultivation to soar. But this was truly a bit too exaggerated, right? To directly surge beyond the realm of true immortals. This was no longer a treasure, it was undoubtedly a super divine artifact. Slap. Before the remaining immortal could ponder further, another sharp sound of a slap rang out. The half of his already mangled face was instantly battered to a pulp by Yi Junlin. I will make you wish you were dead. The remaining immortal roared in madness. He realized he didn't even have the ability to evade Yi Junlin's attacks. This young man's cultivation had undoubtedly surpassed that of a true immortal. You are too weak. You simply can't withstand a beating. Yi Junlin felt bored. Kid, you are forcing my hand. The remaining immortal's hair was disheveled on one side as he spoke in a low voice. Rise. Go. The remaining immortal shouted explosively. Suddenly a ray of light vanished from his hand. A message. Is this a message to the immortal realm? Yi Junlin asked curiously. Ha, some people are indeed coveting the treasures on you. Perhaps once they descend to the lower realms, the entire Tianwu will turn to ashes. This is all your fault, ha. The words of the remnant immortal were not wrong. However, those from the immortal realm cannot simply descend to the lower realm. A certain price must be paid to descend. The remnant immortal had unexpectedly opened the passage to the lower realm during battle. This is how one can appear in the lower realm. The passages from the immortal realm to the lower realm are controlled by major powers. Without sufficient benefits, no one is willing to descend and pay the price. Originally, the remnant immortal did not know the true purpose of the celestial monument, but now he believed he understood. After all, Junlin came from the remote Xia kingdom, and how long has it been? He has already grown to such a terrifying level of cultivation. The remnant immortal believed that everything was brought about by the celestial monument. This indicated that his previous understanding of the celestial monument was incorrect. The celestial monument is not just capable of allowing one to become an immortal. At Junlin's current speed, it could even enable him to rapidly become one of the giants in the immortal realm. This has at least saved him over 1 billion years of cultivation time. How terrifying is that? The immortal realm. My disciple is still hanging on, not dead yet. In a resplendent palace, a deep voice echoed. This palace was so vast that it could rival the entire Tianwu continent. Master, where is he? I will go and kill him right away. If second senior brother cannot manage it, then I will personally go and execute him. A young man dressed in battle attire said calmly, while holding a Feng Tianhua halberd. If he hadn't stolen the master's universe mirror, how could the master have sought to kill him? Even if he is not dead, he cannot recover. Are you saying that I, second senior brother, am incompetent? A middle-aged man appeared behind the young man in battle attire, saying with a hint of mockery, if second senior brother had the ability, how could this traitor have escaped? The young man in battle attire replied indifferently, you. All right, this time can be considered a blessing in disguise. This sinful disciple has found a treasure in the lower realm of Tianwu continent. Qing Yuan, the eldest, Jifan II, and Fanqing IV, you three will unite to descend to the lower realm. Bring back the treasure this rebellious disciple mentioned. If it truly is the legendary treasure he claims, then spare his life. Grant him the elixir for recovery. If he deceives you, you know what to do. The deep voice resounded once. Master, this matter is sufficient for me to handle. There's no need to trouble the eldest senior brother and second senior brother. Moreover, the eldest senior brother is still in seclusion, probably without time. Fanqing said, while holding the Feng Tianhua halberd. Ha ha, little junior brother, I, the eldest senior brother, am quite free. A hearty laugh echoed. A man dressed in a gray robe appeared before Fanqing. Ahem, congratulations to the eldest senior brother on your significant progress and skills. Fanqing awkwardly coughed, and then congratulated. In front of the eldest senior brother, he had no right to be arrogant, not for any other reason, but because the eldest senior brother's cultivation was simply too formidable. Although he had always acted spoiled due to his great talent and was favored by the master, that was why he looked down on second senior brother. However, his cultivation was still not at the level of the eldest senior brother, so he naturally did not dare to be too reckless. For the eldest senior brother had a nickname, Immortal Slayer. He had slain more immortals than he had seen. This was enough to illustrate the eldest senior brother's terrifying prowess. Since that is the case, descend to the lower realm. The deep voice in the palace spoke before vanishing. Boom. Open for me. Qing Yuan's hands transformed into claws as he forcefully tore apart the void. The void was directly ripped open by him, revealing a space where storms raged. Even an ordinary true immortal would be instantly turned to dust upon entering. But the three felt nothing and stepped directly into it. The waiting time is always so long. Smack. Junlin, feeling bored, slapped the remnant immortal away. Cough, cough. The remnant immortal coughed up blood, his eyes filled with hatred. He was an immortal. How could he be treated this way? Moreover, in this small lower realm. But now he dared not utter any sound or dissatisfaction. The youth before him was simply a freak. Or rather, the celestial monument was exceedingly abnormal. It could transform a youth into such a powerful being in such a short time. He hated it. If he had known the celestial monument was this powerful, he would have definitely left the holy city at that time. He would have fought desperately and would not have let his master benefit from him. Now it was too late to say anything. He could only hope that his master would spare his life for the sake of their past relationship and for discovering such an important treasure, granting him the holy medicine for healing. Oh, you are quite discontent. Smack. Junlin swiftly slapped him again, sending the remnant immortal into the immortal formation and then bouncing back. The remnant immortal, already burdened now, felt even weaker. There was nothing he could do because he could not suppress his own injuries. Now not only were his injuries flaring up, but with Junlin's merciless slaps, he was about to collapse. He even sensed his life force rapidly declining. This realization began to terrify him. Even if he is a traitor, my disciple of the immortal footsteps is not someone a mere mortal like you can insult. Just as the remnant immortal thought he was doomed, the entire Tianwu continent began to tremble. A mighty voice descended. Everyone was horrified to discover that the void above the holy city had split open. 3 figures shrouded in mist appeared in the void. As powerful beings from the immortal realm, they could sense the location of the remnant immortal with a mere sweep of their divine consciousness. Thus they did not need to search, and directly descended above the holy city. Third brother, do you know your crime? Qiong Yuan coldly asked as he stood in the void. Master brother, I am guilty, I am guilty. Third brother is willing to atone for his sins by seeking treasures for our master. I hope master brother will save me. The remnant immortals stumbled up from the ground and directly knelt down, crying out in despair. Though you are left with a remnant body, to be beaten down like this by a mere mortal from the lower realm is truly disgraceful. You may be a shadow of your former self, yet you were still reduced to this by a mere mortal. Second senior brother Ji Fan said disdainfully. Half of the remnant immortal's head was buried deep in the ground, and no one noticed the fleeting, icy, murderous intent in his eyes. Isn't his current state the gift of Ji Fan? If it weren't for Ji Fan's arrogance in tearing him apart, he would never have had the chance to escape. Although your immortal body is damaged under full unsealing, you should not be much weaker than a true immortal. Fourth senior brother Fan Xing sneered. If you hand over the treasure you mentioned, I might consider sparing your life. The eldest Qiong Yuan looked down at everyone from a high position. Master brother, the treasure is within this young man's body. He was originally a weak and incapable cultivator, yet after obtaining the treasure, the celestial stele, his cultivation has skyrocketed to rival that of a true immortal in just a few days. The remnant immortal pointed directly at Yi Junlin. He then took out a recording stone and played the entire process of Yi Junlin obtaining the celestial stele. He who possesses the stele shall conquer the world. With a moment of comprehension, he shall ascend to immortality. Qiong Yuan frowned slightly. The characters are indeed imposing, but I do not see this celestial stele as anything particularly powerful. He felt that the celestial stele only contained some immortal energy and did not consider it a treasure. Whoosh! Qiong Yuan flicked his finger. An array of light directly entered the remnant immortal's body. The remnant immortal was momentarily stunned, then filled with ecstatic joy. Not for any other reason, but because Qiong Yuan had just sent a healing pill directly into his body. His injuries were rapidly healing at a visible speed. Thank you, Master Brother, for bestowing the holy medicine for healing, the remnant immortal said respectfully. But let's not rush. If this celestial stele is not as powerful as you claim, you still have to die. This time I will take action myself, Qiong Yuan said coldly. Yes, Master Brother is right, the remnant immortal replied awkwardly. Before Master Brother, he did not dare to be disrespectful. Young man, hand over the stele, we wish to take a look. Second senior brother Ji Fan directly addressed Yi Junlin. Their words were lofty, as if their tone was one of pity towards a mere mortal. In fact, it was true. He was just a person from the lower realm. Why should they speak gently? Who do you think you are? Just because you asked me to hand it over, I must comply, Yi Junlin said lazily. It turned out that this was the so-called immortal. They really seemed weak. They were all much stronger than true immortals. Yi Junlin could see that. However, he did not know what realm lay beyond true immortals. Yi Junlin slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that Xia Liyun, as one of the leaders under the human emperor, should know. Moreover, he observed that Xia Liyun was much stronger than these people. His cultivation was undoubtedly above theirs. Liyun, young master, how is the division of realms classified? Yi Junlin asked. The realms of the cultivation world, unchanging for thousands of years, are divided into martial disciple, martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, great martial master, martial spirit, martial sect, martial king, martial emperor, martial sage, martial emperor, escape realm, void Tao realm, return to heaven realm, immortal fire realm, true, immortal realm, lower golden, immortal middle golden, immortal upper golden, immortal great golden, immortal great upper, immortal, immortal lord, immortal king, immortal emperor. This is the classification in the immortal realm. Above the immortal realm, there are even more detailed classifications, Xia Liyun respectfully explained to Yi Junlin. It seems that their cultivations should be at the lower golden immortal level. The eldest master brother among them is at the middle golden immortal level. Young master is right, they indeed possess such cultivation levels, Xia Liyun responded. He was puzzled as the young master's cultivation was extraordinarily high. Yet he seemed completely ignorant of the realms of cultivation. Since he did not know the realms of cultivation, how could he cultivate to such a level? How could you cultivate to such a level without knowing the subsequent realms? Xia Liyun did not know, and he did not dare to ask or say, "Are you ignoring me?" Qiong Yuan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yi Junlin. Just now Yi Junlin and the old man behind him had actually ignored him, chatting as if they were the only ones present. Stop calling out. Just a few lower golden immortals and middle golden immortals, do they dare to turn the world upside down? The people from the immortal domain dare to act tyrannically in the lower realm. I think it's time to rectify the immortal domain. Yi Junlin said coldly. Author's note: thank you to all the great people who have sent gifts and supported me. Wishing you good health, success in exams, and may you achieve your goals. Ha! Purify the immortal realm. You actually dare say such a thing. Who do you think you are? Wuliang Tianzuan himself, the celestial emperor of the immortal realm. Ji Fan sneered disdainfully. Pitiful and wretched mortal from the lower realms. If you refuse to surrender it, then allow me to assist you by force. Fan Qing raised his heaven-painting halberd and laughed coldly. He intended to forcibly extract the azure vault steel embedded within Yi Junlin's body. You wish to assist me? Then by all means, try. Yi Junlin replied with utter indifference. A golden immortal, and even a low-tier one at that. In his estimation, no more than an oversized insect scarcely distinguishable from an ant. Of course, such audacity rested entirely upon strength. Only with overwhelming power could one act so recklessly. Brothers and fellow cultivators, exercise caution. He may have already fused the azure vault steel with his very being. That is why he dares to behave so brazenly now that we've arrived to claim it. He knows we seek the azure vault steel, yet it has already merged with him. If we attempt to seize it by force, he may well self-destruct, and the supreme artifact would vanish along with him. Chao Xian spoke urgently. Chao Xian dreaded precisely that outcome, the boy detonating himself and annihilating the artifact. Should that happen, his senior brothers would surely execute him on the spot to cover their failure. Only then could they return and report, claiming he had deceived them, that no supreme artifact ever existed. Indeed, upon hearing Chao Xian's words, the brothers grew solemn and grave. This matter was indeed thorny. The youth's cultivation had reached at least the true immortal realm. But who were they? Golden immortals. Even low-tier ones far surpassed true immortals in might, leaving them leagues behind. A true immortal could not withstand even a single strike from their hands. Yet this complication remained manageable, merely a minor obstacle. If you intend to fight, do so swiftly. No dawdling, no prattling like some timid woman. Yi Junlin declared, exasperated. Brat, you possess astonishing gall. You spurn courtesy only to invite punishment. You are the first to dare scorn us brothers so openly. I shall make you suffer beyond endurance. Today I shall teach you the true meaning of power. Ji Fan, hot-tempered by nature, stepped forward instantly and roared. You lower realm wretch, do not presume that inheriting some ancient legacy elevates you to parity with immortals. In our eyes you are nothing but refuse. Huh. Though Ji Fan spoke thus contemptuously, his attack bore no mercy whatsoever, for he knew this youth had reduced Chao Xian to utter helplessness. He had once torn Chao Xian limb from limb, forcing him to flee in disgrace. Even diminished as Chao Xian was, a desperate final strike would still unleash peak-level power. Yet even that had been mercilessly shattered by this youth. Boom. Ji Fan struck without hesitation, his assault utterly unrestrained. An overwhelming aura erupted violently. How could cultivators of the lower realms possibly withstand such pressure? In that single instant, tens of thousands perished, shattered outright, reduced to nothingness. I show no mercy when I strike, but I slay only those who deserve death. I do not slaughter innocents wantonly. You dare commit mass slaughter among mortals. Do you fear no retribution? Yi Junlin's gaze turned icy and remote. Had he not intervened in time, the entire sacred city would have been obliterated in an instant. Huh. Retribution. Who dares mete it out to me? Mere ants. They die and vanish. I've slaughtered not just thousands but hundreds of millions. Ji Fan bellowed, bloodthirsty and savage. Do you pause to consider how many ants you crush beneath your feet while walking? Ji Fan added, his meaning unmistakable. These lower realm lives were trivial, expendable, forgotten. Excellent, truly excellent. You have succeeded in piquing my interest. Do not misunderstand. I mean only that your death shall be exquisitely rhythmic. Shua? Yi Junlin vanished instantly from where he stood. What? I cannot even trace his movement. Qing Yuan's expression twisted in shock. As a mid-tier golden immortal, his cultivation far surpassed his junior brothers. Yet now he sensed grave danger. Simultaneously, his greed for the azure vault steel surged uncontrollably. Chao Xian had stated clearly the youth had acquired it mere days ago. In just those few days, how had this youth's cultivation skyrocketed to such heights? A teenager attaining immortality, who could believe it? Clearly the azure vault steel was an unparalleled treasure beyond doubt. Slap. Worthless insect. Slap. Yi Junlin materialized beside Ji Fan and delivered a blistering barrage of open-handed strikes across his face. TSK, TSK, TSK. Immortal skin truly is thick. So satisfying to slap. Yi Junlin mused aloud, marveling. F, you dare humiliate me. Die, finger crushes stars. Ji Fan erupted into fury, humiliated by a lower realm mortal's slap. His right index finger began gathering radiant light, blazing fiercely until it condensed into a bead no larger than a soybean. Then it shot forth, a terrifying beam piercing directly toward Yi Junlin. Space itself tore open along its path, splitting into a long, jagged fissure, before sealing itself seamlessly. Void artifice, great Qianquan technique. Yi Junlin scoffed coldly. This was the sovereign art among the 10,000 secret arts, the peerless great Qianquan technique. Initially, Yi Junlin obtained countless secret techniques, among which the supreme level methods were merely the lowest tier. Of course, he still does not know what level the supreme rank truly represents. Suddenly, a circular black hole constructed from void appeared before Ji-Fan. The black hole was not large, just about the size of a person. However, it emanated an immense power of devouring. Ji-Fan's attacks were entirely consumed by this devouring force. He even lost his balance and nearly fell directly into the black hole. Ji-Fan was greatly alarmed. The opponent seemed utterly at ease, merely waving a hand to deal with him. Meanwhile, another black hole appeared behind Qing Yuan and Fan Qing as well. Yet both were unaware. Their gazes were gravely fixed on the black hole that had just devoured Ji-Fan's attack. They were calculating, pondering whether their own strikes would be swallowed. Suddenly, Ji-Fan's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost, looking at Qing Yuan and Fan Qing with disbelief. The two frowned, unable to comprehend why Ji-Fan was staring at them with such an expression. The Great Universe technique caused no spatial fluctuations, visible yet intangible. "Be careful," Ji-Fan shouted. With a loud explosion, Qing Yuan and Fan Qing immediately turned around to confront it. Yi Junlin redirected Ji-Fan's attack towards them. However, their reaction was too slow. Although they could block it, they were caught off guard. Fan Qing immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His strength was on par with Ji-Fan, and now he was hastily defending. He was directly injured. Qing Yuan's face turned grim. His shirt was completely torn apart. Although he was unharmed, his dignity was utterly shattered. "Good, very good. How many years has it been since I've been injured? Young man, you have successfully provoked my wrath." Qing Yuan's eyes turned icy, a flash of crimson appearing within. Ji-Fan, Fan Qing, and the others understood that Qing Yuan was genuinely furious. This was his impending berserk manifestation. Blood Dragon Claw. A terrifying transformation occurred in Qing Yuan's right hand. In an instant, it was covered with countless blood-red scales, exhibiting an extreme aesthetic of violence. His arm began to grow massive, more than 10 times the size of his left arm, adorned with horrifying red patterns. At the same time, the void began to twist. The surrounding space could not withstand Qing Yuan's aura. "Kid, are you ready?" Qing Yuan asked coldly. "Die." Qing Yuan swung his immensely thick right arm, his fingers transforming into dragon claws sharp enough to pierce gold and shatter stone as they lunged straight towards Yi Junlin. Qing Yuan knew that if he used a technique, it was very likely that Yi Junlin would use that black hole to shift it away. Thus, he decided to rely on his physical strength. Surely, Yi Junlin couldn't shift this right. However, often the ideal is grand, but reality is harsh. Just as Qing Yuan's attack was about to reach Yi Junlin, he smirked wickedly and lightly swiped a hand towards Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan vowed that this was definitely Yi Junlin's light swipe, effortlessly done. It felt as if he was dismissing a stray cat or dog, so plain. Qing Yuan's expression changed drastically as a black hole appeared before him, not large, just the size of his fist, perfectly capable of trapping his arm within. He could not comprehend why, despite not using a technique, he still could not escape this void black hole. "Be careful," Qing Yuan shouted. He was a mid-tier golden immortal, his cultivation naturally far superior to those junior brothers. His strike could very well eliminate them. However, despite his warning, the difference in levels was undeniable. A black hole appeared directly above Fan Qing's head. He was completely unaware, still fixated on what was behind him. The previous black hole had clearly appeared behind him, causing his injury. "Just a trick. Let's see how you sneak attack me this time." Holding his Fang Tianhua, Fan Qing said, while staring behind him. He resolved that as soon as the black hole appeared, he would flee. After all, he could not withstand a full-strength strike from a mid-tier golden immortal. He was still just a weakling. Despite his great talent, talent requires time to develop. At this moment, Qing Yuan could not restrain his strength. If he were to hold back, it would cost him his arm, something he was unwilling to see. If presented with two choices, to cripple an arm or to take a junior brother's life, he would rather sacrifice a junior brother's life to remain intact. "Fool, it's right above your head," Ji-Fan shouted from afar. Although he and Fan Qing were not on good terms, they were still fellow disciples. He wouldn't go so far as to risk his life to save him, but a reminder was still permissible. "What a—" Fan Qing's face paled instantly. Though he had long harbored mutual disdain with Ji-Fan, at this moment, he had no mind to quarrel over who was the greater fool. He poured all his immortal energy into a desperate bid to flee. without even daring to glance upward at the black hole. Boom. At that very instant, an utterly terrifying fluctuation erupted directly above his head. He clearly sensed the savage, overwhelming aura descending upon him, none other than the aura of his senior brother Qingyuan. My fate is sealed. I cannot accept it. I have yet to ascend as a peerless immortal emperor, yet today I shall perish here. Despair twisted Fan Qing's features, hatred flared in his gaze as he stared at senior brother Qingyuan. He knew full well that if senior brother Qingyuan retracted his force, he would survive, albeit gravely wounded. Yet from the present situation it was unmistakable Qingyuan had no intention whatsoever of withdrawing his strike. Clearly Qingyuan preferred his death over sustaining even a scratch himself. Fan Qing ceased resistance entirely, closing his eyes. He understood all struggle would be futile. But at that critical juncture an abrupt anomaly unfolded. A torrential surge of azure light erupted from Fan Qing's body. The azure radiance coalesced slowly, forming a colossal hovering hand suspended motionlessly above his head, emitting not a trace of violent energy. Only serenity, profound, unshakable calm. Master. Fan Qing opened his eyes and whispered hoarsely, sensing the blood dragon claw lingering midair, refusing to descend. It seems Master has always favored you, little junior brother, leaving behind a protective talisman upon your person. Ji Fan's voice dripped with envy, admiration, and bitter resentment. Senior brother Ji Fan jests. Perhaps Master left similar talismans upon you both. Fan Qing, having narrowly escaped death, spoke with newfound composure and subtle shift in tone. Ji Fan blinked in surprise. Fan Qing rarely addressed him as second senior brother, nor had he ever shown such courtesy. This disciple proves troublesome. We withdraw. Little junior brother Fan Qing, forgive me. I momentarily lost control just now. Qingyuan approached Fan Qing and spoke calmly, fully aware that none among them bore Master's talisman. Indeed, Fan Qing alone enjoyed Master's singular affection. Whether rare celestial herbs, elixirs, or divine cultivation arts, Fan Qing was always Master's first consideration. After all, Fan Qing's innate talent, measured by the talent stone, manifested as Azure Tier, a distinction that earned him Master's profound regard and firm belief he would one day attain at least the realm of Great Celestial Immortal. A Great Celestial Immortal, equal in cultivation to their own Master. Reaching such a pinnacle would grant one the honor of serving directly beneath an immortal emperor. Thereafter one pledged absolute fealty to the emperor, reaping boundless glory and prosperity. Their own Master served as captain of the Imperial Guard under the Northern Azure Immortal Emperor. How could that be, senior brother? You are after all senior brother. Should this junior brother perish, it matters not. Upon our return, I shall certainly recount the full truth to Master. I understand your predicament, senior brother. Pray set your heart at ease. Fan Qing spoke with a gentle smile, but Qingyuan's expression darkened instantly. Those words were a veiled threat. He lowered his head, murderous intent flashed once in his eyes, then vanished, replaced by a warm, affable smile as he lifted his gaze again. He dared not strike Fan Qing, for he feared Master might have embedded further safeguards within Fan Qing's body. Any rash move would not cost him his life, but assuredly condemn him to a millennium of solitary confinement. Worse still, he risked complete cultivation severance. That risk was simply unacceptable. Little junior brother, we share the same Master and sect. Pray do not hold this against me, senior brother. A small token of goodwill. Please do not decline it. Qingyuan withdrew from his robes a luminous azure immortal pill, handing it to Fan Qing with visible reluctance. Azure Qian pill. Fan Qing's expression hardened. His senior brother possessed remarkable audacity, offering the Azure Qian pill to mend their rift. Senior brother, this is truly too generous. Though his lips protested, his hand moved swiftly, accepting the pill without hesitation, causing Qingyuan's jaw to twitch involuntarily. What choice did he have? When beneath another's roof, one must bow low. Have you finished conversing? If not, that's quite all right. You may continue your chatter along the Yellow Springs Road. Yi Junlin spoke coolly. Had these cultivators spoken enough already? Young man, I concede your strength. But do you truly believe you can detain all of us? Ji Fan regarded Yi Junlin with a cold, mocking smile. In their estimation, aside from that single technique, Yi Junlin posed no real threat. So they would simply refuse to fight, letting his grand cosmic art fade into irrelevance. To depart. Effortless. They could not seize it themselves, but they were certain Yi Junlin bore the priceless artifact, the Azure Heaven Steel. That burden fell to their master. And should they present it to the immortal emperor, their rewards would know no limit. Yi Junlin could only wield the skill of transference of flowers and trees. As long as they didn't attack, he had no means to deal with them. Is that so? Do you want the celestial monument? Yi Junlin said, taking out a small, exquisite stone tablet from his Qinquan ring. Indeed, such a treasure was extraordinary, a true gem that returned to its essence. Outsiders could hardly fathom its mystery, yet the few of them were instantly mesmerized. It was this object that had allowed the young man to grow to such a formidable level in just a few days. Indeed, such a treasure was extraordinary, a true gem that returned to its essence. Outsiders could hardly fathom its mysteries. If I obtain this, I can surpass Master in the shortest time possible, and then... Qi Yuan's eyes were filled with fervor. If he possessed such a treasure, he wouldn't have to concern himself with his master's mood anymore, nor worry about offending this junior brother Fan Qing and facing master's punishment. If he possessed such a treasure, he wouldn't have to concern himself with his master's mood anymore, nor worry. Then you should keep it safe, or our master will come to collect it later. They ultimately restrained their inner desires. This young man was too enigmatic, capable of deflecting their attacks, which they could not break through. With no other choice, they could only retreat. Third brother, you did well this time. Master won't punish you when we return. Come with us, Qi Yuan said to the injured immortal. At this moment, the injured immortal had fully recovered, showcasing his true immortal cultivation level. Thank you, senior brother. I leave everything to your judgment. The injured immortal replied submissively. Leave? You must be dreaming. Aren't you the ones who wanted to forcibly seize the celestial monument? Didn't you want to kill me? Now the opportunity is right in front of you. Either kill me, or you all go through reincarnation. It's your choice. Yi Junlin said, looking at the four. What? Do you think you can force us to stay? What a joke. After all, until now they had not clearly seen the young man's cultivation level. If this young man were stronger than them, why hadn't he shown it earlier? Thus they concluded that Yi Junlin could only perform that one technique, the great Qinquan art of transfer. The injured immortal wants to kill me to seize my body and obtain the celestial monument. In your eyes, those from the lower realms are like cats and dogs, easily slaughtered. None of you will leave today, I declare it, and even Jesus cannot prevent it. Yi Junlin spoke to the four, then waved his hand. Xiao Luyan understood. The young master was simply uninterested in these ants. He had only been playing with them. Leave their heads, we might encounter their master in the celestial realm later. At that time it would indeed be a grand gift. Yi Junlin said lightly. Haha, a mere brat, and an old servant thinks they can defy the heavens and slay immortals. This story is truly laughable. Ha! The brothers burst into laughter. Clearly in their eyes, Xiao Luyan was merely an old servant. A young man achieving such heights was understandable, attributed to the celestial monument. But seeing them, it was obvious they had come from a small place. This old man could not possibly possess the celestial monument, right? Xiao Luyan obeys the young man. Xiao Luyan respectfully said to Yi Junlin, disregarding the ridicule from the others. Then he swayed his body and vanished from the spot. Gah! The others froze in place, their expressions darkening, unable to laugh anymore. The remnants of the immortal are burdened with unspoken sorrow. At this point, how could he not understand? It is not the effect of the celestial steel that has enabled this young man to grow so quickly. Rather, the young man's own background is anything but ordinary. Having such a powerful elder by his side, could he be an ordinary person? But now they have no time to ponder these questions. All their minds have been seized by Xiao Luyan. Everyone was astonished. They had not expected that this seemingly extraordinarily handsome young man was actually someone they had thought was plain and unremarkable. First, his talent was terrifyingly exceptional, and then he displayed an equally terrifying level of cultivation. Could such a person truly be from the Tianwu continent? But what about this super terrifying old servant? As cultivators of the Tianwu continent, their experience and insight were limited. Now the highest level they had witnessed was merely that of the true immortal realm. They completely lacked understanding of the cultivation levels of the remnants of the immortal and his senior brothers, as such heights indeed surpassed their imagination. Could he possibly be an immortal from the heavens? An immortal so young, someone murmured. They had become foolish, remaining in a state of shock from the very beginning. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that they could barely react. In the blink of an eye, the remnants of the immortal took on a disciple, and it was directed towards this young man. Then this young man displayed a demeanor of ruling over all with overwhelming might. Finally, the brothers of the remnants of the immortal descended. They were true immortals, beings they could not even look up to. Yet these immortals were utterly insignificant. In the eyes of this young man, immortals, nothing more than that. Everyone was left in a stupor, their eyes vacant, as they stared blankly at Yi Junlin. What? Who dares to kill my disciple? I will make you wish you were dead. The great immortal Uyalan roared towards the heavens. His figure appeared outside the palace, and all of his disciples were unexpectedly dead. Is there truly a treasure in the lower realm, prompting immortals to come? The great immortal Uyalan set his gaze sharp as lightning. Transmit my orders, strictly monitor the path to immortality. If anyone ascends, report immediately. After issuing a command, Uyalan vanished. There is nothing to linger on here. Liu Yun, prepare, we will depart for the immortal realm. Yi Junlin said to Xia Luyun. Yes, young master. Xia Luyun replied. Then with one step Xia Luyun appeared high in the sky. Boom. Xia Luyun tightened his fist and struck out. The void was torn apart inch by inch, and a golden passageway appeared beneath his feet. Wan Xia, right. Here, take this, it counts as the reward for teaching me the dragon step. Yi Junlin appeared in front of Wan Xia, producing the celestial steel. This really for me? I cannot accept it, Wan Xia said firmly. Take it, this thing is a mere trifle to me, of no use. Yi Junlin handed the celestial steel to Wan Xia, signifying the resolution of a karmic bond. From now on they would be strangers. Wan Xia clenched her silver teeth, but ultimately accepted it. She knew that from the moment she took the celestial steel, she and Yi Junlin were now beings from two different worlds. Although they had never existed in the same realm, they had once walked the same path. During her journey of training, she encountered this interesting yet decisive young man. Initially she thought this young man was merely at the level of a grand martial master. But as they spent time together, she began to regard him as a martial sect master, then later as a martial emperor and martial saint. Yet time and again she misjudged him. Again and again this young man remained unfazed. Her heart was filled with astonishment. For Wan Xia had previously investigated Yi Junlin's background. This Yi Junlin was just a lad who came from a small village in the Xia kingdom. Why was his cultivation so high? Now she understood, all of this must be an illusion created by the forces behind Yi Junlin. Otherwise, no matter how extraordinary this young man was, it would be impossible for him to be invincible right after emerging from a village. The more she learned about Yi Junlin, even just the surface, the more horrified she became. Xia Luyun had no previous interactions with Yi Junlin, yet it was natural for one to be the master and the other the servant. This indicated that it was highly likely Yi Junlin was merely sent out by his family for training. Now that the time had come, the family sent a powerful figure to escort him back. Cultivate well, see you. Yi Junlin smiled slightly at Wan Xia. He then stepped onto the golden path above a path that one must take to become an immortal. Though it appeared to be a golden road, it was fraught with unknown dangers, not as glittering as it seemed. This too was a test for ascension. Boom. Indeed, as soon as Yi Junlin stepped onto the golden path, a bolt of clear sky thunder exploded. A gigantic thunder pillar thousands of miles in diameter descended directly upon Yi Junlin's head. Roll. Yi Junlin looked coldly at the thunder above and spat out a single word. Suddenly the thunder in the sky vanished without a trace. Even the brewing thunderclouds dissipated. The heavenly tribulation did not dare strike, Yi Junlin simply fading away. Such great power of heaven and earth vanished without a trace just because of a single word from him. Wan Xia set her eyes vacant as she muttered to herself. Yi Junlin's cultivation had long surpassed her understanding of this world. Perhaps such a dragon among men is truly rare in the world. Here the world does not refer to the Tianwu continent, but rather to the world of Yi Junlin. Since coming to this world, I have remained in this Tianwu continent. It has some sentiment attached to it. Rise. Yi Junlin looked down at the Tianwu continent and said, buzz, buzz, buzz. A great formation covering the entire Tianwu continent rose from the ground. This is the Guardian Formation. From now on, no lawless individuals shall descend upon Tianwu. You all should cultivate diligently, and in the future you will surely become immortals. After leaving this statement, Yi Junlin ascended to the heavens with Xia Luyun. Everyone was taken aback. As Yi Junlin departed, he laid down a formation covering Tianwu. Even immortals could not descend. At the same time, they were astonished to find that the spiritual energy in the entire world seemed to have increased nearly 100-fold. They knew that all of this was the grand undertaking of this young man. The celestial steel is with her, why not? After Yi Junlin vanished, someone looked greedily at Wan Xia and said, slap. As a person, one must not be so greedy. This is something granted to her by the immortal. How dare you covet it? Are you seeking death? Just the fact that the immortal allowed the spiritual energy on the Tianwu continent to become 100 times denser is already a great fortune. Someone directly slapped the person who had just spoken. How can one be so greedy in life? Everyone was condemning that person. Wan Xia let out a sigh of relief. If these people united against her, she would surely be unable to withstand it. Of course, she understood very well that all of this was due to Yi Junlin's intimidation. Those capable of setting up such a grand formation feared that each of their movements was known to Yi Junlin. Although their cultivation was low, they were not foolish. What was the use of treasures? In the face of absolute strength, one may have the life to obtain them, but not the life to use them. In fact, Junlin had no time to concern himself with them. Even if Wanxia were to perish, he wouldn't care. It was simply a matter of lacking skill. Not even a ripple would stir within his heart. Although Wanxia was beautiful, she would never be a suitable match in Junlin's heart. They were merely passers-by, nothing more. Is this the immortal realm? Junlin and Xia Luyan came to an unknown place and stopped to gaze at the towering golden gate that reached 3,000 feet high. The Gate of Ascension. This golden gate was called the Gate of Ascension. Once one crossed it, they would truly become an immortal. Who approaches? State your name immediately. A golden-armored soldier inside the gate spoke loudly. Junlin, ascender from the Tianwu continent. Xia Luoyun, ascender from the Tianwu continent. Junlin announced his name. What? Ascenders from the Tianwu continent. Go, go, go. Quickly report to the great immortal that someone has come from the Tianwu continent. The expression of the golden-armored soldier changed, and he directly addressed the soldiers beside him. The ascending passage from the Tianwu continent was under the jurisdiction of the Northern Qing Emperor's immortal dynasty. Are you done with the registration? Can we enter now? Junlin asked casually. With their cultivation, he naturally heard what the golden-armored soldier had just said. However, he did not take it to heart. After all, with great cultivation, one could truly look down upon everything. What's the hurry? Don't you see him still cultivating? Stay off to the side. Only when I say you can enter will you be allowed in. The golden-armored soldier said impatiently. He was waiting for the great immortal's arrival. How dare even a mere gatekeeper be so arrogant? It seems your confidence is quite strong, Junlin remarked. As the son of the human emperor, how could he oppress others with power? If the son of the human emperor were to use power to oppress others, it would only bring shame to his father. Thus he initially introduced himself according to rank and etiquette. However, if others refuse to show respect, he cannot be blamed. Impudent. Close the gate. I won't let you in, so let's see how you can enter. The golden-armored soldier sneered. For many years, which ascender from the lower realm had not been polite to them. In front of them, not even daring to breathe heavily. Many even respectfully offered up what they considered precious treasures. Now two individuals who had just ascended dared to be so rude. Not only did they speak impolitely, but they also dared to put on an air of superiority. What do they think they are? Do they still believe they hold supreme power as before? Which of those guarding the immortal gate is not a true immortal? Those who had just ascended were at most at the immortal fire realm. Having just ignited their immortal fire, they could extinguish it at any moment. Truly giving face, yet refusing it. Fine, I want to see which unfortunate great immortal you speak of dares to trouble me, Junlin said. As soon as this was said, the golden-armored soldier was left speechless. Can he actually hear the whispers from such a distance? Is this the immortal fire realm? Although the golden-armored soldier was shocked, he remained unflustered. After all, he was from the Northern Qing Emperor's immortal dynasty. As the saying goes, those who stand under a big tree enjoy the shade. This immortal gate is useless. Others struggle to ascend only to have to watch your expressions. What's the point of keeping it? Just destroy it. Junlin shook his head and said, Ha ha ha, what did I just hear? Destroy it. Please, this is the gate to the immortal realm, but destroy it. Although it is not a supreme treasure, it is extraordinarily hard. Even if a great immortal were to descend, they would not leave a trace. The golden-armored soldier laughed recklessly. Boom. Junlin would not say much, he simply threw a punch. His fist held no trace of energy fluctuations, an utterly ordinary punch. The golden-armored soldiers inside the immortal gate were laughing so hard that tears streamed down their faces. Is that it? I thought you were more impressive. With this punch you'll probably be sore for quite a while, right? The golden-armored soldier laughed shamelessly. Bang! No earth-shattering sound was heard. Dong! Crack! Junlin retracted his fist. Ha ha ha, you're killing me with laughter. I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts. The golden-armored soldier saw that the immortal gate showed no signs of damage and burst out laughing. Just now I heard a cracking sound. This kid wouldn't have broken his arm, would he? Yeah. A golden-armored soldier laughed. That must be. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw the immortal gate covered in cracks. The sight was shocking, resembling a spider web spreading in all directions. Boom. Then it collapsed with a loud crash, dust rising everywhere. They were truly stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The immortal gate has shattered. The golden-armored soldier's eyes went blank as he spoke in disbelief. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Hurry to report. At this moment, the golden-armored soldier was completely flustered. The immortal gate had shattered. This was definitely a major event. The immortal gate represented the entrance of an immortal dynasty, essentially, its face. The purpose of the immortal gate was mainly to attract the talents ascending from the lower realms. After all, 3 of the 4 immortal emperors in the immortal realm came from the lower realms. Afterward it became unstoppable, sweeping through the realms, establishing an immortal dynasty that would intimidate for millennia. What a mess! What kind of standard is this? At this moment a figure descended, looking at the flustered golden-armored soldiers and frowning as he chided them. The newcomer wore a purple wide-sleeved robe with hair flowing down. Great Immortal Zune, you are looking for someone, and they have shattered the immortal gate, the golden-armored soldier said in terror. My, the person I am looking for, could it be? Great Immortal Zune's gaze electrified as he looked towards Yi Junlin and Xia Luyan. Nonsense, what do you mean by the person I am looking for? Who among you is reporting my words falsely? I was just passing by, and seeing nothing here, I was about to leave. Great Immortal Zune said, his pupils rapidly contracting before sternly reprimanding the golden-armored soldier and attempting to leave. He was not a fool. The immortal gate had been shattered, so why would he stay here? Is he looking for death? Great Immortal Zune, they are indeed the ones you are looking for. They ascended from the Tianwu continent. The golden-armored soldier thought that Great Immortal Zune had not understood and reiterated. At this moment Great Immortal Zune felt completely devastated, panicking immensely. He truly wished to slap this foolish boy to death. A fool without discernment, can one who shatters the immortal gate be provoked by him? Right now he truly wished to swat the golden-armored soldier to death. How could the person I am seeking be those individuals? Moreover, are you abusing your power to obstruct others from ascending? Purple Cloud sternly reprimanded. At this moment Purple Cloud was righteous in condemning the golden-armored soldiers. No, Great Immortal, it was you who ordered us to stop those ascending from the Tianwu continent. The golden-armored soldier said in disbelief. This order was indeed issued by the Great Immortal, it couldn't be wrong. They couldn't understand why Purple Cloud completely denied it. Even if the opponent was powerful enough to shatter the immortal gate, Purple Cloud shouldn't act this way. Behind them stood the Northern Qing Emperor Immortal Dynasty, one of the most powerful forces in the immortal realm. Moreover, having provoked such a ruthless person, they very much wanted to shift the blame onto Purple Cloud, because they could not handle it. They were merely lowly minions. Their deaths would mean nothing. The Qing Emperor Immortal Dynasty might not even care about their lives. But Purple Cloud was different. He was one of the leaders under the Qing Emperor. If Purple Cloud were to die, the Qing Emperor Immortal Dynasty would definitely not stand by idly. After all, losing a leader would be a slap in the face to the Qing Emperor Immortal Dynasty. Although this might provoke Purple Cloud's retaliation. However, given the current trend, Purple Cloud might not win and could possibly die. A dead Purple Cloud held no threat for these golden-armored soldiers. Shut up. I have said it is not, and it is not. Are you seeking death? Dare to question me? The gaze of Purple Cloud burst forth with a chilling glare as he coldly spoke. He was truly exasperated. These soldiers were not very bright. He had made it so clear, yet they still did not respond. Welcome, my young friends, to the Qing Emperor Immortal Dynasty. As your leader, I am here to congratulate you on your ascension, representing the Qing Emperor Immortal Dynasty, to welcome you. I, your leader, have been favored by the Immortal Emperor, fighting alongside him for many years. Of course, the Qing Emperor Immortal Dynasty, as one of the most powerful dynasties in the immortal realm, will continuously absorb talented individuals. I wonder if my young friends have any interest in joining my dynasty. Purple Cloud smiled as he spoke. It seemed he was introducing the dynasty, but in reality, he meant to say that he was a person close to the Immortal Emperor. Do you know the Immortal Emperor? He carries great weight. In the eyes of people in the immortal realm, the Immortal Emperor is not just significant, he is a legendary figure. Not interested. I think you should be more interested in these matters. Yi Junlin nodded towards Xia Luyan and said, "Whoosh." Xia Luyan waved his hand, sending 4 objects flying directly towards Purple Cloud. Purple Cloud's eyes initially showed confusion. He did not understand what Yi Junlin meant by being interested. However, soon his gaze sharpened. He saw 4 heads flying towards him. From the beginning, Yi Junlin had sensed that the aura of the 4 celestial beings killed in the lower realm belonged to the same source as Purple Cloud. Moreover, from the words of the golden-armored soldiers, just now Yi Junlin realized that these were the disciples of the 4 celestial beings from the lower realm. You useless thing. What is the point of them returning after being dead? Purple Cloud initially flashed a hint of murderous intent, then directly shouted angrily, turning the 4 heads into dust. Alas, my young friend does not know these people are my 4 disciples, and I do not know why they ended up in the lower realm. Purple Cloud continued. It's nothing. Your disciples coveted the treasures on me and wanted to kill for them. But I dealt with them all together. Yi Junlin shook his head, expressing it was of no importance. Alas, it is due to my inadequate teaching that such a situation has arisen today. I also bear responsibility. Purple Cloud's old tears flowed, and for a moment, he seemed somewhat sorrowful, as if he had aged significantly. There was a sense of desolation, a sense of loneliness. Indeed, you have a responsibility for cultivating such disciples who wreak havoc everywhere. When disciples heir you as their master must also bear the responsibility. Junlin said lightly. Seeing the disciples, he could tell what kind of master they had. All his disciples were arrogant and tyrannical, not one of them was kind-hearted. Indeed, I bear responsibility, though I will go and meditate for 100 years, alas. Purple Cloud spoke sincerely, tears visible in his eyes. This was not an act, it was genuine. His most beloved disciple Fan Xing was gone. He had always regarded Fan Xing as his own, teaching him diligently. He even left him with life-saving methods. Unexpectedly this time in the lower realm, all 4 disciples were lost. If it were the other 3, he might not feel this way, but Fan Xing was vastly superior to the other 3. No need for meditation. Junlin looked at Purple Cloud and said, My young friend, there is no need to persuade me further. You are right, they made mistakes, and I also bear responsibility. They have already perished, and the rest shall be for me as their master to atone. Purple Cloud stated with righteous fervor. He still thought the youth had a heart of compassion, so he insisted. What I mean is meditation is of no use, it would be better to die to atone. Junlin looked at Purple Cloud and shrugged. If that is the case, then as my young friend suggested, I shall die to atone. What? Just as Purple Cloud was about to go along with it, he suddenly realized something was amiss. He thought Junlin was advising him to let it go, after all, death absolves debts. However, he did not expect this youth to be so ruthless, directly suggesting he take his own life. Young friend, what did you just say? Purple Cloud asked cautiously. I said you must die to atone, having taught such disciples. If you do not die, who will? If you lack ability, do not learn to accept disciples, go to reincarnation. You should set off early, perhaps you might meet your beloved disciples on the road of reincarnation. Junlin looked at Purple Cloud and said, Young man, do not think for a moment that I fear you. Do you know who is behind me? The entire Qing Emperor Immortal Dynasty. If you kill me, you will face endless pursuit from the Qing Emperor Immortal Dynasty. At that time you will find no refuge in heaven or earth. The entire immortal realm will have no place for you. Purple Cloud with a harsh countenance reprimanded. He no longer pretended. Since the mask had been torn off, he became bold. He had mainly feared that Junlin would kill him right then. Once dead, even pursuit would be of no use. Thus he had been stalling for time. Because he had already seen and help him. Junlin had no desire to engage in such matters. Yes, young master. In an instant Xia Luyun appeared before Purple Cloud like a ghost. Wait, if you kill me, the entire Qing Emperor Immortal Dynasty will not spare you. Purple Cloud shouted frantically. He was intimidating with the Qingdi Celestial Dynasty. Because he did not want to die and the reinforcements had yet to arrive, he needed to continue stalling. From the moment he first saw Junlin, he had no intention of letting him go. After all of his disciples had perished at the hands of Junlin. Of course, revenge was a trivial matter. The main issue was that Junlin had just claimed to possess a supreme treasure. That was what Ziyun truly coveted. However, Junlin was not giving him any opportunity. He intended to eliminate him directly. Kill him. We will wait here. I am quite curious to see how the people of this celestial dynasty handle things. Junlin waved his hand and said. He then strode directly towards the golden-armored soldiers. The soldiers were instantly dumbfounded. What was this young man coming over for? Was he here to kill them? This was someone even the great celestial immortals would kill without hesitation. Yet Junlin completely ignored them and simply looked for a spot to sit. He took out a chair from the Chinquan ring and comfortably sat down. Damn it! Ziyun's face changed dramatically. This old man was incredibly fast. So fast that he could not react. He couldn't even see the opponent's afterimage. Ziyun had never considered confronting the other party, perhaps because he had shattered the celestial gate. A great celestial immortal could never shatter a celestial gate with a single punch. The opponent's cultivation was above that of a great celestial immortal, and this was also the cultivation of the young man sitting not far away. And this old man, judging from the current situation, was undoubtedly a super terrifying powerhouse. Ziyun only wanted to figure out how to escape. But facing Xia Luyun, he didn't even have the qualifications to flee. The young master wants you dead. You should be grateful and die willingly rather than struggle futilely. Xia Luyun looked at Ziyun and said, I don't believe it. Flee. Ziyun shouted, for this old man was simply too terrifying. He could hardly withstand the oppressive aura. It was as if he were facing the supremely powerful celestial emperor, which made his heart race. Then he shook his head vigorously. He was just an old servant. How could he possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with the celestial emperor? Ziyun took out a fleeing talisman from his bosom, and in an instant it burst forth with brilliant light. This fleeing talisman was a reward from the celestial emperor after he achieved merit long ago. Though called a fleeing talisman, it was actually a Qinquan breaking boundary talisman capable of traversing billions of miles in an instant. He had kept it close all this time, and now it was finally useful. Kid, wait for me to report back. You should just wait for death. I will make you pay. You killed my disciples. This grudge cannot go unpunished. Ziyun felt some pain over the fleeing talisman, yet he boldly shouted, releasing all his pent-up frustrations, his killing intent rising continuously. Then a void portal appeared before Ziyun, leading to the unknown. He glared viciously at Junlin, and the others turned and stepped into the void passage. In a span of a thought, the width and narrowness are as one. Xiao Luyun said lightly, then opened his palm. Then there was nothing more. He simply gazed quietly at what lay in his palm. Buzz. In an instant, it was as if the universe was reversing and the power of time and space was disrupted. The void wriggled, and then everyone witnessed an incredible scene. Ziyun, who had originally used the breaking boundary talisman to escape, now appeared in the palm of Xiao Luyun. Indeed, Ziyun had appeared in Xiao Luyun's palm. However, Ziyun was now smaller than an ant. Damn it, I finally escaped. You all just wait. Once I report back, I will definitely take revenge. The treasure is mine, and you can't escape. If I do not avenge this grudge, I am unworthy of being a celestial immortal. Ha ha ha. Ziyun, who had survived a calamity, laughed maniacally in Xiao Luyun's palm. Escape? Where to escape? Xiao Luyun asked curiously. Of course I will go into the celestial dynasty. Where else can I go? Ziyun almost instinctively replied directly. Who is speaking? Ziyun immediately reacted, becoming vigilant, and looked around at the 5 pillars, shouting sharply. He was currently in a barren land without a single hair. No, not even a blade of grass. There were only 5 pillars. Look up, Xiao Luyun said with great interest. Ka, how did you become so big? Is this the Dharma body? Ziyun looked up and was taken aback. He had clearly used the breaking boundary talisman. But what was happening now? How did he end up in this old man's palm? Had this old man become this powerful? The breaking boundary talisman hadn't even allowed him to escape his grasp. Go to reincarnation, Xiao Luyun said without further ado, slowly closing his palm into a fist. No, I hate this. Ziyun managed to utter these words before being crushed by Xiao Luyun. Not a trace remained. The golden armored soldiers were all trembling. A dignified great celestial immortal was directly crushed. They couldn't even flee. How could such a powerhouse possibly come from the lower realm? Could it be that people from the lower realms were all this ferocious? They were as if petrified, daring not to move, not even to breathe. They were terrified that others would extinguish them due to the noise of their breathing. Junlin waiting for the reinforcements that Ziyun had previously contacted. Without speaking, these golden armored soldiers wished they could immediately dig a hole and bury themselves. This way they could make themselves disappear and have no presence. Who has damaged the celestial gate of my Qingdi celestial dynasty? How bold! Do you not place my Qingdi celestial dynasty in your eyes? A furious roar echoed. A burly man wearing a golden crown and battle armor stood in the void, his cold gaze sweeping over the shattered celestial gate. Liesh, as an immortal lord, I did not expect you to come in person. The faces of the golden armored soldiers changed dramatically. This Liesh, as an immortal lord, was notorious for his ferocity. Is it you? Where is Ziyun? Where did Ziyun go? Tell him to come here and see me. Liesh, as an coldly looked at Junlin and the others. Report to the immortal lord, Ziyun has perished. A golden armored soldier stepped forward, speaking timidly. Who killed him? Liesh, as an asked calmly without a hint of emotion. We did. Junlin stretched and slowly stood up. You are the ones who ascended from the Tianwu Khan. Liesh, as an immortal lord, did not show any signs of anger, but instead asked, what instruction do you have? Junlin asked with great interest. A person who has ascended could actually go against the celestial immortals. Such strength is breathtaking. No wonder this is the place where Qingdi once resided. Geniuses emerge frequently, possessing extraordinary talents. Liashazan exclaimed in admiration. He even seemed to forget about Ziyun's death. All the golden-armored soldiers were left dumbfounded. They thought Liashazan, immortal lord, had come to demand punishment, yet how had it turned into praise? Young friend, might you be interested in joining the Qingdi immortal dynasty? This sovereign is confident that should you join our dynasty, your extraordinary talents would elevate you to the rank of a mighty general commanding vast territories within just a few years. Of course, the decision rests entirely with you. The Qingdi immortal dynasty would never resort to coercion, under any form or pretext, to compel your allegiance. Lu Sha smiled as he addressed Junlin. His demeanor was sincere and serene, devoid of condescension or overbearing authority. At first, Lu Sha had assumed an adversarial immortal dynasty had shattered the Qingdi immortal dynasty's celestial gate. Yet upon arrival, he discovered instead a peerless prodigy. Without hesitation, he surmised the gate guards must have deliberately obstructed the youth. Having himself once served as a celestial gate sentinel, he well understood such subtle machinations. So long as they were not enemies, all could be resolved amicably. And moreover, this young man and his elder companion had ascended from the very realm where the celestial emperor once dwelt. No need. I've grown accustomed to idleness. Oh, I shall certainly pay a visit when time permits. Junlin waved dismissively. Yet these were mere formalities, words spoken without earnest intent. Is the celestial emperor of the Qingdi immortal dynasty the Azure Dragon? Xia Luyun asked directly. Dare you speak so brazenly? The name of the Qingdi is sacred, never to be uttered so casually. Lu Sha froze momentarily, then erupted in fury. The Qingdi was a taboo. To utter his true name so recklessly was unforgivable. Yet Xia Luyun ignored Lu Sha's outrage and turned instead to Yi Junlin. Young master, perhaps we ought to pay this celestial emperor a visit. Long ago I recall the human sovereign once rode a celestial beast. His name was Azure Dragon. We fought side by side in countless battles. Yet for reasons unknown the human sovereign left him behind in the immortal realm. Seeing Lu Sha's startled reaction, Xia Luyun knew his intuition was correct. The Qingdi was indeed that ancient Azure Dragon. My, indeed. Then let us go and see for ourselves, declared Yi Junlin. Lu Sha stood bewildered. What arcane discourse were these two exchanging? A profound tremor shook him. Yes, the Qingdi's true form was an Azure Dragon, a symbol of supreme might. Who then dared call him a mere little Azure Dragon? Lu Sha cast a deep searching glance at Xia Luyun. The elder was no ordinary cultivator. He claimed to have fought alongside the Qingdi. What exalted being was he? Lu Sha could recall no such figure in his memory. You there, Lu Sha, is it? Lead the way. Yi Junlin commanded, addressing the still-stunned immortal. Ahem, this way please. Lu Sha dared no longer address them as young friend. Transforming into a streak of light, he sped toward the Qingdi palace. Yi Junlin and Xia Luyun strolled leisurely behind, effortless, unhurried, as if traversing a garden path. Lu Sha strained every fiber of his cultivation, yet no matter how fiercely he accelerated, the two figures behind him remained perfectly at ease. No strain, no exertion, moving with effortless grace. Lu Sha realized their cultivation surpassed his by an unfathomable margin. Perhaps their claims were true, they had fought beside the Qingdi. The deeper he pondered, the more his soul recoiled in awe. Who were these beings, so mighty they had once tamed the Qingdi as a mount? To what unimaginable realm of power did they ascend? His heart refused to settle. No wonder this elder and youth had carried themselves with such unshakable calm. Their composure stemmed from transcendent mastery, fearless before any sovereign, any dynasty. The Qingdi immortal dynasty spanned a vast dominion governing the entire northern expanse of the immortal realm. Within the immortal realm dwell 5 great immortal dynasties. The Eastern Immortal Dynasty in the east, ruled by celestial emperor Dongfang Shua, a man of insatiable ambition who once waged war to subjugate the entire immortal realm. The Southern Nalan Immortal Dynasty, governed by celestial emperor Nalan Longda, a ruler neither inclined to warfare nor inclined to peace. The Western Yaoqi Immortal Dynasty, led by the formidable Empress Yaoqi, the sole female among the 5 celestial emperors. And lastly, the Central Kunshan Immortal Dynasty, presided over by celestial emperor Kunshan, whose true name remains unknown to all. All refer to him solely as Kunshan Celestial Emperor. That he commands the immortal realm's most prosperous central domain speaks volumes about his unparalleled stature. En route, Lu Sha recounted the immortal realm's geopolitical landscape. Kunshan. Could it be? Xia Luyun's gaze sharpened, cold, lethal intent flickering across his pupils. He swiftly reined it in. Do you know this Kunshan Celestial Emperor? Yi Junlin sensed it instantly. He had perceived the surge of murderous intent with perfect clarity. I merely recalled something. The name Kunshan once belonged to a clan in that place. I shall never forget. The Kunshan clan was among the immortal lineages that besieged the eldest prince's palace. They fled swiftly, entire families abandoning their ancestral lands to defect beyond the realms. Xia Luyun's eyes glinted with glacial fury. Kunshan. A fitting name for such a treacherous lineage. Upon hearing that the Kunshan clan had participated in the siege against his elder brother, Yi Junlin's expression darkened. Blood debts demand blood repayment. It seems we shall soon meet this Kunshan Celestial Emperor. His voice dropped to a frigid whisper. Yet they could not yet confirm whether this Kunshan was truly of that ancient clan. The truth would only reveal itself upon meeting him, and only Xia Luyun could discern it. They spoke openly without concealing their words from Lu Sha. He felt utterly overwhelmed. This elder and youth were no ordinary cultivators. Human sovereign, eldest prince, extra-realm invaders. Lu Sha's mind reeled. He knew nothing of these names, these histories. He was certain no record of the Kuan-Yin clan or the human sovereign existed in the annals of the immortal realm. Yet now he recalled, Kuan-Yin's celestial emperor had risen overnight. Like mist coalescing from void, without precedent, without warning. When the world first learned of Kuan-Yin, he was already enthroned as celestial emperor. And he seized the central immortal domain by sheer force. When Dongfang Shuo marched upon it, he retreated in humiliating defeat. No one knew what transpired, none dared inquire. Even the Qingdi remained silent on the matter. Now reflecting upon it, Liu Sha felt a chill crawl up his spine. It was as though an invisible web enshrouded the entire immortal realm, guided by some unseen hand manipulating all things from the shadows. The more Liu Sha contemplated it, the more dread paralyzed him. Dazed and hollow, he led them onward. Behold, the Qingdi Palace. I shall announce your arrival. Pray wait a moment. Liu Sha brought Yi Junlin and Xia Luyin to the gates of a resplendent golden hall. Azure Dragon, where are you? Appear immediately to greet the young master. Just as Liu Sha was about to enter the imperial palace to report, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. This is too. Boom. A tremendous aura erupted from within the imperial palace like an ancient evil dragon awakening. The aura was extraordinarily powerful. Whooshed. A blue dragon shadow flashed by, and Liu Sha hadn't even reacted. A young man clad in a dragon robe appeared before Xia Luyin. The young man had an expressionless face with two horns on his head, looking rather extraordinary. However, there was an emotion of excitement spreading in his eyes. Liu Sha Xianjun, I pay my respects to the Qing Emperor. Liu Sha quickly knelt on the ground paying his respects. But the Qing Long did not pay any attention, and instead fixed his gaze on Xia Luyin. Is it that His Majesty has sent you to guide me, eh? The Qing Long's lips trembled as he looked at Xia Luyin with some anticipation. Liu Sha had a face full of disbelief. Their celestial emperor always bore an imposing demeanor. Even a smile was rarely seen. Yet at this moment the celestial emperor seemed like a child waiting for his master to come for him. The look of expectation in his eyes was heart-wrenching. Qing Long, you know that such battles are beyond our participation. Your Majesty, it is for your own good. Though Xia Luyin felt a pang of reluctance, he still spoke the truth. For these tens of thousands of years, Qing Long has never let up in his cultivation, all for the sake of returning to His Majesty's side. However, Qing Long's talents are limited, and he cannot soar to great heights in cultivation. Your Majesty, Qing Long is ashamed, truly useless. Tears glimmered in the Qing Long's eyes, and Yi Junlin understood that these were tears. Alright, a dignified celestial emperor should not have such aspirations. For now you need not stay by His Majesty's side, but you can follow the young master. Xia Luyin patted the Qing Long's shoulder with a smile. By the way, young master, is it Yi Zhan the young master? Wonderful, Yi Zhan is safe, that's great. The Qing Long instantly jumped up laughing like a child. He had once been the mount of the Emperor of Humanity and was privy to some news. When he learned that the great Prince Yi Zhan had gone missing due to an attack by an immortal family, the Qing Long howled to the heavens. He hated his own incompetence, resenting his inability to help even a little. If he could assist in any way, he would die without regrets. But in such battles, he wasn't even qualified to be cannon fodder. This is the second Prince, Yi Junlin. Upon hearing the Qing Long mention the great Prince Yi Zhan, Xia Luyin's expression darkened, then he made way. He stepped aside to let Yi Junlin through, and said, I am Qing Long, I pay my respects to His Highness the second Prince. The Qing Long was taken aback at first, then hurriedly knelt on the ground paying his respects. Liu Sha beside them was initially stunned, then quickly followed suit, burying his face deeply into his arms. He only thought they might be old acquaintances of the Qing Emperor. But he never expected that this young man's identity was so lofty and his status so high. Even the Qing Emperor had to pay his respects. He had become numb and could only mechanically perform the gesture. Liu Sha swore that today was undoubtedly the most thrilling day in history. It was simply too exciting. Qing Long, rise. From now on you will follow me, Yi Junlin said with a smile. He had seen the Qing Long's loyalty to his emperor father. Such a loyal person should certainly be kept close. As for cultivation, that was no issue. Qing Long, why are you still dazed? Do you think His Majesty has kept you here for what? Naturally, to assist the young master. His Majesty is far-sighted. Xia Luyin said to the dazed Qing Long. Yes, His Majesty has not given up on Qing Long. Woo woo woo. Qing Long is willing to follow the young master, serving him faithfully, never regretting. Tears streamed down Qing Long's cheeks as he spoke hurriedly. By the way, Qing Long, what do you think of Kuan-Yin in the central immortal domain? Yi Junlin asked. He wanted to know how much the Qing Long understood. Tens of thousands of years ago, Kuan-Yin directly descended into the immortal domain, dominating the central immortal domain. No one knows where Kuan-Yin came from. At that time, Dongfang Su led millions of celestial soldiers to encircle him, but returned heavily injured. But I know he wasn't merely injured, he was on the brink of death. With just one move, he was utterly defeated. The Qinglong said seriously. Afterward, I investigated and found that this Kunshan is the #1 prodigy of the Kunshan clan. He did not follow his family to ally with the outside world, but came to the immortal domain. I had a meeting with him once. He said he was atoning for his sins. The Qinglong said. Interesting, the Kunshan clan plotted against my elder brother, yet this so-called first prodigy of the younger generation is actually atoning for his sins. Though Yi Junlin bore a smile, there was an infinite killing intent. Qinglong, go down and invite everyone from the Immortal Dynasty to come to the Qing Emperor Immortal Dynasty. As for the reason you think of it yourself, they must all come. Yi Junlin said to the Qinglong. Young master, the others are easy to say, but this Kunshan has always been rather reclusive. Even if several immortal dynasties have matters to discuss, he has never attended. The Qinglong said, "Oh, come, let me teach you how to send an invitation." Right on the invitation, the Qing Emperor Immortal Dynasty has created an unprecedented prosperous age in the immortal domain, specially inviting Kunshan Immortal Emperor to lead the prodigies to participate in the grand competition. You must come, or I will make you. If you dare not come, I will deal with you. Presented by the Qing Emperor Immortal Dynasty. Xiao Liuyan. The Qinglong. Liuxia Xianjun, I am completely dumbfounded. Harsh, extremely harsh. Any normal person would find it hard to endure such malicious and twisted stimulation. Qinglong understands, I will go arrange it. The Qinglong turned to arrange the relevant matters. Central Immortal Domain. Report Immortal Emperor, this is the invitation sent by the Qinglong Immortal Emperor. Qinglong. Qinglong has always been steady in his actions. This doesn't seem like his style. Could it be? He has arrived? In the dim hall, Kunshan narrowed his eyes, slightly staring at the series of comforting phrases on the invitation, speaking in a deep voice. Kunshan looked very young, appearing to be in his 20s. However, in reality, he had lived for countless thousands of years. Tianjizi said he would appear in the immortal domain. If that is the case, then I must make a trip. Kunshan said softly. No one knew what his words meant. How many thousands of years has it been? Because of him, I have been stuck in this trashy plane for so many thousands of years. Is it finally time to return? Kunshan stood up with his hands behind his back. In an instant, his aura began to surge dramatically, breaking through the limits of the immortal realm. Issue my decree. All the prodigies of the central immortal realm must gather and set off for the Qingdi Immortal Dynasty today. Kunshan commanded directly. Then the invitation in his hand turned to ashes. The art of provocation, quite interesting. I too wish to see what kind of person this Tianjizi speaks of, who can influence the ages. Kunshan's gaze seemed to pierce through the palace, looking towards the Qingdi Immortal Dynasty. He still remembered what Tianjizi had said in his original world. Then his figure vanished from sight. Is Kunshan really just an immortal emperor? With just one move, I was severely injured and nearly died. After resting for tens of thousands of years, I finally have fully healed, and even my cultivation has advanced further. The Dongfang Immortal Dynasty's Dongfang Su walked out from a secluded chamber, murmuring to himself. He still felt lingering fear. Kunshan was terrifying enough to instill despair. Even now, though his injuries had healed, the deep-seated fear within him could not be dispelled. Dongfang Su knew that Kunshan's strength had long since planted a curse in his heart. Reflecting on Kunshan's earlier move, Dongfang Su realized that Kunshan had merely struck casually. Kunshan had intentionally left him a way out, but as for the reason, Dongfang Su could not fathom. Plotting against the Dongfang Immortal Dynasty. What a joke. As long as Kunshan desired, these immortal dynasties were nothing more than items in his pocket. Summon the prodigies of my Dongfang Immortal Dynasty to immediately head to the Qingdi Immortal Dynasty. I want to see what this Qinglong is up to. After saying this, Dongfang Su vanished from sight. Your subordinate greets the Empress Dowager. This is the invitation sent from the Qingdi Immortal Dynasty. How peculiar. The Qingdi Immortal Dynasty has never hosted such events before. Has something gone awry this year? The Empress Dowager of Yaoqi said lazily. She reclined on the throne, exuding an indescribable charm. Yet her appearance remained unseen, enveloped in a strong sense of haziness. The stage is set, so let's take a trip. With the 5 immortal emperors gathered, what kind of clash will unfold? Kunshan Immortal Emperor, could it be that he truly is the #1? After speaking, the Empress Dowager ceased to elaborate further, and the attendants were dispatched. For so many years, the 5 immortal dynasties have always fought alone with hardly any interactions. In this immortal dynasty grand competition, the victor will receive generous rewards. Moreover, the most outstanding prodigies will have the opportunity to follow my son Yi Junlin to conquer the vast realms. This is the highest honor. Above the vast martial arena of the immortal dynasty, the Qingdi stood beside Junlin, speaking loudly. In truth, everyone had questions about who this youth beside the Qingdi truly was. For the Qingdi did not sit upon his throne, rather it was this youth who lounged upon it, leaving even the Qingdi to stand aside. Hearing the words of the Qingdi, a stir erupted among the crowd. The one whom even the Qingdi serves as a junior. Who on earth is this individual? The Dongfang immortal emperor and his prodigies have arrived. At this moment someone cried out. Boom! A golden dragon carriage sped through the distant sky. Pulling the carriage were 9 ancient fierce beasts known as the Howling Moon Wolf Kings. Their fur resembled divine needles, appearing quite sturdy. Each Wolf King possessed the cultivation of an immortal lord. Awoe! The 9 Wolf Kings howled toward the heavens, instantly stirring the winds and clouds. Behind their dragon carriage followed a massive void warship. This warship was exceedingly enormous. On its hull one could clearly see numerous dense markings. These were left by weapons, each mark emanating an astonishing killing intent. This warship was a treasured artifact with a glorious past. Dongfang Su, long time no see. The Qinglong squinted slightly, looking at the golden dragon carriage. Ha ha, Qinglong, it's been many years. I wonder if your cultivation has improved. If given the chance we must. Dongfang Su's voice echoed from within the dragon carriage. Soon a figure emerged from the carriage, each step making the void wail. This was the immortal emperor. Every move represented the pinnacle of the immortal Dao realm. Awoe! As if sensing the immortal emperor's presence, the 9 Howling Moon Wolf Kings howled to the heavens, their momentum magnificent. Beast, quiet. Behind the Qinglong, a middle-aged man clad in golden armor stepped forward and shouted, Owl! The Howling Moon Wolf King immediately revealed a hint of fear in its eyes and let out a low whimper. Since when did an immortal king dare to reprimand this emperor's mount? Dongfang Su narrowed his eyes and looked at the immortal king. If the beast doesn't understand, it's one thing, but even the dignified Dongfang immortal emperor doesn't understand. The Qinglong stared at Dongfang Su and asked blandly, Qinglong, do you wish to fight? Dongfang Su's expression changed as he spoke. The Qinglong comparing him to the Howling Moon Wolf Kings was a blatant insult. Who is he? A dignified immortal emperor. How could he be compared to a bunch of beasts? Dongfang Su, do you really think this emperor fears you? If you want war, then let it be war. The Qinglong said calmly, unafraid. He to Dongfang Su, I've heard that tens of thousands of years ago you were severely injured by Kuan Qian in one move. Ooh, I wonder if that's true. I for one am very curious. A voice as sweet as silver bells rang out. Instantly countless petals appeared in the sky, accompanied by a rich fragrance wafting through the air. One could clearly see a stunningly beautiful woman walking gracefully through the void, her translucent jade-like feet lightly touching the air, causing golden lotuses to bloom wherever she passed. Yaoqi, who said I was defeated in one move. That battle, I nearly pierced through the entire middle immortal realm. In the end, it was barely a tie. Dongfang Su replied calmly. He naturally could not reveal the true state of the battle, although everyone knew what the reality was. However, knowing and saying are 2 different matters. It seems that Brother Dongfang's cultivation is among the top 2 of us 5. The immortal emperor of the Nalan immortal dynasty appeared curiously, asking, while standing in the void. Of course. Back in that battle it was barely a tie, but after so many years my cultivation has reached new heights. Even if I were to fight Kuan Qian again, I would certainly emerge victorious. Dongfang Su said with a cold smile. He could naturally make such bold claims, because he knew that such competitions and the like were things Kuan Qian would not bother to participate in. Thus no matter what he said now, no one would doubt or question him. However, Yaoqi and Nalan Longda felt a jolt in their hearts. Dongfang Su's cultivation has improved. This was undoubtedly bad news for them. The Qinglong remained calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. He had not given it much thought. What significance did Dongfang Su's cultivation ascent hold? With the calamity pill bestowed by the young master, Yi Junlin, the Qinglong's cultivation could soar 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Thus the current Dongfang Su was truly insignificant in his eyes. Just as Dongfang Su was boasting loudly, the Kuan Qian immortal emperor has arrived. God! Dongfang Su was instantly like a duck caught by the throat. His face flushed red, and for a moment he was rendered speechless. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda both changed their expressions, and the seriousness in their eyes was apparent to all. This was the Kuan Qian immortal emperor. Though he rarely made an appearance, the pressure he exerted on these immortals was immense. Kuan Qian did not descend directly from the sky. Instead, he walked step by step from the gate of the Qingdi immortal dynasty. As he passed by Dongfang Su, Kuan Qian stopped and fixed his gaze on him. Without uttering a word, he simply observed silently. In an instant, Dongfang Su's clothes were complete. Kuan Qian immortal emperor, long time no see. Dongfang Su forced a smile and greeted Kuan-Qian. Inside, he cursed the Qinglong, wondering why he invited such a freak, as he felt he had completely lost face today. He had initially wanted to put on a brave front, but he didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. Since everyone is here, please take your seats. The Qinglong said expressionlessly to several people. Ha ha ha, this is excellent, excellent. Kuan-Qian, Immortal Emperor, please. Dongfang Su then noticed that a young man was sitting in the central position. Beside this young man sat an elderly man with his eyes closed. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda looked at the young man thoughtfully. To the end, Dongfang Su could not accept that a mere boy had the qualifications to sit with 5 immortals. Moreover, he was seated in the very center. Kid, who do you think you are? This emperor gives you 3 breaths to immediately leave this position. Otherwise, this emperor will make you turn to ashes on the spot. Dongfang Su said coldly. Today had already been distressing enough, and now a mere boy dared to ride on the head of an immortal. This made Dongfang Su erupt with rage. He needed to vent his suppressed frustration, and coincidentally, Yi Junlin was in the line of fire. Xia Luyan, could this young man possibly be? Kuan-Qian's pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at Xia Luyan, secretly thinking. Perhaps Xia Luyan had not seen him, but he had seen Xia Luyan. For no other reason than that he had witnessed the images of the battlefield projected within his family. Xia Luyan had fought fiercely against his enemies, and his cultivation was indeed extraordinarily powerful. At least in Kuan-Qian's eyes, Xia Luyan was indeed formidable. After all, he was once a commander under the human emperor, and his cultivation was naturally not to be underestimated. Xia Luyan is actually beside him now. I cannot act. It seems I must adopt a flanking strategy. Kuan-Qian's eyes flashed with an inexplicable brilliance. Originally, he had planned to strike decisively and kill the second son of the human emperor, as mentioned by Tianjizi. However, with the strong Xia Luyan protecting him, he could not act for the time being. He could only wait and first build a good relationship with Yi Junlin. Dongfang Su, what do you think you are? My young master is someone you can scold. The Qinglong suddenly appeared in front of Dongfang Su with a cold smile. Ha ha, Qinglong, you must be getting old to actually recognize a child who has barely shed his milk as a young master. Dongfang Su laughed heartily. Those who insult the young master shall die. Qinglong, kill him. Xia Luyan opened his eyes and spoke. Yes, Commander Xia. The Qinglong wasted no words and directly moved to attack Dongfang Su. Meanwhile, Kuan-Qian focused, intently preparing to strike at any moment. He certainly was not targeting Yi Junlin. He aimed to eliminate Dongfang Su. After all, this was the way to win Yi Junlin's favor, allowing him to get closer to him. However, he could not act now. He had to wait until the Qinglong was unable to subdue Dongfang Su before making his move. He knew that the Qinglong could at best reach a stalemate with Dongfang Su. Both were at the same level, and it was impossible to determine a victor in a short time. True Dragon Claw. The Qinglong's eyes gathered a cold light, and he unleashed his ultimate skill. This was a unique divine ability of the Dragon Clan, once known as one of the 10 fierce ultimate skills. Its power was naturally terrifying. The Qinglong's right hand transformed into an enormous dragon claw. Then with a grab, the void exploded, and he descended upon Dongfang Su with an unmatched force. Kuan-Qian's expression changed as he witnessed this move from the Qinglong. What kind of strike was this that an immortal could unleash? This was clearly above the level of an immortal. He could not understand how the Qinglong had broken through to above the immortal level in just a few short millennia. When he first saw the Qinglong, he had just entered the immortal realm. Now, even at his peak, the Qinglong was merely at the pinnacle of the immortal level. But Kuan-Qian had not expected that the Qinglong had silently broken through. Now Kuan-Qian's way of winning Yi Junlin's favor had failed once again. In this situation, did he still need to take action? The gap between an immortal and one above the immortal level was not something trivial. The difference was immense, almost despairing. Ha ha ha, Qinglong, do you think you can defeat me? Very well, this emperor's cultivation has also ascended this year. I shall make an example of you. Dongfang Su was completely unperturbed. Aside from Kuan-Qian, he considered himself the strongest among the 4 great immortals. Slash. Dongfang Su raised his palm and directly slashed down towards the Qinglong's true dragon claw. An immortal strike was no joke. With full force, it could obliterate half an immortal dynasty. The 2 attacks collided, and Dongfang Su looked at the Qinglong in disbelief. Dongfang Su's attack felt as if it were made of paper, utterly incapable of withstanding any force. The moment it made contact with the Qinglong's attack, his own strike vanished without a trace, unable to block even a little. Impossible, impossible, how can this be? I don't believe it, block it for me. Dongfang Su was initially in disbelief, but then he frantically gathered immortal energy, forming a massive shield in front of him. This shield appeared extraordinarily solid. For other immortals, breaking through it would be quite troublesome. However, under the Qinglong's true dragon claw, the shield was still unable to withstand a single blow. Crack! As the true dragon claw made contact with Dongfang Su's shield, it began to shatter and then exploded. How powerful is Yi Junlin's spiritual perception? Just a moment ago, he distinctly felt the Kuan-Xian observing him closely. Not only that, he could clearly sense a hidden murderous intent flicker and vanish. If it weren't for his overwhelming cultivation, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. A hint of playful amusement crossed Yi Junlin's lips. Without any surprise, the Azure Dragon's claw pierced directly through Dongfang Su's body. With clarity, after retracting its claw, the Azure Dragon revealed a heart resting in its hand. The heart continued to throb within the Azure Dragon's grasp. Its sound was like thunder, deafening to the ears. Immortal emperors are not easily killed, but the Azure Dragon's cultivation had long surpassed that of an immortal emperor. No, how is this possible? Azure Dragon, what is your cultivation level? Dongfang Su looked at the Azure Dragon in disbelief. He simply couldn't believe that without realizing it, the Azure Dragon had already broken through to the realm of immortal emperors. Both Yaoqi and Nalan Longda looked at the Azure Dragon with solemn expressions. In a certain sense, the Azure Dragon's cultivation would determine the reshuffling of power among the great forces in the immortal domain. This was not what they wanted to see, yet they were helpless. Those who insult the young master shall die. The Azure Dragon did not respond to Dongfang Su, but coldly declared. At this moment, everyone's pupils suddenly constricted, realizing the status of this young man in the Azure Dragon's mind. This young man could make the Azure Dragon bow down, indicating his extraordinary nature. As for how extraordinary he was, they did not know, because they had never seen Yi Junlin. Azure Dragon, listen to me, spare me, spare me. I will hand over the Dongfang Immortal Dynasty to you. The national treasury contains endless treasures. I beg you, let me go. Dongfang Su was utterly panicked, continuously pleading for mercy. Die. The Azure Dragon completely ignored Dongfang Su, slowly gripping his heart. Bang! Dongfang Su's face suddenly turned pale. He knew that it was over for him. Although the heart was not fatal, he believed that the Azure Dragon would not let him go so easily. Run! Dongfang Su turned and fled without hesitation. He dared not stay. The Azure Dragon had a determination to kill him. You can't escape. Come back. The Azure Dragon bellowed, slowly opening its claw, generating an immense suction force. Dongfang Su, who had already run a good distance, suddenly paused, unable to break free. He could only watch helplessly as he was pulled back towards the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon said little and directly twisted off Dongfang Su's head. An immortal emperor of a generation who had roamed for countless years today met his tragic end on the spot. You don't need to be too nervous. I am not a bloodthirsty person. Dongfang Su insulted my young master, and today he meets this fate. Please take your seats. The Azure Dragon said with a smile. The two immortal emperors felt somewhat uneasy while Kuan-Xian Tianyi sat down thoughtfully. His expression was relaxed, showing no signs of discomfort. From the Kuan-Xian clan. Just as they sat down, Yi Junlin's words nearly made the other two immortal emperors jump out of their seats. However, they soon realized that Yi Junlin was not speaking to them. Yes, Kuan-Xian replied with a smile. He exhibited no unease, his face adorned with a gentle smile, giving off a peaceful vibe. It was as if the mentioned Kuan-Xian clan had nothing to do with him at all. Yi Junlin smiled, faintly sensing that this person was quite deep. To remain unfazed when he mentioned the Kuan-Xian clan speaks of a profound depth. Then you must know the Kuan-Xian clan deserves to die. Yi Junlin continued to regard Kuan-Xian Tianyi with a smile. Although he smiled, the overwhelming murderous intent began to solidify the surrounding air, sending chills down people's spines. Yaoqi Empress and Nalan Longda listened with hearts racing in fear. How could this young man possess such authority? They couldn't understand how a mere youth dared to say in front of the Kuan-Xian clan that their family should be destroyed. Though they did not know what kind of existence the Kuan-Xian clan was. Tianyi knows regarding the matter of the Grand Prince, the Kuan-Xian clan should have been exterminated. I once tried to intervene, but the ambitious individuals within the clan paid no heed to me. At that time, I was merely a talented junior. I had no standing to speak. What a pity for the Grand Prince, who I was from the same era as him. But to be honest, the Grand Prince's talent is rare in history. While I was struggling as a martial sect martial king, the Grand Prince was already at the Immortal Emperor level. Back then the Grand Prince was only 15 years old. Kuan-Xian Tianyi sighed. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda were completely stunned. An Immortal Emperor at 15, was this not shocking? They were perplexed and confused. Throughout the history of the Immortal Domain and numerous ancient texts, they had no recollection of any Immortal Emperor at such a young age. This cannot be blamed on their lack of experience, as their cultivation level determined their vision. Swish. All members of the Kuan-Xian clan deserve to die. Xiao Luyun opened his eyes, his gaze flickering with boundless coldness. If the Azure Dragon is willing to take action, the Kunshan clan truly does not deserve to live. The Azure Dragon also stepped forward to express his stance. Because of you immortal families, my elder brother has gone missing. Tell me, what right do you all have to live? Yi Junlin looked at Kunshan Tianyi. Tianyi is here. If the second prince wishes to kill me, Tianyi will absolutely not retaliate, and will allow the second prince to dispose of me as he pleases. Kunshan Tianyi replied calmly. The Kunshan clan was once an illustrious family with glorious achievements. Never did I expect them to betray the human sovereign and turn against the myriad realms. Willingly serving as dogs to those from beyond the realm, how ridiculous. Yi Junlin constantly provoked Kunshan. The Kunshan clan is guilty, and thus I have defected from the Kunshan clan, hoping to atone for my sins. If the second prince does not believe me, Kunshan is here at the mercy of the second prince. Whether to hit or kill, it is up to you. Kunshan Tianyi feigned a nonchalant expression. A good one, willing to be hit or killed at your discretion. I forgot to tell you, I act on a whim. Kill him. Yi Junlin looked at Kunshan with a cold smile. How dare you act brave before me, looking as if you would rather die? If I don't kill you, whom should I kill? Yi Junlin is no saint. They plotted against his elder brother, which is a blood feud. How could it be settled by a few words from Kunshan Tianyi? God. Kunshan Tianyi was somewhat dazed. This second prince was not following the usual script. Shouldn't he show sympathy and understanding in such a situation? After all, he was now turning from darkness to light. Yet in Yi Junlin's heart, right is right and wrong is wrong. If one is wrong, one must ultimately pay some. Kuan-ju believed he was hiding his intentions, well unaware that Yi Junlin sensed his killing intent the moment he laid eyes on him. Yi Junlin had no intention of letting him go. After a brief moment of panic, Kuan-ju regained his composure. According to the usual pattern, this second prince must be testing him now, to see if he was truly sincere in abandoning the darkness for the light. Yes, it must be so. Kuan-ju was filled with confidence. He did not resist or oppose, but calmly sat in place. With no signs of defense or resistance, he firmly believed this was Yi Junlin's test. As long as he could pass the test, Yi Junlin would trust him and not guard against him. Only then would he have the chance to kill Yi Junlin. Although Yi Junlin was the second son of the emperor, he did not think Yi Junlin's cultivation was as perverse as that of the first prince. Even if it were on par with the first prince, it wouldn't matter. After all, he was only in his teens. At most, he would be an immortal emperor, easily dealt with. Whoosh! The Azure Dragon struck directly, its massive claw aimed at Kuan-ju's head. Yet Kuan-ju remained seated unmoving, allowing the Azure Dragon's attack to slam against him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the Azure Dragon's attack hit Kuan-ju Tianyi's head. Sparks flew, yet Kuan-ju Tianyi remained steadfast, unharmed, not even a hair out of place. The Azure Dragon's expression changed. It couldn't even breach Kuan-ju's defenses. This Kuan-ju Tianyi's cultivation was undoubtedly formidable. Indeed, it was merely a test. How could a small Azure Dragon possibly harm me? Kuan-ju reassured himself internally. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda maintained a serious demeanor. They realized there was a gap in cultivation compared to Kuan-ju, but they had not expected it to be this vast. Not even able to defeat the Azure Dragon, which had effortlessly dispatched Dongfang Su, and unable to break through his defenses. Perhaps it was not just a defense, but rather Kuan-ju's very body itself was impenetrable. What kind of cultivation does this Kuan-ju possess? It had surpassed their imagination, reaching a realm they dared not envision. Perhaps divinity. Above the immortal emperor is the divine, above the divine is the true God. No wonder he is the foremost among the younger generation of the Kuan-ju clan, whose such cultivation is indeed worthy of pride. Yi Junlin smiled at Kuan-ju and said, Your Highness, the second prince is being overly generous. This level of cultivation is hardly noteworthy in your eyes. Given time, Your Highness will surely surpass it. It is merely a matter of time. Kuan-ju replied with a cordial smile. Damn it, am I giving you face? Surpassing you is just a matter of time. You think he'll just climb along with you? With your kind of trash, surpassing you is effortless. Yi Junlin, who had been smiling, suddenly turned hostile. Captain Xia, deal with him. Yi Junlin commanded Xiao Luyun. Kuan-ju became somewhat flustered. If Xiao Luyun were to make a move, he would be utterly incapable of stopping him. However, Kuan-ju inadvertently caught a glimpse of the playful expression on Yi Junlin's face. He instantly calmed down. This was Yi Junlin still testing him. At least that was how Kuan-ju perceived it at that moment. Yi Junlin would not kill him. After all, he had forsaken the darkness for the light. He had made it very clear that he sought to atone for the sins of the Kuan-ju clan. To this end, he had even betrayed his family. Thus Yi Junlin would not kill him. Kuan-ju suppressed the urge to flee and continued to sit calmly in place. His eyes showed no ripples, only infinite resolve. But all of this was just an act meant to show Yi Junlin his determination. Yet Yi Junlin was no fool. Those who did wrong must pay the price. I don't care if you are sincere. This was Yi Junlin's most genuine thought. Besides, did he need anyone's sincerity? He had no shortage of strong allies. Yes, young master. Xiao Luyun slowly rose and walked towards Kuan-Zhu. It's all fake, it's just a test I must endure. Kuan-Zhu felt the destructive energy within Xiao Luyun's body and repeatedly told himself, crack, crack, crack. With each step Xiao Luyun took, Kuan-Zhu's heart skipped a beat. From an initial state of indifference, he could now vaguely see Kuan-Zhu's body trembling. This was fear. Although he was trying his best to control himself, he simply could not. The pressure from Xiao Luyun was overwhelmingly strong. I can't pretend any longer. Suddenly Kuan-Zhu stood up and shouted, unable to bear the pressure any longer. Xiao Luyun, it's been so many years, I did not expect your cultivation to rise so much. This pressure has surpassed that of the past. Kuan-Zhu Tianyi looked at Xiao Luyun with a solemn expression. Based on Xiao Luyun's cultivation, he could certainly serve as one of the 3,000 generals under the emperor. Of course, Kuan-Zhu was definitely no match for Xiao Luyun. The gap between them was simply too vast. Yet he was not the least bit anxious, for he was the foremost of the Kuan-Zhu clan. This time he had come with a family mandate to eliminate Yi Junlin. After all, the Kuan-Zhu clan was an immortal family. He still had means to protect his life. Now that he had stopped pretending, he would forcefully attempt to kill Yi Junlin regardless of whether he succeeded or not. Because after this he would have no more opportunities. But clearly Xiao Luyun would not give him that chance. Even if Xiao Luyun did offer him a chance, he would be useless. Die! Kuan-Zhu roared, unleashing a secret technique aimed at Yi Junlin. This was the Kuan-Zhu clan's secret technique, soul devouring, specifically designed to annihilate the soul. Its most fearsome aspect was its ability to kill enemies invisibly and without a trace. It was intangible and undetectable. Do you dare to act fierce in front of me? Annihilate! Xiao Luyun said coldly. Even a secret technique in the face of absolute strength was merely an illusion. Xiao Luyun, indeed your cultivation has risen further, but it matters not. I believe we shall meet again soon. Kuan-Zhu sneered, then produced an object resembling a small boat with both hands. The Void Ship. The Kuan-Zhu clan has quite the ambition to bestow upon you the clan's treasure. Xiao Luyun said, his expression somewhat grim. The Void Ship can traverse the void, reaching any location as long as there is a coordinate. Moreover, it cannot be stopped. It is a genuine treasure. Kid, you will ultimately die at my hands, and I will ensure your suffering is worse than death. The Emperor's son Yi Zhan's fate will be your fate. Even someone as powerful as Xiao Luyun would be helpless against him. Let alone the fact that he is merely a commander. Even a general under the Emperor might not be able to keep Kuan-Zhu Tianyi from escaping. As an immortal family, the Kuan-Zhu clan's foundation is far more terrifying than one can imagine. Otherwise, the Emperor Yi Jitian would have long eradicated these families with ulterior motives. Immortal families, just like their name suggests, are eternal and everlasting. Powerful beings within them are numerous, accumulated over countless years, making them extraordinarily formidable. Of course, it is not that the Emperor fears them. Rather, once conflict arises, it would merely lead to internal strife, and the Emperor does not wish for his subordinates to die not on the bloody battlefield. Instead, dying under the iron hooves of one's own kind would provide an opportunity for outsiders to counterattack. Within every immortal family there exists an ancestor who protects the clan. Although their cultivation is not on par with Emperor Yi Jitian, when they truly engage in battle, they could delay the Emperor for decades without issue. Decades would be sufficient for the invaders from beyond to wipe out the resisting cultivators across the realms. If it weren't for this constraint on the Emperor, the invaders would have fled long ago. Humph, the second prince. We shall meet again someday. Kuan-Zhu smiled at Yi Junlin, confident that he would not be defeated here today. After all, he possesses the Void Worship. This is the treasure of the Kuan-Zhu clan, the ultimate choice for escape, aside from figures like the ancestors who in this world could possibly stop him. Thus, Kuan-Zhu Tianyi is completely unafraid. He wishes only to taunt. This would lighten his mood a little. He had originally planned to eliminate Yi Junlin directly, but upon arriving he discovered that the second prince was accompanied by Commander Xiao Luyun. His intention to attack Yi Junlin was immediately extinguished. System, I want to keep him. Quickly issue me a sign-in mission. Beep. Now issuing sign-in mission. Sign in at the Qingtian Immortal Dynasty. Sign-in successful. Rewarding the host with the 10 Directions Towning Monument. As long as the cultivation is sufficient, it can suppress heaven and earth. After a moment of silence, the system announced the sign-in task. Confirm sign-in. Yi Junlin stated directly. Beep. Sign-in successful, rewarding the host with the 10 Directions Towning Monument. The reward has been sent to the host's Qingquan ring. Please check. The system's voice echoed in Yi Junlin's mind. Actually, host, if you want to know any information, you can completely check the panel. No need to ask others, that's quite embarrassing. Just as Yi Junlin was about to check the 10 Directions Towning Monument, the system suddenly interjected. A system check the panel. Yi Junlin suddenly realized he had forgotten about the system all along. However, it was not surprising since he had only recently obtained it. Host Yi Junlin. Cultivation Heavenly God Realm. Martial Disciple, Martial Artist, Martial Warrior, Martial Master, Great Martial Master, Martial Spirit, Martial Sovereign, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Sage, Martial Monarch, Escape Stage, Void Path, Realm, Return to Heaven Realm, Immortal Fire Realm, True, Immortal Realm, Lower Grade Golden, Immortal Middle Grade Golden, Immortal Upper Grade Golden, Immortal Great Golden, Immortal Greater Golden, Immortal Lord, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Divine Fire Realm, True God Realm, Lower God Realm, Middle God Realm, Upper God Realm, Heavenly God Realm, Divine King Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Divine Monarch Realm. Talent. Divine Ability Techniques, 100,001. There are too many to elaborate on one by one. Special Physique, Yi Clan Dao Body. All of this seemed slow, but in reality, it happened in an instant. If you were to leave at the slightest disagreement, I might truly be unable to keep you. But now why don't you try leaving? Yi Junlin shrugged, and said to Qin Tianyi. He had previously been skeptical of the idea that villains often perish from excessive talk. But now he believed it. If Qin Tianyi had chosen to escape directly, without talking too much, even with the sign-in, Yi Junlin would not have been able to stop him. However, Qin boasted about his warship that could traverse the void, flaunting his arrogance. After all, with such a treasure, anyone else could only watch helplessly. In the end, he could only let him leave with arrogance. Are you trying to scare me? You have no idea how tragic your brother's death was back then. Stay. Even now thinking about it is quite satisfying. Didn't Yizhan always claim to be the best among the younger generation? The outcome was rather grim. Oh, by the way, even some of the older generation were not his match, but what was the conclusion? By the way, I have a recording stone, you can see how your elder brother died. With the treasure in hand, Qin was now unwilling to leave just like that. He decided to leave some traces in Yi Junlin's heart. What if he went mad? At that time, there would be no need for him to take action. Yi Junlin would be done for. Buzz. Qin took out a recording stone from his bosom and threw it into the air. Instantly, a huge image formed in the air. This was within a forbidden area. A white-robed youth stood in the void, his eyes like lightning gazing at the figures around him. You wretches, vermin poisoning the myriad realms across heaven and earth. Nizhan spoke slowly, his voice resonating with chilling finality. And from his eyes surged an inexhaustible tide of murderous intent, so overwhelming that even heaven and earth dimmed beneath its weight. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I grant you that title out of courtesy alone. Blame your father, not us. And how many centuries has he suppressed our immortal clans? How long have we grown beneath his iron heel? A voice echoed from the void. And all these figures shared one unmistakable trait: none revealed their faces. And they dared not, dreading retribution from the human sovereign who would surely obliterate them without mercy. Though their ancestral patriarchs united might stall the human sovereign for decades and the outcome remained inevitable, every elder would perish. No other fate awaited them. Moreover, the human sovereign stood at the zenith of his prime, his blood surging, his vitality unassailable. And none could afford to overlook his peerless heaven-defying talent. It was precisely because of the human sovereign's existence that they dared not allow his son Yizhan to mature further. And for Yizhan's cultivation speed defied all precedent, unheard of in 10,000 ages. Trembling with dread, they seized their chance, striking when the crown prince entered the forbidden zone unguarded. And, is this motley assembly truly all you bring to face me? Yizhan surveyed the surrounding cultivators with undisguised contempt. And since you've come this far, why hide? Why not step forth? And he suddenly raised his gaze toward the void and declared, Hey, indeed, the human sovereign's son is extraordinary. He perceives even our concealed presence. Na grotesque cackle reverberated through the emptiness. Pity, you shall never have that chance. And I, crown prince, Yizhan, swear before heaven, before my life, and I shall exterminate every one of you, you craven interlopers from beyond the realms. Ni's eyes blazed with glacial fury as he spoke. Alas, it is already too late for such vows. And brothers, let us strike as one and end him now. And figures emerged one by one from the void, addressing the immortal clans. Outwardly, these extra-realm beings bore no stark difference from denizens of the myriad realms. Yet subtle distinctions betrayed their origin, particularly the region between nose and lips. There a distinct black square marked each face, not facial hair, nor any known feature, but something alien, inexplicable. and even their speech carried an unsettling resonance grating upon the ear. We merely supplied intelligence. If you intend to act, do so swiftly. Should the human sovereign learn of this, death itself will become a luxury you cannot afford. The immortal clan's representatives replied coldly. At the mere mention of the human sovereign, the extra-realm beings paled, terror seizing their very marrow. Their fear ran deep, primal. Brothers, strike now? He must die. Immediately, irrevocably. And the leader of the extra-realm host commanded without hesitation. Come then. Your words drip with venomous ambiguity. Yi-Zhan, fear no foe. Ha ha. Let us slaughter gloriously this day. Ni's jet black hair billowed wildly as he threw back his head and roared. A god-demon incarnate. He rose to fame at 6, struck terror into all factions by 15. And now barely past his 30s, even the immortal clans trembled before him. Elders bowed in silent reverence at his passing shadow. The younger generation could not even glimpse his trailing silhouette. In heaven's sundering strike, Yi-Zhan swept one hand through empty air, unleashing omnidirectional assault. With a single gesture, 10,000 swordors erupted, each locking onto a target with lethal precision. And whether extra-realm invader or immortal clan scion, all turned ashen. Yi-Zhan's ascent had been meteoric, those swordors cleaved unerringly toward vital points. And though all were formidable cultivators, none dared intercept even one of his blades. Some caught too slow, gritted their teeth, and braced for impact. But resistance proved futile, utterly meaningless. In an instant, half the surrounding masters lay slain. Each fell, cut down in a single stroke. And exhilarating, magnificent, Yi-Zhan laughed toward the heavens. Brothers, deploy His Majesty's grand formation at once, or today we all perish here. The extra-realm leader's expression hardened. Activate the formation. Several cultivators jointly hurled forth a formation disc, its surface etched with dense serpentine glyphs utterly indecipherable. The script bore faint resemblance to their spoken tongue, yet the killing intent radiating from it was unmistakably real and so profound, even Yi-Zhan furrowed his brow in wary appraisal. The aura of an extra-realm sovereign. I see you truly honor me. Yi-Zhan narrowed his eyes. He could not evade, the formation had already sealed him within. The eightfold sovereign decrees your death. You shall obey. And the leader sneered at Yi-Zhan. Should you fall here today, will your father descend into madness? The human sovereign's soul heir dies here today. Savor these final vistas. Soon you shall behold them no more. The leader laughed wildly, unrestrained. Engage the formation, annihilate him. Outside the array, figures darted with blinding speed, then converged in synchronized crushing force. Boom! Now muffled thunderclap shook the air. Within the formation, a colossal black spear coalesced, its oppressive aura so devastating it threatened to shatter reality itself. Even through the spirit recording stone, Qinglong felt his limbs weaken and breath constrict. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda fared worse, collapsing instantly, eyes wide with abject horror. At this moment, Yi-Zhan desperately urged the entirety of his Tao energy directly facing the spear. He rushed toward the spear with no way to evade, and decided to fight to the death. Then the two collided, erupting with boundless radiance. Everyone was unable to open their eyes. When the light dissipated, all eyes turned simultaneously toward the grand formation. A spear was pierced through Yi-Zhan's chest, golden blood continuously flowing down. Bang! Then Yi-Zhan's body shattered into pieces with fragments of flesh and splattered blood everywhere. Good, with the death of the son of the Emperor will surely be thrown into chaos. We shall take our leave first. The members of the immortal families quickly erased their traces here and made their escape. What a joke! Do you expect to stay now waiting for the Emperor to personally descend? With Yi-Zhan's death, the Emperor will surely cross the void in response. At that time, none of them would be able to escape. For now, they could only carefully erase their traces, ensuring the Emperor would not discover them. Damn the Kuan-Qian clan, damn the immortal families, you all deserve to die. Xia Luyun roared with bloodred eyes. It turned out that the crown prince died in such a miserable manner. Ha, what? Do you want to kill me? Then come at me. Kuan-Qian laughed proudly, feeling a bit relieved. After all, seeing his opponent lose composure and become furious was a kind of enjoyment for him. Only Junlin remained indifferent, seemingly deep in thought. Everything had happened too quickly just now. Only Junlin clearly saw what occurred under that radiance. He possessed the Tao reincarnation body, allowing him to trace back the origins of all things. He had just seen that his elder brother had used the golden cicada shedding its shell technique and had long since disappeared. The one who died was merely a puppet. Having absorbed Yi-Zhan's essence blood, it was able to assume an exact likeness of Yi-Zhan's face. Yi Junlin instantly breathed a sigh of relief. His elder brother, Yi Zhan, was safe and sound. Ha ha ha, second prince. How are you feeling now? Do you not have the urge to kill me? Are you not especially eager to eliminate me right now? Unfortunately, you cannot. Kuan Qian laughed heartily, waving his right index finger at Yi Junlin. Oh really? I told you can leave today. Yi Junlin said flatly. Is that so? Then I should see how you prevent me from leaving. Kuan Qian summoned a void ship, urging it to depart. The 10 directions, heaven suppressing steely, sealing the 10 directions of the universe. Yi Junlin raised his hand, and a golden steel suddenly appeared in the void. It did not emit a powerful wave, but instead gave a profoundly heavy feeling. It seemed eternal, appearing small, yet one could clearly sense its weight. A little stone steel thinks it can stop me, Kuan Qian said disdainfully. He then began to urge the void warship. However, Kuan Qian's expression changed drastically. He realized he could not move it at all. No matter how he urged it, the void warship remained as immovable as a mountain, unyielding to his attempts to activate it. Damn it, hurry up. Kuan Qian finally lost his composure. He felt his entire body grow weak. A feeling of fear began to fester within him. Especially upon seeing the faint smile at the corner of Yi Junlin's mouth, he became even more flustered. Seeing Xia Liyuan's predatory expression only added to his panic. Do not kill him, imprison his soul. The Kuan Qian clan cannot die so easily. Yi Junlin said softly to Xia Liyuan. Since they dared to betray the emperor and attack the emperor's kin, they must be prepared to accept the pain. To kill him like this was far too merciful. Yi Junlin wanted his soul to suffer endless torment. Only then could he atone for his sins, only then could he deter the lesser beings. Otherwise anyone would dare to betray. Betrayal must come with a heavy price. Yes, young master. I shall not fail in my mission, Xia Liyuan said to Yi Junlin. Just now he had sensed a regal aura from Yi Junlin. This aura he had once felt from the emperor. It was clear that Yi Junlin had begun to possess the pressure of a for some iron-fisted measures were necessary. Mercy could not be shown, or the imitators would increase in number. Do not come any closer. Kuan Qian shouted loudly as he saw Xia Liyuan step toward him. When this commander was conquering the battlefield, you were still nothing but a tadpole, yet you truly think you are a big deal. The young master has ordered from today onward your soul shall be imprisoned, never to be reborn. Day and night you shall suffer the pain of your soul. This is merely the beginning for your Kuan Qian clan. Get out here. Xia Liyuan grasped with his palm, and a transparent soul emerged from Kuan Qian's frenzied roar echoed, but it was all in vain. The remaining 2 immortal emperors lay slumped on the ground, unable to move. The pressure emanating from a mere shadow stone was overwhelming, making them feel nearly suffocated. Whoosh! Summer Liyuan swept through the void, conjuring a cage of nothingness before everyone. This void cage was pitch black, never touched by a glimmer of light. Inside there was an intensely dark flame crackling and roasting relentlessly. This was the hellish black flame specifically designed to scorch the soul. Anyone burned by the hellish black flame endured unimaginable suffering and would lose their soul within days. However, Summer Liyuan would not let him die so easily. Whenever Kuan Qian was on the verge of collapse, he would immediately feed him a spirit-nourishing pill. Once the spirit-nourishing pill was consumed, Kuan Qian instantly regained vitality. Ding! The sign-in system has issued a task. Sign-in location Divine Realm Auction House. Successful sign-in rewards you with 500 supreme physiques, such as Ancient Sacred Body, Innate Sacred Body, Tao Embryo Chaos Body, Hongmeng Supreme Body, and Dual Pupil, etc. Additional tasks: participate in the auction and succeed. Payments for the auction can only be made with items from the realm of civilization, such as RMB, ice cream, spicy strips, etc. If you participate in the auction and succeed, an additional reward of 500 supreme physiques is granted. At this moment, the voice of the sign-in system echoed in Yi Junlin's mind. A sign-in system? Why have you changed? Why is there an additional task? Yi Junlin was somewhat confused, thinking that signing in should directly grant a reward of 100. Why has it been separated now? Because there was no sign-in task issued before, violating the original intent of this system. This is now a return to the correct path. The system replied haughtily. Fine, you decide. It's just an auction, no problem. Yi Junlin said. It's just using modern civilization items for the auction, easy. You two manage the entire immortal domain, do not bully the weak, and do not oppress others with power. For now, that's all. Liu Yun Qinglong, follow me into the divine realm. Yi Junlin said without delay. His main purpose for holding this grand competition was Kuan Qian, who had now been captured alive. He had lost interest in staying in the immortal domain. He aimed to race straight to the world where his father resided to fight alongside his father and elder brother, annihilating all these extraterrestrial enemies. The Yaoqi obeys the orders of the second prince. Nalan Longda at your command. The two immortal emperors lowered their proud heads towards Yi Junlin. At your command. Summer Luyan and Qinglong respectfully replied as well. Qinglong had no attachment to the immortal domain. The thought of battling alongside the young master filled him with excitement. He could clearly see the envy in Yaoqi and Nalan Longda's eyes. That was the divine realm, a place that all these immortal emperors dreamed of visiting. Let's go. Yi Junlin stepped forward, walking upon the void towards the heights. Then under the incredulous gazes of all, he unleashed a punch. Boom. The sound reverberated like thunder. Yi Junlin's fist broke open a path. Boundless laws of the divine realm descended, forming a road of law. Why the incredulity? Because they initially thought Yi Junlin was merely acting recklessly due to the protection of a peerless being by his side. They could hardly believe that this young man's punch contained such immense power. With a single blow, he shattered the barrier between the immortal domain and the divine realm. This young man was indeed worthy of being protected by a being of such power. The might of his punch was terrifying. Summer Luyan and Qinglong immediately followed Yi Junlin into the path of the divine realm, disappearing from everyone's sight. This is the power of the rules of the divine realm, far surpassing the realm of the immortals. Yi Junlin spread his palms, feeling the power of the rules of the divine realm. Check where the largest auction house is. Yi Junlin turned to Summer Luyan and said, Yes, young. Summer Luyan closed his eyes tightly, and his divine sense surged forth like a tide in all directions. Summer Luyan was formidable, at least Yi Junlin knew that. But just how formidable, there was still no answer. Summer Luyan could clearly sense the current state of the entire divine realm. Who is spying on this emperor? In a massive palace, a middle-aged man filled with the majesty of a deity suddenly opened his eyes and said. He had just distinctly sensed a powerful divine thought sweep past. By the time he tried to seize it, that divine thought had vanished without a trace. Such a powerful divine thought, what has happened? Could it be someone from above? The middle-aged man murmured to himself. At the same time, multiple powerful auras erupted in the same place in the divine realm. They all felt this overwhelming divine sense and were utterly shocked. Summer Luyan did not conceal his probing. Instead, he searched boldly. Otherwise, with his cultivation, these people would not have sensed anything. Young master, the largest auction house should be the Divine Emperor auction house inside the Divine Emperor city. Summer Luyan opened his eyes and told Yi Junlin. That name really catches one off guard. Yi Junlin replied, speechless. It was evident that it was run by a divine emperor. All right, inform all the strongest beings in the divine realm to come and participate in the auction. In 3 days, Divine Emperor auction house, make sure to come, otherwise death. At the same time, an ancient voice resonated in the minds of all the divine emperors in the divine realm, nearly startling them. They also understood that this person was powerful beyond measure, at least surpassing the strongest in the divine realm. May I ask if you are here to auction items or participate in the auction? If you are participating in the auction, you will have to wait 3 years for us to hold an auction here. If you are auctioning items, we take a 20 commission from the final proceeds. As soon as Yi Junlin and the others arrived at the Divine Emperor auction house, a servant approached them and said. His attitude was good, not at all overbearing. Auction items. Yi Junlin replied indifferently. All right, please come inside. Our professional appraisers will certainly provide you with a satisfactory valuation. Old Lu Kong is the chief appraiser of the Divine Emperor auction house. May I ask what divine pills or miraculous medicines you wish to auction? As soon as they entered the appraisal room, an elderly man walked in and inquired of Yi Junlin and the other. Name your price for these items. Yi Junlin casually took a seat, then tossed onto the table the Lianshan Great Saber cured pork belly kimchi and ice cream he held in his hands. The elder frowned slightly. This youth seemed far too unrestrained. After all, Yi Junlin had seated himself directly upon his own chair. Yet he said nothing. Soon, however, his gaze was utterly captivated by the objects Yi Junlin had laid before him. So novel in form that in all his long years he had neither heard nor seen their like. What manner of artifacts are these? Why do they appear so extraordinary? The elder asked, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Merely casual delicacies. Edibles that fortify one's cultivation, Yi Junlin replied. He shrugged indifferently. Indeed, though these were products of modern civilization, the system had transmuted them into rare heavenly treasures. How does one open this? The elder asked, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. He had been struggling to tear open the outer packaging. Yet no matter how he tried, the seal remained unbroken. A quiet awe stirred within him. Even the wrapper of this spicy strip, a mere outer sheath, was itself a peerless artifact. Its hardness was astonishing. This elder was a celestial god, yet he could not breach the plastic casing. Here lies a perforated notch, see it? Just pull gently along the seam. Junlin picked up a packet of spicy strips and tore it open with effortless grace. Instantly the entire chamber filled with its aroma. Not the sharp, pungent bite of ordinary spices, but a complex fragrance, fiery heat entwined with delicate sweetness pulsing rhythmically against the senses. It provoked an irresistible urge to devour it whole, to savor it with unrestrained delight. Gulp. The elder swallowed hard saliva pooling at the edge of his lips. Young master, are you truly prepared to auction such a divine treasure? The elder asked, his address shifting instinctively from you to the honorific you. Of course. I wouldn't be here otherwise, Junlin replied, feigning mild surprise. May this humble servant sample it first. Otherwise valuation would be impossible. The elder spoke with earnest inquiry. Though the scent alone was profoundly alluring, he still could not gauge its true worth. Truth be told, he longed to taste it himself. If a buyer later suffered ill effects, the auction house's reputation would crumble. By all means, you may partake. Junlin nodded with a faint smile. This flavor, utterly transcendent. It feels as though my very soul is ascending. Most astonishing of all, my cultivation has surged dramatically, and I've consumed but a sliver. The elder recoiled, inwardly stunned beyond measure. Truly this effect defied estimation. It was priceless. He had only just ascended to the celestial god realm, yet after consuming a single spicy strip, his cultivation soared to its absolute apex. And this was merely the surface energy. The rest lay dormant, coiled like sleeping dragons throughout his meridians and dantian. At his will he could awaken and channel it all, shattering the celestial god realm in an instant and ascending to sovereign godhood. Such power was terrifying beyond reckoning. He harbored no doubt even a celestial emperor would find its efficacy profound. Young master, this is a treasure beyond price. No mortal appraisal suffices. Yet I swear the final bid shall exceed even your highest expectation. The elder spoke with fervent intensity. This would surely be the pinnacle of his auctioneering career. Proceed as you see fit. Begin the auction now, no need to wait 3 years. What say you? Junlin regarded him calmly. Indeed, your timing governs all, the elder hastened to reply. This was no ordinary patron. He was a celestial windfall. Dispatch couriers immediately, to every great clan, every paramount sect, even celestial emperors themselves. In 3 days' time the Celestial Emperor Auction House shall host an unprecedented grand auction. The elder issued swift commands, and sent urgent missives to celestial emperors. Whether they attended was their choice. A regret, however, would surely follow. Yet before invitations could even depart, several celestial emperors descended upon the venue in unison. Today marks the most resplendent day in the history of the Celestial Emperor Auction House. For today within these halls resides a treasure beyond price. Its potency, I have tested it myself. Behold, the elder turned toward the assembled millions below, and unleashed an overwhelming aura from his being. A sovereign god. Impossible. How could this happen so swiftly? Someone cried out in disbelief. All knew Bai Changhai, the auction master, had only recently attained the celestial god realm. To reach its late stages required at least 1,000,000 years. To ascend so drastically in mere years defied all logic. Bai Changhai, how did you achieve this? Is this the artifact up for auction today? Someone called from the crowd. Meanwhile, Junlin and his 2 companions sat in the VIP pavilion above, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds and observing the spectacle below with amused ease. Precisely. Today's priceless treasure comprises these 3 items. First, the spicy strip. Its texture surpasses any gustatory experience I have ever known. Unparalleled, irreplaceable. Second, the sunflower seed. Its kernel nourishes the divine soul. Third, the iced lollipop, cool upon the tongue, lingering in memory. A sublime elixir for practitioners of fire-aligned arts. Especially suited for those cultivating fire-based techniques, it clarifies the mind and calms the spirit. Its efficacy profound. Above all, each enhances cultivation without adverse side effects. I consumed but a morsel of the spicy strip, and instantly ascended to sovereign godhood. That alone reveals its boundless potency, and its benefits extend beyond my realm. Even celestial emperors would find its virtues inexhaustible. Bai Changhai smiled down upon the assembly. His words needed no proof. Faith bloomed instantly. Chaos erupted below. What is this? A substance potent enough to benefit celestial emperors? None had ever heard of such a thing. After all, Bai Changhai's former cultivation level was common knowledge, and the Celestial Emperor Auction House bore an unassailable reputation for integrity. What say you, esteemed peers? A stern-faced man asked from the adjacent pavilion, his form wreathed in shimmering cosmic laws. Though he suppressed his aura, the cataclysmic energy coiled within him remained palpable. Logically speaking, with all of us present, they dare not deceive us, not even if granted 10 lifetimes. Indeed, these 7 are the paramount sovereigns of the divine realm. He is the true divine sovereign, the absolute ruler of this heaven and earth. Yet have you ever considered who precisely sent us that divine summons, commanding us all to gather here? Moreover, that individual's cultivation realm is unfathomably terrifying. A divine sovereign frowned as he spoke. Though each stood at the apex of the divine realm's might today, they had all assembled, solely at the behest of a single unseen figure. This weighed heavily upon their dignity. As the supreme beings of the divine realm, such helplessness, this gnawing sense of powerlessness, had not stirred within them for countless millennia. They ruled vast ancient sects and dominions, accustomed only to others kneeling before them in obeisance. Yet today, for the first time in eons, fear gripped their hearts. This primal dread, this ancient, long-forgotten tremor, had not surfaced in over 10,000 millennia. That cultivator's realm must be peerless, perhaps even hailing from above. One divine sovereign pointed solemnly upward as he spoke. If he truly originates from above, then what purpose brings him to our divine realm? Another divine sovereign furrowed his brow in quiet inquiry. Above, none knew its nature, only fragmented accounts lingered in ancient chronicles veiled in myth and silence. Esteemed sirs, please observe, savor it with reverence. Bai Changhai produced the bag of spicy strips he had opened moments earlier, releasing the divine energy seal upon its mouth. Yi Junlin had warned him once, unsealed the strips must never linger exposed to air. They required immediate resealing. Otherwise their flavor would degrade, and their efficacy would plummet sharply. HM, what scent is this? Why do I feel an overwhelming urge to swallow my own tongue? One cultivator inhaled faintly, only to find his saliva surging uncontrollably. He nearly drooled outright. Could this truly be the aroma of those spicy strips? Another gazed intently at the strip in by Changhai's hand, voice taut with awe. Your intuition is impeccable. The fragrance emanates precisely from these very strips in my grasp. Today's auction shall henceforth be known as the auction of the tongue. Whether to satisfy earthly cravings or to augment one's cultivation, this artifact stands unparalleled in my entire life. These 3 treasures differ vastly in flavor, yet each dazzles the senses anew. Consider this variety, rich with numbing spice, its heat fiery and boundless, its fragrance rich and pervasive, lingering sweetly upon lips and teeth, exquisite in hue, aroma, and taste, arousing ravenous longing. The true essence lies beyond description. Only first-hand tasting reveals its truth. Bidding commences now, no reserve price, but each increment must exceed the value of a divine king's weapon. Bai Changhai stood upon the dais, smiling warmly. SSSSH. A collective gasp rippled through the hall. Sharp, involuntary intakes of breath echoed like wine through cracked ice. Each bid must surpass the worth of a divine king's weapon, a staggering demand. Throughout the divine realm, divine crystals served as universal currency, graded into inferior, mid-grade, superior, and peerless tiers. 10,000 inferior crystals equaled 1 mid-grade. The ratio scaled similarly upward. A divine king's weapon commanded no less than 1 million superior-grade divine crystals. Thus, this threshold effectively excluded 95% of those present. The spicy strips, we of the Shadow Pavilion claim them. 500 peerless divine crystals. A black-robed figure rose from the front row. His gaze swept coldly across the assembly, ominous unspoken threat coiling in every glance. 500 peerless crystals at once. That equals 5 million superior-grade crystals. The Shadow Pavilion, the most formidable assassin dynasty of the divine realm, unrivaled, unbroken. Though not its pavilion master, he remains a divine emperor, a peerless sovereign. So long as no divine sovereign intervenes, none dare oppose him. Whispers trembled among the crowd. The Shadow Pavilion's infamy was legendary. Its assassinations never failed. Its members were elite warriors, masters of stealth and slaughter. Merely facing them induced sleepless dread. 600 superior-grade divine crystals. A broad-shouldered, middle-aged man rose nearby, voice resonant and commanding. The Martial Dynasty. Grant us the spicy strips and consider this favor repaid. We also seek the sunflower seeds and ice confections. The black-robed man fixed his gaze upon the man, tone edged with quiet menace. Others may cower before your Shadow Pavilion, but the Martial Dynasty bows to no one. If you can afford it, continue bidding. If not, silence suffices. The man laughed coldly, voice booming with disdain. So the crown prince of the Martial Dynasty truly lives up to his reputation, fiery-tempered, audacious beyond measure. Indeed, he rules a dynasty anchored by a divine sovereign. Moreover, rumor holds his own cultivation has ascended to the divine emperor realm. Murmurs fluttered through the crowd. No wonder he dares challenge the Shadow Pavilion. Very well, excellent. 700 peerless divine crystals. Frost gathered in the black-robed man's eyes. His countenance darkened storm cloud heavy. Gentlemen, allow me to join this spirited contest. I offer 1,000 peerless divine crystals. A refined, scholarly-looking middle-aged man rose gracefully from the front row, smiling serenely. Qing Shang Gongzi of the Tingyu Pavilion, here in person. Indeed, today's event is merely a game among the great factions and has nothing to do with us, someone said dejectedly. The other great factions come equipped with top-tier divine crystals, while obtaining a mid-tier divine crystal is quite a challenge for them. However, this does not affect their enjoyment of the spectacle. Qing Shang, isn't there more to come? Why bother to fight over the spicy strips? The divine emperor of the Shadow Pavilion asked unhappily. There's no other reason. I sense a fiery aura from this item, which seems to be beneficial for those with a cold physique. My younger sister has suffered from the torment of the 9 nether cold ice body for many years. As her brother, I cannot bear to watch her suffer. I came here today with no hopes at all. But this has indeed given me a pleasant surprise. Young Master Qing Shang said with a smile, looking as refreshing as a gentle breeze, uplifting the spirits of those around him. Speaking of Qing Shang's sister, she is truly a beauty cursed by fate. As the most beautiful woman on the divine continent, she has suffered since childhood from the torment of the 9 nether body. Alas, while the 9 nether body allows for a rapid cultivation speed, if the icy energy cannot be suppressed, it will ultimately turn into an ice sculpture devoid of vitality. If it weren't for her birth in a powerful faction like the Listening Rain Pavilion, Qing Wu would have likely perished long ago. Even the Listening Rain Pavilion over the years has sought after precious materials that are young and robust. But it is still quite difficult to suppress. If she had been born in another faction, she would probably have died long ago. Qing Shang's words stirred great reactions among the onlookers. Since brother Qing Shang is here for the sake of sister Qing, was condition I, Prince Wu Chao, will withdraw from the bidding for these spicy strips. The Prince of Wu Chao said to Qing Shang. Thank you, Prince Wu. Qing Shang always remained courteous and graceful, even his apologies were pleasing to the heart. Young Master Qing Shang, these spicy strips are also very important to me. I will offer 1,500 top-tier spirit crystals. The Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion, unwilling to give up, said, I cannot help it. I also need these young and robust spicy strips to honor the Shadow Divine Emperor. No worries, let each rely on their own abilities. Qing Shang said with a smile. I will offer 5,000 top-tier divine crystals. Without a hint of hesitation, Qing Shang stated his price. Hiss. 5,000 top-tier divine crystals. Young Master Qing Shang is indeed generous. This young Master Qing Shang cares for his sister beyond words. I wish I had a brother like him. A woman looked at Qing Shang with starry eyes filled with admiration. Even the Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion's expression changed. Qing Shang seemed ready to exhaust his entire fortune for these spicy strips. Qing Shang's expression showed no signs of regret, only determination. He has always cherished his sister. What does it matter if he exhausts his fortune for her? I will offer 7,000 top-tier divine crystals. The Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion gritted his teeth and said, this was his limit. After all, he was merely a Divine Emperor within the Shadow Pavilion. In terms of status, he certainly could not compare to Qing Shang's position in the Listening Rain Pavilion. The top-tier divine crystals he could muster were only 7,000 at most. I will offer 10,000 top-tier divine crystals. Qing Shang did not hesitate, directly stating his price as soon as the Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion finished. Damn it, the Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion said with a fierce look in his eyes. He did not expect the first item for auction to reach such heights. Perhaps the prices for the ice cream and melon seeds that follow will not be much lower. They had inflated the price of the first auction item far too much. The Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion felt uncertain. Qing Shang, since you want it so badly, I will not snatch it away from you. Though the Divine Emperor was unhappy internally, he still had to maintain appearances. I don't need your concession, thank you. If you have the ability, feel free to compete with me. You can continue to raise your bid. Although Qing Shang was peaceful, he still had a bit of anger. He had previously refused to let him have it, but now that he couldn't afford the price, he was yielding, wanting to have it both ways. Qing Shang, the Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion's face changed dramatically. Qing Shang's words in this situation were a direct slap to his face. Now everyone knows it wasn't because he let Qing Shang have it, but rather because he couldn't afford the price. Good, you are impressive. The Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion said with a cold smile. What a disgraceful thing, the Shadow Pavilion's Divine Emperor said coldly to the Divine Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion in the private room upstairs. This time the Shadow Pavilion has truly lost face. Well, is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? If no one else bids, the spicy strips will belong to young Master Qingshang. Bai Changhai said with a beaming smile. The transaction of these spicy strips today far exceeded his expectations. Well, as no one else is bidding, young Master Qingshang, these spicy strips belong to you. Bai Changhai handed a whole pack of spicy strips to Qingshang. By the way, everyone, there is also half a pack of spicy strips left. This was what I tested earlier, and there is still more than half remaining. The efficacy is the same. I wonder if anyone will bid. Bai Changhai placed the open pack of spicy strips on the table and asked, I want that half pack. I will offer 1,000 top-tier divine crystals. The divine emperor of the Shadow Pavilion immediately stood up and said, I bid 5,000 premium divine crystals. Qingshang stated directly. Qingshang, are you intentionally trying to provoke my Shadow Pavilion? Do you want to start a war with my Shadow Pavilion? The God Emperor of Shadow Pavilion was furious, jumping in rage. If you can't afford the spirit crystals, don't embarrass yourself here. Don't participate in such high-end auctions if you can't buy anything. Furthermore, I fear nothing from you. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Qingshang said directly. Well, you are quite something, Qingshang. I bid 7,000 premium divine crystals. If you bid again, I will let you have it. The God Emperor of Shadow Pavilion said coldly. Let me have it. I don't care, I have enough, and these spicy strips are sufficient. I will let you have it. Qingshang said, sitting down with a smile. Well, what a Qingshang, what a huge. The God Emperor of Shadow Pavilion gritted his teeth in anger. By now he could see that Qingshang was deliberately raising the bid, aiming to make him suffer. Originally, he could have secured it for 1,000 or 2,000, but now he had exhausted all his 7,000 premium spirit crystals. The subsequent items were no longer related to him. The people around looked at the God Emperor of Shadow Pavilion with strange expressions. They were struggling to hold back their laughter, almost unable to contain themselves. After this incident, the God Emperor of Shadow Pavilion lost all face. It was not just because he was humiliated by Qingshang, but also because Qingshang made him pay a high price for a defective item. Indeed, auctions are truly entertaining, Junlin said with a smile as he watched the happenings below from his private box. In an instant, countless eyes turned to the private box of Junlin. Naturally, they couldn't see what was happening inside, but Junlin and the two others could see the situation outside. It turned out that Junlin had not set up a soundproof array while speaking. His words echoed throughout the auction house. At this moment, the onlookers could no longer contain themselves, and some had already burst into laughter. I wonder which senior is in the private box above. The God Emperor of Shadow Pavilion gazed intensely at the box on the second floor and asked. He knew that those who could be in the box were not simple characters. Today they had come in such a hurry that by the time they arrived the private boxes were already full. Otherwise a God Emperor would definitely qualify to be inside. Am I that old? Junlin said with a smile, then waved his hand, causing all the windows in the private box to turn into dust. Junlin and his companions were completely exposed to everyone's gaze. Who are these people? They look unfamiliar. I wonder which major power they belong to. Someone asked in confusion. At this moment, the God Emperor of Shadow Pavilion was frantically thinking. He was trying to figure out which God Emperor level force this young man belonged to. But he couldn't figure it out. No need to think, we three are all rogue cultivators with no power or family in the divine realm. Junlin shrugged and said. Junlin was speaking the truth. They indeed had no power or family in the divine realm. However, they had influence in higher realms. His father's human emperor held the greatest power in the world. Of course, no one could notice the implications of what Junlin said. Good, very good, even the likes of you dare to jump out and mock me. Upon confirming this, the God Emperor of Shadow Pavilion spoke in anger. Subsequently, a murderous intent poured out from him like a tidal wave. Shadow God Emperor, please be aware that this is the God Emperor auction, not your Shadow Pavilion. Anyone who dares to make a move here will not leave alive. Bai Changhai directly shouted. Are you kidding? This young man is a big client of our auction house. Naturally, he must step forward to protect him. Although Bai Changhai was just a God King, now he held a significant position in the auction house. The God Emperor of Shadow Pavilion still coldly stared at Junlin. The murderous intent in his eyes showed no signs of diminishing. However, he dared not make a move. There was a God Emperor presiding here. The onlookers were too afraid to laugh anymore, because they just realized that this was a God Emperor and one that was proficient in assassination at that. He was definitely not someone they could provoke. It's finer if he wants to make a move, let him make a move, Junlin said with a smile, looking at Bai Changhai. Young master, this. Bai Changhai was stunned. He couldn't believe that the three rogue cultivators would be able to contend against a God Emperor, but since Junlin said so, he was in a difficult position. Kid, you really have guts. The God Emperor of Shadow Pavilion was first taken aback, then revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Friend, if you need help, Qingshang can assist you. At that moment, Qingshang stood up and was ready to make a move, saying, no need, a mere God Emperor. Does he really think he can turn the world upside down? Junlin waved his hand with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Who gave this young man the courage to speak to a God Emperor like that? Is it Liang Jingru? They didn't believe it, although they didn't know who Liang Jingru was. Today I will teach you how to behave. The God Emperor of Shadow Pavilion said directly, and then vanished. Indeed, he disappeared into thin air. Even the God Emperor Qingshang furrowed his brows. Facing a God Emperor is challenging, but dealing with an assassin-skilled God Emperor is even more daunting. However, Qingshang was already prepared to take action at any moment. Regardless of the reason, he was determined to save this young man. Previously, everyone believed this youth was extraordinary with a remarkable background. But now their assumptions about this young man were completely overturned. Unable to grasp the situation and recklessly indulgent, he was so brazen before a God Emperor. At first glance, he appeared to be a spoiled scion from some oblivious family. To not even know about the infamous Shadow Pavilion and still dare to provoke them. The Shadow God Emperor concealed his figure in the void, constantly shifting positions. As an assassin, he naturally aimed for a lethal strike. But in the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. No matter where he moved, Xia Lian's gaze remained fixed upon him. He couldn't tell if this was an illusion or something. Xia Lian's eyes had never left him. It should be noted that he had not revealed his form. Even God Emperors of the same level would find it difficult to see through his concealment techniques. For the other party to effortlessly see through him, this person must at least be at the peak of God Emperor or in the Divine Sovereign realm. No, it's impossible. A Divine Sovereign can't possibly be a servant of a young man. The Shadow God Emperor screamed frantically in his heart. But he did not dare to act as he lacked the resolve for a guaranteed kill. What are you running around for? You're not tired, but I'm tired of watching you. Come out, Xia Luyun said impatiently. Then his palms swiftly enlarged, instantly sealing off the entire spit. Everyone was horrified to see a gigantic hand slowly grasping. To their disbelief, within this hand the Shadow God Emperor was firmly held in Xia Liyun's grip. Unable to move at all. Who is this? This is a powerful God Emperor from the Shadow Pavilion. His cultivation level is second only to that of a Divine Sovereign, yet he was easily subdued by a youth's attendant. What kind of background does this young man have? His attendants are all super experts in the Divine Sovereign realm. This aura, it's the same as the one who communicated with us. Yes, there's no mistake. In the private room beside Junlin's several Divine Sovereigns' expressions changed drastically. Damn it, what kind of being has this waste provoked for our Shadow Pavilion? The Divine Sovereign Yu of the Shadow Pavilion said through gritted teeth, pale-faced. He then directly tore apart the private room encased in divine power. The figures of the 7 Divine Sovereigns instantly appeared before everyone. This is 7 Divine Sovereigns, all from top-tier powerful factions. The crowd was in an uproar. They did not expect that 7 Divine Sovereign powerhouses would gather in one private room. Master, save me. The Shadow Pavilion God Emperor, held in Xia Liyun's grip, suddenly looked at Yu as if he had seen a savior, shouting madly. What a useless thing, how dare you offend anyone? Yu looked coldly at the Shadow Pavilion God Emperor. This young master I am. Yu politely greeted Junlin. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Junlin waving his hand. Do you want to save him? Junlin pointed at the Shadow Pavilion God Emperor and asked. Young master is mistaken. He has offended several and should rightly pay with his life. Yu stated without any hesitation. Since you're not pleading for mercy, then step aside. Junlin waved his hand. Crack. Meanwhile, he sat calmly munching on sunflower seeds. Are those the sunflower seeds from the What a waste. Those are precious treasures. How can one eat them so casually? Although the flesh inside the seeds has great efficacy, the shells still have medicinal properties, and if these shells are combined with various divine herbs to refine pills, their efficacy won't be much less than that of the flesh inside. Someone clutched their heart in despair. They saw the pile of sunflower seed shells before these 3 and lamented, such precious items are being wasted, and my heart can hardly bear it. There was only a small bag of sunflower seeds at the auction, yet these 3 had consumed several times more than that. Seeing Junlin casually toss the sunflower seed shells away made their hearts ache. So wasteful, it's truly heartbreaking. Kill him, Junlin said without even glancing at the Shadow God Emperor. No, master, save me. The Shadow God Emperor roared frantically. However, the Shadow Pavilion Master completely ignored him. Yes, young master. Xia Liyun tightened his grip on the Shadow God Emperor. Puff. The God Emperor was instantly crushed into a puddle of ash. Junlin and the others continued to leisurely munch on sunflower seeds, while watching the fierce auction feeling quite at ease. However, a large portion of the crowd below had not focused their thoughts on the auction. Instead, their eyes were glistening green fixed on the sunflower seed shells on Junlin's table. At this moment, they finally realized that this young man was the one who brought out these auction items. No wonder even the Divine Emperor had to respectfully refer to him as a senior. Even the Divine Emperor had to be polite, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Qingshang, if you're interested, feel free to come up and join us, Junlin said to young Master Qingshang. After all, Qingshang was at least someone who wanted to help him. Most importantly, he heard that Qingshang's sister was actually a 9-nether cold ice body. He might be able to help Qingshang's sister eliminate the dangers of a 9-nether cold ice body. In that case, I shall not be rude, Qingshang. Qingshang cupped his hands toward Junlin and then walked towards Junlin's private room. Alright everyone, let's continue the auction. The second item is this treasure known as ice cream. This item is very delicate. If the temperature rises even slightly, it will melt immediately. Moreover, once melted, its taste will be greatly diminished compared to now. Therefore, our auction house has specially used millions of years of cold ice to seal it within. Now everyone can start bidding. Bai Changhai said with a smile. I bid 10000 premium divine crystals. Just as Bai Changhai finished speaking, a divine emperor in the private room above shouted directly. Hiss! Everyone gasped. This divine emperor was indeed too wealthy. The first bid was directly the highest price, shouted by Qingshang. I bid 200 premium divine crystals. The divine emperor from Shadow Pavilion also shouted, unwilling to be outdone. 50000 premium divine crystals. 7 divine emperors continued to raise the price, all vying for it. Once the divine emperor spoke, the people below naturally did not dare to bid. Not to mention that the authority of a divine emperor is unmatched. Just the wealth of these divine emperors is something they could not compare to. They didn't necessarily want to obtain this item, rather they wanted to leave a deep impression on Junlin. Suddenly the entire auction house fell silent. A smiling divine emperor stood up and shouted, this is the money divine emperor from the Wanguan Bank, the largest bank in the entire divine realm. The faces of the other divine emperors turned ugly. A 1 million premium divine crystals was roughly all their wealth. However, there was no other way. If one were to ask who was the richest person in the divine realm, it would definitely be this money-laden figure before them. The most famous saying of the money fatty is, there is nothing in the world that money cannot solve. If there is, then it is certainly because the money is not enough. Amidst the grim faces of the other divine emperors, the money fatty chuckled as he took the ice cream. The third item is sunflower seeds. Some say not only is the seed itself a treasure, but the outer shell has also become a treasure after years of exposure. Let the auction begin, Bai Changhai said cheerfully. 1 million premium divine crystals. The Shadow Divine Emperor directly stood up and shouted. This was all his possessions. If someone raised the price, he could only withdraw. Fortunately, this time no one raised the price. This made the Shadow Divine Emperor breathe a sigh of relief. He just wanted to leave a good impression in front of Junlin. However, it seemed that Junlin had not paid him any attention from beginning to end. Junlin and the others were chatting and laughing. Buzz! Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure surged out from Junlin's private room. Several divine emperors moved directly. Of course, they were not attacking, they were suppressing. Because Qingshang had broken through. Yes, after eating a few sunflower seeds, Qingshang's cultivation directly broke through to the realm of Divine Emperor. This was the immense divine power effect contained within the sunflower seeds. Several divine emperors and everyone present were all stunned. Although they knew the efficacy was powerful, how could it be this powerful? Directly pushing a divine sovereign to divine emperor. One must know that Bai Changhai could only be promoted to divine king because he was merely at the heavenly god realm. The heavenly god realm and divine sovereign realm are completely different concepts. Breaking through is thousands of times more difficult than the heavenly god realm, yet under everyone's gaze Qingshang broke through. At this moment, the other divine emperors who hadn't won the auction finally realized what kind of treasure they had missed. Perhaps it could push them toward a completely new realm. At that time, the structure of the divine realm would surely be shattered. Among them, the Shadow Divine Emperor secretly rejoiced, wanting to leave a good impression on Junlin. Who would have thought that in the end it would bring him a surprise? Looking at the strange light flashing in the eyes of the surrounding divine emperors, the Shadow Divine Emperor's expression changed. Were these people planning to join forces to seize it? Everyone, I shall take my leave first. We will gather again when we have the time. Senior, I will take my leave first. If there is time, you must come to my Shadow Pavilion. I will definitely treat you with hospitality. The Shadow Divine Emperor said ambiguously as he had swallowed all the sunflower seeds he had bid for in one go, leaving not even the shell. After speaking, he turned and left. Whooshed. At this moment, all the Divine Emperor's gazes focused on the money fatty. Don't look at me, look. I've already eaten. The money fatty said, licking the little bit of ice cream still left on his hand. The other Divine Emperors secretly felt regret, for they had missed a tremendous opportunity. Yet there was nothing they could do now, as the Shadow Divine Emperor and the fatty Qian had consumed everything. There was still some emotional sorrow left, but since it was beside Yi Junlin, they dared not act. However, there was still half a bag at the Shadow Pavilion's Divine Emperor. But the Shadow Pavilion's Divine Emperor had already turned to ashes along with the half bag of spicy strips. The auction continued below, yet it failed to pique everyone's interest. Nonetheless, it was still wildly popular, and in the midst of it, Yi Junlin participated in bidding for an item. Naturally, he didn't care for it, but it completed the system's task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the auction task, granting the host 100,000 special physiques. Please prepare, fusion is about to begin. At the moment the auction concluded, the system's prompt echoed in Yi Junlin's mind. Protect me. Yi Junlin managed to utter one sentence before completely entering a state of cultivation. Buzz. A chilling light flashed in Xia Lian's eyes as he stood up, guarding Yi Junlin like a sentinel. His aura fully radiated outwards. At that moment, everyone trembled, even though Xia Lian's aura was not directed at them. They could hardly straighten their backs. Even a slight whiff of this aura left them gasping. Not just them, even the Divine Emperors struggled to stand, needing to prostrate on the ground. Since the young master said so, Xia Lian naturally dared not be careless. He was now fully alert, not only watching the people from the Divine Realm, but also keeping a close eye on the realm above. Their arrival at the Divine Realm indicated they were getting closer to the world where the Human Emperor resided. The great enemy of the Human Emperor Palace was always watching and searching. Seal. Xia Lian waved his hand, sealing off the entire auction house. Boom. Yi Junlin felt as if his body changed 100,000 times in an instant, each time a different experience. These were unparalleled physiques, each one worthy of being called a supreme body. Any one of these would be fought over by ancient lineages. For these physiques represented invincibility, a natural supremacy. As long as he did not falter halfway, he would surely be able to look down upon the world and become a supreme being. In an instant, Yi Junlin endured 100,000 transformations of his body. To outsiders, it seemed like Yi Junlin's body transformed from gold to red in an instant. At the same time, they could sense within him the sealed, ancient beasts. His aura surged and surged again, unable to stop. This left everyone astonished. It turned out this youth was merely at the celestial god realm, yet now he was inscrutable. However, these Divine Emperors clearly sensed that within a short time this young man's body had transformed a full 100,000 times. With each transformation, his aura would explode anew. Yi Clan's Dao body, devour for me. Yi Junlin roared within. Indeed, he was forcibly merging and devouring these 100,000 physiques with his unique physique. In addition to the Dao reincarnation body Yi Junlin had obtained earlier, his own Dao body had already devoured 100,001 supreme physiques. His Yi Clan's Dao body could be said to be unparalleled in history. Even his father and elder brother could not compare to him. Moreover, he was the first to use his own physique to devour others. Crack. Xia Lian's expression changed drastically. The seal he had set was actually cracking and about to shatter. The young master's cultivation. Xia Lian was truly stunned. This young master had instantly surpassed him from the celestial god realm. Even if not surpassing, he was already nearly on par. Damn it, seal. Xia Lian's face changed dramatically as he frantically formed seals with his hands. Seals flew from Xia Lian's hands, quickly merging into the great sealing array, repairing the recently shattered part. Another presence emerged along with this aura. In just a few days had he truly reached this level. It was too late, or everything was too late. He had completely matured. A jade-faced scholar, hands behind his back, shook his head and sighed continuously. In that moment, he felt the unique aura of the Yi clan. This aura could not be mistaken. This powerful feeling is truly wonderful. Yi Junlin slowly opened his eyes, a torrent of power bursting forth. He had advanced in realm too quickly, and for a moment he could hardly control it. Fortunately, with Xia Lian's grand formation protecting him, otherwise at that moment the entire divine realm would have crumbled. Once Yi Junlin adapted to his cultivation, he completely restrained his aura. Brother Yi, no senior Yi, just now, was that your 9 nether cold ice body? At this moment Qing Shang timidly asked. It concerned his sister, and he had to muster the courage to inquire. No need for senior or anything, just call me Brother Yi. Regarding your sister's 9 nether cold ice supreme body, I believe I have a solution. Indeed, the 9 Hells Cold Ice body is one of the supreme physiques. It is also one of the 100,000 supreme physiques acquired by Yi Junlin. Without suppression, the Nine Hells Cold Ice Supreme Body struggles to grow. Although the Nine Hells Cold Ice Supreme Body is powerful, its side effects are quite evident. The higher one's cultivation, the more one can feel the extreme cold pain that can freeze a person's soul. In such a situation, one must either give birth to another Yang Supreme Body within their own body for mutual balance, thus eliminating any side effects. Or one could merge with a person possessing a Yang Supreme Body, which would also mitigate the side effects. However, this is not a one-time solution, it requires reuniting after a period. This would alleviate the suffering brought on by the Nine Hells Cold Ice Supreme Body. Yi brother Yi, is what you said true? Can my sister's physique really dispel the negative effects? Qing Shang said excitedly. How old is her sister now? Just in her youth, barely over 20. Yet for over a decade her sister has been suffering more and more. Not to mention the countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures used over these years. If it were an ordinary faction, they would have collapsed long ago. I can't guarantee that, I can only say there's a chance. Yi Junlin indeed cannot guarantee it, as transplanting a Yang Supreme Body is very complicated. Moreover, whether the other party can withstand it is also an issue. Although there is another method, Yi Junlin would not use it unless absolutely necessary. That's wonderful. Time is of the essence. I wonder if brother Yi can go with me to the Listening Rain Pavilion now, Qing Shang said excitedly. As long as there is a chance, he will not let it slip by. Qing Wu is the little princess of the entire Listening Rain Pavilion, cherished by her elders since childhood. They wouldn't want to see Qing Wu suffer. Even without a supreme physique, they would be willing. After all, the Listening Rain Pavilion is powerful enough to protect her growth. In that case, let's head to the Listening Rain Pavilion now. Yi Junlin stood up and said. Qing Shang is not bad. At least she stood up to help Yi Junlin in the face of the Shadow Pavilion's Divine Emperor. Yi Junlin thinks she is a good person to associate with, especially since she stepped forward to help him despite being strangers. However, the difference in their cultivation levels destined them to not be on the same level. Thus, helping his sister escape the torment of the Supreme Physique can be considered fulfilling a concern for Qing Shang. The Listening Rain Pavilion is truly one of the most powerful forces in the Divine Realm. Everywhere there are magnificent buildings and unparalleled splendor. In the deepest part of the Listening Rain Pavilion, it is different from the rest. The ground is covered with flowers and plants, presenting a sea of blossoms to the eye. A young girl is currently watering these flowers with a watering can. The girl always wears a sweet smile capable of softening one's heart. Her stunning beauty is now... It's hard to imagine that a girl with such high cultivation could actually sweat. Brother Yi, please don't mind, because cultivation only causes my younger sister immense pain, so the clan elders have sealed her cultivation. However, the Nine Hells Cold Ice Supreme Body is far too powerful. The elders can only suppress it for shorter and shorter periods of time. Now it must be sealed every 10 days. Even when sealed, my sister's cultivation continues to grow, and she has already reached the peak of the celestial stage. Qing Shang said with a pained expression. Yi Tian understands this physique. After all, he has just merged with it. The cultivation speed of this physique is extremely fast, ranking among the top 3 of all physiques. However, it has a fatal weakness. Those with this physique do not live long, akin to a forbidden physique. Heaven's jealousy means that no one in history has managed to live past 30. It is entirely unsolvable. Brother, when did you arrive? At this moment, the girl seemed to sense something lifting her head to curiously ask Qing Shang. In an instant, it was as if 1,000 flowers bloomed, captivating the world. The girl's sweet smile and delicate appearance make one unable to help but feel pity. Xiao Wu, this is a friend of brother's who might be able to cure your cold affliction. Qing Shang pointed to Yi Junlin and said, Hello, big brother. However, it's useless, as Xiao Wu knows her own body best. These burdens weigh on the clan, but now it's quite good. Every day Xiao Wu is very happy, Xiao Wu said, pretending to be strong with a smile. That may not be the case, though perhaps I truly can cure you. Yi Junlin shrugged casually and said, However, as far as I know, no one with this physique has lived past 30 in history. How do you plan to cure me? Xiao Wu asked, curiously looking at Yi Junlin. Over the years she has been in the Listening Rain Pavilion without stepping out even once. Because of her physique, her clansmen are very worried. This also marks the first time Qing Wu sees someone outside the Listening Rain Pavilion. They had never encountered me before, but now that they can certainly achieve immortality. Brother Yi, if you can cure my sister's cold affliction this time, I am willing to give my quota for the ancient mythical continent's trials to you. Qing Shang said earnestly. A trial slot for the ancient mythical continent. What is this? Yi Junlin asked, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Even Xia Luyun and the others gazed intently at Qing Shang. They had grown alongside the human sovereign Yi Jitian and thus spent time in the divine realm, but only for several decades. Of this so-called ancient mythical continent, they possessed merely fragmented hearsay. The precise details, however, remained unknown to them, and certainly none would linger in the divine realm for 100,000 years merely for this mythical land. The ancient mythical continent lives up to its name, imbued with the very breath of legend. Yet the true ancient mythical continent has long since perished, or exists now only within a unique secluded spatial realm. It opens once every 100,000 years. Those who enter and emerge alive invariably ascend to supreme strength. These so-called divine sovereigns have never set foot upon the ancient mythical continent, whereas those who have entered and returned experience explosive growth in both talent and cultivation. Most transcend to higher realms within an astonishingly short span. Moreover, no one has ever penetrated its deepest recesses. Every soul who ventured inward perished utterly without exception. Qing Shang explained. Then why impose quota restrictions? Yi Junlin asked, puzzled. Logically, an influential sect, like Tingyu Pavilion, should face no such limitation. This is an ancestral decree. Each sect, great or small, is allotted exactly 2 slots. If my younger sister recovers this time, I shall send her in with you. Qing Shang's gaze remained clear, devoid of greed. Nor was he stirred by tales of prodigies who, having entered the ancient mythical continent, surged in aptitude and power. Yi Junlin nodded inwardly. This youth was commendable. Quotas are unnecessary. I shall simply found my own sect. He waved his hand dismissively. If quotas existed, founding a new sect was the natural solution. Yet all entrants must be under 10,000 years of age, otherwise the realm rejects them outright. An external repulsive force bars entry. No external force can breach it. May Xiaowu enter as well? Xiaowu blinked, her large luminous eyes brimming with yearning. For years she had remained confined within Tingyu Pavilion, denied the outside world, a world that now beckoned to her with irresistible allure. She longed to see whether reality beyond matched the serenity of her sanctuary. But Xiaowu knows her own body well. It will not endure much longer. Her voice dimmed with quiet sorrow. 2 methods exist to counteract the affliction of your ninefold Netherfrost supreme physique. The first eradicates its side effects entirely. The second requires pairing with another possessing the supreme yang physique, through profound yin-yang resonance. Yi Junlin fell silent, trusting they grasped the implication. Still, nothing in this world is absolute. We shall attempt the first method first. That is implanting a supreme yang physique directly into your body. Yi Junlin declared. Brother Yi, where on earth shall we find such a supreme yang physique? Even if one existed, it would be a treasured heirloom, cherished like a priceless jewel. Who would willingly surrender such a sovereign constitution? Qing Shang spoke with urgent concern. Fear not, I have my means. Xiaowu, sit cross-legged upon the ground, recite the heart mantra silently, and keep your spirit lucid. Yi Junlin gestured gently toward Xiaowu. Yes, she replied obediently, settling before him and closing her eyes. Truly worthy of a sovereign physique, she entered deep meditation instantly. Untainted by worldly malice, her heart remained pure and unblemished. Unseal. Yi Junlin formed intricate hand seals and pressed them lightly upon Xiaowu's smooth ivory brow. A soft pained murmur escaped her lips the instant the seal shattered. Yet she swiftly stilled it. The agony was beyond mortal endurance. Xiaowu, however, had borne it for years, acclimated though each recurrence intensified 2-fold. System, grant me a supreme yang physique. Consider it alone. Yi Junlin commanded inwardly. System, Xiaowu prepared. The implantation begins now. Speak if you cannot bear it. Yi Junlin barked the order. This was his first such endeavor. No absolute certainty guided his hand. Boom! A shockwave erupted from Xiaowu's slender frame. Those nearby, unprepared, nearly tumbled backward. Yi Junlin implanted the innate supreme yang physique, the yang flame's sovereign body, directly into Xiaowu's essence. He then personally activated it, accelerating its growth until it rivaled the ninefold Netherfrost supreme physique. Only thus could equilibrium arise, yielding profound benefit for Xiaowu. It also unlocked infinite potential upon her path of cultivation. When Supreme Yang and Supreme Yin, 2 diametrically opposed constitutions, collided, no cataclysmic explosion ensued. Instead, they began to merge, gradually, harmoniously, inseparably. The interplay of yin and yang, the utmost sun and the utmost shadow, meld together without any side effects. Yi Junlin nodded with satisfaction upon witnessing this. Next, Qinghua's cultivation will experience an explosive growth. You better be prepared, Yi Junlin said to Qing Shang. Indeed, Qing Shang's gaze turned towards Qinghu. At this moment, there was no trace of pain on Qinghua's face, having returned to her normal complexion. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from Qinghu began to grow chaotic, signifying a rapid breakthrough in her cultivation. I can never repay the grace of Brother Yi. Qing Shang truly does not know how to express my gratitude toward you, Brother Yi. In the future, if Brother Yi needs anything, Qing Shang will not hesitate to face any danger. Qing Shang solemnly cupped his fists towards Yi Junlin. Ha ha ha, no need for formalities. Please announce to the world that I, Yi Junlin, am establishing the Heavenly Court starting today. Yi Junlin said with a smile. Of course, currently the Heavenly Court only has 3 members, myself, Lu Yun, and Qing Long. Brother Yi, is there something I should say, or not? Qing Shang said somewhat awkwardly. Then why bother with pleasantries? Yi Junlin replied dismissively. I want to join the Heavenly Court. Qing Shang declared. Me too, I want to join. At this moment, Qing Wu opened her crescent-like eyes and said. At this time, King Wu's cultivation had directly broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. Need by such. What does this represent? It signifies that following Yi Junlin now would lead to boundless prospects. Moreover, he would also be considered an elder of the Heavenly Court. Me too, I want to join. At this moment, Qing Wu opened her crescent-like eyes and said. At this time, King Wu's cultivation had directly broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. Alright, I agree. Yi Junlin thought for a moment and replied. The potential of Qing Shang and Qing Wu was immense. With a little refinement, they would undoubtedly become great generals of the Heavenly Court. On this day, a piece of news began to spread among the higher echelons of the great powers in the Divine Realm. The Heavenly Court has been established. For only those of great power understood the significance of the name, Yi Junlin. Others did not have the qualifications to attend the auction, naturally unaware of who Yi Junlin was, or what the Heavenly Court represented. Boom. The entire Divine Realm trembled, countless celestial lights illuminating the vastness. A voice from the void echoed throughout the Divine Realm. The ancient mythical continent is about to open. All talented individuals, please prepare to set out. The words were ancient, yet resonant, shaking the heavens with every syllable. Young master, it's time for us to depart. Qing Shang looked up at the sky, and then said to Yi Junlin. Since he had joined the Heavenly Court, he could no longer address Yi Junlin as Brother Yi. Qing Shang was well aware of this. Every time the passage to the ancient mythical continent opens, it is located outside the endless abyss of the Divine Realm. We need to arrive early and wait for the opening of the mythical continent. Because the opening of the mythical continent lasts only for a fleeting moment, missing it means there will be no chance to enter again. This is due to the time and age restrictions for entering the mythical continent. Missing it means waiting for hundreds of thousands of years. Only those under 10,000 years of age can enter the mythical continent. In that case, let us set out. Yi Junlin was quite curious. He had read related ancient texts. However, there were no specific descriptions of what the ancient mythical continent truly was. Moreover, those who had returned did not disclose much. They merely said to never enter the central area. Perhaps only those who entered would truly know what it was like inside. Under the guidance of the clan elder from the Listening Rain Pavilion, Yi Junlin and his companions made their way to the Endless Abyss. They were not the first group to arrive at the Endless Abyss. In fact, they were among the last. Other forces were typically led by one strong individual accompanied by 2 junior talents. However, everyone was puzzled by the number of people from the Listening Rain Pavilion. This time there were a total of 7 individuals from the Listening Rain Pavilion. Apart from the elder, there were Yi Junlin, Lu Yun, Qing Long, Qing Shang, Qing Wu, and Qing Gu. Lu Yun and Qing Long had long surpassed 10,000 years. They naturally could not enter. Since the Heavenly Court had 2 slots available, Yi Junlin decided to bring Qing Wu along. The Listening Rain Pavilion naturally made arrangements for one more person besides Qing Shang. They found another talent from the Listening Rain Pavilion to fill the spot. Elder from the Listening Rain Pavilion, isn't what you are doing against the rules? Every force, regardless of its size, is only allowed 2 participants. What is your intention? Someone finally stepped forward to question them. Who do you think you are? When has it been your turn to question the Listening Rain Pavilion? The elder from the Listening Rain Pavilion's expression changed as he reprimanded. As one of the top powers in the Divine Realm, they naturally had their pride. Those from the top powers of the Divine Realm, upon seeing Yi Junlin, simply pretended not to see him. There was no need to inquire further. They all understood that the Heavenly Court had been established. This person was originally the leader of a medium-sized faction emboldened by the ancestral rules. Thus he dared to stand up and ask, believing that the major factions would only shy away from questioning. By asking, he represented the inquiries of all major factions. Even if the Listening Rain Pavilion did not give him face, they would at least owe an answer to all present factions. However, he did not expect that no one from the major forces would stand up to inquire. They all acted as if it had nothing to do with them. The elder of the Listening Rain Pavilion spoke with great dominance. The man turned pale and dared not utter another word, retreating directly to his own faction. He knew that their faction had already been labeled by the Listening Rain Pavilion, putting them in quite a dangerous position. What do you all think? Yi Junlin looked at the top forces like the Shadow Pavilion with a smile. So it's young Master Yi. Long time no see, your charisma surpasses that of the past. The Shadow God Emperor stepped forward with a beaming smile, clasping his fists towards Yi Junlin. Naturally, there is no problem with young Master Yi's words. Moreover, we have all received the news of the establishment of the Heavenly Court, so young Master Yi and the others will certainly be able to enter the mythical continent. Due to the hurried arrival, we did not prepare any congratulatory gifts, just a token of our appreciation. I hope, young Master, you won't find it lacking. Qian Fati said with a smile, waving his hand. At least 10 million top-grade divine crystals were neatly placed before Yi Junlin. Hiss! Everyone around gasped in shock. This Qian Fati was notoriously stingy. Unexpectedly, he was so generous in front of a young man. His first move was a full 10 million top-grade divine crystals. Damn it, this Qian Fati must have prepared in advance. A god emperor gritted his teeth in secret. This strong and wealthy Fati could certainly afford it. The other god emperors were truly struggling. Young Master Yi, I also have nothing prepared. Consider this a small token of my appreciation. Congratulations on the establishment of the Heavenly Court, may it last for all eternity. The God Emperor of the Shadow Pavilion also waved his hand, and countless rare materials appeared before Yi Junlin. The value of these treasures was no less than that of divine crystals. Most importantly, because of the seeds and ice cream they bought back, then their cultivation had greatly advanced, already surpassing the realm of God Emperors. As long as they waited for Yi Junlin to leave the divine realm, they could dominate. The other God Emperors gritted their teeth in secret, but there was no choice but to offer their most precious items. The surrounding factions were dumbfounded. When did several top powers need to flatter a young man? They couldn't comprehend it. Boom. Before they could continue thinking, a gigantic orb of light appeared above the endless abyss. Prepare yourselves, the mythical continent is about to open. Someone shouted with a serious expression. The orb gradually split open and boundless spiritual energy surged out from the opening. The quality of this spiritual energy was at least hundreds of times greater than that of the divine realm. Hurry! What kind of existence is the mythical continent? Yi Junlin murmured softly, then pulled Qing Wu and vanished into the rift. The entire rift healed completely after 2 breaths of time. Is this the mythical continent? Yi Junlin was somewhat shocked. Surrounding them were towering mountains that seemed endless. Occasionally, a huge bird would soar by casting a shadow over the land. These birds were truly enormous. Even the divine realm had nothing so gigantic. Wow, what a big bird! Qing Wu, having never seen such a thing, immediately exclaimed. Yi Junlin. Indeed, the innocent are the most terrifying, they say things without knowing anything. Yi Junlin observed, realizing that the weakest of these giant birds was at the God Emperor level. When he sensed with his divine soul, he even discovered birds with cultivation surpassing that of God Emperors. This was only the outer area of the mythical continent. As for exactly where he was, Yi Junlin didn't know. He only knew that it was just him and Qing Wu here. There was not even a shadow of another person. Occasionally 1 or 2 birds would circle above them, but they did not show any strong aggression. After all, Yi Junlin and Qing Wu were far too small in their eyes, not even enough to fill a gap between their teeth. They showed absolutely no interest in them. However, it must be said that the mythical continent, which only opens once every 100,000 years, is indeed full of mysterious colors. Just along the way, Yi Junlin had seen far too many rare materials. Even God Emperors would scramble upon seeing these treasures. Yet Yi Junlin felt that these seemed to be the most inferior items in the mythical continent. Qing Wu, on the other hand, was busy collecting them, taking everything she saw. Wow, brother, you look, there are more here. Qing Wu, bouncing around like a little girl, picked rare materials and offered them to Yi Junlin, as if presenting a treasure. These are useless to me, you can keep them. Yi Junlin smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, Yi Junlin's expression changed. He sensed a powerful sword intent soaring into the sky not far from here. That sword intent was the strongest Yi Junlin had ever encountered. He directly pulled Qing Wu and vanished from the spot. A massive mountain stood before Yi Junlin. Is the sword intent coming from the peak of the mountain? Yi Junlin frowned, feeling the immense power of this sword intent as he got closer. It absolutely surpassed the realm of God Emperors. Even Yi Junlin felt it exceeded the cultivation of Xiaoluyan. The sword intent was truly overwhelming. Even this mountain was barren, devoid of any life. Due to the presence of this sword intent, not a single green plant could thrive on the entire mountain. Boom! Yi Junlin stepped onto the mountain, and immediately an overwhelming wave of sword intent poured down like a torrent. Get away from me! Yi Junlin's body radiated light, keeping the sword intent at bay. At this moment, Yi Junlin's expression finally changed. Previously he had merely considered this sword intent to be at its peak strength. But now he understood that this sword intent had been present for countless years, having been infinitely weakened. At its peak, just how powerful was this sword intent? Yi Junlin's expression grew grave, a golden light enveloping him, and Qing Wu tightly shielding them from the harm of the sword intent. As they ascended, the sword intent grew stronger, and even with Qing Wu by his side, Yi Junlin found it somewhat taxing. "Brother Yi, you go on alone. I can't hold you back, I'll wait for you down below." Qing Wu noticed Yi Junlin's struggle and immediately broke free from his hand, running towards the foot of the mountain. She didn't want to be a burden to him, knowing her current cultivation was merely a hindrance. She only wished to rapidly improve her cultivation now. Along the way, she had gathered many rare treasures which she could refine while waiting for Yi Junlin. With Qing Wu gone, Yi Junlin no longer had to divide his focus. His brows remained furrowed. He had never encountered anything that made him feel this strained. Yi Junlin's clothing was torn by a streak of sword light, leaving a scar. Yi Junlin was injured. "No matter how powerful the sword intent, I will reach the summit today to see who left this sword intent behind," Yi Junlin roared. Along the way he had seen many corpses, but most were at the foot of the mountain. There were some at the mountain's waist, but they were burnt beyond recognition. Above that, not a single corpse remained. These were all the talents who had entered from the divine realm. They discovered this place believing that an unparalleled treasure awaited at the summit. However, they ultimately perished here, never even making it halfway up the mountain. Huff, huff. By the time Yi Junlin reached the summit, he was drenched in sweat, as the sword intent there was at least 100 times stronger than at the foot. Even though Yi Junlin was very powerful, his clothes were tattered, and one could vaguely see the scars on his body. Blood was continuously oozing from these scars, making them difficult to heal. Although Yi Junlin's physique was strong, the wounds that had just healed were torn open again in the blink of an eye. That is... Yi Junlin looked up and saw a scene that made his heart tremble. It was a colossal... If not for the slight rise and fall of its chest, Yi Junlin would have thought it was dead. It lay there upright. No, it wasn't lying down, it was pinned there by a small sword. Indeed, Yi Junlin saw that it was pinned by a small sword. Such a massive giant being held down by a small sword seemed utterly impossible. It was akin to an ordinary adult being pinned to the ground by a sewing needle. It appeared ridiculous, yet it felt profoundly tragic. The giant's body was emaciated, as if it had been pinned there for countless years. It could be said to be at the end of its rope. Yet it was unclear what sustained it, as it stubbornly refused to die. "Who are you? Why are you pinned here?" Yi Junlin gasped, asking. There was silence, no reply. However, Yi Junlin was not anxious. He sat cross-legged, needing to use the sword qi to temper his body. He aimed to use this sword qi to refine his body, making it even stronger. Creak. The giant, resembling a dried corpse, moved a finger. Then it slowly opened its murky eyes, gradually turning its head to look at Yi Junlin. Just the act of turning its head seemed to drain all of its strength. It did not speak because it lacked the energy to do so. After a while, the emaciated giant finally opened. "Later comers, you are quite remarkable." The giant rasped these words before falling back into a deep slumber. It was hard to imagine how many years had passed since it last spoke, and its voice was truly grating. It seemed that uttering those few words had consumed all its energy. After the giant fell asleep, Yi Junlin once again closed his eyes to cultivate. This was indeed Yi Junlin's first serious attempt at cultivation. Ding Sign-in task: release sign-in location at Sword Grave Mountain. Sign-in, reward 100,000 Supreme Eye techniques. Ding, does the host wish to sign in? Sign-in. Yi Junlin replied in his mind. Sign-in successful, rewards have been distributed, host prepare to merge. In an instant, Yi Junlin felt his eyes undergo a tremendous transformation, a stream of coolness flowing continuously from his eyes. He could clearly sense that his eyes had undergone a transformation 100,000 times in an instant. Yi Junlin looked up and gazed. He could see the entire mythical continent laid out before him. Even the insects flying within cities billions of miles away were clear, as if they were right in front of him. Subsequently, Yi Junlin turned his gaze towards the giant. His eyes pierced through the giant's body, and this glance startled Yi Junlin greatly. At this moment, the giant's body was anything but withered. Within him resided a magnificent brilliance of 5 colors. That was his essence, a kind of powerful essence that Yi Junlin had never encountered before. However, this essence was firmly suppressed by a small sword. It could not nourish his body at all, which led to the gradual withering of the giant's physical form. He was able to survive solely due to the strength of his body. Yet even with such a strong physique, years of time had drained his bodhi's potential completely. It could be said that if he did not quickly restore his essence, he would truly be out of fuel and light. Such powerful essence, it would be a pity not to follow me. Yi Junlin shook his head and spoke. This was truly the first time he had encountered a being of this caliber. Just that ball of essence moved Yi Junlin deeply. If Yi Junlin's essence was the size of a fist, then the giant's essence was as massive as Mount Tai. The giant, who had been dormant for a while, seemed to have regained some strength. The giant looked at Yi Junlin about to speak, but was interrupted by Yi Junlin. I can save you, but on one condition: you must follow me. Yi Junlin looked at the giant with piercing eyes. If this were to happen, he would possess a formidable ally. The giant's murky gaze remained fixed on Yi Junlin, seemingly lost in thought. Yi Junlin was not in a hurry. He sat quietly on the ground, waiting for the giant's response. Save me. Do you know whose sword this is? The giant spoke slowly, word by word, after a long pause. Once he finished, he appeared utterly exhausted, as if speaking drained his very life force. Then don't worry about it. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will help you escape. Yi Junlin shrugged and replied. In the giant's eyes, although his might had diminished, he was once an unparalleled powerhouse. Despite his murky gaze, it was still extraordinarily sharp. This young man before him was the first in many years to appear unscathed in this sword-grave mountain. Moreover, this young man was terrifying. He had come up here with only minor injuries. After sitting for a while, the sword chi could no longer harm him in the slightest. Good. The giant painfully uttered a single word, and then fell silent. He fixed his gaze on Yi Junlin, wanting to see how this young man would save him and help him escape. Open your mouth. Yi Junlin looked at the giant and said, Go. Whoosh. As the giant opened his mouth, Yi Junlin flicked his finger. 2 disaster pills directly entered the giant's mouth. One would help restore the vitality of his body and boost his cultivation. The other would allow him to break through his existing realm and reach a higher level. This kind of pill. The giant was horrified. He could feel his body regaining vitality. His withered form was actually starting to plump up little by little. His 3-meter-long gray hair was now transforming into black. His face also shifted from an aged, wrinkled appearance to that of a middle-aged man. All these changes began simultaneously. The giant was genuinely shocked. He had lived for countless years, and even he could not recall. Yet he had never seen such a miraculous pill. What shocked him the most was his cultivation. At that moment, his cultivation was recovering at an incredibly terrifying speed. Moreover, the momentum was fierce, showing no signs of waning. The giant quickly closed his eyes and began to break through the barriers of his cultivation. He did not know how many years he had been trapped. Over these years, not only had his vitality weakened, but the sword intent from the small sword had also been gradually diminishing. If there were no surprises, he would not have been able to survive and escape. However, now that his cultivation had broken through, the small sword could no longer suppress him. Clang, clang, clanged. The small sword emitted a piercing sound, constantly buzzing and trembling, because it could no longer suppress him. Bang! In the end, the small sword flew out. I have finally escaped. The giant roared at the sky, shaking both heaven and earth. Song Ao, I pay my respects to my master. The giant transformed into the form of a normal human and walked before Yi Junlin respectfully, kneeling on one knee and proclaiming, Rise. Just now I observed that sword. It was merely an ordinary sword. Why was it able to imprison and seal you? Yi Junlin curiously asked Song Ao. Indeed, that sword was just made of common iron. Song Ao paused for a moment before continuing. Years ago, when foreign races invaded, the first to fall was this mythical continent. The mythical continent is not the weakest existence among the myriad realms. It can be said that the mythical continent was the most powerful existence in all the myriad realms back then. In the mythical continent, the strong were as numerous as clouds, and beings like me could merely be considered marginally strong. At that time, the entire mythical continent was devastated, almost facing extinction. I followed the few strongest beings in the mythical continent to come here, because I received news that there was a powerful foreign king sealed here. When we arrived here, the great battle erupted instantly. We were all renowned experts from the mythic continent. Yet that foreign sovereign king merely flicked his hand, and a mundane sword impaled me upon Sword Tomb Mountain. I did not even have the chance to raise a hand. Dismissed as effortlessly as swatting a fly. The continent's most formidable warriors joined forces and dragged that foreign sovereign king into the river of time. For years I could still sense the raging combat within. But now, nothing remains but silence. Perhaps they are all gone. Song Ao spoke with somber gravity. Yi Junlin's expression tightened. These ancestors truly commanded awe and reverence. To safeguard the mythic continent, they forcibly pulled an alien sovereign king into the river of time, a sacrifice that spared the entire realm from annihilation for countless eons. We all knew the mythic continent could not endure much longer. So from the outset, we resolved to grant prodigies from other realms a chance. The mythic continent opens once every 100,000 years, reconnecting with the outer worlds. Those whose talent and cultivation are sufficiently profound may obtain rare, celestial treasures capable of enhancing both their innate aptitude and spiritual foundation. In this way at least the lineage of humanity endures. Song Ao spoke with quiet sorrow. In his prime he too had been a legendary expert, yet he could not even withstand a single casual gesture from a sovereign king. He nearly perished. The blow shook him to his core, for on such a battlefield he was utterly powerless. He no longer even knew how many billions of years had passed. He wondered how the imperial capital, the mythic capital, fared now. It stood as the frontline bastion against extraplanar invaders. Should it fall, the entire mythic continent would collapse. After grasping the situation, Junlin resolved to journey to the mythic capital and set off with Xiao Wu and the others toward that colossal stronghold. As for Qing Shang and the rest, Junlin had already sent word summoning them to assemble at the mythic capital. Only upon nearing its outskirts did Junlin truly comprehend what it meant for one's spirit and soul to tremble. Before him stretched desolation. Corpses littered the earth, both alien and native to the mythic continent. Shattered limbs and severed torsos lay scattered everywhere. Blood thick and crimson had stained the battlefield dark red over millennia. An overwhelming aura of slaughter rose unbidden into the void. Junlin even beheld shattered stars drifting in the heavens. What unspeakable carnage had transpired? Even celestial bodies had been torn from the cosmos. Gazing afar, a city of incomprehensible scale emerged upon the horizon, so vast that even a cultivator's naked eye could not discern its boundaries. Its height defied belief, towering so high it nearly brushed the blazing sun itself. No one knew what substance comprised its construction. Though battered and scarred, the citadel remained unyielding, etched with countless weapon marks, yet refusing to crumble. Directly opposite the city gates lay the final battlefield where mythic forces clashed with extraplanar invaders. Junlin and his companions entered unimpeded through the city's rear gate. Unlike ordinary cities, the mythic capital's streets bore none of the expected bustle. No merchant stalls, no clamor of commerce. Every passing cultivator wore grim, battle-hardened faces. Men, women, elders, youths, all radiating palpable killing intent. Such ferocity could only be forged through endless warfare. They possessed no time for idle meals, gossip, or strolling. They would rather retreat into seclusion and cultivate. They knew full well the battlefield's cruelty lay beyond mortal control. Any sortie might become their final departure. Every additional fraction of cultivation strength meant another sliver of survival. Across the entire capital reigned not joy nor laughter, but suffocating boundless oppression. All forces prepare. Extraterrestrial invaders approach. 3rd Legion, follow me into battle this day. Suddenly a thunderous command echoed across the capital's skies. Pedestrians froze, then scores launched skyward without hesitation. Song Ao, what exactly is this 3rd Legion? Junlin asked. To ensure cultivators received adequate rest, the capital's defenders were once divided into 80 legions. Each legion numbered between 10 and 20 million warriors. Depending on the scale of invasions, several legions would deploy simultaneously. Only the 3rd Legion has mobilized, suggesting the alien incursion is relatively minor. Of course, this structure belongs to the past. Today's organization remains unknown to me. Song Ao replied. Then let us join them, to fight on the front lines, declared Junlin. Qing Wu, stay here safely. Brother, ye must go to war. Junlin turned to Qing Wu. Qing Wu will fight too, she retorted, shaking her tiny fist. On the battlefield, I'll have no time to protect you. Next time, you may join. For now, I'll scout ahead. With that, he and Song Ao soared toward the 3rd Legion. Who are you and why have you come to my 3rd Legion? Junlin and Song Ao were stopped by someone as they arrived at the assembly point of the 3rd Legion. Every cultivator who can appear here is a powerful existence. Even the weakest cultivators possess the cultivation of the divine emperor realm. I hail from the divine realm of the myriad worlds, having come with the opening of the ancient mythical continent. Now with the invasion from beyond the domain as part of the myriad worlds, it is only natural that we must lend our strength. Junlin stated directly, so it is the trial that opens every 100,000 years. The leader clad in armor spoke thoughtfully. Young man, do you know that every 100,000 years the mythical continent opens a void passage for the talents from outside to come in for training, but it is merely for training. Such wars are not something you can participate in or retreat at once. As long as we are here, the entire myriad worlds will not face any danger. If we cannot even withstand this, we will perish together with the mythical continent. The leader of the 3rd Legion spoke softly. They are the last line of defense for the myriad worlds. If they cannot stop the invasion from beyond, who else in the myriad worlds can? This was the most puzzling aspect for Junlin. Since the mythical continent is the final barrier for the myriad worlds, where is his father, the human emperor Yi Jitian, to resist the invasion of foreign races? The general spoke calmly, mentioning death without a trace of fear or panic in their eyes. Years of battle had forged their will to be harder than steel. Death may seem terrifying to others, but to these warriors it is the best sanctuary. I understand that you wish to contribute to resisting the foreign races. However, you have not yet grown. After many years, when you have fully matured, there will naturally be messengers to... Your current task is to search for cultivation resources on the mythical continent, various precious materials. Enhance your cultivation and potential as much as possible. Only with stronger cultivation can you resist the foreign races. In this way, the myriad worlds will not be exterminated. The battlefield ahead has us. We strive to give enough time for you young talents to be able to drive out all foreign enemies one day in the future. Now I have enough power to protect myself. Without experiencing the baptism of war, it is hard to grow. Boom. Yi Junlin said directly. Then his aura suddenly erupted. All the soldiers of the 3rd Legion stared in disbelief at the young man before them. At such a young age, how could he possess such cultivation? This was truly astonishing. Yang Kuei's expression also turned serious. Yet he still did not wish to let Yi Junlin go to battle. A young prodigy like Yi Junlin was something one could encounter only once in eons. Such a transcendent talent being targeted by the foreign enemies would undoubtedly not bode well. Perhaps the foreign enemies would send out super strong beings solely to eliminate Yi Junlin. At that time, the myriad worlds would lose an unparalleled prodigy. That would be an unbearable pain. Rest assured, everything is under my control. Suddenly, a deep voice came from behind Yi Junlin, drawing the attention of Yang Kuei and you are. The war god Song Ao. Yang Kuei exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost. Song Ao, once the war god of the mythical continent, was known for his invincibility on the battlefield against foreign invasions. He ultimately won the title of war god. Song Ao is among the strongest, second only to a few of the most powerful beings. He followed the strongest beings of the mythical continent to the Sword Tomb Mountain. As a result, he never returned. Even the strongest among them vanished. They once thought that Song Ao and the others might have perished. To their surprise, after over 1 billion years, they saw the war god of the mythical continent once again. Indeed, I have returned. With me here, the young master will be safe and sound. Song Ao spoke without reservation. Young master. Yang Kuei was astonished. Could this young man before him truly be the master of the war god? Who exactly is he? What kind of powerful background must such a person have? Yang Kuei dared not imagine. System, check the panel. Yi Junlin thought in his mind. Host Yi Junlin. Cultivation, Saint Realm. Cultivation classification: martial disciple, martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, great martial master, martial spirit, martial sect, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial sovereign. Escape realm, void Dao realm, returning to heaven realm, immortal fire realm, true immortal realm, low grade golden, immortal medium grade golden, immortal high grade golden, immortal great golden, immortal great supreme, immortal monarch, immortal king, immortal emperor. Divine fire realm, true god realm, low divine realm, medium divine realm, high divine realm, heavenly god realm, divine king realm, divine emperor, great emperor, lord emperor, saint king, great saint emperor. Talent. Divine powers and secret techniques, 100,001. There are too many to good with the war god present. Our chances of victory on the mythical continent have greatly increased, Yang Kuei joyfully remarked. Years ago, the most powerful individuals of the mythical continent vanished alongside the invading forces from beyond. In recent years, they could barely match the invading forces. Although they were evenly matched, the casualties on the mythical continent remained devastating. From the original 80 battalions, only 50 remain now. Roar. A horn from ancient dragon. The sound instantly spread throughout the imperial capital, causing everyone's blood to boil. This was a treasure made from the dragon horns after their ancestors slayed the ancient dragons. The sound of the horns signaled the commencement of another invasion from beyond. Brave soldiers, follow me into battle. Yang Kuei shouted from the battlements. He then looked beyond the city walls. Outside, the army of the invaders had assembled, appearing endless as they advanced towards the imperial capital amidst thick smoke. It looks like there are several tens of millions of troops. Yi Junlin observed the invading forces. Open the city gates and prepare for battle. An elderly voice resonated from the top of the city walls. Yi Junlin raised his eyes, noticing something he hadn't before. On the city walls, a figure resembling a terracotta warrior spoke up. This was not a true stone figure, but an old man sitting cross-legged. He had not moved for countless years, and his body was covered with a thick layer of dust. As time passed, the dust gradually solidified, making him appear like a stone figure. As he began to speak, the thick dust fell away, revealing his true form. Song-ao, welcome back. The old man smiled at Song-ao. So it is you, old immortal. After so many years you have become a person of authority. Song-ao looked at the dirty old man and replied with a smile, alas, since your disappearance the invaders have become increasingly arrogant. In these years our mythical continent has truly suffered heavy losses, the old man said with some sadness. Indeed, from 80 battalions only 30 remain now. Each battalion consists of at least 10 million troops, with some reaching tens of millions. Li Chong, you have endured much these years, but I have returned. This time I will follow the young master to cleanse the invaders, making sure they cannot return. Song-ao declared with resolute words. Boom. The massive city gates opened, and a towering battle flag was raised first. This was an ancient battle flag crafted by the forebears, stained with the blood of mighty warriors, a true treasure. Boom. Without further ado, both sides engaged in battle, instantly charging into their respective formations. Various spells erupted, casting a chilling glow across the battlefield. For every spell cast, it meant someone would fall. Fight for our loved ones behind us. As long as we stand on the mythical continent, even in death, we must ensure its continuation, a cultivator shouted frantically, then erupted in brilliant light, charging directly at the invaders. He intended to self-destruct, aiming for mutual destruction, with the enemy having just seen that individual slay several members of their battalion. If this person remained alive, the battalion would suffer even greater losses. Meanwhile, Yang Kuei and others had already retreated into the void, as such powerful beings naturally needed to distance themselves from the battlefield. Otherwise, the aftermath of their clash would cause widespread casualties among their subordinates, something neither leader wished to see. Kill. Yi Junlin continuously weaved through the enemy ranks. With each place he passed, enemies fell in. They had no capacity to resist. Bathed in the blood of his foes, Yi Junlin grew completely in that moment. He understood that this was the battlefield. Even a hint of compassion would lead to his own demise. Even as members of the 3rd Battalion continued to fall, they would take down at least one enemy, with them a terrifying. One cultivator from the 3rd Battalion was pierced through the chest by a battle spear. Yet it seemed he felt nothing as he did not pull out the spear. Instead, he embraced his opponent, perishing together in the explosion. Such scenes were not isolated, but occurred everywhere. This child is too powerful, let that one take action, it must be a fatal blow. The leader from beyond the realm said to Yi Junlin, who was slaughtering mercilessly. Over the years he had seen young people on the battlefield before. However, he hadn't paid much attention to them, as these youths were not particularly strong. They did not pose a significant impact. Both sides would send their younger generation for training, allowing them to grow at the fastest pace. But the youth appearing today was simply too fierce. The aura he inadvertently displayed was astonishingly powerful, rivaling his own. Most importantly, it seemed that Yi Junlin was in a frenzy of slaughter. Although it appeared chaotic, he was intentionally taking the lives of some young cultivators. Boom. The void trembled, and a tremendous aura emanated from afar. In an instant, dark clouds converged ominously overhead, making it hard to breathe. This mass of dark clouds blotted out the sky, and wherever it passed, the void shattered inch by inch. The earth below collapsed, and mountains and rivers cracked and evaporated. Such a terrifying sight immediately attracted everyone's attention. A saint has been dispatched by the opponent. Yang Kuei said, his pupils constricting rapidly. This was no ordinary enemy. This was a saint, an ancient saint. Their cultivation reached the heavens and the earth, instilling fear. Boom. In the direction of the mythical imperial capital, a powerful aura erupted, as Old Li, guarding the city gates, stepped forward, appearing directly above the legion. He fixed his solemn gaze on the void, knowing there was a power at his level. In order to establish a great cosmic community, you ants, instead of being grateful, dare to obstruct us. You truly know not what you speak, so I grant you death. The void trembled as a colossal voice reverberated across the battlefield. Kid, I see your talent is quite good, you can join our camp. At that time, wealth and power will be yours for the taking. Moreover, we can significantly enhance your cultivation and bestow upon you invaluable supreme elixirs. The dark clouds kept rolling, eventually hovering above Yi Junlin. Everyone unconsciously turned to look at Yi Junlin. This person was from beyond the mythical continent. They did not know if he could withstand the temptation. After all, they were not familiar with Yi Junlin. There had been precedents of individuals betraying the mythical continent, not just one or two. Stop! How dare you hover above my head? I despise others being arrogant and pointing fingers at me, so let me tell you this, you should return from whence you came. A group of scum unable to understand their own world, yet thinking of invading others. Yi Junlin spoke with a resounding voice. In his past life, he had hated those so-called bird people who invaded other countries. He never expected to encounter them again in this life, as their attire and behavior were strikingly similar. Good, you can die now. The dark clouds churned and a massive hand descended from the clouds, aiming to annihilate Junlin. Your opponent is me. Oldly covered in dust appeared opposite the dark clouds, gazing at them. No need, I want this person's head, Junlin said to Oldly. He truly craved a battle at the same level, not just a simple crush. Finally someone who matched his taste had appeared. This. Oldly hesitated, he did not dare to take risks. Such a level of genius once grown could potentially turn the tide. Now though, rest assured the young master's cultivation will not be weaker than yours. Song Ao transmitted calmly. Unless Song Ao wished to reveal himself, the saint on the opposing side would not sense his presence. What? Not weaker than me? Oldly was astonished and fell silent. Fine, handle this saint for me. Oldly naturally trusted Song Ao's words, but he still couldn't wrap his mind around it. It was too outrageous, yet he turned and left the battlefield to Junlin. Oldly. Yang Kuei wore a face of confusion, questioning what was happening. This youth claimed he would deal with the opponent's saint, and Oldly agreed and left directly. Die. Those who do not submit to my great cosmic community shall perish. Amidst the rolling dark clouds, an enormous hand descended from within the clouds. Like a world-ending force, the dark clouds surged down toward Junlin. Wherever it passed, all life seemed destined for extinction. Numerous people exploded. These were all from beyond the realm. As for the soldiers on this side, they were shielded by Song Ao and suffered no harm. Trash hiding in the shadows today, let me see your true form. With a single punch, I shake the world. Junlin shouted explosively, then his fist erupted with dazzling golden light, striking toward the dark clouds in the sky. With a loud bang, the dark cloud's massive hand crumbled, as if made of paper, shattered by Junlin's fist, which continued to strike towards the dark cloud in the void. How is this possible? Who are you? A voice from within the dark cloud questioned in apparent terror. Junlin's punch was simply too terrifying, causing the stars to explode in its wake, and nothing could stand in its path. Roar! I am an ancient sage, I shall be invincible. Can I not defeat even a mere youth? The dark cloud churned, roaring and resisting. But everything was in vain, utterly futile. Junlin's might was beyond anything he could comprehend. Despite being in the same realm, Junlin possessed the physique of 100,000 supreme beings. What kind of supreme physique wouldn't be invincible within the same realm? Not to mention, he had the secrets of 100,000 supreme techniques. The phenomena created by the saints were particularly terrifying. This scene resembled the end of the world, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts, as if the apocalypse were imminent. Not to mention, he had the secrets of 100,000 supreme techniques. The phenomena created by the saints were particularly terrifying. This scene resembled the end of the world. At this moment his eyes were filled with extreme fear. Had it not been for the protection of the Song Ao, unimaginable calamity would have befallen this sky. Otherwise, everything would face extinction and all life would be lost. Of course, the Song Ao only sheltered its own troops. As for those from outside, they could perish. Huh. The middle-aged man with a mustache bellowed he had to fight desperately, or he would fall here today. This young man was simply too terrifying, so terrifying that it made him tremble all over. Yet all his efforts were utterly insignificant, rendering him extremely small, akin to a moth flying into the flame, bringing about his own demise. His every resistance only highlighted his foolishness. This aura, how can this be? No, he shouldn't know about this place. Suddenly the mustachioed middle-aged man exclaimed, as if realizing something in horror. It was because of this sentence that he was temporarily spared. You are what to the human emperor? The mustachioed middle-aged man asked in fear. Human emperor? Everyone present was stunned and confused. They had no idea who the human emperor was. They had never heard of him. After all, the mythical continent had been closed off for countless years, and they had never been very aware of the outside world. They always believed that their mythical continent was the front line in resisting external threats. My father, the human emperor, Junlin simply uttered 4 words. No wonder you possess such cultivation at such a young age. How does the human emperor know of this place? The mustachioed middle-aged man still found it hard to believe. They discovered this location while hiding from the human emperor, and they realized that the mythical continent had always been in a state of closure. Even the human emperor would not wait 10,000 years to enter. The human emperor had no knowledge of such a place. They secretly transported some generals here because of this. They aimed to take it down from within. However, the beings from the myriad realms were too troublesome, and the fighting had lasted for billions of years. They still had not captured the mythical continent. Originally, they had sent a previously unseen royal-level powerhouse here, hoping to take the mythical continent in one fell swoop. Since every powerhouse was registered with the human emperor, if one were to go missing, the human emperor would notice. Therefore, they were extremely cautious and finally sent that royal-level powerhouse. However, unexpectedly, three royal-level powerhouses appeared simultaneously in the mythical continent. During that battle, several royal-level powerhouses vanished. Years have passed, and they have yet to reappear. The son of the human emperor, the son of the human emperor. If the son of the human emperor dies here, it would be worth any price to pay. A glint of treachery flickered in the mustachioed man's eyes. The son of the human emperor, after all, if he were to die, it would be a great blow to the human emperor. The son of the human emperor has appeared in the mythical continent. Quickly, send royal-level powerhouses. The mustachioed man directly sent a message. Ha ha ha. Son of the human emperor, your father is about to be defeated. What is the point of you struggling here? I admit the human emperor is indeed a remarkable figure, and the human emperor's palace is the foremost influence among the myriad realms. But what use is that? The battlefield outside is the true battlefield. As long as it collapses, the entire myriad realms will be at our fingertips. The mustachioed man laughed arrogantly. Since my father is about to be defeated, why do you need to secretly come here and try to find a breakthrough? Throughout history, you ambitious yet powerless fools truly disgust me. When I, Junlin, become the greatest of all time, the first thing I will do is eradicate you, reducing you to mere dust of history. I, Junlin, the second son of the human emperor, will utterly exterminate you. I swear on my Tao heart. Junlin declared with a resounding voice. Junlin's words drained the short, stout, mustachioed man's face of color. A vow sworn by the Tao heart was no mere jest. Yet he soon relaxed, provided the other side sent forth another king-level powerhouse. So what if he is the son of the human emperor? He would still be struck down and die with bitterness on the spot. The people of the Shenhua continent were dumbstruck. They said they could not fathom what that meant. Were other places besides the Shenhua continent also under attack? And it was the youth's father. He sounded formidable. Even a sage would be filled with terror at the thought. What then was the cultivation of this youth's father? Moreover, they said that place was the true theater of war. This place was but a backwater, nowhere near comparable to that battlefield. To intimidate a human emperor from beyond the domain at once. One could tell that spoke of extraordinary stature. For so many years we have grown complacent and cut off from the wider world, someone murmured. All that we once believed to be everything was merely our own illusion. Elderly sighed and said, from this day forth opened the gateway to the Shenhua continent wide. They had thought the Shenhua continent was the principal battlefield, but it now seemed the outer arena was the true front and far more brutal. You are of no further use, consign you to reincarnation. Junlin regarded the mustachioed man with cold eyes as he spoke. With a single devastating blow, Junlin struck the short, stout man, a punch that tore through his chest. The man fell dead on the spot. The ancient sage fell. Even the heavens seemed to mourn, and blood rained from the sky. It's over, some whispered. Was he struck down in an instant? Everyone on the Shenhua continent stood stunned. A single blow to slay a sage. Something even their capital's finest could not achieve. Junlin lifted his head with indifference, pointed toward the heavens, and commanded, these are invaders from beyond the domain. No celestial wailing omen is permitted to appear. Each syllable rang like thunder, as if an ancient potentate were rebuking the sky itself. Astonishingly, after his admonition, the celestial lament vanished. Everyone was aghast. Who was this man that even heaven obeyed his words? Kill, they roared. Slay these damned invaders, and drive them back to their homeland. The Third Corps surged forward with overwhelming momentum, and for a time the battlefield became a one-sided slaughter, an outcome once unthinkable in previous engagements. Before, at best, they could secure a stalemate, but at great cost. Now it was different. Even the enemy's sage had been felled by the son of the human emperor. What could possibly stop them? The battle was a resounding victory. Shenhua's leadership debated whether to press the advantage and strike straight at the enemy's lair, but Junlin quickly vetoed the proposal. Not long ago, he had clearly seen the opposing sage transmit a message. That message was surely about his identity as the son of the human emperor. He had every reason to believe the enemy would dispatch powerful beings to hunt him, if only because of who he, just as in the celestial realm, to kill him the foe could lie in ambush for tens of thousands of years. For now, they could only wait for the enemy to strike again. Storming the enemy's lair now was not impossible, but they feared walking into a trap. Every hidden danger must be purged before they could attack the nest without worry. Before long, Shenhua's high command deferred to Junlin's judgment. Though there were bellicose elements, no one openly opposed his plan. Yet they were uneasy. In the past, a single king-level war general had swept away Shenhua's top forces entirely. The enemy seemed to wield some secret power. At equal rank, warriors of the myriad realms found them difficult. For years they had probed and studied, but no clear answer emerged. They conveyed their concerns to Junlin, but Junlin detected no unusual secret power flowing from the corpse of the sage who had fallen that day. On the surface, they showed little fear of king-level commanders. Yet Yi Junlin could see the strain on their faces. Shenhua's king-level war generals had long since been depleted, their fates unknown. Although the former war god Song Ao had returned, he had once only been on the verge of king-level cultivation. They could not discern his current strength and assumed him to be below king level. Reaching such heights is exceedingly difficult. Never mind king level. Shenhua could barely muster 4 or 5 sages in total. A sage and a sage king might seem similar at a glance, yet a sage king can with a wave of the hand snuff out the lives of many sages. The gap between them is as vast as sky and earth, an almost insurmountable chasm despite appearing to be but one realm apart. Yi Junlin possessed the 100,000 supreme ocular technique. If there had been any clandestine power residing in the enemy, he would have perceived it. However, today, he saw nothing unusual about the other party. Yi Junlin secretly pondered. The more he thought, the more he felt it was possible such a powerhouse could be considered among the top in the mythical continent. But if placed on the battlefield where the emperor was, he would be mere cannon fodder. Of course, my cultivation is insufficient to confront the Saint King, but now I can give it a try. Song Ao silently said. All the high-level figures present were on the verge of breaking through to become Saint Kings. Hearing Song Ao's words, they all looked at Yi Junlin with burning eyes. This son of the emperor, could he actually enhance others' cultivation? They were all saints, and they desperately craved to reach the Saint King realm. Do you wish to follow me? Yi Junlin asked the last 5 saints of the mythical continent. He could directly give them the calamity pill and let them swallow it. In that case, they would naturally become extremely loyal to Yi Junlin. However, Yi Junlin clearly did not want to do it that way. He wanted their consent. If they didn't agree, they were not qualified to follow him. The 5 saints fell silent. They were the top powerhouses of the mythical continent, but following a youth made them somewhat resistant. I don't care, even the war god is willing. I too will follow the young master. Li Laotu was the first to step forward and kneel on one knee in front of Yi Junlin. Clearly, after seeing Li Laotu's willingness, the others were still a bit hesitant. Take it. Yi Junlin flicked his finger, and a calamity pill appeared before Li Laotu, floating in it. It emitted a rich aroma, and just a kiss upon it felt like a slight increase in cultivation. Li Laotu was overjoyed and directly swallowed the calamity pill without hesitation. Boom. The moment he swallowed it, Li Laotu felt the pill transform into a torrent surging towards his dantian. It looked extremely domineering, yet also gentle. His cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket in the incredulous eyes of the surrounding saints. In the blink of an eye, he had already broken through to the Saint King realm. The immense pressure directly rendered the other saints breathless. Li Hui thanks the young master for the Saint Pill. Li Hui immediately knelt on the ground solemnly. From now on, you will be a member of my heavenly court, Yi Junlin said with a smile. Of course I won't force you. After all, opportunities only come once, Yi Junlin said with a smile to the other saints. He noticed that as Li Hui's cultivation improved, these people were moved. They were preparing to follow Yi Junlin, but could the decision to follow him be made by them? If they didn't cherish the opportunity presented to them, once missed, it would be gone. His followers were not those who could just decide to follow. The opportunity was only once. The expressions of the several saints changed repeatedly, their faces full of regret. They had missed a tremendous opportunity. I refuse to accept this. Since you want us to follow you, you ought to give us some time to consider, right? One of the remaining 4 saints, a man with a somewhat gloomy gaze, spoke up. Indeed, they merely believed this was just a suitable justification for Yi Junlin. The aim was to eliminate Duxiu. However, they forgot that with Yi Junlin's cultivation level, he needed no reason to kill. In this world, only the strength of a fist is eternal. Only Li Hui and Song Ao have complete trust in Yi Junlin. Whatever Yi Junlin says, that is what it is. They wouldn't doubt him in the slightest. Ha ha ha. I have fought diligently for billions of years for the mythical continent. Let's not speak of merits, as surely there must be some toil, right? Just because you are the son of the so-called emperor, everyone must listen to and recognize your words. Why should that be? Duxiu stood up directly, his tone somewhat heavy. Of course, this was just an act aimed at provoking a similar mentality in them. This time it was Duxiu, but who will it be next? My body is covered in scars which are enough to prove my loyalty to the mythical continent. Duxiu took off his battle attire. Countless scars adorned his body, scars that had existed for many. To this day, some scars still bled, not having healed. The remaining saints were shocked. They knew that Duxiu had once suffered severe injuries. However, they did not expect these wounds would remain unhealed after so many years. You know very well how you got these injuries. Don't claim these injuries are for the sake of the mythical continent. That is truly absurd. If it were according to Yi Junlin's previous temperament, he would have killed without hesitation. But now he did not act that way. Because these people were willing to face death, they had once fought bravely for the mere. They were all individuals of iron will. For such people, Junlin did not want to chill their hearts. He had to give them a reason to kill Duxiu. Stop saying this is for the mythical continent. This is for the entire myriad realms. At that time you were captured by beings from beyond the realm during a battle, ultimately unable to withstand the god-slaying needle they wielded. Indeed, only those with extraordinary wills can endure such torture. In that situation you agreed to join them, conspiring to overthrow the mythical continent. If I'm not mistaken, the few saints from back then were the ones you reported to. You led them all towards the Sword Tomb Mountain, taking advantage of the situation to eliminate all high-end combatants of the mythical continent. Junlin said indifferently. Song Ao behind, Junlin shook his body. He remembered that it was indeed Duxiu who had brought the intelligence at that time. Tell me, why did you betray the mythical continent? Can't you endure a mere torture? Song Ao stepped forward, placing his large hand directly on Duxiu's forehead. A massive pressure instantly pinned Duxiu to the ground, unable to move. There should be a painful goo insect planted within him, the 10,000-year ice silkworm. Every once in a while he has to take the antidote sent from beyond, otherwise it will cause him excruciating pain. Junlin said, his eyes shining. Ha, you only know I betrayed, but who can know the suffering I have endured for so many years? This kind of pain is unbearable. Who among you can withstand it? Duxiu laughed maniacally. As far as I know, this ice silkworm cannot control a person. You could have chosen to confess. I believe the few saints from back then had the ability to help you suppress or remove it. Or you had the ability to terminate it yourself, Li Hui said. It's easy for you to say, oh, I am a prodigy, gifted beyond measure. Given time, I could undoubtedly become a saint. Why should I terminate myself? As long as I live, I have the chance to become strong and expel the goo insect in the future, Duxiu shouted in madness. He did not want to die, he feared death. Because once he too was a renowned prodigy, there would be a chance to break through to even higher realms in the future. A saint said with disappointment. Because of Duxiu, the mythical continent had indirectly lost 50 legions. That's 50 legions, with each legion starting at a minimum. A saint said with disappointment. Because of Duxiu, the mythical continent had indirectly lost 50 legions. That's 50 legions, with each legion starting at a minimum of 10 million members. Sai, grant him a quick death, no need to announce it externally. His entire family should be executed secretly. A saint sighed. To think that a comrade who had fought alongside them for millions of years was actually a traitor. They found it hard to accept. I just want to live. What crime have I committed? Duxiu's eyes revealed a fierce expression as he roared. Wanting to live is not a crime in itself, but betraying the mythical continent makes you an eternal sinner. Now I offer you a dignified way to die. Do not be ungrateful. Return to the cycle. Song Ao recalled the few king-level combatants from many years ago, and his gaze grew increasingly cold. Originally, the mythical continent should not have had to suffer such a brutal war, but now the losses were indeed. All of this is due to this traitor causing heavy losses to the mythical continent. Fortunately, Junlin immediately recognized him as a betrayer. Although they did not know how Junlin figured it out, they could not help but marvel at his ability to spot the traitor. Truly, as the son of the human emperor, his insight is astonishing. With Junlin's arrival, they saw hope to overcome the threats from beyond the realm. Boom. Son of the human emperor, come out and die. The heavens and earth trembled as a voice resonated throughout the imperial capital. A gentle light radiated from the entire capital, and a massive formation rose from the ground. This was a formation laid down by several Sage Kings in the past, capable of withstanding the full force of a Sage King's attack. Of course, if the opponent's Sage King were to attack continuously for days and nights, this formation could also be breached. The might of a Sage King, even just their sound waves, is enough to kill most cultivators. At this moment, the formation appeared, enveloping the entire imperial capital. Junlin and others stood atop the city wall, gazing towards the battlefield. There was a massive snake-like monster before them. It had 8 heads and 8 tails, with the first huge head resembling a dragon. Its eyes were as red as chili paste, its back covered in moss and trees. Its belly was rotting and bleeding, while 8 colored clouds floated above its head, its body as immense as 8 mountains and valleys. It's you. Junlin's eyes narrowed sharply upon seeing this monster. This was the 8-headed king that had besieged his brother years ago. There was no mistake, its disgusting exterior was identical to what he had seen in the recording stone. The pressure of a Sage King was unmistakable. He, the son of the human emperor, this aura is unmistakable. Just like the Yizhan of that year, it's a pity I didn't devour his flesh back then. This delightful taste is something I still fondly remember. The 8-headed king hissed with a twisted grin. Disgusting creature, laugh all you want, soon you won't be able to laugh anymore, Junlin said coldly. Excitement coursed through him, and he trembled all over. He was ready to fight. Even though he was still at the sage level with multiple supreme techniques, a supreme physique, and supreme eye techniques, he was absolutely capable of battling beyond his level. Open the city gates. Yi Junlin shouted. Boom. The city gates slowly opened, and Yi Junlin stepped out, appearing in front of the eight-headed king. Young Master Song Ao is willing to fight. Young Master Li Hui is also willing to fight. Song Ao and Li Hui stepped forward simultaneously. The eight-headed king's expression slightly changed. He hadn't expected there to be two sage kings in the mythical continent. Could it be that the news they received was false? The mythical continent had hidden its secrets deep over the years, but that was of no concern now. Today let these people disappear together. The eight-headed king thought to himself, no need for that, I will take action personally in this battle. Yi Junlin waved his hand saying, back then the Grand Prince Yizhan, at just over 10 years old, could remain composed before a sage king. Even his fake death went unnoticed. Today he would personally slay the sage king, the eight-headed serpent. Boom. Yi Junlin's body erupted with immeasurable radiance, activating all of his 100,000 supreme physiques simultaneously. Boom. 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 His current physical body resembled a gigantic furnace emitting the sound of a great Tao. He had developed his physical form to its utmost limit at this realm, making him virtually indestructible. Of course, he spoke of his 100,000 supreme physiques, but in reality, there was only one Yi Clan Dao body. However, the current Yi Clan Dao body had fused with the 100,000 supreme physiques, absorbing all their attributes. Thus one could say it was as if 100,000 supreme physiques were bursting forth together. The son of the human emperor is more monstrous than the last. He is merely a sage, yet why do I feel a hint of threat and unease? The central head of the eight-headed serpent spoke. Hisses. All 8 heads of the eight-headed serpent lifted simultaneously, and 8 blinding beams of light emerged from its mouth. The earth cracked open into a bottomless abyss, and the void exploded. 8 terrifying beams of light shot towards Yi Junlin. Simultaneously, the eight-headed serpent's 8 tails lashed towards Yi Junlin's head like ancient divine chains. The snake tails sliced through the void, directly piercing it. Not to mention a sage, even an ordinary sage king, would be severely injured or killed by this strike. The eight-headed serpent did not want to waste time. It aimed to swiftly slay Yi Junlin and leave this cursed place. It knew that a super powerhouse like the human emperor Yi Jitian would surely sense a fatal threat when his bloodline was in danger. If that time came, and he crossed through time and space, he would undoubtedly meet his end. Yi Jishan's might was certainly beyond what an ordinary sage king could withstand. My physical body is the furnace tempered through countless trials. My body is eternal. Yi Junlin raised his fist and struck fiercely towards the beams of light and the snake tails. At the same time, a subtle change occurred in Yi Junlin's eyes. His left eye displayed the destruction of the world, with great stars falling reminiscent of the apocalypse. After destruction comes rebirth, and powerful figures began to manifest in his vision. These figures were mighty beings of unparalleled strength, opening the heavens, seeking to create a new world. In his right eye, the 6 paths of reincarnation were evolving, constructing a channel for reincarnation. It unsettled the mind, and one careless move could lead one into the cycle of life and death. The tail of the eight-headed serpent collided with the beam of light it emitted, and Yi Junlin's fist. Instantly, a tremendous explosion ensued with overwhelming energy, surging outwards from the epicenter. The entire battlefield was collapsing. The very heavens and earth of this arena were overturned. The ground sank, the void erupted, and the moment the Saint King made a move, it was a catastrophic disaster. And this was merely the aftermath of their confrontation. Tick-tock. Yi Junlin looked at his palm, and at the knuckle of his fist, there was now a small scratch no larger than the size of a pinhole. Yet without a doubt, Yi Junlin was truly injured, although the wound healed in an instant. This was the first time Yi Junlin had been injured since he embarked on his path. He had never suffered any harm since he began his training. He never expected that the eight-headed serpent could inflict an injury on him. At that moment, all 8 heads of the eight-headed serpent were buzzing. The power of Yi Junlin's punch nearly shattered its central head. If not for the other 7 heads quickly sharing the burden, its central head would have exploded. Even though it managed to evade, it now felt a buzzing in its mind. The 8 serpent faces, flicking their tongues, looked at Yi Junlin in disbelief. It truly did not expect that the son of the human emperor would be so monstrous. At such a young age, reaching the Saint realm was already impressive, but being able to battle against the Saint King was unprecedented. You're impressive, let's fight. Yi Junlin coldly stated, gazing at the 8-headed serpent. He then raised his fist and smashed it towards the 8-headed serpent. In that moment, Yi Junlin was impossibly fast, so fast that even the Saint King struggled to perceive his movements. It was as if he possessed the speed of the world, and in less than a thousandth of a breath, Yi Junlin's figure appeared before the eight-headed serpent. All 8 heads of the serpent simultaneously had their pupils contract violently. Yi Junlin appeared before it without any warning. If it weren't for its extremely rich combat experience and cultivation, it would have met its end just now. In a flurry, the 8 serpent tails struck towards Yi Junlin. Even if an ordinary Saint King did not defend, they would be turned into chunks of flesh. Boom. Puff. Yi Junlin's fist smashed directly onto the serpent tail, instantly causing blood and flesh to fly. At least half of the 8 serpent tails were pulverized by Yi Junlin's punch. Ow! The 8-headed serpent cried out in pain, its 8 heads wailing in agony. It could not understand how, despite being the son of the human emperor, he was still merely at the saint realm. The gap between them was akin to a chasm far too vast. If this were in ancient history and someone claimed that a being at the saint realm could kill a saint king, everyone would scoff, for the disparity was insurmountable. Chinquan palm. Futian fist. With his hair flowing, Yi Junlin at this moment resembled an ancient mighty being coming to light. One hand forming a fist seal, the other in a palm shape, he attacked the 8 enormous heads of the 8-headed serpent simultaneously. Hiss hiss hiss. The 8-headed serpent felt the momentum coming from Yi Junlin. Its tongue constantly flicking above its head, the azure clouds were rolling. This was deadly poison. Wherever the 8-headed serpent passed, nothing could grow. Even the land, tainted by the strands of poison, quickly formed large pits. This poison was terrifying, the innate poison of the 8-headed serpent. Yet Yi Junlin remained unafraid, continuing to push forward against the 8-headed serpent. His body bore no protection. Haha, my innate poison, even a great sage must temporarily avoid its sharpness. Die. The 8-headed serpent mockingly said, revealing a scornful gaze. Ultimately still too young, you cannot grasp it. It did not pay attention to Yi Junlin's fist and palm print, simply standing there coldly observing. 10, 9, 8. The 8-headed serpent continuously counted down. It believed that even if Yi Junlin was powerful, he could not last more than 10 seconds. 7. Yi Junlin remained calm, walking towards it. 6, 5, 4. But Yi Junlin still showed no reaction, steadily approaching it. Stop pretending, you must be in great pain. The 8-headed serpent glanced at the close approaching Yi Junlin and asked. 2, 1, down. The 8-headed serpent evidently had great confidence in its poison. Down. Where to? Yi Junlin approached the 8-headed serpent and mockingly asked. How is it possible? How could you be completely unscathed? The 8-headed serpent asked in disbelief. Its venom could overwhelm even a saint king of the same tier under careless circumstances. Yet the young man before it showed no signs of resistance, completely unharmed. Poison. It has no effect on me at all. Die. Yi Junlin struck at the 8-headed serpent's head with a punch and a palm. Uft. All 6 heads of the 8-headed serpent exploded like watermelons. The serpent writhed in agony, and with each roll the entire battlefield trembled. Everywhere there were deep fissures caused by its rolling. Damn it, damn it. You forced me into this. You forced me. Hiss hiss hiss. Great Dark Knight deity, your subjects sincerely summon you. Please grant me the power of the Dark Knight, and the whole world will become your subjects. There is no one in the world who does not worship you. Come forth, great Dark Knight deity. The 2 enormous heads of the 8-headed serpent continuously chanted ancient incantations. Yet everyone could understand them. Boom. The heavens and the earth trembled. It was not just the battlefield shaking, but the entire mythical continent was in turmoil. Boom. The sound of something cracking echoed. Yi Junlin distinctly felt an evil dark energy descending upon this realm. This power was immensely strong, far beyond what he could withstand at present. Song Ao Li Hui stepped forward to staunchly guard beside Yi Junlin. It's coming, it's him. There is no mistaking that aura, Song Ao said, gravely looking at the boundless rift. Indeed, such energy had appeared back at Sword Tomb Mountain in the past. Otherwise, the 3 Saint Kings of the mythical continent could have easily eliminated the opposing king-level battle general. However, it was precisely because of the emergence of this energy that they were all drawn into the unknown river of time. To this day, there has been no news of them. Great deity, you have descended into this realm. Grant your most loyal servant strength, the 8-headed serpent said, trembling with excitement. In an unknown universe. Yi Jitian, how many years have you blocked us? How many more can you endure? A massive voice boomed from the other side of the abyss, where countless armies faced each other. Both sides glared at each other, filled with murderous intent. Here the killing aura soared, even the Saint Kings were mere pawns. From the opposite side of the abyss, a colossal voice boomed like a great bell. On this side of the abyss, which is the realm of all heavens, a middle-aged man clad in a golden imperial robe remained unmoved, coldly gazing at the opposition. His eyes were filled with the weight of eons. Yet his body was shrouded in chaotic mist, and occasionally a hint of aura revealed itself, causing even the Saint Kings to prostrate themselves. How many years has it been? It cannot hide your wolfish ambition dreaming of invading my realm of all heavens. On some future day, I will surely lead the Emperor's hall to strike back. Those who betrayed the realm of all heavens, wash your necks clean, for I shall personally come to take you. Yi Jitian coldly addressed the gigantic figure across the abyss. Ha ha, Yi Jitian, are you dreaming? When the Dark Knight deity fully awakens, what will you, the Emperor, be? You will not escape death. The colossal phantom laughed loudly. Though Yi Jitian wished to charge over directly, there was an inexplicable force of rules within the abyss. Years ago it was manageable, his powerful cultivation allowed him to suppress it. However, for some unknown reason in recent millennia, the independent force of rules generated by the abyss had grown increasingly strong. Of course, this was excellent news for the realm of all heavens. It meant that the powerful entities on the other side could not cross over at all. The stronger the cultivation, the more severely the power of rules from the abyss suppressed. Boom! Yi Jitian sensed this and gazed into the distance. His eyes shone like two divine lamps, radiant and bright. Everything within his sight could not escape his gaze laid bare before him. That place again, Yi Jitian murmured. Many years ago it was also that place where such a powerful fluctuation. However, when Yi Jitian dispatched his subordinates to investigate, the energy had vanished. Yet now it had. Ha ha, this is the arrival of our great Dark Knight deity. Yi Jitian, do you dare to go lend support? Oh damn it, I almost forgot to tell you. Recently my subordinates informed me that your second son seems to be in that direction. Yi Renhuang, do you not plan to go save your poor child? Do not forget now he is your only child. Ha ha ha. The colossal phantom across the abyss mocked with extreme derision. It aimed to disturb Yi Jitian's state of mind. If Yi Jitian could personally go lend support, that would be the best outcome. Without the Emperor, the realm of all heavens would be like a lion stricken by illness reduced to a kitten. They understood this, and Yi Jitian naturally did as well. There was not a hint of fluctuation in Yi Jitian's eyes. No one knew what he was truly thinking. TSK, TSK, TSK. How pitiful a generation's human emperor, the true crownless ruler of the myriad realms today. What does it matter even if he is the human emperor? Your two offspring won't survive. Even if their talents overshadow the entire universe, if they don't grow, they are ultimately just a cup of yellow soil. The gigantic phantom opposite Tianyuan provoked, aiming to force human emperor Yi Jitian to personally go to the mythical continent. At that time it would be their chance to attack Tianyuan. As long as Yi Jitian is not present, they would have the opportunity to breach Tianyuan. Over the years, Yi Jitian had instilled fear in them. He was simply too powerful. Long ago they had the strength to confront Yi Jitian. But after all these years they were no longer his match. They had reason to believe that if it weren't for Tianyuan, they would have already invaded the myriad realms. Instead, Yi Jitian would have directly attacked. Because the stronger one's cultivation, the more terrifying the suppression from Tianyuan. Human Emperor Yi Jitian was a true peerless talent akin to an unquenchable, true fire, eternally burning. Although reaching a certain level of cultivation would grant true immortality, it was merely longevity. One would still age, their skin wrinkling. However, after all these years, Yi Jitian had somehow grown even younger. If one did not pay close attention, he could easily be mistaken for a youth. Those from beyond the realms knew that this was the result of Yi Jitian's increasingly powerful cultivation. He truly had achieved a mastery of creation, a true crownless emperor. The words of the gigantic phantom did not stir any waves in Yi Jitian's heart. He knew the other party merely wanted him to leave Tianyuan. Once he did, who could stop the iron steeds from beyond the realms? He was strong, that was true, but no matter how strong, he couldn't protect the entire myriad realms in an instant. How pitiful, how sad that a dignified human emperor cannot even protect his own offspring. Someone mocked. My emperor, the war emperor Huang Jian, is willing to take command and safely bring back the second prince. A burly man, bare-chested, and with a solemn expression, knelt on one knee behind Yi Jitian. The war emperor Feng Qian is willing to go. In an instant, several war emperors spoke with resolute voices. They were all capable subordinates of Yi Jitian, personally appointed by him as war emperors. Each of them possessed exceptional combat power, their cultivation unfathomable, as vast as the abyss. Father Yizhan is willing to go and bring back my younger brother. A calm voice sounded from behind Yi Jitian. No, impossible. Yizhan is already dead, his soul scattered. The beings from beyond the realms had previously mocked the human emperor for having no heirs. But at this moment, seeing the youth-like Yizhan emerge from behind Yi Jitian, they were immediately astonished. Over 1 billion years hidden, for over 1 billion years, what is his current cultivation? Someone on the other side of Tianyuan trembled as they spoke. Indeed, upon seeing Yi Zhan appear, they felt their hearts wildly tremble. They dared not imagine what level Yi Zhan's cultivation had reached after disappearing for over 1 billion years. No need. If we can't handle this little crisis, how will the three of us, father and son, invade beyond the realms in the future? If that dark night deity could truly descend, it would have done so billions of years ago. Each time it has been all thunder with little rain. Yi Jitian said calmly. How could he not know his child's capabilities? Moreover, at that time, he had left something for Yi Junlin. As long as he faced death to gain life, Yi Junlin would be able to undergo a phoenix's rebirth, and in the future no one would be able to stop him. Thus he placed Yi Junlin in a lower realm, where it would be difficult for a shocking change to occur. If Yi Junlin knew, he would probably turn pale. I truly look forward to meeting my younger brother, Yi Zhan said with a light laugh. He possessed unparalleled talent, and after billions of years of dedicated cultivation, only his father could see through his current strength. Yi Zhan appeared very calm, yet that otherworldly aura could not be concealed. Ants, ha 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 ha, all ants, you will all die. The 8-headed serpent laughed madly. The gaping void crack seemed to stretch on for countless billions of miles. A massive finger appeared at the mouth of the great fissure. It seemed to want to descend, but it could not. A mysterious force at the fissure's location was preventing its descent. Roar! This finger was truly enormous, and the beings on the other side of the fissure seemed to roar. But no matter how they roared, the finger could never descend. However, a strand of immense pressure could descend. In an instant, the massive walls of the imperial city began to crack. Just a tiny bit of pressure, and the entire imperial city could not withstand it. The cultivators inside changed their expressions drastically, but there was no fear on their faces. All they had was a sense of facing death bravely. 10 directions, heavenly tablet. A small and exquisite stone tablet appeared in Yi Junlin's hand. Go! Yi Junlin waved his hand, and the small Shifang Jintian monument began to spin. Though it appeared small, the monument was imbued with a heavy aura capable of suppressing all things in the world. Even the terrifying giant finger in the void was rendered powerless under the suppression of the Shifang Jintian monument, its oppressive force dissipating into nothingness. Everyone could see that the owner of this finger truly desired to descend into this realm, but the fissures in the void filled with the power of rules prevented its arrival. It roared, attempting to break free. Bang! Everyone in the imperial capital turned pale as they witnessed an unbelievable scene. The great fissure in the void, with its lines of rules formed by the power of rules, had just been shattered by that being on the other end. It had snapped apart directly. That was the divine chain of order born from the power of rules. What kind of existence was this being referred to as the Dark Night deity by the Yamata no Orochi? They couldn't fathom it, nor would they dare to think about it, as it far exceeded their understanding. Clang! More divine chains of order spontaneously appeared, tightly wrapping around the massive finger with a spine-chilling sound. I am an ancient deity. Who dares to stop me in this world? A voice that sent chills down the spine echoed from the fissure. Even if you are the rules of heaven and earth, it won't work. A furious roar erupted from the fissure, making everyone present feel like a small boat caught in a raging storm. At any moment, they could be smashed to pieces by the waves. Glimmering threads continuously wrapped around the giant finger, attempting to halt its descent. This was the spirit of the mythical continent, which would not allow excessively powerful foreign beings to interfere with local laws. Bang! 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 The giant finger rolled, emanating a dark light. The divine chains of order were continuously shattered, only to reform again in the next moment. Damn it, once I fully revive, I will surely bring destruction to the entire world. Roars echoed from the great fissure. Powerless roars. Yi Junlin looked coldly at the fissure. Boom! Yi Junlin's words completely enraged the being on the other side of the fissure. A mighty aura surged forth from the fissure, but the Shifang Jintian monument emitted a yellowish light, suppressing and absorbing all of it. However, the fissure in the void continued to widen, leading to a chilling revelation for everyone. On the other side of the fissure in the void, an enormous blood-red eye appeared. Indeed, it was just an eye standing. It had no whites, the entirety of the eye was black. However, the terrifying oppressive force was incomparable to the earlier finger. If that finger could be likened to an ant, then this eye was a giant, reaching the heavens, filled with darkness that devoured the hearts and minds of men. Young man, are you seeking death? A massive wave of divine consciousness transmitted the words. Although it was in the language of ancient times, everyone could clearly hear and understand it. For he was not speaking in the language of the present, but something obscure that everyone could comprehend, and they knew he was referring to Yi Junlin. Just you. Scum living in darkness, if you have the ability, then descend. Look how pitiful you are. After so many years you've ended up with only a finger and an eye. How sad, how lame. I want to know if in this form you have no descendants left in the end. Yi Junlin mocked. This being was undoubtedly a great enemy. If it could come through the multiverse, would be in peril. The black eye showed no signs of emotion. Having lived for countless ages, it would not lose control of its emotions over a few words from Junlin. What had it not witnessed in its long life? There was no more thrilling method of dealing with enemies than stepping over their corpses. I grant you power, kill him. The black eye emitted a wave of divine consciousness towards Yamada no Orochi. As you command, my lord. Do not worry, my lord, today will be this child's last. Yamada no Orochi will ensure he cannot seek life or death. Tick-tock. Then everyone witnessed a wisp of black energy slowly coalescing atop the black eye. It appeared rather ordinary, giving an impression of weakness, but only Junlin, Song Ao, and a few others could sense just how terrifying this strand of black energy truly was. Roar! Yamada no Orochi threw back its head and unleashed a thunderous bellow. Its colossal body swelled with terrifying speed, while its severed tails and heads began regenerating before their very eyes. Previously, only the central head resembled a dragon's. Yet now, every newly regenerated head bore the true visage of an ancient dragon. The primordial bloodline of the ancestral dragon. This is ancestral regression. What is that entity? A mere wisp of black chi has birthed a lineage reverting to its divine origin. Song Ao spoke solemnly, his expression grave. All present felt Yamada no Orochi's aura surging, rising with dizzying speed. In but a fleeting moment, it ascended to the pinnacle of great sage cultivation. Hehehe, son of the human sovereign. Kneel and repent before me. Yamada no Orochi laughed maniacally, its entire being thrumming with explosive, overwhelming power. It had never known such strength. Kill him. A cold voice issued from beyond the rift. Yes, my lord. Yamada no Orochi bowed deeply in reverence. I wonder, will the human sovereign weep until his heart shatters, learning both his sons have perished by my hand? Young one, I shall savor our game slowly. Whoosh. With those words, Yamada no Orochi lashed out. A single tail strike aimed straight at Junlin. Though merely a casual strike, its force dwarfed all prior assaults, hundreds, even thousands of times greater. This was the might of a great sage, the zenith among sages. Huh. Tenfold heaven-subduing steel. Sixfold wheel of reincarnation fist. Junlin's raven hair whipped wildly as he summoned the tenfold heaven-subduing steel to suppress Yamada no Orochi. Simultaneously, his supreme art, the sixfold wheel of reincarnation fist, blazed forth, crashing directly into the serpent's tail. Boom. A cataclysmic shockwave erupted, shattering heaven and earth. Junlin was hurled backward, cracks spiderwebbing across his fist. Though the tenfold heaven-subduing steel was a peerless treasure, Junlin's own cultivation remained the limiting factor. Even at full exertion, he could barely awaken a fraction, a thousandth, perhaps a millionth, of its true power. A great sage, so formidable that even a casual blow leaves me wounded. Junlin gazed at the fissures on his knuckles. Arg, this accursed aura. I scent blood. Exquisite, intoxicating blood. The offspring of the human sovereign. His very blood is delectable. Were I to devour you, my cultivation would surge beyond measure. After all, you are a human-shaped elixir of transcendence. Yamada no Orochi stared at the crimson droplets on Junlin's fist, eyes glowing emerald with hunger. Swish, swish. Two figures materialized instantly before Junlin, shielding him with unwavering resolve. Young master, flee now? We will hold him off. Song Ao and Li Hui declared, voices unshaken. They could perish, but Junlin must not. The mythic continent could fall, but Junlin must endure. Ding. Sign-in system activated. Mission assigned. Location: battlefield of the mythic continent. Reward: 10,000 years of cultivation essence. Does the host accept? Junlin froze, momentarily stunned. He had already steeled himself for battle against Yamada no Orochi, admitting he'd gambled, defying a great sage with mere sage-level strength. He never expected the system to intervene now. He had wandered the mythic continent for days, yet no task had appeared. Now, without warning, it surfaced. Accept. Initiate sign-in. Junlin commanded. 10,000 years of cultivation. Fighting Yamada no Orochi would be child's play. He braced for a desperate struggle. Yet now fortune had flipped entirely. Ding. Sign-in successful. Prepare for celestial infusion. Why the silence? Even you no fear. Yamada no Orochi mocked, gaze glinting with cruel. To it, Junlin was now nothing more than a toy. No threat whatsoever. It taunted him, not out of malice alone, but to assert dominion, to feel its own presence writ large upon reality. Fool. Why delay? What in the abyss are you waiting for? From beyond the cosmic rift, the entity roared, suddenly alert, sensing something amiss. Indeed, It had detected the youth's aura surging at an unthinkable rate. His cultivation knew no bottleneck, no obstruction. Such exponential growth defied all precedent. Even its ancient memory held no parallel. Who was it? The night god, an immortal deity spanning countless eons. Had anything ever escaped its omniscient perception? This youth lay beyond its comprehension. Yes, my lord. I shall slay him this instant. Yamada no Orochi hastily replied, before it had intended to torment Yi Junlin for millennia, then devour him alive, savoring each scream. Idiot! You are already outmatched. The night god growled, irritation flaring. Were all its subjects this inept? Strike first, end it cleanly. Must they chatter pointlessly instead of... Were it able to descend, were physical manifestation possible, it would erase Yamada no Orochi first. Utter unforgivable folly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter how mighty he grows, he remains but a sage. Yamada no Orochi staggered, then violently shook its heads in disbelief. Utterly foolish. Look again more carefully. The Dark Knight deity no longer harbored any hope that the Yamada no Orochi could defeat Yi Junlin. He knew the Yamada no Orochi was already lost, and he could not possibly descend further. Energy for the spirit of this realm would never permit it. An intriguing youth. I trust we shall meet again soon. When that day comes, I shall be most eager to uncover the countless secrets concealed within your very being. My awakening draws near. Then all races across the multiverse shall kneel in submission. Having spoken these words, the colossal rift in the void began to seal itself, and the immense vertical eye gradually faded from sight. Below, the Yamada no Orochi stood utterly bewildered, utterly unaware of what transgression he had committed or why his sovereign had so thoroughly lost faith in him. Slaying a saint was but a trivial matter. Surely Yi Junlin's demise was inevitable. Yet moments earlier his sovereign had explicitly declared they would meet again. In an instant the Yamada no Orochi felt all 8 of his minds falter. Dazed and disoriented, he suddenly sensed a cataclysmic surge of energy erupting from Yi Junlin's body. He jolted awake in sheer disbelief, staring at Yi Junlin. Huff! 10,000 years of cultivation. Given my innate talent, does this equate to 10 millennia of arduous cultivation? What realm then have I attained? Yi Junlin clenched his fist and exhaled deeply. At that moment he stood as the very center of the cosmos, motionless yet unfathomable, ungraspable. Even a sweep of divine sense passed over him without detection. It was profoundly paradoxical. He stood there vivid and tangible before every mortal eye, yet his presence felt illusory. System, display my status panel. Yi Junlin commanded inwardly. Host Yi Junlin. Cultivation realm, primordial creator god. Martial apprentice, martial practitioner, martial warrior, martial master, grand martial master, martial spirit, martial sect, master, martial king, martial emperor, martial, saint, martial, sovereign, Tao, departure realm, void, Tao realm, heaven, return realm, immortal flame realm, true, immortal realm, lower golden, immortal middle golden, immortal upper golden, immortal great golden, immortal greater, celestial, immortal, immortal lord, immortal king, immortal emperor, divine flame realm, true divine. Realm, lower divine realm, middle divine realm, upper divine realm, heavenly divine realm, divine king realm, divine emperor realm, divine sovereign realm, supreme, sovereign, sovereign, lord, sovereign monarch, saint, saint, king, great saint, saint, emperor, heaven opening creation, heavenly Tao, great Tao homing supreme sovereignty. Innate talent, divine arts, cultivation techniques, secret methods, 10001. Far too numerous to list individually. Unique physique, the supreme physique of the cosmos, the Yi clan Tao body. The higher one ascends in cultivation, the steeper the path becomes. Most cultivators who reach the saint realm spend their entire lives striving, yet never attain the saint king realm. Even those blessed with extraordinary talent require tens of thousands, or even millions, of years to ascend to the saint king realm. How is this possible? Who are you? The Yamada no Orochi was utterly undone. He had already undergone ancestral regression, inheriting the primordial bloodline of the ancient dragon sovereign. His innate talents surged skyward, yet in an instant his luminous future collapsed into abyssal despair. Only now did he grasp the true meaning behind the Dark Knight deity's words. This scion of the human sovereign was no mere mortal. In the blink of an eye his cultivation skyrocketed beyond the Yamada no Orochi's comprehension, beyond his very frame of reference. He could not fathom Yi Junlin's current realm, only that it dwarfed his own by an incalculable margin. You wish to slay me. Here is your chance. Yi Junlin declared, and vanished instantly. In the next breath he reappeared directly before the Yamada no Orochi. Slowly Yi Junlin extended a single finger. A thread of radiant light pierced the Yamada no Orochi's body. Then with a thunderous boom his entire form exploded into oblivion. His soul and spirit were annihilated on the spot. Target extraplanar invaders, slaughter them all. Avenge the fallen. Junlin pointed coldly toward the alien host. Kill, kill, kill. Avenge our fallen brothers, friends, and kin. The imperial capital's gates swung wide open. 30 legions of cultivators surged forth in disciplined torrents. Each warrior bristled with murderous intent, their killing aura cleaving straight through the heavens. Even the clouds above dissolved beneath its sheer ferocity. Without a Saint King among them, the extraplanar invaders were little more than fish laid bare upon the chopping block. Ha ha ha, the Dark Knight deity has departed. It seems your son has been eradicated. Human sovereign, what does your peerless cultivation avail you? Yi Zhan survives, but your second son lacks such fortune. A panicked report echoed across the chasm. Naturally, one of the Yamada no Orochi's rank held no significance in their upper echelon. Yi Junlin was his blood. Having reached such heights, he could intuitively discern his son's well-being. Report. The Yamada no Orochi's soul jade tablet. It's shattered. A panicked report echoed across the chasm. Naturally, one of the Yamada no Orochi's rank held no significance in their upper echelons. Scarcely warranted formal notice. Yet this concerned the life or death of the human sovereign's second son. The Yamada no Orochi's demise meant the second son still lived. Trash. A bunch of useless trash, unable to kill even a single youth living for so long in vain. The gigantic phantom roared in fury. Originally, the intention was to deal a heavy blow to the human emperor. Unexpectedly, a king-level warrior couldn't even handle a single youth. Heaven Emperor, should we launch a large-scale attack on the myriad realms? Someone below the phantom respectfully asked. They were warmongers aiming to conquer the vast world of the myriad realms. Over the years, the power of the human emperor has grown increasingly formidable. Now, not to mention the human emperor, even his eldest son's cultivation is astonishing enough to shock the world. Think for yourself who among us can rival the human emperor. Now we can only waiting for the awakening and arrival of the deities. Only then will it be time for us to retaliate. What we need to do now is not counterattack, but to think about how to prevent them from attacking us. The Heaven Emperor spoke with some concern. If Yi Jitian were to cross the abyss at any cost, they would be. What the Heaven Emperor could think of, Yi Jitian could naturally think of as well. However, he had no intention of advancing. The world knew that the human emperor, Yi Jitian's cultivation was unparalleled, his skills extraordinary. However, no one knew the true extent of Yi Jitian's cultivation. Should we send someone to the mythical continent to intercept the human emperor's second son? Someone asked. Foolish even that one could not be killed upon descending. What meaning is there in sending someone? The Heaven Emperor replied. This was also something he could not comprehend. That one had not fully awakened but could still project a phantom. Why did the eight-headed king die while that youth did not? Even a slight exertion of power from the Dark Knight deity should have been sufficient to deal with Yi Junlin. Now I can recognize the timeline from back then. Oh, perhaps the powerful beings of your mythical continent did not perish. After clearing the extraterrestrial enemies, Yi Junlin gazed towards the location of Sword Tomb Mountain. Now he stood within the realm of the Creator God. Naturally, he could clearly perceive the river of time over by Sword Tomb Mountain. There were even faint energy fluctuations within. Yi Junlin took a step forward, bringing the members of the Heavenly Court towards Sword Tomb Mountain. After exterminating the extraterrestrial enemies, Qing Shang and others also hurried over. Along with them entered Xia Liuyun, Qinglong, and others. The mythical continent was now completely open. Anyone could enter. Yi Junlin had always felt that the spatial node at Sword Tomb Mountain was somewhat peculiar. However, he couldn't quite pinpoint what was different, as he had never experienced it before. This is the place of back. Then they opened this time node merely by chance. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered as he discovered some remarkable secrets. This time node was a gateway where several people had battled fiercely. Unexpectedly, they opened this door. They all believed it to be the River of Time, but behind the door lay a brand new world. As for what kind of world it was, there was no way to know. The ancient history of the mythical continent did not record it. Open for me. Yi Junlin waved his finger, and the void slowly split open. Before the incredulous gazes of everyone, an ancient bronze door appeared before them. It pulsed with a phosphorescent glow, appearing impervious. This door had existed since antiquity, but the outside had been cast with illusions to prevent anyone from realizing there was a door here. Interesting, in order to prevent entry, they've cast profound illusions on the outside. Yi Junlin said with a smile. The bronze door itself was not difficult to open, or it could be pushed open with the strength of a Saint King. Xia Liuyun directly pushed open the bronze door, and at that moment an intensely bright beam of light shone down upon all of them. This beam of light was like a sphere of brilliance 100,000 times more radiant than the sun. It was blindingly bright. Yi Junlin's eyes began to change, turning golden. His vision was not obstructed, allowing him to clearly see everything around him. Before them stood a colossal city gate inscribed with 2 lines of text. 3 bows and 9 knocks to open the immortal gate. Henceforth one becomes a part of the inner circle. This meant one must sincerely bow 3 times and knock 9 times to open this so-called immortal gate. Only by entering could one become part of it. At the immortal gate, there were 3 figures on the brink of collapse. Their bodies were tattered and black blood continuously spilled from them. The 3 Saint Kings of the mythical continent. Yi Junlin looked at the 3 figures and said, indeed, he had seen their images in the ancient history of the mythical continent. The blinding sphere of light emanated from above the city gate. There a group of young men and women could be seen. Their attire suggested they were not ordinary individuals. The men were exceptionally handsome, while the women were breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, each one possessed terrifyingly powerful cultivation. The weakest among them was at the Saint King level. All of them coldly gazed at Yi Junlin and the others. They ignored the 3 saints at the entrance as if they couldn't see them at all. From where do you come, and what brings you to my Xiangu continent? A young man with no sign of emotion looked at Yi Junlin and the others and asked, Xiangu continent. How is it possible? Xia Liyuan's face changed drastically as he asked, wasn't the Xiangu continent annihilated countless eras ago? It is said that in that battle the Xiangu continent suffered heavy losses, with countless powerful beings perishing. Xia Liyuan continued. He had followed the human emperor for many years and knew some secrets. What nonsense are you talking about? Our Xiangu continent is filled with powerful beings. When was it ever annihilated? The young men and women on the city wall shouted angrily. Now that war is imminent and darkness will consume everything, you are not welcome here. Leave. A young man on the city wall spoke again. The Posa tribe and the Dark Knight tribe are about to start a war. They will invade our myriad realms under the leadership of the Dark Knight deity. You should return and convey this information. As for them, they have long been eroded by the Dark Knight, and they are no longer the ones they used to be. A man with a giant divine halo above his head on the city gates spoke, annihilate. Yi Junlin pointed his finger lightly at the 3 saints. Black mist continuously rose from their bodies. Yi Junlin understood this phenomenon very well. This was the energy that the Dark Knight deity had originally descended, which had eroded their minds. The 3 saints slowly awakened. Young man, how did you do it? Someone on the city gate asked. In the entire Xiangu continent where powerful beings were abundant, even the most powerful supreme felt it was challenging to eliminate this black energy. But in front of this young man it seemed very easy. We want to enter the city. Yi Junlin said lightly to the few people as he had discovered some issues. He had just used the 6 paths of reincarnation to trace back and observe carefully. He found that all the secrets surrounding these people were shrouded. How to say it was as if Yi Junlin was looking at them through a fog, unable to see clearly. Undoubtedly, Yi Junlin's cultivation was much higher than theirs. However, this was precisely the most peculiar aspect. Ultimately, Yi Junlin reached a conclusion: these people were not truly human. Perhaps all their opportunities had been concealed by a superpower. Combined with what Xia Liyuan had just said, the Xiangu continent had been destroyed eons ago. It was directly annihilated by the army led by the Dark Knight deity. Of course, several superpowers on the Xiangu continent fought desperately to severely injure and seal the Dark Knight deity. At that time, Yi Jitian had not yet been born. Later, after Yi Jitian achieved the status of Supreme Human Emperor, he learned some secrets through deduction. Seeing Yi Junlin wanting to enter the Immortal Gate, they fell silent. Alright, you may enter. In the end, they still chose to compromise because they really wanted to know how Yi Junlin had effortlessly expelled the eroding force. But you must have seen that if you follow the words on the gate, you will naturally be able to enter, someone said to Yi Junlin and the others. You still look down on outsiders a bit. Yi Junlin shook his head and said, I dare to bow. Can you? Yi Junlin asked directly. Boom. Crack. Yi Junlin was about to bend down to bow, but in an instant the wind and clouds changed color. The Immortal Gate shook violently, about to explode, unable to bear the bow of the young human emperor. Although young Yi Junlin already possessed the might of a human emperor, the human emperor is the most powerful existence in all realms, the one whom all beings look up to. Stop, who are you? Why is it like this? On the city wall, the faces of this group of men and women changed drastically. They were almost crushed by this world. It was not anything else, but because Yi Junlin was about to bow to the Immortal Gate. Could this world not withstand the kneel of this young man? Who exactly is this young man? Where does he come from? Open the Immortal Gate, please come in. Someone said with a bitter smile. The previous rule was that one must bow 3 times and kneel 9 times to open the Immortal Gate. But now they made an exception. This was the first exception in the Xiangu continent. The immortal gate opened wide, and Yi Junlin and the others walked straight in. The locals in the city looked at Yi Junlin and the others with astonishment. It must be said that these people's cultivation levels were not on the same level as those in the mythical continent. They appeared ordinary, but in reality each of them was at least a saint. Similarly, Yi Junlin's 6 paths of reincarnation, I still could not see any life energy on them. All their secrets were shrouded. And the one who manifests the supreme means is undoubtedly one of the most powerful existences in. At that moment the indigenous people looked at Yi Junlin and the others with expressions of disdain. Some even sprayed an unknown mist in their wake. It was as if the streets they walked on had been tainted by their presence. Cough cough, don't be angry, young man. They are just being thoughtless, someone awkwardly explained. Yi Junlin and the others realized that these indigenous people regarded them as a form of pollution. A pollution tainted by the dark aura of the night deity. After all, even the 3 sage kings earlier had no inclination to help them even if they were to perish right before their eyes. Although they did not know each other, they stood united on the front lines against foreign enemies. Their contributions were no less than those of the others. This was also a point of curiosity for Yi Junlin. Clearly the night deity was still in a deep slumber. According to Yi Junlin's understanding, it would take many more millennia for it to awaken. Why then did they claim that the night was approaching? Moreover, the entire immortal ancient continent showed no signs of having endured war. According to Yi Junlin's understanding, it would take many more millennia for it to awaken. Why then did they claim that the night was approaching? Moreover, the entire young man, our supreme, requests your presence. A young man politely addressed Yi Junlin. This surprised all the indigenous people. These young people from the immortal ancient continent were all exceedingly arrogant. They had never seen anyone being polite to others before. Now they were not only polite, but treating this outsider with utmost courtesy. This left them all puzzled. The Supreme wishes to meet them. Who exactly are they? Someone asked in shock. The Supreme was the spiritual pillar in everyone's heart. At the same time, they represented the pinnacle of combat power in the immortal ancient continent. Lead the way, Yi Junlin said directly. He was eager to learn more about this immortal ancient continent. He was not surprised that the Supreme already knew of their arrival as soon as they entered the city. It was not that someone had reported their arrival. Moreover, these people had no qualifications to convey messages directly to the Supreme. Yi Junlin and the others were led to a massive dojo. Truly worthy of the Supreme, look, even the stone slabs beneath our feet are made of enlightenment stones. Yi Junlin marveled at the sight. Every exotic flower and herb in his line of sight was a precious medicinal plant. Young man, we have finally been waiting for you. Just as Yi Junlin and the others were observing their surroundings, a weathered voice resonated in Yi Junlin's heart. The voice was calm and evoked the image of an elderly man nearing the end of his days. Come in. The voice echoed again in Yi Junlin's heart. You all wait for me here. After saying this, Yi Junlin stepped into the depths of the dojo. No one stopped him as he followed the path that appeared in his mind. It was a vast bamboo forest, each stalk a thunderous purple bamboo, each worth its weight in gold. In the middle of the bamboo forest stood a simple bamboo house. In front of the bamboo house was a table with 2 teacups placed upon it. Have some tea. The weathered voice came again, even though Yi Junlin did not see anyone. Yet in a daze he saw an elderly man smiling warmly at him. This old man appeared quite ordinary, dressed in coarse linen garments, his face marked by the passage of time. If it were anyone else, they would surely regard him as an ordinary person. Even Yi Junlin could not detect the slightest fluctuation of aura from this old man. Yi Junlin's expression kept changing. He had not sensed any vitality here before. Yet now there was clearly an elder sitting before him. May I ask who the elder is? Yi Junlin did not sit down, but instead cupped his hands and asked. Come, taste the tea I brewed myself, and we can talk slowly. The old man smiled as he looked at Yi Junlin. Then I shall not refuse the kindness. Yi Junlin directly picked up the teacup in front of him and drank it all at once. To be honest, the tea smelled truly fragrant. However, once tasted, a dry and bitter flavor exploded on his palate. How is the tea? The old man asked with a smile. This tea is quite unique, Yi Junlin replied somewhat bitterly. If he were not certain that this old man bore him no malice, he would definitely suspect that the tea was poisoned. May I ask why you have summoned me, old master? Yi Junlin decided to ask directly. The old man had given no indication of wanting to speak about anything. He was merely observing him occasionally, revealing a glimmer of light in his eyes. I am Mo Wentian, the Lord of Reincarnation. In fact, you already have the answer in your heart. Why ask again? Mo Wentian looked at Yi Junlin and said, I have long known that this day would come, that you would arrive, the Lord of Reincarnation. Yi Junlin looked at Mo Wentian with shock. To dare name himself the Lord of Reincarnation, this old man was truly extraordinary. Since you have arrived today, it is time for you to know everything. Mo Wentian said with a smile. It should be soon. It is almost time for me to dissipate. Mo Wentian raised his head and brilliant beams of light appeared in his eyes. Yi Junlin was indeed at a loss. What riddle was the Lord of Reincarnation playing at? Even if I am the Lord of Reincarnation, it is difficult to escape the wheel of fate. Mo Wentian's eyes gleamed with an inexplicable light. Yi Junlin decided not to ask anything further. He would quietly observe the unfolding events. He sensed that the answer would soon reveal itself. Whoa! All personnel of the Xian Ancient Continent, prepare yourselves. The Dark Knight clan and the Posa clan are coming to invade. The war drums sounded and Yi Junlin's expression changed drastically. He understood that Mo Wentian intended to lead him to relive the war of that year. They were no longer living beings. In fact, they had long since perished in battle. However, several supreme powerhouses were unwilling to accept this fate and forcibly enacted a forbidden method to bring forth reincarnation. They had been waiting for Yi Junlin's arrival to warn the future generations. Young friend, you only need to watch from the sidelines, for you are but witnesses. Remember, do not intervene, otherwise chaos will ensue, and even if you are the chosen one, you will inevitably suffer unimaginable consequences. Mo Wentian solemnly instructed. Boom! A massive dark hand as black as ink appeared above the Xian Ancient Continent, descending toward the ground. Dark Knight, God, do you dare to act recklessly in my Xian Ancient Continent? A loud shout rang out as a brilliant sword light surged upward to cleave through the massive hand. This is the master of the heavenly sword, Shen Jianxin. His swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world. Mo Wentian remarked from the side. The power of a single sword was indeed terrifying. This was undoubtedly the strongest sword intent Yi Junlin had ever witnessed. Sizzle. A black liquid dripped from the sky. It was the blood of the Dark Knight God. Damn and pitiful, ain't you dare to injure me. A black shadow slowly coalesced in the sky and spoke. This figure was completely enveloped in darkness, resembling a piece of coal. Yet its form was terrifying as it did not conceal its aura. It had already stepped out of the realm of supremacy, yet remained within its domain. Is this Dark Knight God on the verge of surpassing the supreme realm? Yi Junlin's expression changed drastically. Sigh. Mo Wentian remained silent, only letting out a sigh. Had the Dark Knight God not stepped into the supreme realm before them back, then how could they have suffered total annihilation? Children drain their blood entirely. Go. Jijijit. The Dark Knight God waved a hand, and the void shattered like a mirror, fracturing everywhere. Then troop after troop emerged from within. Everyone heed my command, follow me to slay these trash. A towering figure rose into the air and coldly declared. He wielded dual axes, his entire being brimming with destructive power. This is the Lord of Destruction, Han Hu. Moi. Suddenly a gaze shot directly toward Yi Junlin. In an instant, Yi Junlin felt as if his soul had been frozen. Variables. The Dark Knight, he could actually perceive Yi Junlin across the river of time. Simultaneously, the Dark Knight God continuously calculated, realizing that he and this boy, who did not belong to this world, had a profound karmic connection. It was important to note that this was merely a historical reenactment, not a true battlefield of the past. Yet even so, the Dark Knight God was still able to sense it. One had to admit that the Dark Knight God was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Disturbing yin and yang, disrupting karma. If I were to strike at him now, although there would be karmic repercussions, it would eliminate a disaster. In an instant, the Dark Knight God contemplated many things. He even harbored thoughts of eliminating Yi Junlin at any cost. He always felt that the karmic ties between him and Yi Junlin were not simple, which made him uneasy. A sword descends from the heavens. The master of the heavenly sword made his move, unleashing his most powerful ultimate technique. A gigantic heavenly sword descended from the sky, carrying boundless sword energy as it slashed toward the Dark Knight God. Heavenly opening axe. Han Hu wielded his dual axes filled with destructive power and chopped down toward the Dark Knight God. Years pass, hard to look back. In the future, it will be Mo Wentian in the cycle. Old man is coming too. Mo Wentian laughed, his palms brimming with the power of reincarnation. Years pass, hard to look back. In the future, it will be Mo Wentian in the cycle. Yi Junlin spoke softly. He understood the meaning of these words. It signified that this great battle had already occurred and could not be turned back. From this point onward, there was no longer a Lord of Reincarnation, Mo Wentian. The Xian Ancient Continent was engulfed in battle. Yi Junlin and the others were outsiders, invisible and untouchable to others. However, they could clearly see the brutality of this war. Rivers of blood flowed and corpses littered the ground, creating a sea of blood. The three supreme beings unleashed their ultimate skills, continuously colliding with the Dark Knight God. Among them some had already begun to sustain injuries. Yet a part of the Dark Knight God's mind remained focused on Junlin. Junlin could sense this. The three supreme beings could also feel it. Junlin remained unafraid, his eyes firmly fixed on the Dark Knight God. Previously he had only seen a finger of the Dark Knight God, a single eyeball. But now he was seeing his true form. Junlin saw the young guards at the city gate lying in pools of blood one after another. Some elderly cultivators roared in anger, ultimately resorting to self-detonation in a desperate attempt to take down their enemies. Innocent children were ruthlessly erased. This place was now a hell on earth. Yet Junlin and his companions could not intervene. All of this had truly occurred. But now it was merely a reflection of history, and they could not take action. This battle was truly brutal, with remnants of limbs scattered everywhere. The cultivators of the Xian ancient continent were fearless in the face of death, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. The Dark Knight is about to descend, and you cannot stop me. The Dark Knight deity spoke. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I will lead you to become supreme beings. The Dark Knight deity sought the allegiance of the three sovereigns. Submit. You would have to step over my dead body first. Hanhu said with a cold laugh. One sword to exterminate souls, one sword to obliterate gods. Shun Jinshin had no desire for further words, directly unleashing the unmatched sword technique against the Dark Knight deity. The affairs of the world cannot break the cycle. Dark Knight, you will ultimately fail. Mo Wentian, stepping into the cycle, said coldly. Fail? What nonsense are you talking about? One day the entire world will bow beneath the darkness. I am the king of the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight deity spoke icily. Little ghost, do we know each other? Amidst the ongoing battles with the three sovereigns, the Dark Knight deity turned to Junlin and asked. Only the four of them present could see Junlin's existence. The rest were all in a state of confusion. Ha ha, this old monster can't be driven insane by the three sovereigns, right? Talking to thin air, a powerful figure from the Xian ancient continent laughed heartily. He naturally knew that a being of such caliber would never act in such a manner. He was merely trying to suppress the opponent's morale. But this method surprisingly proved effective. Many of the Dark Knight deity's troops appeared flustered, casting puzzled glances at their deity. They truly feared that the god in their hearts would be driven to madness. Many strong individuals from the Xian ancient continent seized the opportunity to counterattack, resulting in a sudden and overwhelming slaughter. Because the enemy's morale had been thrown into chaos. Nonsense. How could a deity be defeated by three sovereigns? Get your act together and annihilate these people. From the enemy's direction, a general stepped forward, coldly reprimanding. They had the numerical advantage, yet signs of collapse were appearing. Do they know why they invaded the myriad realms? Simply because their original world was far too small. How small, you ask? If the myriad realms were a massive soccer field, then their original world was but a grain of rice on that field. It was so small it was despairing, and the population of cultivators was vast. Their resources were completely insufficient. Thus the contemporary emperor initiated a massacre, stirring up trouble, using some unsavory methods, causing chaos and war in other worlds. Once the resources were sufficiently depleted, he would lead all the cultivators in an invasion lasting 800 million years. During this period they encountered the Dark Knight deity. Ultimately, they successfully pledged allegiance to the Dark Knight deity. Previously, they merely aspired to seize a couple of higher realms for their cultivation resources. But now their ambition was to conquer the entire universe. Hearing the emperor's words, their morale visibly improved, gradually regaining their resolve to kill. Although the Xian ancient continent had numerous experts and powerful beings, they were outnumbered. We do know each other, and it's not just a casual acquaintance. Soon you will pay for your slaughters. Junlin, seasoned by countless battles, spoke with icy words at this moment. Oh, you are not from this world. The karma is significant. But why do I feel such a strong urge to kill you? The Dark Knight deity spoke while engaged in battle. Indeed, he sensed a thread emanating from this young man. This threat felt inexplicably unsettling. Many have sought to kill me, yet in the end they all perished before me. My demise is not something you can Junlin stated directly. Ha ha, good. Little ghost, I admire your courage. Never has anyone dared to speak so boldly before me. Now I offer you a choice. The first path is that I will go to great lengths to kill you, even if it drags in karma. The second is to submit to me, follow me, and from now on you shall be above all others. The Dark Knight deity proclaimed. Submit to you? What are you? You think you're worthy of my submission? Junlin replied with a cold smile. I cannot deduce, oh, why is the heavenly secret concealed? What karma is at play? The Dark Knight deity frowned. He was now terrifyingly powerful, yet he could not ascertain Junlin's origins. This youth seemed enveloped in a shroud of mist, making him utterly inscrutable. Looking around at the young faces collapsing to the ground, They all wanted to intervene, but feared disrupting the order of this realm. There would definitely be a great terror emerging. Oh! Jiang Chun roared to the sky, gazing at the fallen bodies, feeling utterly powerless. A suffocating anger surged within him. Young friend, there is no need for such despair. If our sacrifice can bring peace to future generations, then it is worth it. Our existence is to buy you time. Mo Wentian spoke with a smile, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he addressed Jiang Chun. Despite suffering terrible injuries, he could still face Jiang Chun with a smile, deepening Jiang Chun's sorrow. Seniors, rest assured, one day, I, Jiang Chun, will eradicate all these vermin. I will restore peace to the myriad realms. Jiang Chun spoke solemnly. This was the first time he addressed others as seniors, demonstrating his recognition and respect for these supreme beings. A group of ants, are you lost in a dream? Very well, you have now stirred my killing intent regardless of where you come from. Regardless of the grand causality, I will bear it all. At this moment, the Dark Knight deity looked at Jiang Chun, feeling a flicker of unease in his heart due to Jiang Chun's words. Who is he? A powerful being who has already taken half a step into the supreme realm. He has great faith in his own perceptions. All causality shall be taken upon myself. Though I must deal with causality, I remain invincible in this world. The Dark Knight deity spoke with confidence. Die. The Dark Knight deity pointed a finger at Jiang Chun, the finger transcending the dimensions of time and space, appearing before Jiang Chun. Indeed, the Dark Knight deity sought to erase Jiang Chun across the endless epochs of time. Old dog, do not act so arrogantly. Everyone, we must prepare. Mo Wentian said calmly to the other two supreme beings. The sword heart has long been ready. Shun Jinshin said lightly, holding his sword with both hands. The sword was his everything. I am not a coward afraid of death. The young friend does not need us to save him. He possesses a powerful energy lying dormant within him. What we need to do now is to forcefully seal him with our source powers. Mo Wentian looked at the other two supreme beings. Come, there is only so much we can do. Whether it is fortune or disaster in the future depends on these younger generations' fate. Destruction of the source, explode. The three of them immediately activated their entire source to begin setting up the formation. On the other side, a gigantic finger had appeared before Jiang Chun, ready to strike down. This was true killing power, even across countless epochs of time. Yet it remained terrifyingly overwhelming. Such a strong attack was beyond Jiang Chun's capacity. He even felt as if his physical body would shatter under this immense pressure. This was undoubtedly the most formidable threat he had ever encountered. Currently, his internal system showed no response. This was Jiang Chun's trump card, but no matter how he called out, the system remained unresponsive. Damn it, my future destiny must be in my own hands. I cannot depend solely on the system. Jiang Chun's thoughts raced in an instant. Even if I am not the opponent today, I must maintain my dignity. Fight! Jiang Chun shouted instantly, pushing himself to his peak state, charging towards the massive finger. At the same time, the 10 Directions Towning Monument was summoned. Jiang Chun embraced it with both hands and struck fiercely at the finger. There are still those who dare to obstruct his desire to kill. He has already sensed that karma is about to descend, and he is prepared. However, his attack has been thwarted. It halted before Yi Junlin, immobilized and completely restrained. A sigh escaped from Yi Junlin's body. Then several supreme beings witnessed a phantom emerging from within Yi Junlin. This voice dominated the world, and its gaze seemed to overlook the ages like a god or demon. His presence conveyed an immense sense of grandeur. The aura emanating from him was chilling. My emperor, one of the 30,000 leaders, Xiao Yun, pays his respects to the emperor. Qinglong pays his respects to the human emperor. Xiao Luyun and Qinglong had tears glimmering in their eyes as they respectfully knelt before him and exclaimed, "You may rise." With a smile, Yi Jitian gently waved his hand, lifting them up with a surge of power. Father, Yi Junlin murmured to himself. This is his father, whom he had only seen once in his memory. My son Junlin has grown and matured quite a bit, Yi Jitian said with a smile, looking at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin realized that this was merely a spiritual body his father had left within him. It was meant to protect him at the critical moment when his life was in danger. It turned out that his father had not directly abandoned him at that time, but had left a protective spirit body within him. Who exactly are you? The god of the night could no longer remain calm and shouted. He clearly knew that the supreme beings of the entire universe were the three before him. How could another one appear? Furthermore, this supreme being was somewhat different, more powerful than any he had encountered before. I truly wish to personally descend and slay you. Yi Jitian did not respond, but instead spoke with a sense of emotion. Upon hearing this, the several supreme beings were simultaneously shaken to their core. What incredible audacity this was! To speak of directly erasing the god of the night. Who exactly is this individual? It is evident that he possesses such confidence. You do not belong to this era. Who exactly are you? The god of the night asked sternly. He was somewhat frantic. This was the first person in many years who did not regard him with respect. Am I merely a chicken or duck? Can I be killed at will? A mere spirit body not enough to bear great karma. Yi Jitian still did not answer, but spoke to himself. Upon hearing this, the god of the night's hair stood on end. He felt a sense of threat. You must understand, if we engage in battle, it will lead to unimaginable consequences. At that time, the entire river of time will be thrown into chaos. Such a price is something neither of us can bear. The god of the night spoke in a low voice. Everyone was taken aback. This was the first time the god of the night had indirectly softened his stance. He was afraid. Indeed, the heavens and earth will be thrown into chaos, but I truly wish to kill you. Yi Jitian replied calmly. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? You are unafraid of the consequences. Will I be afraid? Even if you do not belong to this era, even if I bear great karma, I remain invincible. The god of the night spoke seriously. Invincible? Who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to say they are undefeated? Yi Jitian scoffed. Shatter. Yi Jitian lightly pointed, and that enormous finger instantly shattered. You. The god of the night's pupils constricted violently. Boom. The two engaged in battle. It was hard to believe that the god of the night was evenly matched with a mere spirit body. Notably, this spirit body was at the peak of the supreme realm. He had not even stepped out of the supreme realm. Boom. The void split open, and a gigantic foot descended from the heavens, landing heavily on the god of the night's head. The god of the night was immediately struck, as if by lightning crashing into the earth. The impact created a massive abyss unfathomably deep. This is the true body. All the supreme beings were astonished. This was the true body of Yi Jitian descending. Although only 1 foot had descended. But it was extraordinarily terrifying. What a pity I cannot truly descend, otherwise history would change, and unpredictable major events would occur. Yi Jitian's spirit body said. Then the rift in the void healed, and the gigantic foot of Yi Jitian's true body vanished. 3 of you seal him. The day he breaks free will be his day of demise. Yi Jitian's spirit body said to the 3 supreme beings with clasped hands. The 3 great ancestors of humanity were worthy of respect. Formation activate. The 3 supreme beings did not delay. It was the best time to seal. Because the god of the night was injured, they could swiftly seal him. They directly used their essence, even sacrificing the essence of all cultivators in the immortal ancient continent, to seal the god of the night. All the cultivators willingly devoted their essence, ready to sacrifice their lives. Then amidst their smiles, all of them vanished. Do not look back. Wait until the day you have strength, and you will naturally be able to awaken them all. Yi Jitian said to Yi Junlin with a smile at the unwillingness in his eyes. Father, do you mean they can return again? Yi Junlin asked joyfully. Of course they did not perish, they merely exist in another form. Yi Jitian patted Yi Junlin's head and said, what you see is not what you should pursue. When you truly reach a certain level, you will understand that these so-called deities are merely ants. The real unparalleled enemy lies beyond the Tianyuan, that is the true puppet master. Yi Jitian said in fear to Yi Junlin. Alright, seeing you grow so much fills me with gratitude. But your path ahead is still long, your brother and I will wait for you at Tianyuan. Now what you need to do is open the time-space passage and head to the Tianyuan secret realm. This Tianyuan secret realm is closely related to Tianyuan. Perhaps it holds the method to counteract the laws of Tianyuan. This secret can only be accessed by cultivators under 100,000 years of age. Back then your brother and I missed it now. Although you are only in your 20s, your cultivation should be sufficient. The opening of the Tianyuan secret realm is right here in the Xian ancient continent. Remember, our enemies are far beyond mere night deities. They are much more powerful beings. After Yi Jitian finished speaking, he vanished. His words undoubtedly placed immense pressure on Yi Junlin. The night deity was not the true puppet master. This world is indeed filled with the unknown. Yi Junlin collected his thoughts, gazing at the ravaged Xian ancient continent, and exhaled heavily. Wait for me. I believe that soon I will be strong enough to revive all of you. Yi Junlin spoke. By the way, where exactly is the opening of this secret realm? Yi Junlin said somewhat dejectedly. Thus Yi Junlin and his companions wandered aimlessly in the Xian ancient continent. Until one day, boom, the heavens and earth rumbled. A loud sound drew the gaze of all. They looked up at the void. A massive golden portal appeared before everyone. The golden light was swirling continuously. Looking on the golden portal, several large characters were inscribed in a dragon and phoenix style. Tianyuan realm. Is this the Tianyuan secret realm? Yi Junlin said as he looked at the golden gate. How coincidental. Just after his father mentioned it, it appeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden door slowly opened and golden lotuses appeared out of thin air. There were only 4 or 5 golden lotuses, each with a mat above it. Each golden lotus can only carry one person, and among us there are only 3 who are under 100,000 years old. Let's go, I want to see what is extraordinary about this Tianyuan secret realm. Yi Junlin stepped forward and directly sat cross-legged on a golden lotus. The siblings Qing Shang and Qing Wu also sat cross-legged on a golden lotus. This is the power of rules. Is this the Tianyuan rules father mentioned? Is this Tianyuan? What entered Yi Junlin's eyes was a vast universe. There were no boundaries, and as far as the eye could see it was filled with a vast starry sky and some desolate large stars that had never appeared. Is this Tianyuan? What entered Yi Junlin's eyes was a vast universe. There were no boundaries, and as far as the eye could see it was filled with a vast starry sky and some desolate large stars. As for Qing Shang and Qing Wu, they had long disappeared. They were randomly teleported. The ancient path of Tianyuan appears. I must tread through this world. A powerful cultivator rushed towards him at high speed from afar. The path he passed was right where Yi Junlin was located. He charged directly towards Yi Junlin seemingly with no intention to stop. It looked like he wanted to smash Yi Junlin into a puddle of mud. As he approached, Yi Junlin's gaze remained calm. This was not a human cultivator. It was a race that Yi Junlin did not recognize. It had a human face but a huge snake mouth on its head. He had no limbs and was sliding rapidly. Get lost, you insignificant ant. The creature spoke human words and directly scolded Yi Junlin. Seeing that Yi Junlin completely ignored him, the cold light in his eyes surged. His form became even faster, unleashing terrifying power as he charged towards Yi Junlin. At the same time, a hint of cruelty appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Tianyuan trial begins with you, ant. Die. He opened his blood basin-like mouth on his forehead and lunged directly towards Yi Junlin. Another ant. What do you think you are? Yi Junlin slapped out. Puff. You? How could it be? That being exploded on the spot, only able to leave a few words. Many figures gradually appeared in the nearby universe. Some were human, others from different races. That snake-like race seems to be a powerful being at the great sage level. How could he be killed with just a slap by that human? This human cultivator's cultivation is at least at the sacred emperor level. We cannot provoke him, let's avoid him, someone said with lingering fear. Some beings were filled with fear in their eyes while others showed disdain. They were all powerful talents from various places possessing their own pride and resources. If one does not offend me, I will not offend others. If one offends me, they shall face death. Yi Junlin's chilling words echoed throughout this universe. It sent shivers down the spine. Countless chose to take a detour, while many others opted to watch coldly from the sidelines. However, not a single being dared to provoke Yi Junlin. All beings floated within this universe. They wandered aimlessly, lacking goals or purpose. Yi Junlin observed clearly that a significant portion of these individuals were not from the myriad realms. Thus, they must have come from beyond the realms, a place whose connection to the Dark Night deity remains unknown. Wandering through the universe was undoubtedly a solitary endeavor. For those around were all on guard against each other, with no one traveling together or engaging in conversation, making it quite dull and tedious. Here there was no concept of time, nor the alternation of day and night. Yi Junlin wandered through this universe aimlessly, unaware of where he was headed. There was simply no direction or purpose. Along the way, Yi Junlin encountered several mad power. These individuals had entered this place countless years before him. Yet they remained on the journey, having never reached their destination. Their minds had long been broken, driven mad. One could even see many celestial tombs scattered across the starlit cosmos. They stood alone, emanating a faint glow. It was evident that these beings had perished midway on their journey to their destination. Kind souls had built grand tombs for them, providing a resting place for their spirits. Boom. Junlin, I have been buried in snow for over 1 billion years, and now I rise from the abyss. What are you trying to stop me? Before Yi Junlin stood 2 figures locked in confrontation. I never expected this. I thought you had long since perished, but it seems you were sealed away in snow by your kin. A young man across from Junlin smiled as he spoke. Yi Junlin understood their words. To await the opening of the abyss, they willingly endured 1 billion years of being sealed in snow, perhaps even longer. All for the sake of entering the abyss. But what could possibly lie within that would entice so many cultivators to willingly throw themselves into the flames like moths? Yi Junlin had no intention of engaging with these beings and continued on his path. Junlin and the other being were locked in confrontation, separated by at least 100 miles. Yi Junlin nonchalantly passed through. Though this was a battlefield, it was also a necessary route for him. This was the route Yi Junlin had previously determined. Hey little human, are you sure you want to pass through here? Those who lack knowledge of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth are becoming increasingly rampant among humans these years. Even a little brat like you dares to disregard us. Do you know who we are? Seeing Junlin pass through their midst unfazed, the two beings oddly found themselves aligned. In the past they wouldn't have dared to provoke a human. However, over the years humanity had been embroiled in internal strife. This had given hope to the myriad races. Naturally, the pride of their races felt emboldened. Shut up. If you dare to utter another word, I will tear your mouth apart. You're not from the human race, are you? I wonder what you taste like. Junlin suddenly turned with a chilling tone. A wave of murderous intent erupted from his body, sweeping through the air. The two beings instantly felt a chill rush to their heads, shivering violently. Who was this master? Every word seemed to threaten tearing them apart or consuming their flesh. Was this person too ferocious? Were they trying to scare them, or was their cultivation so powerful that they feared nothing? Though the two beings felt internal dread, they forced themselves to act unfazed. Human, you have successfully. The two beings initially intended to say he had drawn their attention. However, before they could speak, Junlin had eerily appeared before one of them. I warned you, say another word, and I will tear your mouth apart. Junlin grasped the necks of the two beings. The other being felt internally shattered. He thought, why should I be included? Rip. Junlin kept his word and tore their mouths apart. Once they transformed back into their true forms, Junlin lost all appetite. Both were covered in disgusting slime. The slime was green, nauseating, reminiscent of catfish. Yet Junlin could not bring himself to eat. It was simply too repulsive. He casually discarded the two monsters with torn mouths. Junlin forcibly searched their sea of consciousness, but found it utterly useless. He did not obtain any useful information. Instead, he learned a great deal about the prodigies sealed in snow for over 1 billion years from various races. Each of these prodigies, if brought forth, would be the most dazzling existences of their time. However, this time when the abyss opened, they were all awakened. This time the abyss was destined to be extraordinary. This is interesting. Ever more so, he smiled, shaking his head. Junlin then resumed his slow progress toward the direction he had chosen. Gradually, Junlin lost count of how long he had been walking. Perhaps a year, perhaps 2. Though the journey was tedious, he continued on at an unhurried pace. My Tao heart has been tempered enough. Open, he declared. That day his eyes shone like divine lamps as he lifted his gaze to the void, and a tearing sound rent the silence. A void gate sprang into being before Junlin. The cosmos around it seemed boundless and ancient. From the beginning, Junlin knew this was merely a formation. It was a clever array. Though a formation, it could still temper the Tao heart. But if one truly died within it, one would truly die. Junlin had entered only to test how much the formation could refine him. Only after remaining inside for 2 years did he feel the formation had ceased to affect him. 2 years had passed within the array, yet outside only 2 days had elapsed. Wanzhou First City. Before Junlin loomed a colossal city, its scale so vast it dwarfed the Shanhua imperial capital he had once seen by 10,000-fold. Unlike ordinary cities, this one hung within the boundless void. Above it hung wheel after wheel of soft, radiant suns. Strands of utmost young energy cascaded down like a delicate veil. At the city, many cultivators had already gathered, beings of every race. They were stunned at Junlin's sudden appearance. If I recall correctly, Tianyuan opened only the day before, one being muttered, frowning. How did this human emerge after only 2 days? No, after only 2 years. Others cried out in alarm. They had entered Tianyuan hundreds of millions of years ago, and still had not set foot in the first city. None could say how many years they had spent in patient meditation. The opening of Tianyuan was their greatest delight, for it meant the first city gate would soon open. Only when the second wave began the Tianyuan trials could the previous wave advance. This had been the rule since ancient times. Yet to everyone's astonishment, someone had passed the formations test in a mere 2 days. Even the most gifted in the past had taken a full 10 years to do what this newcomer seemed to have done, 10 years outside, not within the array. They did not know that Junlin had entered only to temper himself. Had he wished, he could have left at any moment. To exit so swiftly would have been an earth-shattering spectacle, a feat to horrify the heavens and the earth. To break the ancient records so casually would leave no peer. The human race. Some cried. If humanity can produce such a peerless prodigy, when he matures, who knows how long, he will suppress the Wanzhou. Now that the humans are consumed by internal strife, we finally have a reprieve, another said. The Wanzhou are on the rise. The appearance of a human prodigy at this moment bodes ill. A being's eyes flickered as he spoke, bluntly seeking to rouse every Wanzhou cultivator present to action. His intention was plain, to have them all rise as one. Of course, if this human prodigy could be eliminated at once, so much the better. Yes. Humans have lorded over the Wanzu for countless eons, yet at last we glimpse a shred of hope. Sirs, this is the very moment of humanity's fiercest internal strife, another urged. Do you wish to stand idly by while they produce yet another unmatched prodigy? The age of human dominion seems without end. One being declaimed with feigned despair, his sorrow a deliberate provocation to stir the crowd. That way, he reasoned, even if the humans later sought revenge, they could not possibly exterminate all the Wanzu. Had any single clan moved first to annihilate humanity, it would surely be wiped out in retaliation. But now the Wanzu were united. If all were to turn on Yi Junlin, the task would be simple. They believed, indeed they knew, that even a single one of them could casually beat him. What a joke, they scoffed. No matter how gifted, what could a mere genius accomplish against them? They did not count the time they had cultivated outside Tianyuan. Even here in the city, many had sat in meditation for hundreds of millions of years. What had Yi Junlin to compare with them? A tremendous bovine roar split the air, the ancestral talent of the ancient Kuei Nyo clan. This sonic onslaught could discompose the mind. From among the Wanzu, a towering Kuei Nyo stepped forward, his entire body brimming with explosive force. Old bull, I will test you, he bellowed. He looked every inch the brute, a race given to raw strength. Yi Junlin smiled and nodded at the ancient Kuei Nyo. Brute ox, how did you know I was hungry? You brought fresh beef. Well done. The Kuei Nyo, who had been advancing with heavy breaths, froze for a moment. Then his expression darkened. Rage flamed in him. This human had treated him as food. Such insolence could not be endured by the ancient Kuei bull was enraged, its front legs crashing down, no longer standing upright. It had entered an attacking stance, its forelegs continually scraping the ground as it gathered strength. It prepared to charge towards Yi Junlin. Brutal charge. The ancient Kuei bull, having completed its build-up, hurtled towards Yi Junlin like a massive meteor from the heavens. Wherever the Kuei bull passed, dust and smoke erupted, and with each step the void beneath was crushed. Brutal charge. Ridiculous. After years of cultivation, this is a waste. Yi Junlin shook his head and spoke. Then he extended his palm. All living beings looked at Yi Junlin with astonishment. Such boldness from a human cultivator. How dare he confront the ancient Kuei bull's brutal charge with his bare hand? Even cultivators of the same rank as the Kuei bull would not dare to be so reckless. This ancient Kuei bull had an incredibly powerful body, and few in the same rank could rival it. Is this human looking for death? How dare he withstand it? Some living beings scoffed. This is a disaster, a calamity, but it's better for him to die now. Though gifted, a fallen genius is but a fleeting flower. Cultivators from all races watched coldly. Not a single person stepped forward to speak on Yi Junlin's behalf, including those from the human race. However, they too chose to stand by and watch coldly, knowing that if they spoke up for Yi Junlin, they would certainly be met with the wrath and targeting of all races. This was not something they wished to see. Moreover, Yi Junlin's talent was simply too overpowering. With him around, they would always remain overshadowed. In fact, they secretly hoped for Yi Junlin's swift demise. However, what astonished all cultivators was that Yi Junlin effortlessly blocked the ancient Kuei bull. The ancient Kuei bull was massive, making Yi Junlin appear like an ant before it. Yet this ant-sized human directly grasped the Kuei bull's horns with his palm. No matter how the Kuei bull struggled, it could not break free from Yi Junlin's grip. Moo, moo, moo. The ancient Kuei bull cried out in panic, but Yi Junlin remained as steadfast as a mountain. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape. Just a mere saint emperor, who gave you the courage to act so recklessly before me? Yi Junlin raised his hand, lifting the entire body of the Kuei bull, and then forcefully slammed it to the side. Crack, bang, bang, bang. To everyone's astonishment, this tiny human continued to hammer the Kuei bull. After smashing one side, he quickly turned to the other, leaving the Kuei bull covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. This step is called bleeding. Only then will the beef lose its gamey flavor, Yi Junlin said with utmost seriousness. Let's start with a dish of braised beef shank. Yi Junlin combined his index and middle fingers and made a swift cut across the Kuei bull's front leg. Blood splattered as the immense pain bewildered the ancient Kuei bull, leaving it unsure of how to roar. A massive ball of water appeared out of thin air, cleaning the Kuei bull's leg. Yi Junlin then truly began to roast the bull's leg. In an instant, a delectable aroma wafted through the air, making mouths water. In truth, the ancient Kuei bull was a variant of cattle, resembling a cow with a single leg and no horns on its head, bearing a bluish hue. With thunder and lightning, its roar sounded like thunder, accompanied by the brilliance of the sun and moon. Yet this Kuei bull was showing signs of reverting to its ancestral form. Not only did it have horns on its head, but it also possessed 4 legs. Melting in the mouth, equivalent to a great elixir, It is a nourishing treasure, Yi Junlin proclaimed as he sat down on the Kui bull, savoring the leg. The Kui bull was furious but felt helpless. This human was frightfully powerful. He was a prodigy of the Kui bull clan, and due to his ancestral reversion, could be said to represent the Kui bull clan in the future. He was truly the walking embodiment of the Kui bull clan. Yet today he suffered utter humiliation, not only defeated by a human but also had a leg roasted. Logically, with their level of cultivation, regrowing a severed limb should be simple and easy. Yet no matter how hard he tried, his wound would not heal. For there was an inexplicable force preventing his recovery at the wound site. Brother Dao, aren't you being a bit excessive? The ancient Kui bull seeks to spar with you, but this humiliation you inflict is surely inappropriate. One being stood up to speak. This entity was humanoid, yet its skin shimmered like glass, appearing extraordinarily tough. This was a Holy Spirit born from years of cultivation of Holy Spirit stones. Whether it's excessive or not is not for you to decide, it is for me to decide. If you dare provoke again, I will kill you all. Yi Junlin said, his words muffled as he chewed on the beef leg. Brother Dao, are you not being too tyrannical, eh? The Holy Spirit's eyes narrowed, radiating a cold light. Yi Junlin recognized that as a human, he was being targeted by all these beings. But he felt no fear. Dare to show me murderous intent. You shall die. Yi Junlin turned around sharply, staring at the Holy Spirit, speaking each word slowly. Even the ancient Kui bull did not show him murderous intent, so he merely consumed a leg of the Kui bull. And now just a mere chunk of stone had come to life. How dare it show him murderous intent? The Holy Spirit was startled. Just moments ago he felt a surge of anger at Yi Junlin's disregard for him. However, when Yi Junlin finally acknowledged him, he sensed the scent of death. His cultivation was actually on par with Kuei Nyo, but his physical body was several levels sturdier than Kuei Nyo's. Thus, among cultivators of the same rank, few dared to oppose the Holy Spirit. However, he had successfully attracted Yi Junlin's attention. Brother Dao, your realm is high, and I admit I am inferior to you, but if we were to battle at the same level, I might not be your opponent. The Holy Spirit spoke loudly. He knew that talents were prideful. He was provoking Yi Junlin, hoping to engage him in a battle at the same level. He was confident about battling at the same level. Defeating Yi Junlin at that level could leave a mark on Yi Junlin's invincible Dao heart. Perhaps this genius of the human race would be ruined from then on, unable to make any progress in cultivation. He understood that he could not kill Yi Junlin as their realms were simply too disparate. A battle at the same level. You think you are worthy? Yi Junlin showed no interest, for he knew that no one at the same level could contend with him. This was absolute confidence. Are you perhaps afraid, Brother Dao? If you are afraid, you can just say it. I won't push you. The Holy Spirit said with a cold smile. However, when he faced Yi Junlin's terrifying gaze, he couldn't help but shiver violently. Brother Dao, I know you are strong, but there are brothers of my Holy Spirit clan in the city. If you kill me, you will certainly not escape the pursuit of my brothers. The Holy Spirit spoke to Yi Junlin as he sensed Yi Junlin's impatience and murderous intent. Stop whining, I'll let your brother come find me. You are not even worthy. Sending you to reincarnation. Yi Junlin, impatient, slapped at the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit's face changed dramatically, and he radiated a glow while his body began to explode with a glassy color. The light looked truly beautiful. However, as Yi Junlin's palm came crashing down, the Holy Spirit's expression finally shifted. He now understood why Yi Junlin was so reckless. Because this human was indeed powerful to a despairing degree. Bang! The Holy Spirit exploded on the spot, his body shattering into pieces of Holy Spirit stone. This was a treasure for refining weapons, but Yi Junlin did not care for it. The myriad races waiting outside the city gate finally quieted down. No one dared to target Yi Junlin again. Among the myriad races, Yi Junlin also discovered several remarkable existences hidden within them. In terms of cultivation level, there were a few who were nearly on par with him. No killing is allowed outside the city, or otherwise death. At that moment, a cold voice came from the grand city above. Yi Junlin was well aware that the owner of this voice was targeting him. If killing was prohibited, those who had tried to kill him earlier would not have stood by. Now, after he had killed the Holy Spirit, this person suddenly appeared. Was this not targeted? If people do not offend me, I will not offend others. Yi Junlin merely stated a few words blandly. Human race, are you questioning me? The voice of that being atop the city wall rang out again. The entire city was shrouded in a formidable formation, making it impossible for those outside to see clearly. Only those inside could see what was happening outside. I am not targeting you. I am simply targeting all the trash present, Yi Junlin suddenly declared. All the beings were first stunned, then filled with rage. What did this human mean? How could he say they were all trash? Could they endure this? They could not swallow this humiliation. Which of those present was not a top talent? Though they were all over 1 billion years old, it did not detract from their status as talents. Everyone with so many powerful beings from various races here, are we really afraid of a mere human? This human is simply too dismissive of us, oh why not unite and attack together? One being said angrily. Kill. Another being filled with murderous intent directly shouted. They are all trying to kill me, did you not say killing is prohibited? Those who violate this will die. Junlin calmly replied. This is trouble you brought upon yourself, deal with it yourself. The being atop the city wall stated. Junlin laughed, laughing without restraint. With a casual wave, he wiped out several beings that lunged at him. At that moment, all the beings were shaken. They nearly overlooked Junlin's cultivation level. The gap in cultivation could not be compensated for by mere numbers. Although he does not regard us highly, we should regard him seriously. The earlier irate being suddenly spoke after calming down. Yes, let us quietly cultivate instead. They truly could not afford to provoke Junlin. There were several among them with remarkable cultivation, but he had not even opened his eyes, let alone finding trouble with Junlin. You dare to kill recklessly outside the city, oh I hereby announce a sanction against you today. The voice from atop the city gate spoke again. It was already quite clear that this was targeting Junlin. However, Junlin was unafraid. A mere gatekeeper of the city, if he dared to make a move, Junlin wouldn't hesitate to strike him down. Human race, you have violated regulations by wantonly killing outside the city. You should be executed. The entire city was enveloped in mist, making it impossible to see clearly. Yet Junlin could see clearly with his 10,000 eyes technique. He could easily discern the truth. It was a humanoid being, but not of the human race, just an illusion. At this moment, he stood atop the city wall clad in silver armor, exuding an imposing presence. He wielded a Fong Tian Hua Ji, pointing it diagonally at Junlin, embodying an air of superiority. Kill if you must. They are merely ants daring to provoke the human race. Are you worthy of it? Junlin spoke softly, yet his words were filled with authority. The soldiers atop the city wall narrowed their eyes. The aura of this human was too overwhelming, causing them to feel a twinge of fear. Though they were city guards, they understood that the human race was still the paramount force among all. Even the city lord belonged to the human race, so he dared not be too confrontational. But then his gaze flickered, and he thought of a way to deal with Junlin. Rumble. The towering city gates swung open. A path paved with azure stone appeared before all. It seemed like azure stone, but in reality, it was an unknown celestial meteorite, exceptionally hard. Cultivators of all races, please enter the city, shouted the city guard. Finally, after billions of years, the gates have opened, someone remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Simultaneously, powerful beings hidden in various locations opened their eyes. At the moment they opened their eyes, it was as if a sword cleaved through gold and stone, producing a piercing sound. Junlin kicked aside the ancient Kuei Nyo and then stood up to walk towards the gates. Strangely, no one obstructed Junlin. Not a single being approached the city gates. All gazed at Junlin with expressions of oddity and schadenfreude. Whoosh! Junlin walked slowly towards the city gates, when suddenly a sound of breaking air rang. The city guard atop the wall made their move. Humans can be arrogant, but they must understand the rules. Remember this in your next life, the man said with a cold sneer, looking at Junlin. He had been waiting for this moment. Now that the gates were open, those who had entered the Tianyuan last time awaited their return. Junlin and his group, who had just entered Tianyuan, would have to wait billions of years to enter. This was the rule. I have no intention to kill. If you do not provoke me, all will be well. But if you do, be prepared for death. Junlin said calmly. Today the rules of the foremost city of all races will be altered for my sake. Junlin extended his palm and firmly caught the war spear, then swung his arm back towards the city guard. All races were stunned. This human dared to utter such bold claims. The rules of the foremost city of all races would be changed for him. What a joke. A mere second stage of opening heaven, considered a local tyrant outside, but in my eyes he is nothing. Junlin did not look back at the war spear. He knew the outcome had long been determined. You dare harm the city guard. The other city guards atop the wall exclaimed in horror. They witnessed the war spear pierce straight through the chest of the being who had previously provoked Junlin. Then that being exploded on the spot, leaving no trace. A deep chill crept into everyone's hearts. This human was definitely not a pushover. He effortlessly dispatched a powerful being of the opening heaven realm. Junlin walked steadily over the azure stone path, ignoring all. Human, you have already broken the rules of the foremost city of all races. Oh, why not confess? Some city guards, bolstered by their courage, spoke to Junlin. Truly annoying, how bothersome. City guards. Protecting what city? From this day forth, the foremost city of all races no longer needs city guards. Yi Junlin felt as though many mosquitoes were buzzing in his ears, and immediately said. The myriad races were shocked. This human was not only intent on breaking the rules, but did he also plan to unleash a massacre? After all, many elders of various races resided within the foremost city. Their cultivation levels were certainly terrifying. How could this human dare to act in such a manner? I will send you to your next life. Remember to be more discerning in your next life. Yi Junlin directly summoned the 10 Directions Town Heaven Steel and tossed it towards the city gates. The 10 Directions Town Heaven Steel swelled with the wind and pressed down towards the city guards. Bang, bang, bang. All these city guards were crushed and exploded like bubbles. What cultivation level does this human possess? Why is he so terrifying? Someone exclaimed in fear. Such extraordinary talent and cultivation level. He surely cannot be weaker than the crown prince of the human emperor's hall, right? Are you talking about Yi Zhan, the crown prince of the human emperor's hall? The human race is truly a race that inspires awe, a being remarked with admiration. All beings were perplexed, with the city guards all dead. Why had no powerful figure descended to punish Yi Junlin? They were bewildered. For this is the rule of the first city of all races. Unless Yi Junlin possesses a background so formidable that even the city lord cannot provoke him. Some beings speculated. It's impossible. The city lord has never shown himself. Although he is of the human race, how could he possibly know that Yi Junlin is the heir or descendant of an ancient family? A being shook his head and replied. After all, the city lord has been in this city for an incredibly long time. How could he possibly know a young human? No being could answer this question. Though they were puzzled, they could not question the city lord. The Tianyuan secret realm is isolated from the outside world, and even the most extraordinary talents from the outside must exercise restraint here. After all, the strong from outside cannot enter. Meanwhile, some natives within the Tianyuan secret realm are astonishingly powerful. They have thrived in their environment for countless years, naturally becoming formidable. Additionally, some cultivators entered the Tianyuan secret realm millions of years ago. Having been defeated, their invincible hearts shattered. They willingly remained in the Tianyuan secret realm, watching generation after generation of prodigies compete. Like the guards who targeted Yi Junlin earlier. They do not belong to the human race, and their kind harbors hostility towards humans. Now, seeing a human like Yi Junlin possess such talent, their first response is of course jealousy. They then began to seek reasons to eliminate this human prodigy. However, Yi Junlin is simply too powerful, so powerful that it fills them with despair. They never imagined they would ultimately fall into their own trap. Yi Junlin walked towards the city, as if strolling leisurely under the gaze of countless races. All beings from various races did not dare to block him, merely watching this young human with wide eyes. Of course, among them, a few powerful existences only observed him with indifference. Their cultivation levels are not inferior to Yi Junlin's. They are all exceptional talents who have been buried for countless epochs. Whether in talent or cultivation, they are truly formidable. They aim to carve their own path of invincibility in this lifetime. This is a brilliant era where prodigies from all races vie for supremacy, and this is only a portion of it. Once Yi Junlin entered the city gate, the beings from all races began to enter the city in succession. The desolation outside the city and the clamor within are two entirely different worlds. The natives inside the city were selling various snacks, elixirs, weapons, and more. When the city gate swung wide open, all beings paused their activities to look towards the direction of the city gate. They knew that another epoch had arrived, and more cultivators from various races were entering. They just did not know how the quality of this round of cultivators would be. However, they were then taken aback to see only a magnificently dressed, handsome man entering the city. This left them puzzled. But when they turned their gaze back to the outside of the city, their pupils suddenly contracted violently. The cultivators from various races outside appeared as if they had been struck by a paralysis spell, staring blankly at Yi Junlin. Only after Yi Junlin fully entered the city did they begin to move. At the same time, what about all those corpses? They were all wearing the same uniform as the city guards. Clearly, these were the city guards. Now, none of the city guards survived. They were all dead, and they died in an extraordinarily uniform manner, all with a single blow. Beings turned their gaze towards Yi Junlin, their eyes filled with intrigue. Screech! A harsh cry rang out. A figure dashed towards the city from outside at remarkable speed. It was truly fast, at least in Yi Junlin's opinion. At this moment, the figure stopped beside a pile of rubble, trembling hands brushing over the stones. These stones were remnants of the Holy Spirit clan that Yi Junlin had slain. The figure was the brother of this pile of stones, a powerful Holy Spirit. His skin no longer exhibited the splendid luster, but instead radiated an eerie purplish red hue. Moreover, his cultivation was far superior to that of the previous Holy Spirit. Who killed my brother? This Holy Spirit stood up, his gaze cold and searching the surrounding races. No one dared to speak. They could not provoke Junlin, nor could they provoke this powerful Holy Spirit. This Holy Spirit was an unparalleled prodigy from the last epoch. 1 billion years have passed. Who knows how strong he has become? Good, very well, so you won't speak, huh? The Holy Spirit laughed coldly, cautiously collecting his brother's remains. Then his aura suddenly transformed. Boom. An overwhelming pressure descended. The Holy Spirit casually waved his hand through the void. A golden lion was instantly seized by the Holy Spirit by its neck. The Holy Spirit did not ask. The golden lion merely looked at Junlin in terror. The Holy Spirit smirked. He understood. He casually threw the golden lion away. Just when all beings thought the golden lion had been saved. Boom. The flung golden lion exploded on the spot, its soul obliterated. We Holy Spirits are not beings that you humans can kill. Come here, if I'm in a good mood, I might grant you a death to atone for your sins. The Holy Spirit coldly glared at Junlin, reprimanding him. The Holy Spirit's audacity stems from an absolute confidence in its own strength. After all, in ancient times the Holy Spirit clan was once a dominant lineage. They were born from a fallen meteorite, gaining sentience and forming their own race. However, their reproduction is quite challenging, making it difficult to have offspring. This has led to a continuous decline of the Holy Spirit lineage. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that they are indeed very powerful. Just considering their physical form, it is clear that their bodies are forged from fallen meteorites. Naturally, their bodies are exceptionally sturdy, and it is said that they can forge unparalleled weapons. This alone is enough to indicate that the cultivators of this race are not to be trifled with. Because their bodies are innate and truly powerful, if not for the issues with reproduction, they would undoubtedly become a dominant race. Even now, they rank within the top 100 among all races, which speaks volumes of their terror. In my life, since embarking on the path of cultivation, no one has dared to make me apologize. Junlin paced, turning to look at the Holy Spirit. Is that so? Since I am the first, I should also be the last, for you shall not live. The arrogant human race, I acknowledge that your kind has received special favor. Since the beginning of the wilderness, the human race has been the sovereign of this realm. The tides of fortune have turned. The current human race is already riddled with wounds, isn't it? I am quite curious, how much longer will the era of the human race last? The Holy Spirit asked mockingly. What the Holy Spirit said was not entirely incorrect. The current human race is indeed facing great problems, with external enemies lurking and internal strife persisting. The human race has an emperor and a great prince, Yijan. This is the foundation of the human race. With them, the human race will be immortal. Junlin spoke with conviction, and his words reverberated throughout the first city. Well said. The human race has an emperor to suppress all ages. The human race has a great prince deserving to be at the forefront of all races. At that moment, an aged voice laughed heartily. Then an old man clad in a Taoist robe appeared beside Junlin. This old man had a youthful face with white hair exuding an aura of immortality. We have met the Lord of the city. The cultivators in the city were initially taken aback, then bowed in unison. Lord of the city, Junlin. I don't know how long I've been in this first city, but it is clear that the Lord possesses extraordinary cultivation. One being spoke with trepidation. This is a world where strength is paramount. As long as one is strong enough, all races must pay their respects. However, Junlin was quite displeased at this moment. He had laid so much groundwork with his emphatic speech simply to show off. After all, with the presence of the second prince of the human emperor's palace, the ruler of the heavens, all other races should step aside. But he was interrupted by the appearance of the old man. Lord of the city. The Holy Spirit was initially taken aback and then bowed respectfully. However, just as he lowered his head, a fleeting shadow of gloom passed over his face. He knew that perhaps today he would not be able to take revenge for his brother. After all, the Lord of the city had made an appearance. Well, today as I emerged from seclusion, I see so many talents from various races. Not bad, not bad. You may enter the city. Suddenly Junlin's expression changed as he saw a group of corpses. Lord of the city, these were all his doing. A being gathered its courage to point at Junlin. They deserve to die. Junlin did not explain, merely uttering these words nonchalantly. In that case, enter the city. To everyone's surprise, Junlin did not say anything further, but directly allowed all beings to enter the city. Lord of the city, is this not unjust? Regardless of whether he killed the city guards or not, he killed my brother. I must have a reasonable explanation. The Holy Spirit lifted its head and asked firmly, You insolent fool. Do you mean to say that my city guards are less important than your brother? Junlin's demeanor shifted as he shouted. Meanwhile, the Holy Spirit appeared to have seen something terrifying, turning pale. To dare not. Ultimately, the Holy Spirit lowered its head and said, Old man, I advise you not to meddle in my affairs. It's one thing for his brother to die, but just now he provoked me asking me to come over and grant him a death. This is not a trivial matter. The Holy Spirit clan wishes to grant me a death. My father is not one to be trifled with. If the Holy Spirit clan seeks to kill me, my father will certainly lead an army to annihilate the Holy Spirit clan. Yi Junlin said calmly. Since when has a time-honored family dared to boast so brazenly? Just a family, and they wish to exterminate my Holy Spirit clan. Huh. The Holy Spirit laughed maniacally. Even Junlin felt that this young man was boasting a bit too much. What kind of power dares to speak this way? Exterminating a clan. This clan is not just dozens, hundreds, or thousands of individuals, but an entire race. Even the time-honored families of the human race would not dare to say such things. Junlin felt that this young man did not know how to assess the situation. He was a bit too arrogant and ostentatious. He stood up, because Yi Junlin mentioned that there were human sovereigns and the crown prince among the human race. He was willing to step forward to help Yi Junlin temporarily escape from his current predicament. He didn't even care that Yi Junlin had killed so many city guards. But is this young man being too pushy? Ancient immortal families, come tell me which immortal family you come from, so that our Holy Spirit clan can properly admire it. The Holy Spirit laughed until he gasped for breath. Ancient immortal family. Did I say I belong to an ancient immortal family? Yi Junlin asked curiously. Huh? You mean you don't even count as an ancient immortal family? Then which force do you come from that makes you so arrogant? The Holy Spirit said disdainfully. The ancient immortal families of the human race were indeed powerful, but to say they could annihilate a clan was undoubtedly a daydream. Oh, I am Yi Junlin, the second prince of the human sovereign palace, the second son of the human sovereign. Yi Junlin said casually. Ha ha, just a second son of the human sovereign. The second son of the human sovereign, the second prince. The Holy Spirit was suddenly struck, as if by lightning, his voice breaking. The entire space froze, and all cultivators from various races stared blankly at Yi Junlin. Indeed, this information was too shocking. Originally a peerless genius of the human race, suddenly transformed into the prince of the first major force in all realms. This made them feel a bit stifled. Such a person radiated brilliance wherever he went. He was the most dazzling existence. Setting aside talent, just the identity of the second prince of the human sovereign palace was enough for him to walk boldly across all realms. The authority of the human sovereign was inviolable. Even the races that harbored resentment against the human race had to revere the human sovereign. This was the might of the human sovereign. Second prince. The Holy Spirit was completely flustered. How could the other party have such a powerful background? Just a moment ago he had been seeking revenge and mocking. To think he had wanted to exterminate the second prince of the human sovereign palace. Now that he thought about it, he was indeed foolishly adorable. Wasn't this equivalent to declaring war on the human sovereign palace? Moreover, in this special period, the human sovereign guarded the heavenly abyss, not only for the human race, but for all realms. This was not only a great grace towards the human race, all races should be grateful. Do I still need to die to atone for my sins? Yi Junlin said playfully. No need, Your Highness the second prince. I did not recognize Your Highness. Please forgive me. The Holy Spirit quickly knelt down, begging for mercy. He was absolutely convinced of Yi Junlin's identity as the second prince. No one in this world would dare impersonate the offspring of the human sovereign. So do you know what you should do now? Yi Junlin looked at the Holy Spirit and said blandly. To understand. The Holy Spirit said somewhat bitterly. He now had only one path to choose, which was to die to atone for his sins. He did not want his actions to cause the Holy Spirit clan to go to war with the human sovereign. If that happened, it would undoubtedly lead to the extermination of the Holy Spirit clan. There was no second option. Yi Junlin was not a bloodthirsty person. Previously, it was the younger brother of the Holy Spirit who provoked him, leading to a death. Now the older brother came to provoke him again. Did he think he had no temper? Although he would not use the power of the human sovereign palace to annihilate the Holy Spirit clan, he would wait until he became powerful enough to personally descend upon the Holy Spirit clan. Provided that if all members of the Holy Spirit clan were like this Holy Spirit, then annihilation would be justified. After all, the Holy Spirit clan harbored deep resentment against the human race, viewing them as enemies. This point could be felt from the previous words of the Holy Spirit. Too am willing to die to atone for my sins. I only ask that Your Highness the second prince spares my Holy Spirit lineage. From now on, if the Holy Spirit clan or any other races dare to offend the human race, they shall be exterminated. This I proclaim as the Lord of the heavenly court, for all realms to hear. Let all celestial beings, demons, and gods listen. Yi Junlin said sternly to the Holy Spirit. This time what Yi Junlin said was not just about the Holy Spirit clan, but also about other races. Yi Junlin's voice was like thunder deafening. In the void, golden light shone brilliantly with a golden decree manifesting. Words become law. This is words become law. Has he already gained the acknowledgement of heaven and earth? Some beings exclaimed in shock. After Yi Junlin spoke, a decree actually descended. Did this not mean that Yi Junlin's future achievements could rival those of the human sovereign? The first city of all races was completely in an uproar. The second prince, Yi Junlin, had the demeanor of the human sovereign. This was beyond doubt, and no one dared to question it. Ha ha ha, thank you for your generous gift, Your Highness the Second Prince. I am honored to witness the majesty of the young sovereign today, though I die without regrets. The Holy Spirit laughed heartily, and this time he laughed with relief. He knew that the races would never have the opportunity to surpass the human race again. Bang! The Holy Spirit slapped his forehead, and instantly his entire body transformed into chunks of purplured meteors. These meteors radiated light, remarkable treasures for refining. Bury these. Yi Junlin waved his hand and said, After all, when a person dies, it is like a lamp extinguished. Once dead, all debts are cleared. Otherwise the body of this Holy Spirit would certainly have been taken by those with ulterior motives to forge weapons. Of course, not every race would show utmost respect to Yi Junlin. The Old Man clan Junlin, the lord of the first city of the 10,000 races, pays his respects to His Highness the Second Prince. I, being blind in my old age, failed to recognize His Highness the Second Prince earlier. I hope His Highness will forgive me. Junlin snapped out of his shock and respectfully addressed Yi Junlin. It's no problem. I didn't expect that the Tianyuan realm would also be under the watch of our human race. This is excellent. Yi Junlin said with a smile. I dare to ask if His Highness could stay at the City Lord's mansion, allowing me to extend my humble hospitality. Junlin said to Yi Junlin. Very well, I also wish to inquire about some matters regarding this Tianyuan forbidden land. Yi Junlin nodded. Then under Junlin's guidance they headed to the City Lord's mansion. As for the Tianyuan secret realm, I do not know when it began, even the historical records do not mention it. It is said that it was discovered by a significant figure of the human race during ancient times by chance. The Tianyuan secret realm consists of 81 levels. This means there are 81 cities, and only those who reach the end will have the opportunity to witness what lies at the final destination. Yet over the years no one has managed to reach the end. Of course perhaps some have, but they might have perished within. Junlin remarked. Is it true that the ultimate place at the end is truly the rules derived from the Tianyuan, as stated by the Father Emperor? What kind of rules could they be? They seem even more powerful than the rules of heaven and earth. Yi Junlin fell silent, murmuring to himself. Moreover, this generation of geniuses from the 10,000 races will set off for the Starry Sky Ancient Road in 3 days. Junlin continued. What is the Starry Sky Ancient Road? Yi Junlin asked curiously. The Starry Sky Ancient Road is a path that allows one to undergo transformation. It is also the necessary route to the second city of the 10,000 races. However, this ancient road is fraught with danger. It is more about emerging victorious through combat than mere transformation. Not only are these geniuses a threat, but there are also beings lost along the ancient road. They have existed for countless years and have long been altered by the Tianyuan, each one exceedingly powerful. To put it accurately, they are a group of soulless beings who only know how to kill. Even I do not dare to guarantee my safe return. And this is merely the first Starry Sky Ancient Road. The further you go, the more terrifying it becomes. Moreover, other races that harbor animosity towards the human race will likely take action against you on the Starry Sky Ancient Road. Your Highness the Second Prince must be cautious. Junlin said solemnly. Yi Junlin became increasingly curious about this Tianyuan secret realm. It was a self-formed secret realm that had existed for an unknown number of years. Within it, there were the powers of evolving rules which were incredibly terrifying. Even the human emperor Yi Jitian did not dare to charge in Hedon, which speaks volumes of its horror. The more this was the case, the more Yi Junlin was intrigued. As for the dangers Junlin spoke of, Yi Junlin was unafraid. Only through the baptism of blood and fire can one grow more rapidly. Ding ding ding. The void portal has opened. The Starry Sky Ancient Road appears. The geniuses of the 10,000 races, please proceed. 3 days later, a bell reverberated throughout the entire city. All beings focused their attention on a massive void rift above the city, resembling a teleportation array. The grand formation leading to the Starry Sky Ancient Road opens only once every billion years. This is why the Tianyuan secret realm only opens once every billion years. I want to see what secrets are hidden within this Tianyuan secret realm. Yi Junlin chuckled lightly, then boldly walked toward the grand formation. Instantly a force of suction emerged from the grand formation, pulling Junlin in and making him vanish from the sight of all beings. What are you waiting for? Are you going to let the human race lead time and time again? The starry sky ancient road is the true battlefield. Who can laugh last remains to be seen. A powerful being spoke coldly as they disappeared into the grand formation. The fallen geniuses will be utterly worthless. Another powerful being stepped forward. These beings were the few that Junlin had noticed when he was outside the city. Their talents were formidable and their cultivation was powerful. The weakest among them was at the pinnacle of the open sky realm. The strongest could even compete with Junlin. Of course, this only refers to their cultivation, not their battle prowess. They were very adept at hiding, revealing their fangs only now. They understood that on the starry sky ancient road, there are no helpers, no strong fighters, and no formidable human beings like Junlin. That is the best place for killing and plundering. That place is indeed a good spot for killing. Junlin's expression turned somewhat grim. Were these powerful beings declaring war on the second prince? Had he known, he should have eradicated these threats in their cradle. The son of the human emperor cannot tolerate any threats. Because in the future, whether the human race maintains its dominance will depend on unparalleled geniuses like Junlin. However, now no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. Because there was a rule that they could not enter the starry sky ancient road, or they would be killed without mercy. Is this the ancient road of the starry sky? Junlin looked down at the translucent thread beneath his feet and remarked. It was obvious that this thread indicated the direction of the ancient road of the starry sky. This is the true depths of the universe, boundless and shrouded in darkness. Whoosh! A beam of light flickered in the cosmos and instantly appeared behind Junlin. A flash of cold light came too quickly for anyone to react. Many cultivators harboring hatred for the human race had not taken their eyes off Junlin since they first appeared on this ancient road of the starry sky. Although he was the son of the Emperor of humanity with an overwhelmingly powerful background, this was still the ancient road of the starry sky where no one could assist him. There would be no great cultivators like Junlin coming to protect him. Therefore, many cultivators witnessed a weapon resembling a silver needle shoot directly towards Junlin. In fact, many cultivators revealed expressions of delight. However, their smiles soon became stiff. This is because Junlin made no attempt to turn and block the weapon. Instead, he allowed the silver needle to pierce the back of his head. Clink! A crisp, melodious sound of metal colliding rang out. Is this fun? The soul destruction needle, quite an extravagant move. Junlin turned his head with a light chuckle. He was toying with a green needle in his hand. How could this be? This is the soul destruction needle, which ignores any defense and strikes directly at the soul. Once pierced by the soul destruction needle, the soul is extinguished almost beyond remedy. A being exclaimed in great fright. You all seem quite pleased. Junlin looked at those beings who had previously shown joy and said, in that case, go. The smile on Junlin's face vanished as he flicked his fingers, causing the soul destruction needle to vanish into the cosmos at 10 times its previous speed. What followed was a chorus of anguished screams. Powerful beings in the void fell to the ground, collapsing one after another. Their eyes were vacant, wide open in shock. This was the result of their souls being pierced by the soul destruction needle. Although their bodies appeared unscathed, their sea of consciousness had long been riddled with holes. Second Prince, stop. We did not lay hands on His Highness the Second Prince. Why did His Highness the Second Prince kill these innocent beings, eh? Someone mustered the courage to speak. Since he hadn't stepped forward, yet he worried that he might be next. If I want you dead, you must die. Junlin said coldly. He saw no need to explain. How many of these beings did not harbor animosity against the human race? Their intent to undermine the human race's dominance must be punished. Come out. You cannot hide. After eliminating hundreds of beings who had just shown delight, Junlin said nonchalantly. The being who had just plotted against him still lingered concealed within the void. One must admit that this clan indeed possessed formidable innate abilities. Hiding in the void was truly difficult to detect. At this moment, even hearing Junlin's words, he remained steadfast in his concealment, hoping for another opportunity to strike. Get out. Dark Knight clan. Junlin shouted directly. It appeared that he was unaware of the hiding place of the Dark Knight clan. However, as Junlin shouted, his voice spread like a resonating celestial sound, expanding in all directions like a tide. Puff! A figure stumbled and fell from the sky not far away. Dark Knight clan, Dark Knight deity. I wonder what relationship you have with them. But it doesn't matter, you will soon become a corpse. Junlin murmured softly. He then walked slowly towards the being of the Dark Knight clan. Under the horrified gazes of all beings, Junlin pressed his hand firmly on the being's head and plunged the soul destruction needle brutally into his mind. Even if you are the son of the Emperor of Humanity, you cannot be so arrogant, can you? Does the human race regard the other myriad clans as mere weeds? To kill it will I. A massive demon materialized before Yi Junlin, speaking each word slowly. This statement clearly positioned the myriad clans against the human race. Moreover, it indicated that the human race had forced them to retaliate due to the large-scale slaughter of their kind. This demon was quite large, radiating a powerful aura indicative of peak open heaven realm cultivation. The demon then transformed into the appearance of a young man standing opposite Yi Junlin. His gaze was cold like ice that had not melted for millennia. His eyes were peculiar, an eerie shade of blue. Totem, nightmarish clan. How you view the human race is something you should contemplate. However, if you dare to provoke us, then you are merely inviting your own annihilation. Yi Junlin spoke calmly. The genius of the nightmarish clan was formidable, as they had the ability to conjure dreams from thin air. During battles, some enemies died in inexplicable ways. The nightmarish clan ranked among the top 10 of the myriad clans, incredibly powerful. Their most notable feature lay in their eyes, which had the ability to draw people into dreams.